Hey! Lin Fan, what are you standing there for? I've already taken off my clothes. A shrill voice dripping with condescending superiority, yet it did nothing to break the extravagant atmosphere on the cruise ship. Lin Fan didn't need to look up to know it was Zhao Na, the sales champion, calling his name. As an intern, he originally wasn't qualified to attend this company party. It was Zhao Na who told the supervisor they needed a pack mule, so he was allowed on this ship. All around were elite women in bikinis shaking champagne glasses. By the pool, Zhao Na was lying on a white lounge chair. Her fiery red bikini was made of scant fabric, thin straps digging into her pale skin. She held a bottle of sunscreen in her hand and crooked her finger at Lin Fan as if calling a dog. Lin Fan, Nana is calling you. If you don't need your ears, donate them to someone who does. Supervisor Wang Chang appeared out of nowhere and kicked Lin Fan in the calf. The kick was hard, the shoe tip hitting his bone painfully. Lin Fan bit his tongue and walked over without a word. Zhao Na turned over and lay back down, reaching behind her back to undo a strap. A large expanse of smooth back skin was exposed directly to the air, her waist slim, revealing an alluring curve. Rub it evenly. Zhao Na tossed the bottle onto the tray. This is expensive essential oil, don't waste it. It's only because you're honest and have a bit of looks that I'm letting you, a poor loser, touch it. The liquid was squeezed onto Zhao Na's warm back. As Lin Fan's palm touched her skin, several male colleagues who had been chatting nearby stared wide-eyed. Damn, this kid is getting paid to feel her up. One male colleague stared at Lin Fan's hand and muttered sourly. Zhao Na's waist, I dream of touching it. Who says he's the designated errand boy? Dirty work like this, we're not worthy of it, another colleague sneered. Although they had their own girlfriends looking at Zhao Na's enticing figure, the restlessness in their hearts couldn't be suppressed. Zhao Na seemed to enjoy the sensation of being the center of attention. She trembled slightly and turned around with disgust. Gently. Your hands are like sandpaper. All calluses don't leave scars on me. Lin Fan took a deep breath and spread the oil evenly. Since he couldn't escape, he had to be a heartless scrubber. But soon his gaze uncontrollably drifted over Zhao Na's head towards the more exclusive VIP area. Sitting there were the true top beauties of this ship. Su Qingxue, the female CEO of the Shangtang Group. And Lu Feifei, a popular first-line actress. Su Qingxue wore a pure white one-piece swimsuit, conservative in style, yet it clearly outlined her exaggerated shaped curves. She wore sunglasses, her legs crossed, those long legs glowing white in the sun. And beside her, Lu Feifei was the opposite extreme. A purple bikini over which she wore a thin translucent lace cover-up. When the sea breeze blew, the scenery inside was faintly visible, two soft mounds trembling slightly as she took selfies. Lin Fan looked only once and his throat unconsciously tightened. What are you looking at? That's for you to look at. Wang Chang slapped him on the back of the head hard enough to make his ears ring. A toad lusting after swan meat, do you deserve it? Keep staring and I'll gouge your eyes out and stomp them. After scolding Lin Fan, Wang Chang instantly changed his demeanor and trotted towards the VIP area. President Su, Miss Feifei, is the ice enough? Would you like some fresh cut fruit? Su Qingxue didn't look up, but Lu Feifei smiled professionally and pointed to an empty glass. Even that empty professional smile made Wang Chang's bones feel half melted. He trotted back, happily picked up the fruit platter next to Lin Fan. Lin Fan had just finished applying the oil and wanted to look at Zhao Na's fleshy thighs a bit more, but was interrupted by the supervisor. Get down to the hold and fetch wine. Don't loiter here. If you don't have the luck, don't dream. Lin Fan was pushed, stumbling forward, almost hitting the railing. He steadied himself and looked at the people, only a dozen or so men, but dozens of women, each one a stunning beauty. If besides him all the men died and they were stranded on a deserted island for a month, that would be wonderful. He thought about it but still turned and walked toward the dim stair. Just then, the glaring sunlight suddenly vanished. The sky darkened, instantly taking on an eerie gray color. The sea breeze stopped. Even the sound of waves slapping against the hull vanished instantly. The whole world was eerily silent. What's going on? Why has the sky darkened? Someone took off their sunglasses and looked up in confusion. The elite men who had been flirting with their companions also stopped their actions. Lin Fan instinctively looked back at the distant horizon. The next second a chill sent shivers down his spine. It was a white line spanning the sky and sea. 100-meter-high gigantic wave was silently advancing. Because it was so huge and tall, it gave the illusion of slowness. But those who had lived on the sea knew it was the scythe of death. Tsunami! The alarm from the captain's cabin shrieked, hold on. Everyone hold on to something fixed. The deck exploded into chaos. Screams and cries mixed together. The elites who had been elegantly clinking glasses and discussing projects were now scrambling like frightened cockroaches. Humanity was stripped away in that moment. The male colleague who had been obsessed with Zhao Na kicked a beautiful female companion in the stomach to grab a lifebuoy. Get out of my way. The woman screamed in pain, her makeup ruined her face full of disbelief. This was the so-called high society, the so-called true love, utterly ridiculous. Su Qingxue quickly stood up, her sunglasses falling. Fear appeared on her beautiful face for the first time, but unlike the others, she didn't run around frantically, she grabbed the railing firmly. In the chaos her eyes met Lin Fan's for a second. That gaze no longer held the previous superiority but a shared despair of all beings. Lu Feifei was so scared her legs gave way, her phone fell on the ground, she sat down slumped, unable to do anything but scream. Wang Chang tried to run but tripped, crawling on hands and knees toward the railing like a stray dog, nowhere near the arrogant face he had shown earlier. Only Lin Fan. Because he had to go fetch wine, he was standing right next to a load-bearing steel pillar by the stairwell, the strongest structural point on the ship. Survival instinct made him hug the pillar tightly, his legs wrapped around it. An enormous shadow instantly enveloped the entire cruise ship as if the sky were falling. Boom! The huge wave struck the ship, capsized instantly. Seawater flooded in, the world turned upside down. Lin Fan felt his body become weightless, then crash heavily into the steel plate, his organs seemingly displaced. Intense pain hit seawater, immediately choked his nose. The sensation of suffocation made Lin Fan realize for the first time that maybe being a low-level intern wasn't so bad. Pain. His whole body felt like it was disassembled. Lin Fan struggled to open his eyes. The glaring sunlight made his pupils contract sharply. He coughed a few times, spitting out several mouthfuls of salty seawater. Beneath him was hot sand. In his ears the sound of waves hitting rocks. Not dead. He struggled to sit up. His eyes met a messy beach. Everywhere were wreckage of the cruise ship, broken boards, colorful life jackets, and people lying scattered. He shook his head, trying to clear the dizziness. Suddenly his gaze fixed on a rock in front of him. A line of small golden translucent characters hovered above the reef. Ordinary reef, a small number of edible barnacles cling to the surface, though the taste is coarse. Behind it a red-shelled crab lurked with a danger rating of 0. Lin Fan was stunned. He rubbed his eyes hard. The line of text remained clearly visible, even shifting its position in the air to follow his gaze. An illusion. A concussion. He turned his head and looked at a broken coconut tree to his right. Broken coconut tree, the trunk contains about 200 milliliters of fresh water that can be drunk directly. Under the bark are 2 longhorn beetle larvae whose protein content is 6 times that of beef. Lin Fan's heart began to pound. This was a cheat-like gift from fate. As a seasoned reader of online novels, he understood at once. Omniscient prompts. He could now see the hidden attributes of all things. Cough, water, is there any water? A faint groan sounded not far away. Lin Fan turned toward the sound. It was Zhao Na. She was in a wretched state. Her swimsuit was torn, exposing large patches of bruised skin. Her once smooth flowing hair was now tangled like dry straw, matted with sand and seaweed. She lay prone on the sand, her gaze unfocused. When she saw Lin Fan sit up, a faint light flickered in Zhao Na's eyes. Lin Fan, water, hurry and find me some water. Even now her tone remained commanding, untouched by their situation. Lin Fan stared at her coldly. The sea breeze tasted of brine and blood scraping across his wounds like coarse salt and burning fiercely. When Zhao Na saw that Lin Fan still hadn't moved, irritation flared in her eyes. Back at the company, all it ever took was the slightest frown from her and every low-level employee would bow and nod. Lin Fan. Are you deaf? I told you to go find water. She tried to push herself upright, but the bruises at her waist flared with pain, contorting her feet. As she moved too roughly, the strap of her already fragile red bikini snapped with a sharp sound. The sudden loss of support left her chest exposed to the air. The abrupt exposure sent a jarring shock through the moment, enough to stir any ordinary man's blood. Lin Fan's gaze involuntarily swept across that sudden whiteness before he forced himself to look away, his throat working. For all her awful temperament, her figure was undeniably striking. Seeing Lin Fan staring, Zhao Na let out a startled cry and instinctively tried to cover herself, then her eyes flickered as if a new thought had occurred to her. Instead of adjusting her clothes properly, she lifted her chin and tried to emphasize her curves, arms pressed tight at her sides. Oof, what are you looking at? Does it look good? Hurry up and get me some water. If you behave, I won't treat you poorly once we're back at the company. Lin Fan looked at her, all arrogance and forced charm even in this sorry state, and laughed coldly to himself. Empty promises, she simply wanted a free laborer. Lin Fan's mind, however, was clear. If he wanted a real chance of getting home, he still had to rely on Su Qingxue, which meant he could not afford to offend them now. Even in disaster, he was still the one at the bottom. If he survived and made it back, perhaps he could still head to Nan Province, make his fortune with stones, and win himself financial freedom. All right, sister, now wait here. I'll go look. Lin Fan pulled his gaze away and, voice returning to its former obedience, turned toward the broken coconut tree. His gaze focused and the golden characters appeared once more. Broken coconut tree. The young green coconuts contain about 200 milliliters of fresh water each. Tap lightly on the back. They are easy to open and taste sweet and refreshing. Lin Fan picked up a stone from nearby. Thunk thunk. After a few solid blows the shell cracked open and a clear liquid welled out along the fissure. He lifted it and pressed his mouth to the opening, drinking in great gulps. Sweet and cool. The liquid slid down his parched throat like rain after a long drought. Not far away, Zhao Na stared stunned. She unconsciously licked her cracked bleeding lips, a harsh swallowing sound rising from her throat. Water, water. No longer caring about scolding him or about her appearance, she crawled toward him on hands and knees, heedless of the way her body moved. Lin Fan. Give it to me. Hurry. Lin Fan drank until he was satisfied, downing roughly 3/4 before finally wiping the moisture from the corner of his mouth. He lowered his gaze to Zhao Na, who had crawled to his feet. From this angle the deep hollow of her cleavage seemed dizzyingly close. Once she had been the untouchable goddess who treated him like a dog at her heels. Now she knelt before him like a supplicant. He could not deny that the feeling was unexpectedly satisfying. Give it to me. I want to drink. Zhao Na lunged for the coconut. Lin Fan did not prolong it further, he simply handed what remained to her. Slow down, Sister Na. Zhao Na snatched it and without a shred of composure tipped back her head and gulped. Water streamed from the corners of her mouth, running down her neck and disappearing into the hollow of her chest. She coughed again and again, but the ferocity in her gaze eased a little. She still looked down on Lin Fan, but at least she stopped cursing him. Just then a clamor rose from the distance. President Su. Slow down. Watch your step. Wang Chang's distinctive voice carried easily, still edged with that unmistakable servility. Lin Fan followed the sound. He saw Wang Chang supporting Su Qingxue as they made their way one stumbling step at a time toward this relatively flat stretch of beach. A crowd followed behind them, more women than men, and every one of them was injured. Lu Feifei trailed at the back. The thin cover-up she wore was soaked through and clung to her, the purple swimsuit beneath faintly visible. The sea breeze made her shiver, her long pale legs brushing against each other with every step. Even in such disarray, Su Qingxue was breathtaking. Her one-piece swimsuit was conservative, but now drenched with seawater it clung to her exaggerated scurv. Her full hips shifted as she walked, though she suddenly pushed Wang Chang away and straightened, enduring the pain in her twisted ankle. Listen to me, she said. Crying is useless now, shouting is useless. Since we're alive, we find a way to stay alive. The crowd quieted a little. My satellite phone switched to automatic distress mode before we went into the water. The company rescue team is on standby around the clock. Once they lock onto our position, a helicopter will reach us by midnight at the latest. As if on cue, everyone's eyes lit up at her words. It was hope snatched back from the very edge of hell. Really, President Su? Are we saved? Wang Chang was so excited he nearly fell to his knees before her tears and snot threatening to spill over. He seemed ready to shout that following President Su had been the right choice all along. Others joined in, vowing they would work even harder for the company and for President Su in the future. I never make empty promises, Su Qingxue said coolly, slipping back into the role of president. Now everyone will follow my directions, she continued crisply. The men will gather supplies nearby, especially fresh water and food. The women will head to the tree line there to collect branches for a fire. Wang Chang, you're in charge of counting people and supplies. Yes, President Su. If rescue would come tomorrow, then the efforts they made now would be tomorrow's capital for promotion. Move. Quickly. Don't just stand there. Hey. Lin Fan. Are you deaf? Wang Chang shouted as he saw Lin Fan still standing there. He strutted over, pointing at Lin Fan's nose. President Su told you to work. Who do you think you are standing around? Believe it or not, I'll have you fired the moment we get back, Wang Chang added. Lin Fan, however, looked past him towards Su Qingxue as if he hadn't heard. At that moment Su Qingxue was sitting on a rock, gripping the waterlogged satellite phone tightly in her hand. A line of small characters that only Lin Fan could see appeared above the phone. Damaged satellite phone, severely corroded motherboard, short-circuited battery. No signal was successfully sent before falling into the water. Current rescue probability 0. A rescue probability of 0. Lin Fan felt as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped over his head. He stiffly raised his head, his gaze passing over the crowd and settling on the eerily silent primeval jungle in the distance. Where his gaze landed, golden characters flickered again. Current location: north latitude X degrees, east longitude Y degrees, Devil's Triangle fringe area. Environmental analysis: strong magnetic field interference, radio silence. The nearest main shipping lane deviates 600 nautical miles from this point. Rescue probability 0. 0001. The closest humans to you are astronauts in space. Lin Fan stood there woodenly rooted to the spot, his eyes dry and stinging with pain. Was this the end? He had wanted to live here with these women for a month, then be picked up and taken back. Now it seemed he was destined to die here. No rescue, no signal. On this desolate island, which might not even be on any map, how many days could this group of helpless modern people survive? 3 days. Or 5. An unknown seabird shrieked as it flew overhead, its droppings nearly landing on the tip of his nose, snapping Lin Fan back to reality. He instinctively looked towards Su Qingxue, not far away. That aloof female CEO was commanding the crowd, her face pale but her executive demeanor intact. She really believed the signal had been sent. She truly believed that tonight helicopters would roar down from the sky, taking them back to a civilized world of air conditioning, fine wine and spring mattresses. Should he tell them the truth? Lin Fan's cracked lips moved, but the next second he extinguished the thought. Absolutely not. The reason order hadn't collapsed yet was that everyone still believed in the law and rescue. Once that fig leaf was ripped away, revealing this place as a lawless land, despair would instantly breed the purest form of evil. At that point, for the last sip of water, Lin Fan dared not imagine what these former elites would do. If everyone knew there was no way back on this isolated island, killing wouldn't warrant a prison sentence. Lin Fan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Since there was no going back, he had to survive. In this godforsaken place, his only advantage was the omniscient prompt before his eyes. He refocused his gaze, and the chaotic beach instantly transformed into a different scene before his eyes. Apart from him, almost everyone was frantically gathering supplies. A sales manager who usually bossed him around was now on all fours, rummaging through a pile of rotting seaweed, clutching a seawater swollen Hermes Birkin bag. Ignoring the mud and stench on the bag, his face was bursting with joy. Not far from him, 2 elite men in designer shirts were wrestling each other, fighting over a toppled metal box. The box lay open with over a dozen luxury watches scattered on the sand. Jackpot! We've hit the damn jackpot! One of the men, slipping a diamond-encrusted Rolex onto his wrist, was flushed with excitement. This one piece alone is worth hundreds of thousands. Sell it back home and I can at least get a Mercedes. Bullshit. I saw it first. The other man lunged forward, ready to bite. The greed inherent in human nature was magnified infinitely in that moment. Subconsciously, they didn't think survival was an issue, they believed they'd be home tonight. Since they were going home, it was first come first served. Who would bother picking up worthless canned meat and water at a time like this? Lin Fan averted his gaze and walked towards an inconspicuous pile of rubble. Damaged container shell severely deformed, but 12 boxes of unopened canned meat are pressed under the right corner, seals intact. Scattered plastic crates hidden beneath scattered ladies' undergarments and rags lies a whole crate of 500 milliliters bottled water, 24 bottles in total. Without hesitation, Lin Fan swiftly pushed aside the broken boards on top. When his fingertips touched the cool plastic of the water bottles, he felt more secure than if head touched gold. He took off his soaked vest, wrapped the canned meat tightly in it, tied a secure knot, and laboriously hoisted the crate of water, intending to find a shady spot to stash them. Not far away, Zhao Na had just slipped a huge diamond ring onto her finger. Turning to see Lin Fan's action, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Picking up a bunch of junk like it's treasure. You're hopeless. Oh, look who it is, our dear waiter Lin. A mocking voice followed. Lin Fan stopped, turning his head to look. Wang Chang swaggered over with 2 male subordinates. The subordinates were laden with designer bags, watches, and even several gold chains scavenged from every corner. And in Wang Chang's hand he held an unopened bottle of red wine. Romani Conti. It was the auction's grand finale piece on the ship, with a starting bid reportedly worth a sports car. Looking at the water and canned meat in Lin Fan's arms, Wang Chang laughed so hard he was doubled over, tears nearly streaming down his face. Tell me, Lin Fan, is your head filled with mush? Or did you swallow too much seawater and not drain it out? Wang Chang pointed at Lin Fan. President Su said the rescue team arrives tonight. Once the helicopter comes, we're out of here. What are you picking up this junk for? Planning to take it home so your poor old mom can open a grocery store. The male colleague beside him, wearing the newly snatched green submariner watch, also sneered, shaking his wrist. Exactly, Lin Fan. Look at these watches on your big bro here. This trip was rough, but sell these watches back home and that's $1 million. But you. Picking up a bunch of cans. Were you a starving ghost in your past life? Don't say that, another colleague chimed in sarcastically. He used to be a waiter after all. Occupational habit. Probably planning to keep that water weight on us on the plane and hope we toss him a couple of tips, ha ha ha. The harsh laughter echoed across the empty beach. Lin Fan glanced at the priceless wine in Wang Chang's hand, then at the gold watch on the colleague's wrist. The golden subtitle shimmered into view again. Romani Conti 1990, top-tier red wine, contains alcohol. Consumption accelerates bodily dehydration. Drinking it without a fresh water source is equivalent to slow suicide. Recommended pairing a coffin. Rolex gold watch, heavy metal product. Can't eat it, can't drink it. Largely useless. A slight smirk tugged at the corners of Lin Fan's mouth, mirroring theirs. Laugh. Go ahead and laugh. When midnight passes and the sound of helicopter rotors doesn't come, when hunger and cold truly set in, let's see if you gnaw on those gold watches for sustenance or drink that red wine to quench your thirst. When that time comes, those priceless treasures in your hands won't even be worth a single sip of my water. Had your fill of laughing. Lin Fan said calmly, his voice surprisingly steady. Then move aside. A good dog doesn't block the path. What did you say? Wang Chang's expression darkened. He hadn't expected the usually submissive and easily bullied Lin Fan to talk back. He was about to lose his temper, his hand raised midair, when Su Qingxue's voice came from the distance. What's all the commotion over there? How's the supply gathering going? Wang Chang's face instantly contorted into a fawning, sycophantic smile. He shot Lin Fan a glare and spat, just you wait. Once we get back to the company, you'll deal with you properly. You'll make sure you don't even have a chance to wait tables at some rundown diner. That's right, blacklist him from the entire industry. The people nearby chimed in agreement. Wang Chang, clutching a bottle of red wine, scurried over to Su Qingxue like an eager puppy. President Su. Look what I found. This is a Romantic perfect for calming your nerves. Lin Fan watched Wang Chang's sycophantic retreating figure and let out a cold sneer. Calm his nerves. Drink all you want. It'll just hasten your demise. Lin Fan hoisted the heavy crate of water onto his shoulder, his gaze locking onto the towering desolate mountain behind the beach. In his field of vision, a pale golden prompt box hovered behind a bush halfway up the mountain. Concealed rocky cave approximately 8 meters deep, a natural shelter. The entrance is hidden by vines, but the interior is dry and well ventilated. Relatively high safety factor. The weather at sea is as fickle as a woman's mood. The sun is scorching now, but a downpour could come the next second. Huff. Lin Fan exhaled a breath of turbid air and started walking towards the rocky pot. As he passed by Su Qingxue's so-called temporary camp, mocking laughter buzzed around him. Hey, look at this intern playing foolish old man, moving mountains in this heat. Wang Chang sat on a rock with his legs crossed, swirling the priceless Romantic in his hand, a look of pure contempt on his face. Why are you hauling that junk up the mountain? Planning to find a nice feng shui spot and dig yourself a grave? Several male colleagues nearby, busy piling up the designer bags and watches they'd collected, burst into raucous laughter at this. Bro Chang, that's what you call vision? What if a helicopter lands on the summit? He's just getting the water up there first to suck up to the rescue team. Maybe they'll give him a first-class seat. Haha, born to be a servant, can't forget how to please people no matter where he goes. Zhao Na was touching up her makeup with a broken mirror she'd found somewhere. Despite the bruises on her face, she struggled to maintain her socialite facade. She glanced at Lin Fan, drenched in sweat, and pinched her nose in disgust. You reek of sweat. Stay away. Don't you dare contaminate the Hermes bags we're taking back. You couldn't afford to replace them even if you sold yourself. Lin Fan didn't stop. Why bother arguing with the walking dead? He coldly bypassed the group, trudging unsteadily up the rocky slope. Just then a frantic, hurried set of footsteps sounded from behind, accompanied by a unique fragrant breeze. Lin Fan. Wait. Wait up. Lin Fan stopped and turned around. The sight before him made him catch his breath. It was Songya, a fellow intern who joined the company with him and the undisputed pure desire icon of the sales department. She looked disheveled yet undeniably alluring. A tear in her fitted pencil skirt exposed a stretch of creamy skin on her outer thigh, and her knees were scraped and red, a sight that stirred a pang of sympathy. Running so hard had done a number on her already form-fitting white blouse. The tightest button at her chest had popped clean off, failing to contain her full heaving bosom. With each ragged breath, that breathtaking curve rose and fell, threatening to burst through the fabric. Sweat traced a path down her delicate collarbone, disappearing into the deep shadowy cleavage glistening in the sunlight. Songya. In that cutthroat sales department, she was the only one who would secretly sneak him a milk tea during overtime, the only one who would shield him from Wang Chang's verbal assaults. She was the sole anomaly among these so-called elites. Something on your mind? Lin Fan's tone softened slightly, his gaze politely averting from the dazzling expanse of her chest. Songya ran up to him, bracing her hands on her knees as she gasped for air, her generous assets trembling with the effort. She glanced at Wang Chang and the others still mocking him from a distance, lowered her voice, her eyes rimmed with red. Lin Fan, you should stop. President Su said the rescue team will definitely come. You're just wasting your energy, and they're all watching you like you're a monkey in a zoo. A clear, naive sincerity shone in Songya's eyes, along with unconcealed concern. In her mind, Lin Fan must have been scared out of his wits to be acting so strangely. Whether they laugh or not has nothing to do with whether I live or die. Lin Fan's gaze swept over her sun-flushed cheeks. Don't be too optimistic either. If the helicopter doesn't come tonight, make sure you find a place to shelter from the wind. Don't stay too close to those fools. Sonya was taken aback, seemingly surprised that the usually timid Lin Fan could speak with such resolve. She bit her lip, then suddenly extended the small hand that had been clenched tightly. Her palm opened. An exquisite lady's watch lay nestled there, its dial encrusted with small diamonds. A Patek Philippe 24. Here, this is for you. Sonya pressed the watch into Lin Fan's hand without giving him a chance to refuse. Lin Fan frowned. What's this for? Are you stupid? Sonya grew anxious, leaning forward slightly, her subtle fragrance wafting straight into Lin Fan's nostrils. When we get back, the company is definitely going to have a major shakeup. That bastard Wang Chang will definitely come after you. She looked up at him. This watch is worth at least 300,000. Hide it, take it back, sell it quietly, and start over in a new city. Don't put up with Shang Tang anymore. I don't want to see you get bull. So that was it. She was afraid he'd be crushed by Wang Chang upon their return and wanted to give him a way out. At this moment, with their fates hanging in the balance, this watch was the greatest kindness she could offer him, and perhaps the most subtle confession of her hidden feelings. Lin Fan looked at the watch and saw in his hand. A golden prompt box appeared before him again. Patek Philippe 24 stainless steel diamond set, quartz movement. Current environment value 0. Inedible. Useless except for adding weight and burning calories. Hardness is acceptable. The crystal could potentially be used to focus light. 300,000. In a civilized society, it's wealth status, a ticket to a higher class. But here it's just a slightly harder piece of scrap metal, not even as useful as a bag of sunflower seeds. Lin Fan sighed inwardly. Sonya was a good woman, a true beauty. But in this environment, good people like her usually die first because their minds are still wired for the rules of civilization. He needed to make her understand that this place was cruel and merciless. But with her stubborn nature, words alone wouldn't convince her. Only when she tasted the evil firsthand would she realize that kindness was the most useless currency here. Sonya. Lin Fan didn't take the watch. Instead, he looked seriously into her eyes. Do you really think we're going to make it back? Sonya froze, her chest heaving slightly as she paused. But President Su said. Su Qingxue is human, not a god. Lin Fan cut her off coldly. Wake up. With that, he suddenly reached out and snatched the priceless Patek Philippe from her hand. Sonya's face lit up with hope, thinking had finally listened to reason, and a small smile began to form on her lips. The very next second, Lin Fan flicked his wrist and hurled it with force. A diamond-encrusted luxury watch arced through the air, flying over a dozen meters before plunging into the murky seawater with a splash. Sonya's smile froze instantly, her rosy lips slightly parted. Not far away, Wang Chang and his crew, who had been watching, stared with bulging eyes. Holy shit! That was a Patek Philippe. Is this guy insane? He just threw away 300,000. He's lost his mind. He's definitely snapped under pressure. That's money. Real money. Curses erupted all around. To them, Lin Fan had just thrown away the dream they'd spend their lives chasing. Sonya snapped back to reality, staring at Lin Fan in disbelief as tears welled up and streamed down her face. Lin Fan. What? What are you doing? I worked so hard to get that for you. It's trash. Lin Fan cut off her sobs, his voice cold and hard. Here, it's not even worth a bottle of water. Keeping it will only fuel your fantasies of going back. And those fantasies will get you killed. Seeing Sonya's tear-streaked face, Lin Fan relented slightly and added, if you want to survive, don't pick up trash like that. Grab things you can eat and drink instead. And stay away from Wang Chang and his guys. With that, he turned, hoisted the water tank onto his shoulder, and strode up the mountain, leaving Sonya standing alone in the wind, her dress and her thoughts in disarray. She watched his retreating figure, her hands empty, yet a strange unfamiliar feeling stirred in her heart. This Lin Fan had suddenly become a stranger. Seeing the discarded watch, others scrambled frantically towards it. Halfway up the mountain, Lin Fan pushed through thick vines and a damp, cool air washed over him. It was a natural cave, its entrance narrow but perfect for defense against beasts, a natural fortress. Inside, the space was open and the ground relatively flat. Lin Fan carefully placed the water and canned meat deep inside the cave. Not enough, he muttered, looking at the empty cavern, a sense of unease still lingering. He had water, food, and shelter. But he was missing one thing. One crucial item that would establish his foothold on this island and make Wang Chang's crew kneel: a weapon. Whether against beasts or the more terrifying human heart, going unarmed was suicide. Lin Fan stepped out of the cave, activated his omniscient vision, and swept his gaze across the wreckage below. Damaged life vest, buoyancy lost. Junk. Broken golf club, carbon fiber. Might do against dogs but lacks the edge for killing. Half a champagne bottle, glass, fragile, one-time use. A box of condoms might be useful. His gaze continued to scan, filtering out endless junk information. Suddenly, a faint blue light glimmered from a crevice in a distant reef. Diver's tactical leg rig washed ashore and wedged in the rocks. If not retrieved quickly, the next wave will sweep it away. Contents: 1 SOG SEAL Team Tactical Fixed Blade Knife HRC 58 sharp enough to cut through iron, a bloodletting tool, 1 magnesium fire starter, 1 tactical flashlight battery at 50. Lin Fan's heart pounded. This feeling was better than winning the lottery. If food and water were the baseline for survival, this knife was the key to dignity. With it, he'd be the apex predator on this island. He took a deep breath and looked around. Wang Cheng's group was still searching the other end of the beach for the discarded watch. Lin Fan dashed down immediately. He lunged at the reef and reached into the deep crevice. His fingertips grazed the rough nylon fabric. He yanked hard. A heavy black tactical leg rig was pulled out. Without opening it, he quickly stuffed it inside his vest, securing it tightly. Then, feigning nonchalance, he picked up a few pieces of driftwood, pretending to gather fuel, and slowly retreated to the edge of the woods. Only when he was sure no one was watching did he hide behind a large tree and open the rig with trembling hands. A jet-black dagger lay inside. The blade was long, with a blood groove and a serrated spine. Lin Fan gripped the handle. A sharp cold gleam flashed as he unsheathed it. He gave it a casual swing, and a wrist-thick branch nearby snapped clean, the cut as smooth as a mirror. A fine blade. With this he was confident he could take down Wang Chang or even a wild boar. Beyond the knife, the magnesium rod was a pleasant surprise. In the wildfire is civilization, hot meals, and a barrier against beasts. Lin Fan sheathed the dagger and concealed it at the small of his back, hidden under his clothes. For the rest of the morning he ferried supplies between the beach and the cave. While others fought, he carried. While others looted, he carried. While others showed off their stolen gold chains, he carried. The sun showed no signs of setting, baking the beach like a furnace, the air itself shimmering with heat. By early afternoon the temperature was nearing 40 degrees Celsius. On the beach and in the water, the once excited crowd finally fell silent. They were parched. Damn! Why is it so hot? Wang Chang irritably loosened his tie and licked his cracked lips. The thirst burned from his throat down to his stomach. He instinctively raised his water bottle, only to find it long empty. The wine he'd drunk earlier hadn't quenched his thirst, instead its dehydrating effects left his throat feeling like it was full of sand. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the back of the man carrying a pack, still full of energy, as he headed for the woods. Water. Why haven't you found water yet? Wang Chang kicked his male subordinate in frustration. Are you all pigs? This island is huge, can't you find a single drop of water? The subordinate Zhang Tao, still wearing the Rolex submariner he had just snatched, looked crestfallen. Brother Chang, there really is none. The water nearby is all seawater. The drinkable stuff was already taken away by that kid. Useless. Wang Chang cursed, scanning the beach. Suddenly his gaze locked onto the mountainside. Lin Fan was hauling the last case of bottled water into a cave. Under the setting sun, those transparent plastic bottles made Wang Chang's eyes turn green with envy. Forget searching for it, isn't there plenty right there? Wang Chang pointed at the mountainside with a sinister grin. That kid has hoarded so much, just go grab a few cases. Zhang Tao hesitated. But Lin Fan didn't seem very approachable just now. Not approachable. Wang Chang smacked Zhang Tao on the back of his head. He's just a low-level intern. In the company, my word is law. It's the same on this damn island. I'm the supervisor, it's my right to allocate resources. He turned to another bespectacled male colleague, Li Bin. You two go and tell him to bring the water down. Say it's for unified distribution and that President Su is watching. If he dares to hoard supplies, he'll fire him on the spot when we get back. Zhang Tao and Li Bin exchanged glances. Greed ultimately triumphed over reason. They were so thirsty. With Wang Chang as their shield, their lingering concerns vanished instantly. Let's go. Get the water. Emboldening each other, they stumbled up the mountainside. Lin Fan had just finished camouflaging the cave entrance with vines when he turned to see the two uninvited guests panting as they climbed up. He looked at them expressionlessly. Zhang Tao, sales department, severely dehydrated, 40 stamina left. Combat power 0. 5 geese. Inner thought, drink all his water, then take his canned meat. Li Bin, HR department, severely dehydrated, mild heatstroke. Combat power 0. 3 geese. Inner thought, this kid is usually timid, a little scare should make him back down. Less than 1 goose of combat power. Utterly pathetic. Lin Fan sneered. Lin Fan. Zhang Tao put his hands on his hips, trying to muster the authority of a senior colleague. Brother Chang wants you to bring the water down. We're all dying of thirst. Hoarding all these resources by yourself, where's your sense of collective spirit? Li Bin also adjusted his glasses, chiming in sarcastically, exactly, President Su is watching. Your behavior is severely selfish. Know your place and bring it down, and Brother Chang might put in a good word for you with President Su. In a civilized society, Lin Fan might have played along. But now he couldn't even be bothered to give them a glance. Scram! Both of them were stunned. The Lin Fan who was always submissive, never daring to refuse fetching tea or water, dared to tell them to scram. What the hell did you say? Zhang Tao, feeling his pride wounded, stepped forward aggressively. Lin Fan, don't be ungrateful. Believe me, when we get back, Brother Chang will blacklist you from the entire industry. There's no Brother Chang here and no company. Lin Fan's eyes turned icy cold. Want water? Go find your own. Take one more step forward and it'll break your legs. Zhang Tao took a step back, intimidated by that gaze, but then thought better of it. There were two of them against one scrawny intern. What was there to fear? Fine, have it your way. I'll get it myself. Zhang Tao signaled Li Bin and they flanked Lin Fan, reaching out to shove him aside and forced their way into the cave. Lin Fan stood his ground, not moving an inch. Just as Zhang Tao's hand was about to touch his shoulder, Lin Fan suddenly lifted his leg. Bang! The kick landed squarely on Zhang Tao's abdomen, a brutal blow of pure force. Arg! Zhang Tao let out a pig-like squeal and tumbled down the slope. He rolled 7 or 8 meters before crashing into a tree, clutching his stomach and retching violently, nearly vomiting his guts out. Li Bin was frozen in shock, his hand hovering in the air, not daring to advance or retreat. Want to try too? Lin Fan asked coldly. Li Bin let out a strange yelp, turned and scrambled down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Wang Chang was boasting about his past glories to some female colleagues while leering at Lu Feifei's exposed thighs. Seeing the two men retreating in defeat, the smile on Wang Chang's face instantly froze. What happened? Where's the water? Brother Chang. Lin Fan's gone crazy. Li Bin panted, pointing up the mountain with a grimace. He wouldn't give it. And he got violent. He kicked Zhang Tao until he was coughing up blood. Zhang Tao, who had just crawled back, added fuel to the fire, clutching his stomach and wailing, Brother Chang, this kid. He said you're nothing. He said he'd rather give the water to a dog than let you have a single drop. This is mutiny. Absolute mutiny. Wang Chang trembled with rage. That pushover he used to bully it will dare to defy him. If he couldn't control an intern at a time like this, how could he lead the others? Su Qingxue was watching nearby. If he lost face now, his chances for promotion would be completely ruined. Damn it, you ungrateful bastard. Wang Chang grabbed a thick wooden stick from the ground and swung it menacingly. All men follow me. Let's see if this kid has the guts to defy us. If I don't get that water back today, my name isn't Wang Chang. The other male colleagues who had been hesitating were now stirred into action by Wang Chang's lead. Partly to show off in front of the leader and partly because they were truly desperate for water. The group charged towards the rocky slope. Supervisor Wang, you can't do this. A petite figure suddenly rushed out, blocking the path to the mountainside. It was Songya. She spread her arms wide, her eyes red with urgency. That's the supplies Lin Fan worked hard to find. You can't just take them. President Su said we should all work together, not fight amongst ourselves. Get out of my way. Wang Chang, consumed by rage, showed no mercy. He roughly shoved Songya into the sand. Once I get the water, I'll come and teach you some proper manners tonight. Su Qingxue, watching from a distance, frowned. She wanted to intervene, but her parched throat wouldn't allow for a loud shout. Besides, looking at Lin Fan's cold, distant back, she felt a flicker of discontent. Even in these special circumstances, hogging all the fresh water was indeed too much. Maybe letting Wang Chang teach him a lesson wasn't a bad idea, as long as it didn't go too far. President Su, it seems your company's management is lacking. Hell be fired when we get back. Su Qingxue replied coldly. On the mountainside, Lin Fan watched the 5 or 6 people charging up aggressively. Instead of retreating, he pulled a magnesium fire starter from his tactical leg pouch and casually wiped it on his clothes. Wang Chang led the charge, stopping 3 meters from Lin Fan and pointing his stick at Lin Fan's nose, spit flying. Lin Fan. You've gotten a backbone, huh? Attacking a colleague. Hoarding company supplies. Severe dehydration and extreme anger twisted his face into a menacing scowl. I'm ordering you now. Immediately. Right now. Hand over the water. And then kowtow and apologize to Zhang Tao. Otherwise, don't blame me for forgetting our past relations. Lin Fan stopped his movements and looked up. Wang Chang, sales supervisor, rage max IQ 50. Severe dehydration has completely impaired judgment. The rotten wooden stick in his hand is extremely brittle and will snap under force. Threat level the best fighter among trash. And what if I refuse? Refuse? Wang Chang laughed in fury, turning to shout at the others. You all heard him. This kid is asking for it. Get him. Take the water. He'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Before he even finished speaking, he swung the thick wooden stick, aiming straight for Lin Fan's head. The stick whistled through the air. If that hit connected, it would surely crack his skull open. Samya, who had been shoved to the ground, screamed in terror, "Lin Fan, watch out." Lin Fan didn't move. Just as the stick was about to land, he sidestepped slightly. The seemingly sturdy but actually rotten stick smashed against the rocks beside him with a sharp crack, snapping cleanly in two. Wang Chang, unable to stop his momentum, lurched forward. Before he could even regain his balance, Lin Fan's hand clamped tightly around his throat. Then, SSSSSSS. The tactical knife pressed firmly against Wang Chang's carotid artery. The blade bit into his skin and beads of blood seeped out along the serrated edge. Wang Chang's Adam's apple bobbed violently, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. His arrogant curses died instantly in his throat. He could feel the bone-chilling cold of the blade and the sharp sting at his neck with terrifying clarity. If Lin Fan's wrist so much as twitched, his artery would spray blood. The male colleagues who had rushed up behind him stood frozen, dumbstruck. They halted mid-charge, rigid as stone faces ashen. The rocks and wooden clubs in their hands clattered to the ground one after another. A knife. A real knife. If someone actually died here, they'd all be in trouble once they got back to the mainland. Rob me. Lin Fan stared at Wang Chang's contorted face. Wang Chang, you just said, who's responsible if something goes wrong? Wang Chang trembled like a leaf in a storm. A warm trickle suddenly flooded his crotch, dripping down his pant leg and pattering onto the rocks below. He had literally pissed himself in fear. Lin Fan. Murder is illegal. Wang Chang begged in a quavering voice, snot and tears smeared across his face, all traces of his former arrogance gone. Let's talk this out. Please don't do anything rash. The law. Lin Fan pressed his wrist down slightly and the blade sank half a centimeter deeper, eliciting a shrieking, cracking wail from Wang Chang. Ah. Stop. Open your dog eyes and look closely. Lin Fan leaned close to Wang Chang's ear, his voice utterly transformed. The king of hell is easy to deal with, but the little demons are troublesome. But on this deserted island, this knife is the law. This scene not only shattered Wang Chang's courage but also stripped away the veneer of civilization from everyone at the foot of the mountain. Su Qingxue rose to her feet, her beautiful eyes filled with unprecedented shock. The intern, who always kept his head down and endured everything silently at the company, now standing there with a knife in one hand and his foot on his supervisor, sent a chill down her spine. Would he actually dare to kill? Scram! Lin Fan suddenly released him and kicked Wang Chang hard in the rear. Wang Chang scrambled away toward his subordinates on all fours, clutching the bloody gash on his neck, gasping for air. Lin Fan sheathed the knife and swept his gaze over the crowd from his elevated position. His eyes passed over the others and finally settled on Su Qingxue. Their eyes met. The ever-untouchable Ice Queen CEO felt an unusual pang in her heart for the first time and instinctively averted her gaze. The sun was still dipping westward, but the heat showed no sign of relenting. Su Qingxue sat in the shade of a reef, licking her cracked, peeling lips. Her throat burned as if she had swallowed shards of glass. She glanced down at the satellite phone in her hand. The screen remained pitch black. There were still a few hours until her promised deadline of midnight. But her body was already nearing its limit. Su Qingxue, CEO of Shengtang Group, severe dehydration with mild heatstroke. Stamina remaining 20. Inner thought, I can't just sit here and wait. I must get water or I won't survive until the rescue team arrives. Lin Fan sat in the cool shade of the cave entrance, idly toying with his tactical dagger. His omniscient perception kept tabs on everyone's condition below. Su Qingxue pushed herself up from the reef, smoothed her half-dried white one-piece swimsuit and brushed the sand from her legs before heading toward the mountainside. Seeing this, Wang Chang scrambled over to her. President Su, where are you going? It's dangerous up there. That kid's lost his mind, he really will use that knife. Shut up. Su Qingxue's voice was hoarse and she didn't even spare him a glance. She climbed up the rocky slope. Her high heels had been lost in the tsunami, so she walked barefoot over the scorching, jagged stones. Every step sent searing pain through her. But she clenched her jaw and didn't let out a single cry of pain. She stopped at the cave entrance. Lin Fan was sitting on an overturned plastic crate. 2 bottles of mineral water sat at his feet and he was calmly chewing on a slice of freshly cut luncheon meat. The aroma of the meat and the cool, clean scent of fresh water drifted over on the breeze. Su Qingxue's throat involuntarily bobbed as she swallowed a dry, bitter mouthful. Her eyes locked onto that bottle of water. Lin Fan. Su Qingxue spoke, trying to maintain the frosty tone she used at the office. Give me a bottle of water. Lin Fan swallowed the meat in his mouth, lifted his eyelids to glance at her and asked, why should I? Su Qingxue frowned. In Shengtang Group she gave orders and never had to explain herself. 100,000. She named her price directly. For 1 bottle of water. Once the rescue team arrives tonight and we're back at the company, you'll have finance transfer it to your account. That's more than a year of your intern's salary. Lin Fan smiled. Without a word, he picked up a bottle of water from beside his foot and twisted off the cap. The water glistened tantalizingly in the sunlight and Su Qingxue's breath hitched. Lin Fan tilted his head back and took a long gulp. The loud rhythmic swallows echoed eerily across the silent mountainside. Down on the beach, Wang Chang and the others watched Lin Fan's every move, their eyes turning red as they swallowed desperately at non-existent saliva. After finishing, Lin Fan deliberately screwed the cap back on as tightly as possible, not a single drop spilling, and set it back down by his foot. 200,000. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, her chest heaving. And I'll make sure you're on the first helicopter back with me. Lin Fan didn't even raise an eyelid. Seeing his infuriating indifference, Su Qingxue's patience snapped. Lin Fan, don't push your luck. This is an emergency. Once the helicopter arrives tonight, your water will be worthless. Trading it for 200,000 in your life is the best deal you'll ever make. Lin Fan picked up another piece of luncheon meat, took a bite, and didn't even look up. 500,000. Su Qingxue raised the stakes again, her voice cracking. 500,000 for your 2 bottles of water. That's enough for a full down payment on an apartment in Zhangcheng. That's my final offer. Status update: heart rate elevated, blood sugar low, forcibly maintaining a tough negotiating front. Lin Fan stopped chewing. He stood up and walked over to stand before Su Qingxue. They were less than half a meter apart. He could clearly see her cracked, bleeding lips and the hollows forming in her cheeks from dehydration. President Su. Lin Fan looked down at her. Do you really think money can buy everything? That's common sense. Su Qingxue lifted her chin and met his gaze directly. That's the common sense of civilized society. Lin Fan gestured toward the sea below, then the jungle behind him. Out here your money isn't even good enough to wipe your ass. 500,000. Even if you offered me shares in the entire Shangtang group, you wouldn't get a single drop of my water today. Su Qingxue was stunned. In Lin Fan's eyes she saw absolute coldness. This wasn't a negotiation tactic, it was complete and utter disregard. What do you want then? Su Qingxue gritted her teeth. I want you to face reality. Lin Fan retreated to the cave entrance and sat back down. This is a deserted island, not a CEO's office. You want water. Fine. Trade me something of equal survival value. No supplies. Then work for it. Go collect seaweed from the beach. Go find dry firewood in the forest. Don't try to fob me off with empty promises. Su Qingxue's face turned pale. Collect seaweed. Find firewood. She was the president of Shangtang Group, worth billions. When had she ever done such menial labor? Lin Fan, you'll regret this. She glared at him, then turned to head back down the mountain. Lin Jie's sickeningly sweet voice drifted up from below before Su Qingxue could take a step. Lu Feifei came scrambling up the slope, panting heavily. She looked even worse than Su Qingxue. Her sheer lace blouse was torn in several places by the underbrush, her fair thighs were covered in scratches, and she walked with a limp, yet she still tried to maintain the poise of a celebrity. Lu Feifei, a list actress, severe dehydration, stamina nearly depleted. Combat power 0. 1 goose. Inner thought: as long as I can get water, a little sweet talk doesn't hurt. I'll just deny everything once we're back. Lu Feifei walked up to Lin Fan, tossed her disheveled hair back and struck what she believed to be her most pitiable and alluring pose. Lin Fan. Lin Jie. She fluttered her peach blossom eyes at him, her voice dripping with honey. Please, just a sip of water. I'm dying of thirst. Lin Fan watched her coldly, completely unmoved. Lu Feifei bit her lip, then bent forward slightly, deliberately showcasing her impressive curves. If you give me a bottle of water once we're back on the mainland, I'll give you my personal private contact in. Her voice turned seductive. Those big-shot CEOs would pay tens of millions just for a dinner with me. If you help me now, I'll agree to have a private dinner with you. And maybe even grant you one little wish. This is a privilege you couldn't even dream of in your wildest fantasies. Su Qingxue frowned from the side. She never expected this A-list celebrity, who always played the pure, innocent, strong femme turning on role, to resort to such suggestive bargaining over a sip of water. Lin Fan looked down at Lu Feifei. Her body and face were indeed top tier, and with that condescendingly seductive posture, any normal man would probably have lost his composure by now. But Lin Fan's mind was crystal clear. He let out a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping over her without a hint of subtlety. I'm not interested in a product packaged by capital. His tone was flat, but each word struck like a dagger. And you're overestimating your own worth. He used the sheath of his knife to point at Lu Feifei's delicate but scratched-up hands. You can't even crack open a coconut or catch a single fish. On this island you're nothing but a waste of air and food. Trade a bottle of water for a dinner with you. Sorry, I think that's a terrible deal. Lu Feifei's face cycled through shades of pale and red, consumed by humiliation and fury. Her nationally recognized capital, the thing she prided herself on most, was worth absolutely nothing in the eyes of this low-level worker. Standing nearby, Su Qingxue watched Lin Fan's cold, sharp profile and felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. A nagging feeling told her that Lin Fan was right. On this island, all the glory, status and wealth they once possessed seemed to have been wiped clean. If you want water, the rules are the same as I said before. Without sparing another glance at the two stunningly beautiful women, Lin Fan turned and walked deeper into the cave. Bring me firewood in exchange. Su Qingxue and Lu Feifei stood rooted to the spot, their faces cycling through shades of pale and red. Su Qingxue in particular had prided herself for over 2 decades on her status and her billion worth of assets, accustomed to men orbiting her like eager dogs, racking their brains to please her. Yet today she had not only lowered herself from her presidential pedestal to initiate conversation, even offering an astronomical price, only to have her dignity ruthlessly ground into the dirt by a lowly intern. It was a complete breakdown. Fine. Lin Fan, you've got nerve. Su Qingxue bit down hard on her cracked lips, clinging to the last shreds of her pride, speaking each word with deliberate force. Wait until the helicopter arrives tonight and we'll see how long you can keep up this arrogance. Lu Feifei also glared at him with venomous hatred. If looks could kill, Lin Fan would have been sliced into 1,000 pieces. She clutched her sunburned chest, following behind Su Qingxue, muttering curses under her breath. What a piece of trash. Once we're back on the mainland, I'll make sure you're blacklisted, you poor loser. Lin Fan didn't even spare them a second glance. Su Qingxue, anger level 80, fear level 60. She is exhausting her last reserves of strength to maintain her dignity. Suggestion: ignore her. She'll be in tears on her own after tonight. Lu Feifei, jealousy level 90, extreme thirst. She's scheming internally about how to fabricate lies to have you imprisoned. Suggestion: beware of her pillow talk, though she currently lacks a pillow. Lin Fan averted his gaze and turned to head back into the cave to enjoy his canned luncheon meat. Down on the beach, the temperature was nearing 42 degrees Celsius. Wang Chang and the others huddled in the shadow of a massive boulder, the only sheltered and cool spot on the beach. Everyone was so parched they were seeing stars. Seeing Su Qingxue and Lu Feifei return empty-handed, a collective groan rose from the group. President Su. Even you couldn't persuade him? Wang Chang asked, his voice laced with disbelief. Su Qingxue walked to the center of the shadow and Wang Chang immediately kicked aside a male subordinate nearby to clear the most spacious spot for her. Su Qingxue sat down and glanced at the pitch-black satellite phone in her hand. Conserve your energy. The sun is about to set. Keep your mouths shut and hold on until midnight. Helicopter rescue team. Those words injected another dose of hope into the group. Yes, they'd be back tonight. Once they returned, they would be back on top and Lin Fan would still be at the bottom. Beside a sand dune about 10 meters from the main group, Song Ye's face had turned deathly pale. She had tried to shield Lin Fan earlier, only to be shoved down by Wang Chang, who then ordered the others to ostracize her, forbidding her from approaching the shadowy area. With a soft thud, a muffled sound echoed near the pile of rocks. Lin Fan turned his head. Song Ye had collapsed onto the scorching sand. Overcome by the intense heat and severe dehydration, the girl had completely passed out. She curled into a tight ball, her face flushed with an unnatural red, her breathing rapid and shallow. The nearby male colleagues exchanged uneasy glances, yet not one dared to lend a hand. Wang Chang, huddled in the shade, sneered sarcastically, playing dead. Weren't you so tough just a moment ago? Such is the coldness of human nature. Lin Fan frowned slightly. A golden prompt box flashed above Song Ye's head. Severe heatstroke, core body temperature exceeds 40 degrees Celsius. Accompanied by dehydration and electrolyte imbalance. Without immediate cooling and rehydration, multiple organ failure will occur within 30 minutes. Mortality rate 90. Note: this foolish woman has been baking in the sun because she took a beating meant for you. Lin Fan rushed straight to Song Ye's side. He reached out and touched her forehead. It was burning hot like a furnace. He then scooped Song Ye up in his arms. She was surprisingly light despite her curves. Her frame was delicate. Her white shirt with its popped buttons was soaked through with sweat, clinging tightly to her body. His arm inevitably brushed against her softness, but Lin Fan's mind was solely on the ticking countdown from the system. Time to organ failure, 28 minutes. Holding her, Lin Fan strode purposefully towards the cave halfway up the mountain. Hey everyone, look. Here comes the shameless one. Su Qingxue was sitting right next to Wang Chang, which emboldened him to jeer Lin Fan. This is taking advantage of a person's vulnerability. I'll call the police on you when we get back. Lin Fan ignored him completely, stepping into the cave. A wave of cool air instantly enveloped him. The temperature here was at least 10 degrees lower than outside. He laid Song Ye flat on a smooth rock. Emergency protocol: physical cooling. Loosen restrictive clothing, ensure ventilation. Administer water in small frequent sips. Lin Fan, a man of direct action, didn't hesitate for a second. He reached out and tore off Song Ye's obstructive professional skirt along its slit. The sound of tearing fabric echoed sharply in the cave, followed by the drenched shirt. Moments later, Sonya was left in only her final 2 pieces of undergarments. Large expanses of smooth fair skin were exposed to the air, flushed an enticing pink from the high fever. Her chest heaved violently with each frantic breath. Lin Fan picked up a bottle of mineral water, took a large mouthful himself, and then, pinching Sonya's jaw open, fed it to her directly. With her unconscious, this was the only mouthful after mouthful. The cool water slid down her throat and the pained furrow in Sonya's brow finally eased slightly. He poured the remaining water into his palm and without hesitation patted it onto her forehead, neck, and under her arms. After over 10 minutes of this, the prompt box finally changed color. Status update: body temperature beginning to drop, dehydration symptoms alleviated, consciousness about to return. Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief, plopping down beside her and taking a bite of the leftover luncheon meat. A soft moan came from the woman on the rock. Sonya slowly opened her eyes, her vision gradually focusing. The first thing she saw was the hanging stalactites, followed by Lin Fan's side profile as he chewed on his food. Her memories flooded back instantly: the capsizing cruise ship, the tsunami, Wang Chang's push. Lin Fan. Sonya instinctively tried to sit up but felt a chill on her skin. Looking down, she let out a short startled gasp and instinctively clutched her hands over her chest. Awake. Good. Drink some water yourself. Lin Fan tossed the remaining half bottle of water to her, his tone noticeably softer than before. Drink slowly, don't choke. Sonya held the water bottle, her face as red as a ripe tomato. She looked at the torn clothes scattered on the ground, then at Lin Fan's open and honest gaze, and understood. In this godforsaken place with her heatstroke, no one else would have cared if she lived or died. The clothes must have been removed to cool her down. Thank you. She murmured quietly, unscrewing the cap and taking small sips of water, finally soothing her parched throat. After a few sips, Sonya's mind cleared up a bit. Looking at Lin Fan's silent profile, she bit her lip and couldn't help but advise Lin Fan. You really shouldn't have offended President Su so completely earlier. Lin Fan paused his chewing and turned to look at her. What do you mean? President Su is still the CEO, Sonya said softly. When the rescue helicopter arrives tonight, she'll be the one calling the shots on who gets on first. You threatened manager Wang with a knife today and publicly embarrassed her. What if they team up and leave you stranded on this island when the rescue team arrives? What will you do? The cave fell silent, leaving only the sound of the wind. Lin Fan slammed the luncheon meat can down hard on a rock, his gaze turning icy cold. Sonya flinched, startled. Did I say something wrong? Lin Fan looked at her. This girl might be the only person in the company who had ever shown him, a bottom-rung intern, any kindness. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her to the cave entrance. Lin Fan, what are you? Sonya struggled. Don't talk, look at the sky. He gripped her shoulders and forced her to look towards the distant horizon. The sun had fully sunk beneath the sea. But the sky, instead of being shrouded in night, was now a twisted, eerie spectacle. Sonya was stunned. What kind of clouds are those? That's a geomagnetic anomaly. The magnetic field in this sea area is completely chaotic. Even a compass would be useless, let alone radio signals. That fancy satellite phone Su Qingxue is holding. It's been a useless piece of metal since the moment we hit the water. Sonya stood frozen, her voice trembling uncontrollably. You mean? Exactly. Lin Fan let go of her, shattering her last bit of corporate hope. We are not on any known shipping route. There is no satellite positioning here. The helicopter is never coming. We are not going back. Magnetic field disturbance. How is this possible? Sonya's face turned ashen as she stumbled backward, clutching her clothes. Mr. Su's phone is a top-tier satellite phone advertised with global coverage. Even in a dead zone it should connect. Global coverage. Having a brain is a luxury you clearly lack. Lin Fan scoffed. Do you know why a massive cruise ship would veer off course without warning? Do you know why a tsunami 100 meters tall didn't trigger a single weather alert? Sonya was stunned, racking her brain but finding no words to refute him. Because we're not on any known satellite map. Lin Fan walked to the cave entrance, pointing at the thick, ominous aurora on the horizon. Look up. Which way did the sun set? Is that even the west? This place has a completely shattered geomagnetic field. A compass here spins like a desk fan. And you expect a satellite signal? Sonya followed his gaze and a chill ran down her spine. That was no beautiful sunset. The sky looked like a rotting purplish-red organ, a pressure she had never felt before. There were no shipping lanes, only waves tirelessly battering the wreckage of the cruise ship. Her corporate principles and civilized norms shattered in that instant. Tears streamed down her face. She slid down the rock wall, collapsing onto a stone, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Then We're trapped. We're really going to die here. Shut up. If crying helped, you'd have cried a freshwater lake for us by now. Lin Fan drew the dagger from his waist and picked a sturdy branch as thick as his arm near the cave entrance. He flipped the blade. SHHK. SHHK. Wood shavings fell away. In under 3 minutes the blunt stick was honed into a razor-sharp spear. Take it. Lin Fan tossed the sharpened spear at Song Ye's feet. She flinched, staring at the pointed tip, her hands shaking so badly she didn't dare touch it. It's about 5 now. Lin Fan glanced at Song Ye's waterproof digital watch. The magnetic field is messing with it, but in 3 hours it'll be pitch black. Those fools down there are still dreaming of a helicopter rescue. By midnight extreme hunger and despair will turn them into animals. And when that happens, that pretty face of yours will be their most coveted prize. Free for the taking, no consequences. Song Ye's face went pale and she bit her lip hard. I'm going to scout for supplies. You hold the fort. Lin Fan sheathed his knife. If anyone comes near, grip that spear with both hands, aim for their neck or gut and thrust hard. Then twist. Stab. Stab someone. Song Ye shook her head frantically, terror in her eyes. I can't. Killing is illegal. Then wait for them to strip you, use you and trade you for a sip of water. Drop the savior complex. Respect their fate. This is a deserted island. No one cares about the law. It's kill or be killed. If you want to play saint, be ready to be devoured. Your choice. Leaving that hanging in the air, Lin Fan ignored the paralyzed Song Ye and stepped into the heat outside. He moved swiftly toward the other side of the coastline. He deliberately avoided the beach where the main group was already picked clean by those vultures. In his vision, the faint golden glow of the omniscient prompt began to flicker frequently among the wreckage. Lin Fan's mind filtered out all the useless noise. Suddenly, 200 meters ahead in the shallow reef area, a deep golden light pierced through the seawater, flashing intensely. A waterproof sealed container tightly wrapped in seaweed, a high-grade storage box from the cruise ship's kitchen. The latches are bent, but the seal is perfect. Contents: 10 packs of dried beef strips, high-calorie source, 3 bars of high-purity dark chocolate, 1 medical first aid kit with antibiotics, iodine bandages and 1 tactical folding shovel. Hell yeah, this is a jackpot. These high-calorie foods are life-saving elixirs in this godforsaken place where not even roots can be chewed. Not to mention the first aid kit. On this island where a scratch could be fatal, antibiotics are worth 10,000 times more than gold. And that shovel, it can dig and chop. It's the ultimate wilderness tool. Lin Fan crouched low, hugging the rock wall as he closed in. As he passed a massive boulder, he cast a quick glance down at the main group's camp. These former social elites were putting on a tragically absurd show. Su Qingxue sat alone in the deepest shadow. Her white one-piece swimsuit had dried but was caked with sand and dirt, leaving her looking utterly disheveled. She held the satellite phone with its dead screen, her cracked, bloodied lips trembling as she fought to suppress the searing pain in her throat. More than once her gaze drifted involuntarily toward the hillside. There was fresh water up there and the tantalizing smell of cooked meat. All she had to do was pick up some seaweed and dry wood to trade for water. No. Absolutely not. Su Qingxue clenched her fists. She was the queen of a billion-dollar empire, the ruler of Shangtang. How could she bow to a lowly grunt? Midnight. If she could just hold out until the rescue at midnight, she'd make Lin Fan beg for mercy. Meanwhile, the A-list superstar Lu Feifei had long shed her glamorous persona, sprawled on the sand, her eyes vacant. Wang Chang and a few male colleagues were circling a pile of designer bags and Rolexes. Wine supervisor. I think I'm dying. Zheng Tao's eyes were sunken. Then go die somewhere else. Wang Chang ripped off his tie in frustration and backhandedly Bin hard across the face. Damn it. Did you sneak a sip of my water? Li Bin saw stars but lacked the strength to retort. He just instinctively licked his cracked dry lips. Lin Fan watched the scene, his contempt undisguised. When the cold night wind blows, these arrogant fools will realize that their precious social status can't even buy a raw crab on this island. He didn't linger. He pressed on until he reached the spot, drew his tactical knife and deftly sliced through the tough seaweed binding the sealed container. Then with a surge of strength he heaved. Splash! The heavy box was dragged out of the water, crashing onto the rocks. Lin Fan aimed the knife handle at the bent latch and struck hard. With a click, the lid popped open. The waterproof seal had held perfectly, keeping the contents bone dry. He tore open a bar of dark chocolate and shoved half of it into his mouth. The bitter, rich flavor exploded on his tongue. As he chewed, the high-calorie sugar was rapidly absorbed, sending a wave of warmth through his limbs. His muscles, which had been flagging, surged back to full strength. This was the confidence that hard currency brings. Lin Fan tucked the beef and chocolate close to his body and clipped the first aid kit to his tactical belt. Finally he gripped the heavy manganese steel folding shovel in his hand. Tactical folding shovel balanced weight, devastating chopping power. Not only can it dig trenches and build camps, it can split a human skull as easily as slicing a watermelon. Lin Fan hefted the entrenching tool in one hand, twisted his wrist and slammed the manganese steel blade hard into a collapsed dead tree beside him. A sharp crack split the air. The 10-centimeter thick deadwood snapped clean in two, the cut surface as smooth as a mirror. This wasn't a shovel, it was a physical execution artifact, its sharpness leaving ordinary machetes 8 streets behind. In his field of vision the all-knowing prompt flickered. Dry camphor branch, dense texture, premier fire-starting material, burns long with minimal smoke and carries a bonus moss-repelling effect. Lin Fan bent down and picked up the wood, keenly noticing the shift in temperature. The sun still hung half a silhouette above the horizon, but as the eerie purplered aurora spread across the sky, the sultry heat in the sea breeze was being rapidly drained away. The temperature swings on this deserted island played by no rules. The mercury was steadily dropping and the cool wind laced with deep-sea moisture had begun to needle into the marrow of his bones. Lin Fan quickened his pace, the entrenching tool flashing up and down as he swiftly dismembered the camphor wood into portable firewood. He bundled it in a torn fishing net and slung it over his shoulder. At the other end of the beach, the setting sun bled like crimson. Wang Chang, propping himself up on a half-broken log, staggered to his feet. His lips were cracked and crusted with black-red scabs and every breath felt like swallowing razor blades. The sun hadn't fully set, and while the day's residual heat was fading, the extreme dehydration in his body was driving him to the brink of madness. Thirst, a primal instinct that overrode all reason. Can't take it anymore. I'm fucking done. Wang Chang scanned his surroundings. The shadow of the reef head claimed earlier had now become a death warrant. A gust of sea wind hit him and the designer shirt soaked in seawater and then dried stiff, chafed against his skin, sending shivers down his spine. If they didn't find water before the temperature plummeted after dark, they wouldn't survive the night. Stop playing dead, all of you. Get up. Wang Chang kicked Zhang Tao hard in the waist, his voice a hoarse rasp. Before it's completely dark we find water. There's got to be coconuts by the tree line. The will to survive worked better than any stimulant. The male colleagues dragged themselves up from the sand, not even glancing at Su Qingxue, who sat apart and shuffled after Wang Chang toward the coconut grove a few dozen meters away. At the edge of the grove, beneath a few crooked coconut palms, 7 or 8 coconuts were actually scattered on the ground. Water. Brother Chang. Coconuts. Zhang Tao's voice cracked with excitement as he scrambled forward, hugging a coconut bigger than his head. The men, eyes bloodshot with desperation, lunged like starving wolves, each grabbing, but the burst of euphoria lasted only 3 seconds. The outer fiber layer of the coconut was absurdly thick, like a bulletproof vest, with the hard shell hidden beneath. These elites of society didn't have a single piece of metal between them. How were they supposed to crack it open? Use rocks. Smash it open. Wang Chang's eyes were bloodshot as he hoisted a coconut and hurled it with insane force against a sharp reef nearby. Thud. Thud. The impact was loud, smashing through the outer skin to reveal a tangled mess of fibers, but the hard shell underneath didn't even show a scratch. Zhang Tao, frantic, grabbed a watermelon-sized rock and went to town on a coconut on the ground. But his arms were weak and shaking, the rock slipped, scraping heavily across his wrist. Crack. The Rolex submariner head salvaged from the wreckage shattered on the spot, its face smashed to pieces and strap snapped, flying off into the grass nearby. Zhang Tao froze for only half a second, didn't even glance at the luxury watch worth over 100,000 and turned back to smash the coconut with another rock. A watch worth 300,000 couldn't buy a sip of water. Lin Fan's prophecy about scavenging trash had hit these fools dead center. They'd been smashing for a good 10 minutes straight. The 5 men collapsed on the ground, exhausted. The combination of physical depletion and dehydration had them seeing stars. It's cracked. Mine's cracked. Li Bin suddenly howled like a wolf. The coconut under his hands had finally yielded a split under the relentless pounding. Wang Chang lunged, shoving Li Bin aside, and pressed his mouth desperately to the crack, sucking hard. A stream of murky liquid rushed straight down his throat. The next second, Wang Chang's face turned a sickly green-purple, his eyes bulging as if they might explode. Ugh. He jerked his head away and vomited everything had just sucked in, along with the acid from his stomach, in a projectile spray across the sand. He knelt on the beach, coughing so hard it felt like his lungs would come out. A putrid stench that pierced straight to the crown of the head detonated across the scene. The smell was like 100 dead fish fermenting in a sewer for 80 days. Zhang Tao dared to lean in and peek at the cracked coconut. His scalp exploded in horror. This wasn't coconut water, inside was a pool of thick black-brown slime. In the slime, dense clusters of white eggs writhed frantically. A deformed coconut crab, fist-sized and covered in barbed bristles, was crawling out through the crack, brandishing its claws in a show of triumph. This was a coconut that had fallen and overripened months ago, its interior rotted into a biological weapon. Ugh. Li Bin, hit by the nuclear-grade stench, felt his stomach convulse and collapsed beside him, vomiting violently too. Damn it. Li Bin, are you trying to kill me? Wang Chang, vomiting his guts out, pounded the sand with his fists in fury. His mouth was filled with the foulness that clawed at his brain, and he didn't even have the strength left to stand. No water in head burned through the last of his energy. The cold wind cut like a blade. 5 men who could command the elements in civilized society now lay sprawled like stray dogs beside the biohazardous coconut. Halfway up the hill at the cave entrance, Lin Fan had just pushed aside the camouflaging mines. Don't come near. From the shadows Sonya let out a shriek that cracked with terror. She clutched the sharpened wooden stick so hard her hands trembled like sieves, the point blindly aimed at the entrance. Her tattered shirt barely covered her vital parts. It's me. Lin Fan dumped the fishing net from his shoulder, the camphor wood thudding dully against the rock. At the sound of that familiar, utterly emotionless voice, Sonya let out a long breath of relief. Clatter. The stick fell to the ground. She collapsed onto the rock, her eyes rimmed red. She bit her lip hard, refusing to let out a sob, terrified of provoking this killing god. Lin Fan set down the sealed box and slapped the high-calorie rations had hidden on his person onto the rock beside him. Outside, darkness had fully claimed the sky. The temperature inside the cave plummeted in tandem. Sonya shrank into a ball, her teeth chattering. Lin Fan swiftly drew his tactical knife. In a few quick strokes he split the camphor wood into fine kindling and arranged a well-shaped stack on a flat spot. Then he pulled a magnesium rod from his leg pouch, pressed the knife's spine against it, and bore down hard with his wrist. SSS. A cascade of blinding sparks burst to life in the darkness, landing precisely into the dry seaweed. A wisp of white smoke rose. Lin Fan leaned in, blowing 2 long steady breaths. Whoosh! The flame leapt up, catching the kindling and climbing, instantly igniting the thick camphor base. The fire exploded into full blaze. The bright yellow flames tore through the darkness with brute force, banishing the damp chill of the cave. Fire, that was civilization, that was confidence. Sonya stared blankly at the dancing flames. In this godforsaken place, even abandoned by the divine, this light was the absolute law. She couldn't help but edge closer, reaching out her frostbitten hands. Feeling the scorching warmth radiating from the fire, the fear in her eyes finally began to recede. Inside the cave on the mountainside, firelight flickered. The orange flames dispelled the damp cold air, baking the rock walls dry and warm. Lin Fan sat cross-legged by the fire, pulled out his tactical knife and sliced the canned luncheon meat open down the middle. He skewered it with a sharpened stick and turned it slowly over the fire. Under the intense heat, oil quickly seeped from the surface of the meat and the sizzling crackle echoed through the silent cave. A crispy dark brown crust gradually formed. The rich aroma of meat mingled with the distinct scent of burning camphor wood drifted out into the cool night breeze. Sonya, wrapped in her tattered white shirt, clutched the fabric tightly with both hands. Her eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the roasting meat and her throat bobbed uncontrollably. After drinking half a bottle of water, her fever and dehydration symptoms had eased slightly. But now her hunger was amplified tenfold by the maddening smell of the roasting meat. Lin Fan's gaze drifted past the sparse pines covering the cave entrance down towards the beach below. Temperature alert, current ambient temperature 14°C, expected to drop below 10°C within 2 hours. With a level 4°C breeze, the wind chill factor will bring the perceived temperature close to 5°C. Status analysis of target group: below severe dehydration, mild hypothermia. They are completely broken by the smell of the meat, their psychological defenses are crumbling. Lin Fan let out a cold laugh. These social elites accustomed to fine wine and steak wouldn't survive tonight's welcome feast on this deserted island. Under a few rotten coconut trees at the edge of the beach it was pitch black. Zhang Tao was on all fours, frantically searching through the rough gravel and decaying vegetation. Wang Chang had just vomited everywhere and the surrounding area stank like a biochemical weapon leak. His survival instinct drove Zhang Tao away from there, crawling nearly 10 meters deeper into the woods on his own. Suddenly his fingers brushed against a round hard object covered in rough fibers. Zhang Tao froze, then hugged it tightly to his chest. The weight was wrong. The dead coconut he found earlier had been light as a feather, but this one was extremely heavy, and when he shook it he clearly heard the sound of liquid sloshing inside. This was a prime coconut. Zhang Tao's eyes gleamed with a wild, desperate light, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. He grabbed a sharp piece of reef rock, clamped the coconut firmly between his legs, aimed at the weakest point on top, and smashed down with all his might. Bang! 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 The skin on his hands was scraped raw by the rough shell. He hadn't noticed when he got injured, but blood mixed with sand and mud was now smeared across the coconut. Finally, with a light crack, a coin-sized hole was smashed into the shell. A sweet-smelling liquid oozed out. Zhang Tao caught the scent of salvation, and unable to wait he lowered his head, pressing his cracked, bleeding lips against the hole in desperation. Just as his lips were 2 centimeters from the opening, a tremendous force hit him from behind. Bang! A leather shoe slammed viciously into Zhang Tao's lower back. Already physically exhausted, Zhang Tao was sent flying forward, his face smashing into a pile of rocks, his mouth filling with bloody sand. Wang Chang snatched the coconut that had rolled away. Found something good in trying to keep it all to yourself. Don't you know the rules of Shengtang? Wang Chang snarled in a low voice. He held up the coconut, his eyes glued to the hole where liquid was seeping out, a rough wheeze escaping his throat. He was thirsty. Damn, he was so thirsty. Wang Chang threw all notions of rank to the wind. He shoved the hole against his mouth and sucked hard. The cool sweet coconut water violently rushed down his throat, instantly quenching his parched body. The sheer ecstasy that shot straight to his head made Wang Chang let out an involuntary grunt of immense satisfaction. He gulped down 3 huge mouthfuls, downing a quarter of the coconut water in one go. Rationality quickly returned after the brief relief from thirst. Wang Chang abruptly stopped swallowing and pulled the coconut away from his mouth. He quickly wiped the dripping juice from his lips with his sleeve, then even rubbed a handful of sand over his mouth to fake the appearance of extreme thirst. Zhang Tao staggered to his feet, his face bloody, his eyes locked onto the coconut in Wang Chang's hand. Brother Chang. Please leave me a sip. I risked my life to crack that open. Just one sip. Zhang Tao's voice trembled, his knees buckling as if he was about to kneel. Shut up. Wang Chang kicked Zhang Tao hard in the shin, warning him viciously, this coconut was found by me, it has nothing to do with you. Say one more word and it'll destroy you when we get back to the company. With that, Wang Chang turned and ran towards the rocky shelter where the main group was huddled. Zhang Tao collapsed onto the sand, staring intently at Wang Chang's retreating back. All he could do was cry in helplessness. By the rocks, Su Qingxue was curled up on the leeward side, her sand-covered one-piece swimsuit offering no protection against the biting sea wind. She wrapped her arms around her knees, her body shaking violently and uncontrollably. She lowered her head and by the faint moonlight glanced at her waterproof Patek Philippe. The second hand on the dial was spinning erratically like it was having a seizure. The strange powerful magnetic field of the sea area had mercilessly erased even this final measure of civilization's order time. She had no idea what time it was, clinging desperately to the illusory belief that rescue will come at midnight, enduring the cold wind. The smell of roasting meat drifting down from the mountainside was like an invisible all, churning her stomach and bringing up waves of acid. Beside her, Lu Feifei was frozen, her lips purple, too weak to even whine. She gasped for air like a dying fish. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. Wang Chang rushed into the shadows, clutching the coconut, his face full of fawning eagerness. President Su. I found one. I found one. I searched through this damn woods for over half an hour in the dark, my hands are worn raw, but I finally found a coconut that wasn't rotten. I didn't even take a single sip, I saved it all for you. Su Qingxue looked up, said nothing and snatched the coconut from him. She had no CEO composure left, not even glancing at the sand and Zhang Tao's blood smeared on the shell. She held it with both hands and pressed her lips tightly against the rough opening. She swallowed voraciously. The sweet liquid flowed down her throat like rain after a long drought. Su Qingxue drank the remaining coconut water in one go, tilting her head back to catch the very last drop. Lu Feifei stared in disbelief, her hands reaching out involuntarily. President Su. Let me have a little. Please, just one sip. It's gone. Su Qingxue set down the empty coconut shell and wiped the residual juice from her lips with the back of her hand. Rehydrated, her breathing steadied, and the usual cold authority and dignity returned to her eyes. She looked approvingly at Wang Chang, who was half kneeling before her. Not even stealing a sip of water to ingratiate himself with the boss in this godforsaken place, this was a truly loyal employee of Shengtang. In contrast, that lunatic Lin Fan up on the mountain with his knife was an irredeemable lowlife. Wang Chang, you've done very well. Shengtang never mistreats its loyal contributors. Su Qingxue leaned against the rock, her voice regaining the certainty she used in board meetings. Once the rescue team lands tonight and we're back in Jiangxing, the position of sales director is yours. He'll also personally approve a 500,000 yuan bonus for you. Wang Chang trembled with excitement and cowed out heavily. Thank you for your support, President Su. My life is yours from now on. Zhang Tao limped back to the camp, catching every word of the promise of promotion and reward. Hidden in the darkness, he ground his teeth, a crazed murderous intent burning even brighter in his eyes. Time flowed on, cold and relentless amidst the sound of crashing waves. The night deepened, the wind strengthened, noticeably cutting against the skin like blades. The temperature officially dropped below 10 degrees. Su Qingxue's grand promises couldn't stave off the physical limits of hypothermia. Lu Feifei, nearly unconscious from the cold, burrowed into Li Bin's arms, trying to absorb a little pathetic warmth. Su Qingxue rubbed her arms incessantly, the chattering of her teeth clearly audible in the darkness. She couldn't help but look up again. The fire in the cave on the mountainside still burned steadily. She could vaguely make out Lin Fan's tall silhouette sitting by the fire, even leisurely turning the roasting meat. That ease, that warmth seemed like an unattainable paradise to the freezing group. Su Qingxue bit her bleeding lip hard. She couldn't understand how some lowly intern earning a 3,000 yuan monthly salary could live more comfortably in this environment than her, a billionaire CEO. What gave him the right? An unprecedented feeling of frustration and rage completely shattered her last shred of elegance. Make a fire. Su Qingxue's voice trembled as she abruptly turned to look at Wang Chang and Zhang Tao. Go make a fire. Wang Chang. Zhang Tao. Rub wood together, smash stones, I don't care how, but get a fire started right now. Wang Chang, his nose running from the cold, looked utterly bewildered. President Su. It's pitch black out here, we can't even find a dry stick. What are we supposed to use? I don't care what method you use. Su Qingxue pointed at the firelight on the mountainside, shouting hoarsely, Lin Fan can make a fire, why can't you? Her chest heaved violently as she unleashed her ultimate trump card, one that had never failed in civilized society. Whoever can get a fire started on this beach gets 8,000,000 yuan in cash, paid immediately by me personally when we get back to the company. Paid on the spot. An 8,000,000 yuan bounty in the usual operations of the prosperous Tang Group would be enough to keep a low-level salesperson grinding away for over a decade. Generous rewards invariably attract the brave, this is an iron law of civilized society. But at this moment on this desolate island beach where even a compass spun like a broken fan, that law had become a colossal joke. The sea wind howled. The temperature had plummeted below 10 degrees. The urban elites clad in thin shirts, pencil skirts and even one-piece swimsuits were now enduring a slow, agonizing torment. Extreme hunger, dehydration and rapidly draining body heat pushed everyone to the brink of collapse, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. A soft thud. A cold white beam of light cut through the darkness. Zhang Tao, shivering violently, clicked the switch on the tactical flashlight in his hand. He had just discovered it buried in a pile of debris while scavenging for coconuts near the tree line. The light beam swept erratically across the sand, illuminating a row of ghastly faces, blue-lipped and pale from the cold. Brother Chang. President Su. Zhang Tao's teeth chattered as he shuffled forward with the light. I found a flashlight. The beam is bright. I'll hold it for you and we can go find some dry wood to start a... Before he could finish, a gust of movement. Wang Chang snatched the flashlight from his hand. What the hell is a flashlight going to do? Wang Chang hopped around, his eyes bloodshot from the cold. Can it roast us? Can it keep us warm? He turned and cursed at the male colleagues slumped on the ground. 8,000,000. President Su has spoken. Whoever gets a fire started gets the money. Everyone move it. Wang Chang shoved the flashlight into Li Bin's hands. You hold the light. I refuse to believe this. Primitive monkeys could make fire by rubbing sticks together. Are you telling me we with all our education can't handle a few pieces of damn wood? Zhang Tao stood frozen. He had hoped to use the flashlight to get in President Su's good graces to take charge of starting the fire and claim the 8,000,000 yuan prize for himself. Now the flashlight was gone and Wang Chang had cut his moment short. He lowered his head and retreated back into the shadows. His fingers, wrinkled and pale from the sea water, dug deep into the sand, blood seeping from beneath his nails. The resentment from having his life-saving coconut snatched by Wang Chang coupled with this fresh humiliation churned violently in his hollow chest. Wang Chang had no time to pay attention to a subordinate's feelings. The lure of 8,000,000 yuan combined with the terror of freezing to death forced out his last reserves of energy. He scrounged up a relatively dry, rotten piece of wood from the edge of the beach to use as a base and found a reasonably straight stick. Shine it right here. Mimicking a survival expert from a short video, Wang Chang clamped the stick between his palms, pressed it hard against the board and began rubbing it back and forth like a man possessed. Screech. 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 The rough bark ground against the wood furiously. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes passed. Wang Chang's breathing grew ragged. The splinters on the stick tore into his palms, raising blisters that burst and bled, creating a sticky mess of blood and sawdust. Is it smoking yet? Li Bin, are you even looking? Is there any smoke? Li Bin held the flashlight, pointing it directly at the friction point. In the stark white circle of light there was only a small pile of blood-flecked sawdust. Not a spark, not even a wisp of heat. Brother Chang. There's no smoke. Li Bin's voice was weak. This wood looks dry, but the core is soaked with salt water. It's impossible to get a spark from this. Get out of the way. Useless. Another director, his eyes wild with desperation, shoved Wang Chang aside. He held 2 black stones head hammered from a pile of rocks and started smashing them together over a pile of dead grass. Bang. 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 A few sparks did fly. But the grass saturated with sea air didn't even singe. The sparks died instantly without leaving a trace. They toiled for a full half hour. 5 or 6 men collapsed in the sand, gasping for breath. Despair like the rising tide completely drowned out their rationality. Friction fire. Flint and steel. Without proper tinder and with humidity levels off the charts, this was more impossible for these modern city dwellers than building a lithography machine with their bare hands. It's over. It's all over. We'll never get a fire going. Lu Feifei curled up in a hollow in the sand at Su Qingxue's feet, her meticulously applied makeup now a smeared ruined mess. She couldn't even cry out, only heavy ragged breaths escaping her. Su Qingxue leaned against a female subordinate's back, tilting her head up. Her gaze passing over the rocky slope locked onto the mountainside. There a steady glaring orange light flickered. The greasy aroma of roasted luncheon meat drifted down on the wind, ruthlessly invading her nostrils, tugging at her convulsing stomach. She could even clearly see Lin Fan using a stick to lift a piece of golden crispy meat and leisurely bring it to his mouth. The stark contrast was like a resounding slap landing squarely on the face of this 10 billion yuan female CEO. High and mighty. Queen of capital. Up there he's roasting meat and warming himself by a fire, while down here she can't even manage to light one. 5 million. Su Qingxue squeezed out a hoarse whisper from her throat. She struggled to her feet, issuing a final command to the men lying around her like dead fish. I'll pay 5 million. Whoever can start a fire, the money is yours as soon as we're on the plane. Silence. Other than the wind, no one on the beach responded. Wang Chang buried his head in the sand, playing dead. This wasn't about the amount of money. Against the laws of physics, even 5 million couldn't violate the laws of thermodynamics. Just as the atmosphere reached its freezing point, a slightly gaunt figure slowly stood up from an unremarkable patch of shadow at the edge of the group. Chen Jian. The husband of Wang Lan, the female director of the finance department. This luxury team-building event allowed executives to bring family. Chen Jian, an ordinary structural engineer, was usually invisible to the company's glittering sales elite, a transparent Livian son-in-law. He had stayed at the back during the scramble for water and the fight over coconut silent. Now he adjusted his half-rimmed glasses crusted with salt and walked across the sand to stand before Su Qingxue. President Su, I know how to start a fire. Ha! All eyes snapped onto him. Wang Chang scrambled to his feet, pointing at Chen Jian's nose and shouting. Wang Lan, your husband has lost his mind. I rubbed my hands raw and couldn't get a spark. What is this good-for-nothing draftsman playing at? Get him out of here before he wastes more of our time. Chen Jian ignored Wang Chang's ranting completely. He looked directly at Su Qingxue. Conventional friction fire requires extremely dry tinder and very high rotational speed. The energy you all just expended was, in physics terms, completely wasted. His tone was unervingly calm, his analysis methodical. Striking stones for fire requires high carbon steel and flint. You're using 2 pieces of ordinary limestone. Even if you break your hands, you won't ignite waterlogged seaweed. Su Qingxue stared at him. And you can do it. Yes, I can. Chen Jian nodded. Fine. The 5 million is yours. Get to work. Su Qingxue commanded. Chen Jian didn't move. He raised 2 fingers and slowly waved them in the air. President Su, 5 million isn't enough. I want 20 million. The beach was silent for a moment. Then Wang Chang exploded. He lunged forward, grabbing Chen Jian by the collar, spraying spittle all over his face. 20 million. Why don't you just rob a bank? You're trying to extort President Su. Your own wife wouldn't dare speak to her like that. Do you believe they'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish right now? Wang Chang pulled back his arm, his knuckles protruding, fist aimed straight for Chen Jian's face. Stop. Su Qingxue interrupted Wang Chang in time. 20 million. A day ago that was a negligible rounding error on the prosperous Tang Group's financial statements. But tonight this money was buying her survival. The extreme dehydration and hypothermia were pushing her usually sharp mind to its breaking point. Without fire she wouldn't last until the helicopter arrived. Fine, I agree. Su Qingxue lifted her chin, maintaining her air of authority. As long as the fire is started, the full 20 million will be transferred to Wang Lan's account the moment we're on the plane. Chen Jian brushed the sand from his collar, unclenching his fists. He turned and without a word of thanks held his hand out to Li Bin. Give me the flashlight. Li Bin hesitated, glancing at Wang Chang. Wang Chang spat a bloody wad onto the sand and turned his head, saying nothing. Only then did Li Bin hurriedly hand over the tactical flashlight. Chen Jian took it, but instead of touching the pile of rotten wood he unscrewed the metal tail cap at the bottom of the flashlight. What are you doing? That's our only source of light. Zheng Tao jumped up, his voice sharp despite his limp. Chen Jian didn't even look at him. He flipped the flashlight over and with a click dumped a thick 18,650 industrial lithium battery into his palm. He looked up, his gaze sweeping over the shivering social elites. He held the battery up, its metallic surface catching the faint moonlight. This, he stated, his voice cutting through the howling wind, is a high-grain high-capacity cell. Its internal resistance is low enough to deliver a massive short-circuit current. And a short-circuited lithium battery. Generates intense heat. He paused, letting the implication sink in. More than enough to ignite a fire. Does anyone have chewing gum or a cigarette pack? One with foil lining inside the wrapper, and silence hung thick and absolute. And I have some in my... A female colleague usually responsible for administrative tasks trembled as she unzipped her distorted pencil skirt and fished out a pack of chewing gum softened by seawater. Chen Jian strode forward, snatched the wrapper and tore off its outer green casing with brutal efficiency, then carefully peeled away the thin silvery layer of aluminum foil within. A dozen people crowded close, holding their breaths so deliberately it felt like silence itself had grown taut. And none could fathom what this ordinarily timid, seemingly ineffectual man was truly up to. Chen Jian moved behind a massive coral rock, its bulk perfectly shielding them from the bone-chilling wind sweeping in from the sea. Kneeling on the sand, he unbuttoned his shirt and, reaching beneath his relatively dry undershirt, ripped off a long strip of cotton fabric. He rubbed the strip vigorously between his palms until it fluffed into soft feathery fibers. Then, with meticulous care, he scraped a pinch of desiccated moss powder from a nearby crevice and laid it gently at the base. He folded the aluminum foil in half and lowered his head, biting slowly, deliberately along its edge with his teeth, carving out an impossibly narrow hourglass-shaped aperture at its center. The constricted waist measured less than 2 millimeters across. Chen Jian pressed one end of the foil firmly against the battery's positive terminal and pressed down with his thumb. With excruciating slowness and absolute steadiness, he guided the other end toward the metal plate of the negative terminal. And the instant contact occurred, and this short-circuit current surged through the foil in a fraction of a second. The narrowest, highest resistance segment, overburdened beyond endurance, glowed cherry red under terrifying heat, then erupted in a blinding incandescent yellow spark. Residual paper fibers clinging to the foil's underside ignited instantly. With lightning reflexes, Chen Jian seized the fragile ember and plunged it deep into the prepared mound of cotton fluff and moss. He threw himself flat onto the ground, cupping his hands into a semicircular windbreak, and cheeks puffed, began breathing with exquisite gentleness and rhythm. Whoo, whoo, now slender wisp of white smoke curled upward, trembling. And then, and whoosh, na tiny flame orange ember no larger than a fingertip flickered softly to life. Fire. It's lit, we've actually made fire, and holy hell, Lan Jie's husband is insane, and the suppressed tension on the beach exploded into chaos. Several men wept openly, scrambling wildly, rolling, crawling toward the shelter of the rock. Wang Chang reacted fastest. Leveraging his sheer bulk, he shouldered aside those beside him and seized the prime position closest to the flame, his hands nearly brushing the fire itself. Su Qingxue's nerves, stretched to the breaking point, finally slackened. Her legs gave way, she slid slowly down the rock face and sank onto the sand. Feeling that faint yet undeniable warmth, she turned her gaze toward Chen Jian. Knowledge, here where even money held no sway, had become the sole hard currency. NAND fire indeed had been kindled. But their jubilation came far too soon. And not a single piece of properly combustible dry timber could be found on the beach. What they hastily gathered, seaweed and driftwood, had been submerged for years, crusted with salt and caked with seabed silt. The moment these damp relics hit the flames, and crack, pop, and moist wood exploded violently, unleashing a torrent of thick acrid white smoke, rank and suffocating as sewage fermented for a decade. A sudden gust of frigid sea wind reversed course, and slammed the toxic plume full into every face. Su Qingxue bore the brunt, choked into convulsive tear-filled sobs. She clutched her mouth tight, her slender frame racked with spasms, her stomach heaving as if trying to expel even its last bitter bile. Lu Feifei fared worse, her delicate features blackened by soot. She lay sobbing and retching on the sand. The male colleagues surrounding her weren't faring any better, eyes streaming, coughing uncontrollably. Yet, not a single person stepped back. Not even half a step. And to retreat meant surrendering to cold so profound it could freeze marrow solid. They endured, weeping, coughing until their lungs burned, pressing ever closer to that foul-smelling, guttering flame. And pure, unrelenting torment. Amid this harrowing, smoky crucible, the air shifted. A gentle breeze descended from the jumbled boulders halfway up the hillside. It carried no acrid smoke, only an overwhelming, maddening aroma of roasted meat, canned luncheon meat, the dense industrial alchemy of starch, fat, and salt. Beneath open flame, animal fat rendered completely, mingling with the subtle resinous fragrance of camphor wood, the ultimate kindling, and drifted downward. That scent pierced effortlessly through the foul haze below, invading each nostril with ruthless insistence. And gruel, not guttural rumble, erupted from Su Qingxue's abdomen. She clamped both hands over her stomach, her cheeks flushing crimson. And the imperious authority she wielded in corporate boardrooms had been stripped bare by this raw primal impulse, leaving nothing but vulnerability. Hunger. Not terror more devastating than cold began to consume them from within. And the fire had dispelled some chill, reawakening their metabolisms, stirring dormant hunger. Since the cruise ship's disaster at noon, over a dozen hours of relentless physical exertion had passed, with not a single bite consumed. Their hollow stomachs churned violently, flooding with acid, gastric walls scraped and eroded one another, triggering waves of dizzying, nauseating cramps. Meat, he's eating meat. Enjing Tao lay sprawled at the outermost edge of the firelight, eyes vacant and unfocused, fixed blankly on the hillside. Thick viscous saliva trailed from his cracked lips and glistening strands dripping unnoticed into the torn front of his shirt. Just one taste, even licking the tin can would be enough. Zheng Tao muttered hoarsely, nails digging furiously into the sand. Within the inner circle of the fire, Wang Chang's eyes watered uncontrollably, his face contorted in grotesque agony. His fingers brushed against a jagged shard of coral rock lodged beneath him. 5 fingers locked tightly around its sharp edge, blue veins bulging starkly across his knuckles. Then Lin Fan's boot slamming him airborne. The icy gleam of that tactical blade pressed against his throat. That memory doused every reckless impulse in his mind. Throwing a rock against a knife. Against a madman whose kick could shatter ribs. Wang Chang's grip loosened, the stone clattered onto the sand. He couldn't win. He dared not provoke. And twisted ravenous fury had nowhere to go, so Wang Chang slowly turned his neck, scanning his colleagues' faces. His gaze locked unblinking onto Li Bin's exposed slightly plump forearm nearby. And when starvation reaches its zenith, even flesh becomes sustenance. Don't panic, none of you, don't panic. Su Qingxue bit her lip until blood welled, using pain to anchor the last shards of her reason. Midnight. I promised rescue by midnight. Once aboard the helicopter, I'll reserve every Michelin-starred restaurant along the Bund for all of you freely, and to reinforce her words, Su Qingxue lifted her wrist with immense effort, squinting at her waterproof Patek Philippe. It was her sole remaining tether to sanity. Yet nth moment her eyes fell upon the dial, her entire body stiffened. There, the slender second hand did not tick clockwise. It had gone mad, spinning wildly counterclockwise for most of a revolution, then jerking backward several notches. The hour and minute hands were utterly deranged, clashing, overlapping, spinning in chaotic disarray. And the region's extreme geomagnetic anomaly had shattered even the finest mechanical chronometer. What time is it? Su Qingxue's voice cracked beyond recognition. Wang Chang, what time is it now? And Wang Chang blinked, then hastily rolled up his sleeve to check his Rolex. President Su, this watch is broken. The hands are flying everywhere, and Lu Feifei shrieked, piercing and shrill, my Cartier has stopped too. The hour hand is moving backward, and mine's gone haywire too. Everything's scrambled, and panic, raw absolute, eclipsing even hunger and cold, shattered their psychological foundations. In civilized society, time is the bedrock of order. And now that foundation had crumbled to dust. And they had no idea how long this black night had stretched. Was it 8 p.m. or 2 a.m.? And that illusory midnight deadline, the last fragile promise holding them together, had dissolved into pure meaningless abstraction. Time stretched infinitely. And smoke, freezing wind, gut-wrenching cramps, each second dilated into a year. Beside this pitiful fire, spewing only stench and smoke, their former status as apex figures of society had evaporated. They were now little more than livestock awaiting slaughter. Halfway up the hillside inside a limestone cave, firelight burned steady and clean, free of choking smoke. And camphor-wood radiated deep, soothing warmth, drying the cavern's air and filling it with gentle heat. Lin Fan chewed the last morsel of lunch meat rich with dark caramelized fat. And across his retina the golden notification box of his omniscient vision refreshed, capturing in chilling detail the grotesque tableau unfolding on the beach below. Target group status updated. Su Qingxue, President Sheng Tang Group, severe hunger, mild carbon monoxide poisoning. Psychological resilience at 15. Experiencing profound claustrophobic dread due to temporal disorientation. Wang Chang, Sales Director, rationality plummeting. Suppressing extreme hyperphagia. Exhibiting dangerous predatory impulses toward conspecifics. Enshin Jian, Structural Engineer, temporary authority secured via technical competence. Extreme composure. Conducting value assessment of all survivors, particularly dehydrated females. Preparing betrayal. Lin Fan rotated his wrist, sliding the tactical blade precisely back into its sheath. He rose and walked to the cave mouth. Midnight, not dry, contemptuous smile curled his lips. And on this island there is no midnight, only the law of tooth and claw. The fire Chen Jiansheng had started had become a complete disaster. The soaked rotten wood and seaweed carbonized violently under the high heat, releasing a flood of acrid sulfur dioxide and carbon monoxide. Thick choking smoke billowed upward. A dozen or so ragged men and women huddled around the blaze, tears and snot streaming down their faces as they coughed with gut-wrenching force, yet not one of them dared to move an inch. To leave this toxic cloud was to step into a bone-biting cold of below -10 degrees. What time is it? What time is it? Su Qingxue screamed, her hands clawing at her hair, her voice hoarse beyond recognition. Her once delicate aloof face was now smeared with soot, mottled black and white. No one answered. Everyone's watch was spinning wildly out of control, the hands ticking down like a countdown to their doom. Wang Chang and the others felt their lungs burning from the smoke, inwardly cursing Su Qingxue and her entire lineage. If only this team-building trip had never happened. But the thought of her promised midnight rescue, the tempting position of sales director, and the bonus money made everyone swallow their rage. As long as they could endure until the helicopter arrived, their current suffering would be a testament to their loyalty, a ticket to future glory. No one dared to provoke Su Qingxue at this moment. Even if they were suffocating like dogs, they had to endure it submissively. Where's the helicopter? How long has it been? Extreme hunger, cold, and the darkness that stripped away their vision had completely thrown off their perception of time. Where's the rescue? President Su, didn't you say they'd be here by midnight? It's got to be past 1 a.m. now. Where's the helicopter? Su Qingxue's body trembled violently, her lips quivering, unable to speak. She wanted to ask the same question. Those useless people back at the company. Shed fire, every last one of them, when she got back. Lu Feifei huddled at the very edge of the group. Her sheer lace cover-up was in tatters and one strap of her purple bikini had snapped, barely holding together to cover her modesty. For a top-tier celebrity, this was a sight many would pay a fortune to see. The acrid smoke scorched her throat, her stomach was completely empty, and she lacked even the strength to retch. She lifted her head. Her gaze pierced through the thick black smoke fixated on the mountainside. There was no smoke. Only the warm bright glow of a fire and the tantalizing aroma of roasting meat drifting down. Lu Feifei swallowed hard, a searing pain shooting through her throat. She glanced back at Su Qingxue, who was still on the edge of madness, and then at a few people who were brawling over a spot marginally closer to the... This group was done for. Following them meant she wouldn't survive the night. Lu Feifei bit her lip so hard it drew blood, using the pain to sharpen her senses. She pressed her hands into the sand, slowly pushing herself to her feet. As everyone else was consumed by their own breakdown, she slipped away from the crowd without a sound. She turned and stumbled towards the rocky slope of the mountainside. The night made the path invisible, she could only follow the light. Sharp stones cut into her bare feet and thorny vines scratched her prized beautiful face. She didn't care. Having clawed her way through the entertainment industry, she knew the rules of survival all too well. Dignity. Morals. Her pure girl image. Those were luxuries only afforded to the well-fed and warmly clothed. In this godforsaken place where even time was broken, whoever had water, fire, and meat was the director, and right now the resources were in that cave. On the mountainside. Lin Fan leaned against the dry rock wall, idly playing with the pitch-black tactical knife in his hand. The camphor wood in the fire burned steadily, radiating a stable, comforting warmth. He narrowed his eyes. Floating in the air before him was a golden Omniscient prompt box. Current time 2105, ambient temperature 8°C, status of beach, target group mass hysteria, outbreak time perception distorted. First case of hypothermic shock expected within 3 hours. It was only 9 o'clock. Lin Fan smirked. These so-called elites, who usually look down their noses at everyone, had already gone half-mad before surviving the first half of the night on this desolate island. Rustle. A faint scraping sound came from outside the cave. Lin Fan's grip on the knife tightened instantly. An animal. He had just stood up when a pale, slender hand caked with mud and blood grabbed onto the rock at the cave's edge. Then a delicate, pitiful face marked with scratches peered in. Lu Feifei. She was gasping for air, her chest a breathtaking expanse of white heaving violently with each breath. The purple bikini could barely contain her full plump curves. Large swathes of skin covered in fine scratches were exposed to the cold air. She saw Lin Fan. And she saw the roaring campfire behind him and the half-empty can of luncheon meat beside it. Lu Feifei's eyes lit up instantly. Lin Fan. Her voice was hoarse, whether from a deliberate attempt at seduction or the smoke it was hard to tell. Lin Fan stared at her coldly, the tip of his knife pointing at the ground. Get out. The 3 words were devoid of any emotion. Lu Feifei's body stiffened and tears immediately welled up in her eyes. She didn't retreat. Instead, she crawled into the cave on her hands and knees. She knew men's weaknesses all too well. In the company, this Lin Fan was nothing but a low-level intern who wouldn't even dare to look her in the eye. All she needed to do was flash a little charm and a naive boy like him would lose his mind. Lin Fan, I'm so cold. I'm really so cold. Lu Feifei sobbed as she crawled forward. She deliberately slowed her movements, arching her waist in an exaggeratedly alluring curve. The tattered cover-up slipped off completely, revealing her smooth bare back and a waist so slender it seemed fit for a single hand. She crawled to Lin Fan's feet, reached out and clung tightly to his calf. Please just let me warm up. Just for a bit. She looked up, her face so pure and innocent on screen, now a mask of unashamed desire and pleading. She pressed her chest deliberately against his leg, even rubbing against it in a subtle hidden motion. Lin Fan looked down at the woman at his feet. Lu Feifei, the top actress in the industry, the dream girl of countless men, the nation's sweetheart. In the civilized world, Lin Fan couldn't even get a distant glimpse of her at the annual party without being shoved aside by her burly bodyguards. Billionaires had to line up and throw money at her just for the chance to have a meal with her. On screen, she was the aloof, ethereal goddess of a celestial sect, an unattainable flower. But now, this unattainable flower was groveling at the feet of a low-level intern, begging for mercy. The stark visual contrast and the sheer absurd reversal of their positions sent a jolt straight from his leg to his brain. Lin Fan was a normal man. 24 years old in the prime of his youth and had never had a girlfriend. Although his mind was frighteningly clear, his physical reactions were impossible to fully suppress. He felt a distinct heat flare up in his lower abdomen. Let go. Lin Fan's voice deepened. Lu Feifei keenly sensed the shift. She believed her current state was irresistible to any man in the world. No. Instead of letting go, she began to slide her hand up his leg. Her hands, so meticulously cared for, were covered in mud but still impossibly soft. Lin Fan, it's terrifying down there. They've all gone mad. Only your place is safe. She looked up, her eyes full of allure, her voice dripping with sweetness. Just let me stay, give me a sip of water. I'll do anything for you. Anything. You'll do anything. Lin Fan let out a cold laugh. Yes, anything. Lu Feifei let go and collapsed onto the ground. She reached behind her back and untied the last thin strap of her bikini right in front of Lin Fan. The fabric slipped away. Two flawless masses of pale skin were exposed directly to the firelight. Even with a few smudges of dirt, their perfect shape and astonishing scale could not be hidden. Lu Feifei bit her lower lip, a reckless madness gleaming in her eyes. Out there I'm a huge star. A single dinner party costs millions. But here I'm yours. She leaned back on her hands, stretching her body out, fully presenting her most alluring pose. Lin Fan, don't you like watching me in Nine Heavens, Mystic Maiden? In the show I'm the aloof goddess. Now. I'm your personal slave. She stuck out her tongue and licked her parched lips. This extreme contrast of pulling a goddess down from her pedestal was a lethal poison in this enclosed warm cavern. Lin Fan's breathing grew heavier. In his vision, the all-knowing prompts flickered wildly. Target Lu Feifei. Status extremely desperate, attempting to secure long-term survival by offering her body. Hidden trade, deep and calculating, will likely turn on you the moment she's out of danger. Lin Fan's mind was clear. The more beautiful a woman, the better she lies. But so what? Here he had absolute physical dominance and absolute survival resources. A venomous snake with its fangs pulled is just a fancier toy. His instincts, suppressed for 24 years, finally broke free from their cage in this lawless place on this island devoid of any moral constraints. Lin Fan stepped forward. He grabbed Lu Feifei by the hair, forcing her head up. Ah! She cried out in pain, a flicker of fear in her eyes but more excitement. As long as he touched her, she would survive. Want to stay? Lin Fan looked down at her. Yes. Lu Feifei, forced to look up, her chest thrust out even more prominently. Then show me some sincerity. Lin Fan let go and drove his black tactical knife into a crack in the rock with a sharp clang. He sat back down by the fire. Lu Feifei froze for a second, then instantly understood. She didn't hesitate, not even a shred of a movie star's pride. She crawled over on her hands and knees. Her arms wrapped around Lin Fan's neck. The firelight flickered. The temperature in the cavern seemed to rise. Lin Fan leaned against the rock wall, closing his eyes. He felt the nation's first love take the initiative. An unprecedented sense of control washed over him completely. In civilized society, he wasn't even worthy of a glance from a woman like her. But now she was using every trick in the book to please him. This was the taste of power. This was the allure of the law of survival. In the corner of the cavern, Sonya, who had been hiding in the shadows, was struck dumb as if hit by lightning. She was still wrapped in that tattered white shirt, both hands clamped over her mouth, terrified of making a sound and disturbing the utterly insane scene before her. The dancing firelight cast Lu Feifei's exaggerated silhouette onto the cave wall, moving with her rhythm and creating a visually stunning picture. Sonya's eyes were wide, her mind a blank. That was Lu Feifei. The cold, aloof, otherworldly Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden from the screen. She was the dream girl of countless young men and women, the nation's first love that even the high-ranking executives in the company felt unworthy to mention. Just this afternoon on the cruise ship, Sonya had seen a rich second-generation heir worth hundreds of millions wait in line for half an hour like a sycophant just to toast Lu Feifei, only to receive a single perfunctory fake smile. But now, on this desolate devil's island devoid of even basic survival necessities, this lofty goddess was acting like a bitch and heat-kissing an intern who earned a mere 3,000 yuan a month, using the very mouth that had once kissed countless top male stars with desperate, ingratiating fervor. Sonya watched Lu Feifei's shockingly skilled movements, watched her deliberately press her voluptuous chest into various enticing shapes to please Lin Fan, and her entire worldview crumbled at that moment. Morality. Dignity. Reserve. In this godforsaken place with no law and no rescue, in the face of extreme hunger and cold, these things weren't worth a pile of rotten firewood. Lu Feifei noticed Sonya. She didn't want anyone to see her in this humiliating position. You. Get out. Lu Feifei commanded. Go stand guard at the entrance. Sonya shuddered, looking up in utter disbelief. Go out. The sea breeze outside was a force 4 or 5 and the temperature had long since dropped below 10 degrees. She was only wearing a torn shirt and a pair of wet underwear without even shoes. Leaving this warm fire to stand guard at that drafty entrance was a death sentence. Lin Fan. Sonya's voice trembled, her eyes instantly reddening as tears welled up. It's too cold out there. I'll freeze to death. She instinctively inched closer to the fire as she spoke. Seeing Lin Fan remain silent, a cold draft made her shiver. The instinct for survival and the craving for warmth utterly defeated the last shred of workplace ethics and selflessness within her. If Lu Feifei could do it, why couldn't she? In terms of figure, Sonya might be an intern, but her exaggerated hourglass shape was definitely no worse than Lu Feifei's, and in some places even fuller and firmer. Lin Fan. Don't send me away. Sonya panicked, clutching her shirt collar. Just let me stay by the fire. If you want. I can do it too. After saying this, her cheeks flushed crimson, even her neck turning red. She closed her eyes and with trembling hands began to unbutton the few remaining buttons on her shirt. However, before Lin Fan could speak, Lu Feifei stopped her actions. She turned, her beautiful face instantly contorting into a vicious glare. In this cavern, Lin Fan's favor was the only survival resource. Lu Feifei had barely gotten this piece of meat in her mouth. There was no way she'd let some unknown wild girl get a share. Who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of fighting me for a man? Lu Feifei stood up from the ground, not even bothering to cover herself, pointing at Sonya's nose and cursing from her lofty height. Her once innocent eyes were now filled with condescending contempt and disdain, as if she had transformed back into the arrogant top star on the red carpet. Take a look at yourself in the mirror. A broken intern who can't even afford a name brand bag, and you dare to act like a slut here. Lu Feifei sneered, her words biting and cruel. Out there, my legs alone are insured for 80 million. One of my Hermes bags is worth more than you'd earn in a lifetime of grinding. What do you have to compare with me? Your cheap street market rags. Sonya's face turned pale from the verbal assault, tears streaming down her face like broken pearls. She was a soft-hearted, gentle girl at her core, never having witnessed this kind of vicious backstabbing tirade from the entertainment industry. I didn't. I just wanted to warm up. Sonya protested weakly, her voice barely a whisper. Want to warm up? Then get out if you want to warm up. Lu Feifei gave no quarter, pressing her advantage. Lin Fan is my man now. He only needs me to serve him. You, a virgin who's never even held a man's hand, do you even know how to please a man? Do you know how to drive him wild? Lu Feifei deliberately thrust out her proud chest, her face full of smugness and provocation. Now get lost. Don't make me slap you. Sonya was backed into a corner. She looked at Lin Fan with pleading eyes, hoping that this boy who had always seemed so honest and simple at the company would say something for her. Sonya. Sonya thought Lin Fan was going to kick her out. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Fan cut her off. Can't you read the room? Close your eyes and turn around. Lin Fan. Lu Feifei panicked. If Sonya saw this, how could she ever hold her head up again back home? Lu Feifei, you need to understand that the reason you're standing here isn't because you're genuinely alluring. It's because of the character you portrayed on the big screen. I'm not interested in you, I'm interested in the role you played. If you're going to make demands, then fine, get the hell out of here now. Lu Feifei was stunned for a moment, then immediately plastered an extremely ingratiating, coquettish smile on her face and pressed herself back against Lin Fan. Brother Lin Fan. I was naive just now. I'll make sure you love this feeling. Lu Feifei's voice was so saccharine it could make one's bones melt. Sonya quickly turned around. Even if asked, she wouldn't watch. Lu Feifei with practiced ease straddled Lin Fan's lap, wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her chest tightly against his. I picked up a few tricks from those veteran actors on the set. Let me use them all on you today, okay? Lu Feifei's breath was warm and fragrant against Lin Fan's ear. Then she suddenly lowered her head and kissed him fiercely and wildly on the lips. Lin Fan didn't resist. He suddenly reached out, grabbing her slender waist with one hand and pressed her firmly against his chest. Ah! Lu Feifei let out a cry that was both pained and pleasurable. On this isolated, desolate island, all moral constraints were utterly shattered. Lin Fan closed his eyes, indulging in the frantic attempts of this nation's first love to please him. Lu Feifei was fighting tooth and nail for survival. She cast aside all shame, using every trick in the book, unleashing techniques that would be unthinkable in civilized society, all without reservation. The temperature inside the cave soared. In the firelight, two intertwined figures cast frantic dancing shadows on the rock walls. Lin Fan's breathing grew heavy. He watched the stunning actress whom he once could only admire from posters, now flushed and moaning. An unprecedented sense of conquest flooded every fiber of his being. This is power. This is strength. Forget your billions, forget your celebrity status. On this island without my say-so you don't even deserve a sip of water. Lin Fan. I'm yours. I'm all yours. Lu Feifei's nails dug deep into Lin Fan's back. Her voice was completely hoarse, yet she continued to cater to him with desperate enthusiasm. She knew that the more she acted like a wanton woman the more excited Lin Fan would become and the more resources she could secure for herself. A full hour passed. Lu Feifei lay limp in Lin Fan's arms, drenched in sweat, too exhausted to lift a single finger. Yet a victorious smile played on her lips, for she knew she wouldn't have to endure the cold and hunger tonight. When we go back tomorrow no one will remember this. And in a few years no one will remember the name Lin Fan either. Lin Fan turned and handed Lu Feifei a can of food. My gift to you. If it were yesterday Lu Feifei wouldn't have given this junk food a second glance, she might have even found it disgusting. But now this can seemed more enticing than the finest truffle from a 3-Michelin-star restaurant. Thank you. Thank you, master. Lin Fan sneered, about to sit back by the fire to rest. Just then the sound of footsteps accompanied by heavy ragged breathing echoed from outside the cave entrance. Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked over by the firelight. At the entrance of the cave stood a disheveled figure clinging to the rock wall, swaying unsteadily. Her pristine white one-piece swimsuit was now stained a dirty gray-black with mud and soot. Her once perfectly coiffed hair now hung in disarray around her shoulders like a rat's nest. Her face was smeared with black soot from the toxic smoke, her lips were cracked and bleeding, and her eyes were bloodshot. Yet despite her disheveled state, her impossibly exaggerated scurves and the innate bone-deep aloofness of one accustomed to power made her instantly recognizable. Su Qingxue, the female CEO of the Shangtang Group, the capital queen worth billions. She ultimately couldn't withstand the hellish combination of toxic fumes and freezing cold on the beach below. She had cast aside all her dignity, shed the airs of a billionaire executive, and stumbled her way up this rocky slope. Su Qingxue gripped the rock wall tightly, her gaze sweeping past Lin Fan to the half-eaten can of luncheon meat by the fire, and then to Lu Feifei naked and sprawled on the ground. Her pupils contracted sharply and her body trembled violently. Lin Fan looked down at this female executive who once wouldn't even deign to glance his way, a cruel mocking smile slowly curling on his lips. Oh, if it isn't CEO Su. Lin Fan pulled out the tactical knife strapped nearby, twirling it in his hand. The blade glinted in the firelight, stinging Su Qingxue's eyes. What's the matter? Didn't get your fill of the luxury gas campfire party down below, so you've come to inspect the humble abode of this poor loser? Su Qingxue stared at the scene inside the cavern, her mind going blank for a fleeting moment. In the dancing firelight, Lin Fan, the lowly intern who wouldn't even dare meet her gaze in the office, earning a meager 3,000 yuan a month, was now seated boldly and comfortably by the warm blaze, and at his feet Lu Feifei, the nation's aloof and proud first love who commanded the entertainment industry, lay curled naked in his arms. This visually stunning scene shattered the class hierarchy and moral boundaries Su Qingxue had upheld for over 2 decades. Lin Fan. You. How dare you? Su Qingxue's voice trembled violently, whether from shock or cold, as she pointed from Lu Feifei to Lin Fan, unable to form a complete sentence. Hearing the noise, Lu Feifei looked up. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes when she saw Su Qingxue, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. If this woman died on the island today, so be it. But if she survived and returned, the image of her groveling and even selling her body to Lin Fan tonight would become a lethal weapon in Su Qingxue's hands. The girl named Sonia was easy to handle, but Su Qingxue was another matter. The best solution then was to drag this haughty CEO into the same filthy mire. Oh, CEO Su, what brings you up here at this hour? Lu Feifei made no attempt to cover herself. Instead, she deliberately pressed closer into Lin Fan's embrace, wrapping an arm around his waist and casting a sidelong glance at Su Qingxue. The wind outside is biting, isn't it? I could hear the waves crashing against the rocks from the cave mouth, a sound like death's knell. Don't hold on any longer. That expensive swimsuit clinging to your skin must be unbearable. I saw you down there doubled over from those toxic fumes. Come in, CEO Su. This fire is so warm. Brother Lin Fan has meat and clean water here. Just not shed that useless CEO facade, and this place is paradise. Look at me. I'm not cold at all, and my stomach is full. There's no one else here, no cameras, no bodyguards, no pesky fans. Who here cares if you're a billionaire CEO? We're all just women. Isn't surviving better than anything else? Su Qingxue was utterly disgusted by Lu Feifei's shamelessness. A wave of nausea churned in her stomach, and the visceral revulsion made her gag. Lu Feifei. Shut up. Su Qingxue screamed. You shameless wretch. You're a public figure. Have you no shame before your fans? For a bite to eat you grovel like a dog before a lowly intern. You disgrace all women. Trash from the entertainment industry as expected. Lu Feifei's face stiffened for a moment, then she smiled even more brightly. Face. You're talking to me about face, CEO Su. Standing there at the cave entrance soaked and shivering like a drowned rat, that's your face. Su Qingxue trembled with rage. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her shock and humiliation, and struggled to reassemble her crumbling CEO aura. Lin Fan, I must admit you've impressed me. On this island you've proven more resourceful, more ruthless and more patient than any of us. Her voice regained its usual cold, commanding tone from the boardroom. But you should know this is reality, not one of your internet fantasy novels. Once my company's rescue helicopter arrives, all order will be restored. Even as she spoke, her gaze involuntarily drifted to the half-eaten can of luncheon meat by the fire. The brown meat sizzled, its rich fatty aroma maddeningly teasing her stomach, which was cramping with hunger and churning with acid. A loud gurgle echoed abruptly through the quiet cavern. Su Qingxue's stunningly beautiful face smudged with soot flushed crimson. The humiliation of her body betraying her primal needs made her wish she could sink into the ground. She bit her lip hard, forced her gaze away from the meat and pressed on with her offer. Lin Fan, I am formally proposing a deal with you as the CEO of Shengtang Group. If you give me the fire hand over all the food and water and ensure my safety on this island. When the rescue arrives tomorrow and we return to Jiangxing, I will personally promote you to vice president of Shengtang Group. With an annual salary of at least 10 million. Plus a 300 square meter penthouse in the city center. He'll even sponsor your studies abroad so you can escape the lower class for good. Su Qingxue tilted her chin up, a trace of condescending arrogance flashing in her eyes. She knew these bottom feeders all too well. They slaved away for a few thousand yuan a month for rent and food. Faced with 10 million in cash and the allure of crossing class lines, no poor loser could resist such a golden opportunity. In her mind, this wasn't a plea for survival, it was a blessing for Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan wasn't even looking at her. He picked up a piece of luncheon meat, crispy on the outside and tender inside, and brought it to his lips under Su Qingxue's intensely longing gaze. Crunch! The crisp skin broke and rich juices exploded in his mouth. He chewed loudly, deliberately, and after swallowing let out a long, satisfied sigh. CEO Su, did you inhale too much sulfur dioxide down there and fry your brain? Your empty promises aren't even good enough to wipe my ass on this island. Vice President. 10 million. Do I look like I care about your numbers right now? Su Qingxue's face changed, fury burning within her. The insult to her authority made her lose control. Lin Fan. Don't be ungrateful. Do you think you're invincible just because you've got a small advantage? Fine, 50 million. I'll give you 50 million. Even 20% of Shengtang Group's shares. You could never earn this much in 10 lifetimes, 100 lifetimes. Just nod and you'll instantly ascend the social ladder and become a true elite. Ascend the social ladder. Lin Fan burst into laughter as if had just heard the funniest joke. After a moment he stood up and walked slowly towards Su Qingxue. For the first time Su Qingxue found his gaze terrifying. She instinctively stepped back, her pale legs scraping against the rocky floor until her back pressed against the cold, damp cave wall with nowhere left to retreat. Su Qingxue, open your damn eyes and look at the sky outside. Look at that crazy Patek Philippe on your wrist. Lin Fan grabbed her delicate chin, forcing her to look out at the pitch-black churning abyss of the sea. This is the unknown waters of the Devil's Triangle. The magnetic field here distorts light itself and time is all messed up. That PCO Funk satellite phone of yours is more useless than a brick. You think rescue is coming at midnight. You think your 50 million matters. I'm telling you, even if you brought the entire Shengtang Group here, you couldn't buy a single sip of my water on this island. No. Impossible. You're lying. You're just trying to scare me out of revenge. Su Qingxue shook her head frantically, her eyes revealing unconcealable terror, but her deep-seated pride kept her stubborn. You're just a lowly intern. What do you know about satellite communications? Rescue will come. Even if my company's people are incompetent, my father will definitely send someone. Seeing her pathetic self-deception, Lin Fan sneered and released his grip. Fine. Since you're so confident your rescue is coming, why are you here in my humble den? Get lost, go wait for your helicopter with Wang Chang and the others. Oh, and just a heads up, the temperature is still dropping. Hope you live to see tomorrow's sun. He pointed towards the cave entrance, issuing a merciless eviction notice, then turned and sat back by the fire, adding more wood to the flames. Su Qingxue stood frozen, her legs unable to move an inch. The frigid wind howled outside. The temperature had already dropped below 5 degrees. Her swimsuit plastered to her skin was rapidly siphoning away what little body heat she had left. She could feel her temperature plummeting, her consciousness starting to blur. If she walked out now with no fire and no food, she wouldn't survive the night. The instinct for survival finally shattered the so-called dignity in the heart of this once commanding female CEO. Lin Fan. Su Qingxue's voice softened, completely laced with a humiliated tremor, almost a sob. I'm really cold and I'm so hungry. What conditions do you want to let me stay? Anything I can give, I'll consider. In her mind, this was already the greatest compromise she had ever made in her life. What conditions? Lin Fan sat back down by the fire, his gaze raking over Su Qingxue's exaggerated curves with undisguised audacity. He had to admit Su Qingxue's figure was truly exceptional. Her impossibly slender waist, full and firm curves, and those long straight legs that gleamed with a porcelain-white luster in the firelight, even covered in grime, they exuded a maddening, intoxicating allure. After a long pause he finally spoke. My conditions are simple. Take off your clothes. All of them. Then, like our sister Fei here, you're going to make me feel good. If you can satisfy me, this half can of luncheon meat and this fire are yours. Su Qingxue's eyes widened, staring at Lin Fan in utter disbelief, as if she were looking at a senseless madman. You. What did you say? Her originally cold and haughty eyes were instantly shot through with red veins. In civilized society she was the helmswoman of the Shangtang group, worth tens of billions. Countless business tycoons would queue up for a chance to dine with her, and even then it depended on her mood. Yet this man, who earned a mere 3,000 yuan a month and wasn't fit to carry her shoes in the company, dared to defile her like this. Just as Su Qingxue was trembling with rage, about to erupt, Lu Feifei walked over. Seeing her approach, Lin Fan did not stop her. President Su, even at a time like this you're still holding on to your billionaire CEO facade. Lu Feifei lowered her voice. Can't you broaden your perspective a little? Don't you know how cold it is outside? Do you think your delicate body can survive until the rescue team arrives? Su Qingxue looked at Lu Feifei, no longer recognizing the pure and spotless national first love from the silver screen. Lu Feifei, unconcerned by Su Qingxue's murderous glare, leaned in closer and whispered, aren't you the one who always talks about return on investment in business? Can't you calculate this deal? All you have to do is lower your head, close your eyes, and give in to him. Eat something, drink some water, then get a good night's sleep by the fire until the rescue team arrives. And then, once the rescue comes and we're on the helicopter, we just kick him off. Let him fend for himself on this deserted island. By then no one will ever know what happened tonight. You'll still be the high and mighty queen. Hearing this, Su Qingxue felt utterly numb, her worldview shattered into pieces in that instant. She stared at Lu Feifei's delicate yet twisted face, a wave of nausea churning violently in her stomach. Shut up. Su Qingxue turned and roared at Lu Feifei, you despicable bitch. Do you think everyone is as shameless as you? To save your own skin you throw away all human dignity. After berating Lu Feifei, Su Qingxue's gaze returned to Lin Fan and she cursed through gritted teeth. Lin Fan. You're a shameless beast. You have no shame. You expect me to serve you like this lowly bitch? Dream on. Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. You're nothing but bottom-feeding scum destined to grovel in the dirt. How dare you think of touching me? A toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Su Qingxue completely lost her composure, hurling every venomous word she could muster at Lin Fan. Her pride, the arrogance cultivated through over 20 years of a pampered life, absolutely forbade her from begging for mercy from a low-level employee she wouldn't have even deigned to glance at before. Facing Su Qingxue's torrent of abuse, Lin Fan's face showed no anger whatsoever. Are you done? Lin Fan chewed on a piece of meat, yawned, and casually tossed a dry branch into the fire, sending up a shower of bright sparks. If you're done, get lost. I don't take in useless trash, nor do I harbor fools who want to have their cake and eat it too. You. Su Qingxue trembled with fury. Fine. Lin Fan, you remember this. I'll make you pay back everything you've done to me today 1,000-fold when the rescue arrives tomorrow. I'll make your life in Jiangcheng a living hell. After spitting out this threat, Su Qingxue turned and strode resolutely out of the cave. She would rather freeze to death outside, rather be blown into a dried husk by the sea wind than bow her head to this despicable man. However, the moment she truly stepped out of the cave and was hit by the razor-sharp sea wind, Su Qingxue's body instinctively shuddered. The courage she had felt moments ago, her willingness to face death, was instantly drained away. It was too cold. This wasn't the chill of an air-conditioned room, it was a cold that pierced through the skin and froze the marrow. Gritting her teeth, Su Qingxue returned to the beach below, which felt like a living hell. Inside the cave there was warmth and comfort. Outside there was bone-piercing wind and a descent into hell. For the survivors on the beach below, the long, cruel and frigid night felt like an excruciating torture, each second an eternity. The toxic campfire built from wet wood and seaweed miraculously hadn't gone out. Despite the strong winds, the core of the fire at the bottom had burned a bright red. But the price was that the wet rotting wood piled on top was releasing a choking mix of sulfur dioxide and carbon monoxide. The fire and warmth were there, but to get close meant enduring this biochemical weapon of smoke. Cough, cough, cough. So cold. So cold. Manager Wang. Help me. I don't want to die. Dozens of men and women huddled together on the leeward side of the fire, tears and snot streaming down their faces. They tried to ward off the bitter cold with their shared body heat and the faint warmth radiating from the fire. But when it rains, it pours. From the decaying forest behind them came the eerie rustling of leaves, as if some massive arthropod was crawling through the undergrowth. Occasionally the chilling howl of a wild beast could be heard making their scalps crawl. Under the oppressive weight of extreme cold, hunger, toxic fumes and unknown terrors, this group of people who once considered themselves the elite of high society completely shed their veneer of civilization, revealing their most primal beastly nature. A brutal infighting erupted among the crowd, all vying for a spot that was both close to the warmth and away from the thickest smoke. To get a bit warmer, Wang Chang grabbed old Lu from the finance department, forcibly shoving him behind his own back to serve as a human windbreak. Old Lu was already frail, and having been soaked in seawater during the day, his back was now directly exposed to the biting wind, his body temperature dropping at a terrifying rate. "Brother Chang. I can't take it. I feel so hot." Old Liu's gaze began to glaze over his pupils, losing focus, and a bizarre smile crept onto his lips. While grinning foolishly, old Lu started tearing frantically at his own clothes. "Hot. Too hot. I need to take this off. I need a bath." "You've lost your mind." Wang Chang was startled and delivered a hard slap across old Liu's face. But old Lu didn't even feel the pain. He continued stripping until he was down to just his underwear. A gust of cold wind hit him and he fell stiffly to the sand, his body convulsing violently and foam spilling from his mouth. Everyone present was terrified. Despair, fear, and the shadow of death enveloped the group. They pleaded and prayed in the darkness, hoping for the helicopter Su Qingxue had promised to descend from the sky and rescue them from this hell. Yet the only response was the endless roar of the waves and the biting wind that seemed as if it would never cease. An indeterminate amount of time passed, stretching into an eternity. When the first harsh ray of sunlight finally pierced through the thick leaden clouds and fell upon the sands of Devil's Island, the long and terrifying night had finally come to an end. Su Qingxue struggled to open her eyes, her long eyelashes even covered with a thin layer of frost. "It's light." Using the last of her strength, she grabbed onto a rough rock and slowly pulled herself to her feet. She tilted her head back, staring at the azure sky above. "The helicopter. Where is my helicopter?" Su Qingxue turned her stiff neck, her gaze frantically scanning the horizon and the sky. Nothing. There was nothing at all. The sky was a shade of blue that was simply despairing. On the sea, besides the wreckage of the cruise ship bobbing in the waves, there wasn't even a trace of a seabird. There was no roar of rotor blades, no shouts from a rescue team. The entire world was eerily silent. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Su Qingxue's voice completely broke, tears streaming down her face, carving clean tracks through the soot and grime. Her satellite was state-of-the-art. The Shangtang rescue team was on standby 247. Why haven't they come? Why? Just as Su Qingxue was asking herself this, a series of heart-wrenching screams erupted from nearby. Someone's dead. Old Lu is dead. Xiao Wang is dead too. He hit his head. Shali. Lily isn't breathing. The sunlight dispelled the darkness, mercilessly revealing the brutal scene on the beach to everyone. The toxic campfire had burned down to a pile of black ash, wisps of smoke still rising from it. Old Lu from the finance department lay naked on the sand, a strange smile still fixed on his face, his body frozen solid as a popsicle. Xiao Wang from sales lay dead by the rocks, the sand around him stained a dark crimson with his blood. Wu Xiaoli from PR was curled up in a corner, her eyes wide open in death. Two more had stopped breathing. Old Liu's corpse gleamed with a waxy blue-gray pallor under the sun. He lay naked on the sandy ground, his face frozen in a smile that sent a chill down the spine. Xiao Wang's death was even more gruesome. At some point he had rolled off the reef, the back of his skull striking a sharp rock, leaving a large pool of blood. His eyes were half open, staring at the sky without seeing it, staring at people without seeing them. Lily from the PR department huddled in the farthest corner. Her arms wrapped tightly around her knees, her entire body curled into a ball, a final instinctive attempt to keep warm in the last minutes of her life. Two other bodies lay intertwined, limbs tangled, impossible to tell who lay on top of whom. The living stood beside the dead. No one spoke. The waves pounded the shore relentlessly. A piercing off-key shriek tore through the air as Xiao Zhou from admin was the first to break, collapsing onto the sand. 5 dead. 5 people. We're next. We're all going to die in this godforsaken place. His cry was like a fuse. In an instant it ignited the crowd. Help! Someone save us! I don't want to die. Not in this hellhole. President Su. Didn't you say rescue would arrive at midnight? Where are they? Where are the planes? A grimy-faced male employee charged up to Su Qingxue, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his neck, spittle flying onto her face. You lied to us. You've been lying to us the whole time. A fart would be more substantial than your promises. Su Qingxue took a step back. She stared at the face before her, twisted beyond recognition. What was this person's name? Tech department. Logistics. She couldn't even remember. Back at the company, someone like this wouldn't even be allowed through her office door. But now this man whose name she deemed unworthy of remembering was pointing at her, hurling abuse in a way she had never heard in her 20-odd years. Everyone calmed down. Su Qingxue instinctively raised her voice. A night of toxic fumes, sea wind and dehydration had ravaged her throat. No one listened. The crowd erupted. Some squatted on the ground clutching their heads and wailing. Others scrambled onto the rocks scanning the horizon. One person knelt beside old Liu's body, futilely shaking him, repeating over and over, "Old Liu, get up, don't sleep, the sun's out." Wang Chang leaned against a large boulder silent. His head hung low, hands shoved in his pockets, shoulders trembling. Not from cold. From fear. People had seen him use old Liu as a human windbreak last night. Now that the man was dead, what if someone brought it up? What if they blamed him for that life? He'd go to prison if he got back. He scanned the area quickly. Everyone was in hysterics, no one was paying attention. Zhang Tao stood at the edge of the crowd. His face was utterly blank. It wasn't the calm of composure but the numbness of utter despair. He stared at old Liu's eerie smile, one thought consuming him: if they didn't make it back today. Old Liu's jacket. The gray fleece he had torn off in his madness the night before, now a crumpled heap 2 meters away on the sand. Zhang Tao slowly edged over. He hooked the corner of the jacket with his toe, dragging it closer. He bent down, picked it up and shook off the sand. He put it on. Dead man's or not, it was warm. No one noticed him. Chen Jian pushed up his salt-crusted glasses. He crouched beside the 3 bodies, examining them one by one. His wife Wang Lan stood behind him, clutching his clothes, her face drained of all color. "How did they die?" Wang Lan asked. Old Liu had paradoxical undressing. Chen Jian stood up. His core temperature dropped below 30 degrees. The part of the brain regulating temperature short-circuited. He felt like he was on fire and tore his clothes off in a frenzy. Xiao Wang convulsed during the night and fell, hitting his head. Bad luck. Xiao Li died from hypothermia, dehydration and carbon monoxide poisoning, a triple threat. She was the weakest and went first. He glanced at the pile of burnt campfire remains, his mouth twitching. That fire had saved most of their lives. But the cost was that when the wind died, the carbon monoxide from the damp rotten wood was enough to kill the weakest among them. "If we don't get out of here today," Chen Jian whispered, only for Wang Lan to hear, "more people will die." Su Qingxue leaned against a rock, taking 3 deep breaths. She couldn't panic. She absolutely couldn't let things fall apart now. If she lost their trust, she would have nothing. No bodyguards, no assistants, no lawyers. Her only remaining asset was her voice. She had managed countless PR crises at the company. Public opinion storms, stock crashes, executives fleeing with funds. Hadn't she always flipped the script with a well-timed press conference? This was no different. She needed a narrative. A story that would make these people teetering on the edge choose to believe her again. It didn't need to be true. It just needed to sound true. Su Qingxue released the rock and walked to the center of the crowd. Everyone shut up. The shout wrung out the last bit of moisture from her throat. It felt like a razor blade scraping her vocal cords, making her vision blur. But it worked. The screaming and crying halted for a brief 2 seconds. A dozen pairs of bloodshot eyes turned to her. Su Qingxue stood up straight. Her one-piece swimsuit was so filthy it was hard to tell it was once white. Her hair was a tangled, matted mess on her shoulders. But the way she stood was identical to how she stood in the boardroom on the 58th floor of the Shangtang Group. Back straight, chin slightly raised, hands folded in front of her. The poise honed in the brutal capital markets was etched into her bones, impossible to burn away. Something happened last night. Old Liu and the others. They're gone. She paused for a second. Her gaze swept over everyone present. "I promise you in my capacity as president of Shangtang Group that if we make it back alive, the company will take full responsibility for the families of old Liu, Xiao Wang, Lili and the other 2 colleagues. 1 million yuan in compensation for each family. Their children's education, their parents' care, their mortgages and car loans, all covered by the company. Not a cent less. The same goes for the living." Su Qingxue looked around, slowing her pace. "Everyone here, if you hold on with me until rescue arrives, you will each receive 200,000 yuan in cash compensation upon returning to Jiangqing, plus a lifetime employment guarantee from Shangtang Group. For the injured, the company will cover all medical expenses. For those with psychological trauma, the company will arrange the best experts for long-term rehabilitation. These aren't empty promises. When we get back, it will be put in writing, witnessed by lawyers and signed into a contract item by item." The women who had been sobbing uncontrollably gradually quieted down. Some lifted their heads, gazing at Su Qingxue with swollen red-rimmed eyes. Seeing that look in their eyes, Su Qingxue felt a flicker of steadiness within herself. That was enough. She pressed on. "But..." Her tone suddenly grew heavier. "All of this depends on one thing, us getting back alive. A cold sneer echoed from the crowd. Su Qingxue didn't even glance in that direction. Our cruise ship went down yesterday afternoon. All business itineraries for the Shangtang Group were filed with the maritime authorities and the insurance company before we set sail. If a cruise ship is out of contact for more than 6 hours, the company's emergency protocol kicks in automatically. And my satellite phone was set to auto SOS before I hit the water. The signal was sent. She paused, gesturing to the eerily empty expanse of sea around them. You've all seen it. This area is wrong. Compasses spin, watches go haywire, even the cycle of day and night doesn't match the outside world. What does that tell us? It means there's an incredibly powerful magnetic field interfering with this entire region. Search and rescue helicopters rely on electromagnetic signals for their navigation, radar, and communication. In a magnetic anomaly zone of this magnitude, even if they receive our distress call, they can't pinpoint our exact location. It's not that they aren't coming, it's that they haven't found our precise position yet. Especially at night. Flying into a zone with such a powerful magnetic field for a rescue mission at night is suicide. So they will definitely wait for dawn. Su Qingxue pointed towards the sky, which was so blue it looked fake. And now it's dawn. The rescue window is open. Silence fell over the beach for a few seconds. The visible heaving of several chests slowed down. In the depths of utter despair, people don't need the truth. They just need a plausible explanation. Su Qingxue knew this all too well. It was the very tactic that had kept her alive in the capital markets. When stock prices crashed, retail investors didn't need you to walk them through the financials line by line. They just needed to hear, this dip is just a setup for a bigger rally. Confidence, like money, is worth whatever people believe it is. Print it, and if they buy it, it's valuable. But what if the rescue team can't even find this sea area? A voice came from the edge of the crowd. Lu Feifei had come down from the hillside at some point. She was wrapped in a dark coat that clearly wasn't hers, standing at the outermost edge of the group. Her complexion was vastly better than it had been the previous night. Having eaten, drunk water, and slept in a warm place, these signs were written all over her face, glaringly obvious among the survivors who had gone hungry all night and nearly frozen to death. It was like having high beams flashed in their eyes in broad daylight. The gazes of several female colleagues stuck to the dry coat she was wearing, a green glint in their eyes. It wasn't envy. It was resentment. The moment Su Qingxue saw Lu Feifei, her pupils contracted. The scene from the cave the night before flashed in her mind, Lu Feifei naked, clinging to Lin Fan. A wave of physical nausea surged up within her. She forced it back down. Besides the satellite phone, the cruise ship also has a black box. Su Qingxue didn't answer Lu Feifei's question. Instead, she offered the next piece of reassurance. The black box's emergency locator beacon has its own independent power supply separate from the satellite phone system. It's waterproof to IPX8 standards, designed to function at depths of 200,000 meters. She wasn't entirely sure if that data was accurate. But her tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt or argument. Having navigated the capital circles for years, she knew one thing for certain: the data itself wasn't important, the confidence with which you presented it was. Even if the ship sank to the bottom of the ocean, the black box will keep transmitting a signal for at least 30 days. The rescue team has the signal and the direction. All that's left is breaking through the magnetic interference to lock the coordinates. It's just a matter of time. So Su Qingxue's gaze swept slowly across everyone's faces. What we need to do now is not cry here. We need to hold on until the moment they find us. The crowd's emotions visibly stabilized. The women stopped screaming, huddling down and sobbing quietly. The male employees still looked grim, but at least no one was rushing up to yell in her face. Su Qingxue breathed a silent sigh of relief. This hurdle she managed to clear. Then she heard a voice. Hold on until rescue. How? Chen Jian stood at the back of the crowd, arms crossed, his glasses reflecting the light, his expression unreadable. Ms. Su, what you just said is logically sound, but it hinges on one premise, he said, stepping forward. That we actually survive until then. Chen Jian calmly raised 3 fingers. Right now we face 3 life-threatening problems. First, fresh water. He raised his index finger. Since yesterday, apart from you and Director Wang, no one here has found any drinkable water. In this heat, with dehydration setting in, an adult can die within 72 hours without water. We've already burned through almost 20 of those hours. Second, food. His middle finger went up. Without protein and carbohydrates, our body's ability to maintain core temperature will plummet. Of the 5 people who died last night, 3 didn't freeze to death. He paused. Their bodies burned through the last of their energy reserves and simply couldn't generate any more heat. Like an engine running out of fuel, no matter how you turn the key it won't start. Third, fire. He pointed to the pile of ashes that still held a few wispy trails of smoke. That fire went out last night. Even if I can start a new one without solving the fuel problem tonight, we'll end the same way. We either choke on toxic fumes or freeze to death. Take your pick. He retracted his 3 fingers. The beach fell into a deathly silence. Even the sound of the waves seemed to be strangled. Su Qingxue's mouth twitched. The fragile illusion she had painstakingly constructed just moments ago was shattered into pieces by Chen Jian's 3 fingers one by one. Her lips moved but no words came out. She didn't have an answer. She had never imagined she'd be in a survival situation and she was completely out of her depth. Fresh water, food, fire. She couldn't conjure any of them from thin air. Back at the company this kind of problem was solved with a single phone call. Secretary Wang handled it. 7 words done. But now her secretary was either dead or squatting on the beach chewing her fingernails. Chen Jian didn't pressure her. Instead he turned to the crowd. Let me put it in simple terms. He adjusted his crooked glasses on the bridge of his nose. The lenses were caked with salt, making everything look blurry. When a herd of antelopes on the African savanna is being chased by lions, they don't all scatter in panic. They instinctively follow a lead antelope. The lead isn't necessarily the strongest or the fastest, but it's the one who knows the terrain best and has the sharpest sense of danger. Why? Because when you're running for your life, one brain making quick decisions is better than 100 brains all thinking at once. He paused. Right now we are that herd of antelopes. 5 people died last night. If we keep going on like this, everyone for themselves, there will only be more bodies by sunrise tomorrow. No one spoke on the beach. The sea wind howled, whipping sand into their faces with stinging force. So I suggest we elect one person to take command. All water, food, fire and manpower should be pooled and managed centrally. Those who follow orders will survive. Those who don't. He left the sentence unfinished. But everyone understood the implication. Su Qingxue's brow furrowed deeply, almost into a knot. His logic was flawless. But the question was who would be chosen. In her view, the answer was obvious. This cruise ship was chartered by the Shangtang Group. Everyone present was either her employee or her client. From the moment she stepped aboard, she was the one at the pinnacle. No need to choose. Su Qingxue stepped forward, her voice regaining its decisive edge from the boardroom. Most people here are Shangtang employees and I am the legal employer. It's only natural that I take unified command. She glanced at Chen Jian. This man was too clear-headed. Chen Jian immediately retorted, President Su, no offense, but the employer-employee relationship has a premise: they are still within the company's system. He spread his hands and looked around. Where are we? A desolate island without even a name. There is no labor law, no contract, no HR department. Your title at Shangtang, aside from the cruise ship now at the bottom of the sea, is just a few words. What do you mean? Su Qingxue's jaw tightened slightly. The meaning is simple: whoever can keep everyone alive becomes the leader. It's not about whose business card looks more impressive. The words weren't harsh, but to Su Qingxue's ears they felt like a slap in the face. A blatant challenge. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Wang Lan's husband has a point. President Su is the boss at the company, but this isn't the company. That's true, but what can Wang Lan's husband actually do? What can President Su do? She can't even start a fire. When it comes down to it, she's just a pretty face now. Su Qingxue heard every word. Each one felt like scraping against her bones. In her 26 years of life, no one had ever dared to openly question her authority. At Shangtang, a single look from her could silence an entire floor. But now, standing among these disheveled, starving, freezing survivors, she felt a helplessness she had never known. Her power base, money, position, corporate structure was reduced to zero on this island. Who the hell is gossiping over there? At that critical moment, a thunderous roar erupted from behind the crowd. As Wang Chang burst out from behind the rocks, the menace on his face was unmistakable. The fear and humiliation he had bottled up while hiding behind those rocks for hours transformed into a surge of aggression the moment he saw Su Qingxue being challenged. Because he knew better than anyone present that if Su Qingxue fell, he would be nothing. Have you all lost your minds? Wang Chang grabbed the collar of Xiao Zhou from the admin department, who had been gossiping the loudest. Xiao Zhou was terrified, his lips trembling. Brother Chang. Brother Chang, I didn't. Didn't what? Are my ears deaf or blind? Smack. A slap landed on Xiao Zhou's face. The sound was as crisp as a firecracker. Xiao Zhou's head snapped to the side, his cheek swelling, instantly blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He clutched his face, tears streaming down, but he didn't dare make a sound. Wang Chang shook his hand, feeling the lingering sting on his fingers, and a wave of satisfaction washed over him. The thrill of bullying the weak once tasted was hard to give up. Listen up. He turned, pointing at everyone present, his eyes bulging. Who is President Su? She's the helmswoman of the Shangtang Group. Worth billions. Her knowledge, her resources, her judgment, you worthless lot combined aren't fit to shine her shoes. If anyone dares disrespect President Su again, he'll knock your teeth out one by one. His gaze finally locked onto Chen Jian. And Yu Wang Chang strode over, towering over him. Chen Jian, right. Annual salary. 150000 or 200000. Without waiting for an answer, he curled his lip and let out a harsh grating sneer. You. A freeloader, and you think you can meddle here? Have you ever managed anyone? Led a team? You can't even write a decent year-end report and you want to be in charge of dozens of lives. Who do you think you are? Chen Jian didn't move. He just adjusted his glasses. Are you done? This reaction infuriated Wang Chang even more. At the company, the people he hated most were those who were neither intimidated by force nor swayed by reason. If you tried to bully them, they weren't afraid. If you tried to reason with them, they had a comeback for everything. They were born to irritate him. Whether in done or not, is that any of your business? Wang Chang raised his foot. Thud. He kicked Chen Jian hard in the shin. It wasn't a light tap, it was a violent kick full of malice meant to bring him down. The toe of his leather shoe connected squarely with the shin bone, sending a burst of agonizing pain. Chen Jian grunted, dropping to one knee. Honey! Wang Lan screamed, rushing over to crouch beside him, frantically trying to help him up. Chen Jian gritted his teeth, bracing one hand on the sandy ground. He looked up at Wang Chang, fury churning in his eyes. But he forcibly suppressed it, because he knew better than anyone that getting into a fight with Wang Chang now would only result in mutual destruction, solving nothing. Seeing Chen Jian kneel, Wang Chang felt his entire spirit revive. Yes. This was how it should be. Whether in the company or on a deserted island, the strong should climb over the weak. That was the way of the world. Listen carefully. Wang Chang stepped closer to Chen Jian, lowering his head, his voice dropping to a bone-chillingly cold frequency. You have a knack for making fire. Fine. President Su has a use for you, so you get to stand and talk for now. But if you dare steal the spotlight from President Su again or act tough in front of these people. He raised his foot, resting the sole on Chen Jian's shoulder, pressing down slowly. I wouldn't mind sending you to keep the 5 dead ones company. Wang Lan clung tightly to Chen Jian's arm, trembling like a leaf. She wanted to curse, but her throat felt constricted, unable to squeeze out a single word. Because this island was temporary, when they got back she still needed Su Qingxue. The surrounding survivors watched in dead silence. No one stepped forward to defend Chen Jian. Fear was the best gag. When you witness someone being kicked down for saying the wrong thing, your mouth automatically makes the safest choice for you. Shut up. Su Qingxue stood a few steps away, watching it all unfold. Her expression was complex. Wang Chang's methods were too brutal, so brutal they caused a visceral discomfort in this elite-educated president. But she didn't intervene. Because she discovered a harsh truth: Wang Chang's fists were more effective than her rhetoric. She had just spent 10 minutes earnestly explaining her reasoning, and these people were still skeptical. But one slap from Wang Chang silenced all dissenting voices instantly. Violence was the most efficient management tool here. She knew it was wrong, but at this moment she needed Wang Chang. She needed this unreasonable, loyal mad dog. So she chose to remain silent. Wang Chang withdrew his foot. He turned to face Su Qingxue, bending at a 90-degree angle, his fierce expression instantly replaced by a sycophantic smile. The speed of the transformation sent a chill down the spines of everyone who witnessed it. President Su. These ingrates don't know what's good for them. You've been wronged. As long as I'm here, I won't allow anyone to disrespect you. Su Qingxue gave a slight nod but said nothing. She needed to quickly bring the situation back under her control. Chen Jian. Su Qingxue walked over to him, her tone regaining its cold hard edge from the negotiation table. Chen Jian, supported by Wang Lan, stood up, bent down to retrieve his glasses from the sand and placed them back on his nose. A crack had formed in the lens. He didn't look at Wang Chang. He just quietly watched Su Qingxue, waiting for her to speak. The survival skills you mentioned are indeed important. But management skills are equally indispensable. She looked around. Even if you find water, how would you distribute it? Chen Jian's movement paused for a moment. Who drinks first? Who gets more? Do the injured get priority? What if someone refuses your distribution? What if someone fights over it? What if someone A barrage of questions hit him, each one striking precisely at his weaknesses. Chen Jian's brow furrowed. These problems require not survival skills but the iron-fisted means to set rules, enforce them, and suppress violations. At this moment Su Qingxue's aura was fully restored. She stepped forward, standing face to face with Chen Jian. You might be an expert in wilderness survival. You can find water, start fires, and identify poisonous plants. But when it comes to managing people... Su Qingxue's gaze swept past Chen Jian, landing on Wang Lan, who was desperately clutching his sleeve behind him. Just now when Wang Chang kicked you, what did you do? You couldn't even utter a word. If you were put in charge, could you handle it? Chen Jian's Adam's apple bobbed. He fell silent. It wasn't that he had nothing to say. It was that he realized he couldn't refute her. So my proposal. Su Qingxue turned to face everyone, her voice rising half an octave. I'll take charge of overall management and resource allocation. Chen Jian will handle technical support, finding water, making fire and building shelter. Everyone has their role. This isn't an election. This is a division of labor. Chen Jian was silent for 3 seconds. I can accept the division of labor. But who holds the final decision-making power? I do. Su Qingxue didn't hesitate. Why should it be you? Because the name Su Qingxue is the last lifeline for everyone here. Su Qingxue lifted her chin, pointing towards the vast empty sea. Those survival skills you mentioned, I can learn them. But everything after the rescue, the compensation, the reparations, returning to a normal life, only I can provide that. Let them choose. She gestured behind her towards the crowd. Choose a coward who kneels after being kicked, or a boss who can ensure they still have food on the table when they get home. Chen Jian's face turned ashen. The crowd fell silent again. This was Su Qingxue's greatest strength. She lost in physical strength and survival skills, but she won on an undeniable fact: they all still believed they would go back. As long as that premise of returning existed, Su Qingxue's billions in capital remained the ultimate bargaining chip. Exactly. Wang Chang's voice boomed. Think about it, everyone. When we get back, President Su has promised compensation, a clear written commitment. If you stick with this loser who can't even protect his own wife, what can he give you when you're back? Advice on being a kept man. After saying this, he deliberately turned and spat towards Chen Jian. Pa! Useless trash. Several female colleagues' gazes darted between Su Qingxue and Chen Jian. In the end, most eyes returned to Su Qingxue. Not out of conviction, but out of greed. Those figures, 1 million, 5 million, were too tempting. There was another unspoken reason they feared Wang Chang. The sound of that slap and that kick still echoed in their ears. Anyone who dared to stand up for Chen Jian would be the next one kicked. Fear and greed joined forces, grinding rationality into the dirt. Chen Jian saw those looks in their eyes. He closed his mouth and took a step back. There was no winning this. Not a battle of logic, but a battle against human nature. Fine. Chen Jian finally uttered a single word. He turned and walked back to Wang Lan, whispering something. Wang Lan's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, but her expression remained grim. As Chen Jian bent down, his pant leg rode up. On his shin, the bruise from Wang Chang's kick was spreading visibly, a dark, ugly purple. He pulled his pant leg down, covering the bruise. This was a debt he would remember. Su Qingxue took a deep breath and began to reorganize the group. All right. From now on, the men will split into 2 groups. One group goes with Chen Jian to find fresh water, the other collects dry wood for fire. The women are responsible for cleaning up the campan. And for handling the remains. Her voice faltered slightly at remains, but she quickly recovered. Wang Chang, you are in charge of recording the inventory of all supplies and maintaining order. She spoke the last 4 words softly. But Wang Chang heard them clearly. Maintaining order. Those 2 words were a gratuita fail-free card, a license for unlimited action. Wang Chang's eyes lit up. It wasn't the light of hope, but the gleam of a hungry wolf spotting a flock of sheep. Yes. President Su, you can rest 100% assured. He straightened his back instantly and turned to shout at the crowd. Did you all hear that? President Su has spoken. Now get moving, damn it. Are you all a bunch of lazy pigs waiting for me to carry you? No one moved. Not because they didn't want to, but because they were sore, starving, cold and terrified, utterly devoid of energy. Seeing this, Wang Chang's temper flared. He stormed over to Zhang Tao in a few quick strides. You. Did you hear me? Are you deaf or just stupid? Zhang Tao shrank back. Brother Chang. I am going. The crowd dispersed sluggishly like cattle driven by a whip. The men headed towards the woods and the women began to crouch down to deal with the wreckage. No one spoke. No one questioned. The crowd dispersed. Only Su Qingxue and Wang Chang remained on the beach. A dozen or so steps away, Lu Feifei, wrapped in that mysterious dark coat, stood silently by a rock, watching everything unfold. Su Qingxue stared at Wang Chang's back for a few seconds. Then she spoke to him. That Chen Jian. I don't think he's very trustworthy. What if he finds water and decides to hide it for himself? Wang Chang's eyes flickered. President Su, what do you mean? Su Qingxue didn't answer. Wang Chang understood her meaning. He'll have Zhang Tao tail him. Zhang Tao is spineless, but he has sharp eyes. He'll have him keep a close watch and report to me immediately if Chen Jian finds anything. Su Qingxue looked at Wang Chang silent for 2 seconds. Wang Chang, after we get back I plan to open a branch company in Zhejiang province. I think your management skills would be a great fit. Wang Chang nodded and bowed excitedly. Thank you, President Su. Thank you. He turned and trotted off his steps as light as a child who just received a red onion. Su Qingxue watched his retreating figure, a muscle in the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. After they got back, she certainly couldn't afford to offend dozens of people for the sake of one person, especially one with no ability whatsoever. As the crowd split up, Wang Chang quickly caught up to Zhang Tao. Listen here, you stick to Chen Jian like glue. Wherever he goes you go. If he finds any food or water you report to me first. If you dare to keep it for yourself or help him hide anything. He raised his fist and shook it in front of Zhang Tao's face. You'll pull your teeth out one by one and throw them into the sea, understand? I understand, Brother Chang. I understand. You can count on me. Get lost. The fire in the cave had died down to ash, its flames long gone. Lin Fan opened his eyes. He didn't rush to get up, keeping his position against the rock wall, his right hand instinctively reaching out to his side. The knife was still there. His fingers met the cold hilt, his fingertips tracing the rough anti-slip texture, and his heartbeat steadied. But his arms were empty. The nation's first love, who had exhausted every trick in the firelight last night, desperate to melt herself into his very bones, had vanished without even leaving a strand of hair behind. Lin Fan curled the corner of his mouth. It wasn't a surprise nor even a disappointment. A snake fed a warm meal while pinned by the neck would be a miracle if it didn't slither away the moment it was released. His gaze shifted. On the other side of the cave a small white figure was curled up. Sonya. After Lu Feifei had exhausted herself and collapsed into sleep last night, Lin Fan had gotten up to add more wood to the fire. Had also glanced at the cave entrance. Sonya was huddled behind a rock outside, her lips already a livid purple from the cold, her teeth chattering like castanets, her whole body shaking like a leaf one breath away from collapse. Had let her in. Now Sonya was hugging her knees, her chin resting on them, her eyes red from a sleepless night fixed intently on Lin Fan. The whites of her eyes were bloodshot as if splashed with red ink. Awake! Lin Fan sat up straight, casually picking up an unburned stick from the ground to stir the embers. With a crackle a few sparks flew out, curling with a wisp of blue smoke. The fire wasn't completely cold yet. Sonya bit her lower lip, a torrent of emotion swirling in her eyes, 3 parts fear of him, 3 parts grievance, and the remaining 4 parts of barely contained fury. She ran away. Sonya's words were barbed. I have eyes. Lin Fan didn't even look up, continuing to poke at the ashes with his stick. She slipped away while it was still dark without making a sound. Sonya's words quickened. Lin Fan, she played you for a fool. She was never truly with you. She was just after the food. After this fire. Once she's fed warm and comfortable, she just up and leave. Lin Fan's movement stopped. He looked up. Sincerity. He savored the word, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. It wasn't a polite laugh. It was a snort from his nose, a laugh of genuine amusement at the sheer absurdity. Sonya, is your head filled with salt water from the Pacific? In a place like this you talk to me about sincerity? Her face burned at his laughter, her hands clenching the hem of her shirt so hard her knuckles turned white. What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? Last night she shamelessly clung to you to get what she wanted, and now she turns her back. She's not even human. Sonya's voice grew frantic, cracking with emotion. She even stole the bottle of water you left on that rock. Lin Fan lazily glanced at the flat rock beside him. Empty. So what? He twisted his neck, producing 2 sharp cracks from his cervical vertebrae. Don't you get it? Sonya shot up from the ground in desperation. She's gone back to find President Su. She'll act like nothing happened and keep playing her innocent little superstar. When rescue comes and we get back to Zhangcheng, Lin Fan, she will not let you off. A chill ran down Sonya's spine as she spoke. It wasn't from the wind. During her months interning at Xingtang, she had seen too many ways the higher-ups dealt with people. Silently, a living person would just disappear from their desk. Even the resignation paperwork was handled by HR. She's Lu Feifei. A top-tier star built by capital. What you did last night. If even a single word of it gets out, her image, her endorsements, her acting career, it would all collapse. Sonya glared with red-rimmed eyes, her voice trembling. To shut you up, she has 1,000 ways to make your life hell in Zhangcheng. She'll accuse you of rape. Don't you understand? Lin Fan listened quietly, not interrupting a single word. When she finished, he stood up unhurriedly. He was 178 meters tall. The cave ceiling wasn't high, standing straight, his head was only a fist's width from the rock above. This day and night on the desolate island had carved something indescribable into him. It wasn't just a few shades of tan. His entire aura had changed. He took a step forward. Songya's body was more honest than her mind. Before her brain could issue a command, her legs had already retreated. Her back hit the cold rock wall. There was nowhere left to go. I traded a fingernail-sized scrap of canned meat for a night of personal service from the entertainment industry's top star. Lin Fan tilted his head. Help me figure out where exactly did I lose on that deal. Songya's mouth opened then closed. Her mind reeled. He actually saw it that way. Not with guilty conscience, not blinded by beauty, not even a shred of smugness about sleeping with a superstar. Accuse me of rape. Which eye of yours saw me forcing her? She took off her own clothes, she crawled over on her own, she knelt at my feet begging me to touch her. Even if she somehow got back to Jiangchang and filed a report, where's the evidence? He gestured toward the cave entrance. Outside was a rocky slope, beyond that the beach, and at the end of the beach that raging sea. On this godforsaken island where even time seems broken, who's going to come collect evidence? Send a coroner out in a kayak. Or have the police ride dolphins over for a forensic investigation. Songya's throat bobbed. But. No buts. Lin Fan cut her off, choking the words in her throat. She ran because she's scared, not because she's confident. His voice dropped half a tone. She's afraid that if she stays with me, she'll be nothing more than a personal slave for life with no room to negotiate. She needs to go back. Back to the crowd, to slip back into her nine heavens celestial maiden shell, to keep playing her pure and innocent role. She thinks that if she blends in with Su Qingxue's group, waits for rescue, and returns to civilized society, she'll be the high and mighty Lu Feifei again. Lin Fan paused. Last night. It didn't happen. It never happened. Just a nightmare on a deserted island. As he spoke, he reached out his hand. His 5 fingers clamped firmly around Songya's chin. The pressure wasn't heavy. Songya was forced to tilt her head back, her neck stretching into a taut line. She ran off. Perfect. Tonight the vacancy. You'll fill it. Songya pushed against Lin Fan but barely moved him. She was so weak with hunger she couldn't even kill a chicken. Her hands flew up to cross defensively over her chest, her face and neck flushing crimson in an instant. In your dreams. I want. Am not going to. Songya gritted her teeth, her gaze darting everywhere, refusing to meet Lin Fan's eye. She struggled for a long time, her neck as stiff as if it were in a cast, finally squeezing out through clenched teeth. You're tainted. The moment those words escaped, silence fell over the cave for a second. Lin Fan was stunned, genuinely stunned, not pretending. During this day and night on the island, had been called a beast, a pervert, had been told by Su Qingxue to his face that he wasn't fit to be called human. But tainted, that was a first. The next second he burst out laughing. Tainted. Lin Fan doubled over with laughter, pointing at Songya's face smudged with dirt and grime. Then he pointed at her bare feet. 10 toes exposed, cuts layered upon cuts on the soles, some still oozing blood, nails packed with sand and mud, looking like they'd just been dug out of a coal pile. Miss Song, do you have a serious misunderstanding about your current situation? Lin Fan straightened up, the tail end of his laughter still lingering on his face. Right now you can't even get a sip of water that doesn't taste like salt, can't scrape together a single piece of paper to wipe your ass, and you're about to run out of pants that can decently cover you. And you're talking to me about being clean. Songya's eyes reddened instantly. Tears welled up but stubbornly refused to fall. It wasn't that she wasn't hurt. It was that she was so hurt that crying felt humiliating. She held her neck stiff, lifting her chin high. It was her last shred of defiance. I don't want to anyway. I'd rather freeze to death out there than be like her. Lin Fan stared at Songya for 3 full seconds. It wasn't quite appreciation, wasn't quite appraisal, but it definitely wasn't the look of someone regarding the dead. You've got spine. There was no mockery in Lin Fan's tone. Since you want trade with that, then trade with this. Lin Fan raised the knife, then patted his own arm. Work. Use your 2 hands and 2 legs, do the labor and earn your survival. He strode toward the cave entrance. After 5 or 6 steps without looking back, he said, follow. Songya stood frozen in place. The sun hadn't risen yet. Wind blew in from the entrance, cutting through her thin shirt, the cold drilling into her bones like needles. Songya clenched her molars and limping followed him. The moment she stepped out of the cave, the sea wind hit harder. But it was softer than the blade-like wind from last night that could slice skin. It had downgraded from lethal to half-lethal. Lin Fan stood at the edge of the rocky slope halfway up the mountain, looking down at the beach. Too far away. He couldn't make out individuals, only a few black dots moving on the sand. They moved painfully slowly like half-dead ants. Current time 0815, ambient temperature 12°C, beach target group status 5 dead. The remaining survivors have completed an initial power restructuring. Su Qingxue holds decision-making authority, with Wang Chang serving as the instrument of violence. Chen Jian has been forced to accept a technical support role. They are currently splitting up to search for fresh water and fuel. It is projected they will find nothing by midday. The golden prompt box floated before his eyes, its text as clear as if etched there. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. 5 dead. Had predicted 1 death from hypothermia last night, but 5 had gone at once. That woman Su Qingxue had some skill. She'd managed to pull the remaining people back together after 5 deaths, keeping things from completely falling apart. In a company meeting that would be called crisis leadership. On this deserted island, it was just giving the ox a bit more breath so it could keep pulling the millstone. But that was it. No water, no food, no proper fire. That mouth of hers worth 10 billion couldn't buy a single extra hour of life for anyone on this island. She wouldn't last long. Where are we going? Looking for food. Lin Fan wasted no time. Standing at the edge of the rocky slope, his gaze swept slowly along the coastline. The coordinates of the sunken cruise ship were approximately 1.2 nautical miles from the current shore. Affected by last night's tide and the nearshore currents, some sealed compartments supplies had been washed onto the eastern reef belt along with the wreckage fragments. Recoverable items were estimated to include sealed food, first aid kits, plastic containers, and some clothing. The recommended search area was from the eastern reef belt to the edge of the mangrove forest, a total length of about 600 meters. The moment the golden prompt box vanished, Lin Fan had already changed direction. Heading east. Sonya followed behind. She wanted to ask why they were heading east, but a glance at Lin Fan's back, which couldn't even be bothered to turn around, made her swallow the words. Asking was pointless anyway. How many of her questions had this man actually answered since yesterday? The two of them cut east along the mid-slope rocky terrain for about 10 minutes. Lin Fan stopped, crouching on a protruding rock to look down. The eastern coastline was completely different from the west. There was no sandy beach, only black reefs carved out by thousands of years of pounding waves. Between the reefs, tidal pools of various sizes formed, retaining seawater in the hollows after the tide receded. Beyond the reef clusters, a large amount of debris pushed ashore by the waves was scattered around. Plastic barrels, splintered wooden planks, torn life jackets, deformed aluminum alloy frames. And several sealed white plastic boxes wedged in the crevices of the reefs. See those white boxes down there? Sonya stood on her tiptoes, looking in the direction he pointed. The white boxes stood out starkly against the black reefs. Are those from the cruise ship? Sealed boxes from the kitchen storage hold. If their waterproofing is good enough, the contents should still be usable. Lin Fan stood up, scanning the terrain. The reef area was vast, with useful items scattered about. Search separately. You take the left, he'll take the right. Put anything useful over there. He pointed to a flat rock in the center of the reef cluster, half a meter higher than its surroundings. Got it. Sonya nodded. Lin Fan's figure had already disappeared behind a jagged black rock. Sonya stood still, the sea breeze rustling her shirt, which was too dirty to even show its original color. She took a deep breath and began to climb the reef cluster on her left. The wound on her foot scraped against the rough rock surface, sending jolts of pain shooting up her leg. Clenching her teeth, she moved between the reefs using both hands and feet. The first white box was wedged in a crevice between 2 large rocks. Sonya struggled for a long time before pulling it free. The seal was intact, no water had gotten in. She opened it to find some useless trinkets. The second box wasn't so lucky. Its shell had been cracked open by the rocks and seawater had flooded in completely. Sonya lifted the lid. Inside was a pile of soaked, disintegrated tissues and a few plastic forks. The tissues fell apart at the slightest touch, sticking to her fingers like cotton wadding. Useless. She picked out the plastic forks and stuffed them in her pocket, tossing the tissues away. The third box was worse, its entire bottom was smashed through, completely empty, whatever it once held long since washed away by the sea. The fourth box contained 2 seawater-soaked t-shirts. Wringing them out, they reeked of diesel. Sonya hesitated for a second, then carried them over anyway. Even if they stank, they were still clothes. After rummaging through 4 boxes, she hadn't found a single bite to eat. Sonya's energy was draining rapidly. The reefs before her occasionally seemed to sway. It wasn't the rocks moving, it was her. She leaned on her knees, gasping for air for a long while before preparing to continue her search. Then she saw it. Behind a large rock that had been overturned by the waves, a scattering of silver foil-sealed pouches lay strewn about. Black lettering on the pouches glinted in the sunlight. Military compressed biscuits, type 900. 500 G per pack. Production date March 2024. Shelf life 5 years. Sonya froze completely. During her internship in the admin department, she had helped the logistics team purchase emergency supplies. She recognized this packaging. Type 900 military compressed biscuits, 500 grams per pack, extremely high caloric density. 1 pack was enough to keep an adult going for a full day. Why did the cruise ship have something like this? She didn't have time to think. She quickly crouched down to count. The foil pouches were scattered in the reef crevices and at the edges of tidal pools, one here one there, as if thrown from a shattered storage box. 1 2 3 4. She counted all the way to 8. 3 of the pouches had been torn open by the rock's seawater seeping in. They felt soft and bloated to the touch, likely ruined. The remaining 5 were perfectly intact seals, tight firm to the touch, not a drop of water inside. 5 packs. 2,500 grams. Sonia crouched on the reef clutching these 5 packs of biscuits, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of her throat. Enough to feed 5 people. On this barren island with nothing else, the value of these 5 packs of biscuits was 10,000 times more real than the 50 million yuan hollow promise Su Qingxue had talked about. She just stood up when a voice came from behind. "Oh ho, looks like you've hit the jackpot." Sonia turned her head. A man stood on a rock 3 meters away looking down at her. He was in his early 40s, of medium build, his face mottled black and red from sun exposure and smoke. She recognized that face. Zhou Dahai from the legal department of Shangtang Group. He had been with the company for over a year, usually keeping a very low profile. The only time Sonia remembered him was overhearing him boast in the break room about being from a family that got rich from demolition, owning 5 properties back in his hometown. But the Zhou Dahai standing on the reef now was a completely different person from the smiling legal clerk in the office. His eyes were fixed on the 2 silver foil pouches in Sonia's arms. He licked his cracked, peeling lips. Sonia had seen that look before, at the zoo. It was the same look a wolf in a cage gives when staring at the feeding slot through the glass. "You're Sonia, right? The intern from sales." Zhou Dahai jumped down from the rock and took 2 steps toward her. Brother Zhou." Sonia instinctively stepped back, clutching the biscuits tighter. "I found these first." "You found them first?" Zhou Dahai laughed. The smile on his face seemed genial enough, but his eyes were as lifeless as a dead fish's, not a shred of warmth in them. "All right, you found it first. So what are you planning to do with it?" "Eat it yourself." "I'm going to take it to the gathering point." Sonia swallowed hard. "Everything we find gets pooled together and well divided up later." "Gathering point?" Zhou Dahai's eyebrow arched. "Who set up a gathering point?" "Lin Fan." Sonia didn't answer. She wasn't stupid. Just yesterday, in the eyes of that group, Lin Fan was nothing but a bottom-tier wage slave earning 3,000 a month, a man Su Qingxue had called an animal. To say Lin Fan had set the rules now would be like holding up a target and begging to be shot. "I set it up myself," Sonia said, tightening her grip on the foil bag. "You set it up yourself?" Zhou Dahai laughed again. This laugh was even faker than the last. An intern trying to claim territory for herself out here. He took another step forward. Sonia stepped back again, her heel catching against the edge of a reef. She stumbled, nearly losing her footing. "Brother Zhou, I found this first. Even in the company it's first come first served." "Company?" Zhou Dahai cut her off, the smile vanishing from his face. "Look where you're standing. Does this look like a goddamn company to you?" He extended his hand. "Cut the crap. Hand the stuff over. I'll take it back and let General Su distribute it." General Su said all found supplies must be turned in. "If you don't believe me, go ask Director Wang when we get back." Sonia stared at that outstretched hand. Black grime was caked under his fingernails and there were fresh scrapes on his knuckles. She didn't move. "Then go get a written order from General Su," Sonia said, thinking she'd brush off Zhou Dahai, "and then go find Lin Fan. If General Su says so, we'll hand it over." Zhou Dahai's face darkened instantly. He withdrew his hand and tilted his head as if reassessing the young woman standing before him. He studied her for 2 or 3 seconds. Then he laughed. This laugh was uglier than the previous 2. "Little sister, I'm trying to be nice here. Don't push your luck." Before the words even died out, he lunged forward in a single stride, reaching directly for the foil bag in Sonia's arms. "Don't touch me!" Sonia shrieked, spinning around to shield the biscuits with her back. Zhou Dahai missed. His face completely fell. Back at the company, interns like Sonia were so insignificant he wouldn't even bother to learn their name. A full-time employee of the legal department fighting over food with an intern who hadn't even been there 3 months, word of that would be a laughingstock. But this wasn't the company. This was a deserted island. He hadn't eaten for a full day and night. His stomach was as hollow as a dry well and the stomach acid burned his throat like fire. Had been sent by Su Qingxue to scout the eastern side for supplies. Had walked for most of the day and found nothing, not even a discarded plastic bucket. And yet here was some little intern who'd stumbled onto treasure. Why? He was a full-time employee. Why should he stand there and watch a 3-month intern run off with, "I'm giving you a chance here, aren't I?" Zhou Dahai grabbed the back of Sonia's collar and yanked her backward with brutal force. Sonya was jerked off balance, stumbling backward as her feet slipped on the rough reef surface. Her left knee slammed hard against the rock with a sickening thud. Ah! A large patch of skin was scraped clean off her knee and blood immediately gushed out, streaming down her shin. But her two hands still clung desperately to those 2 packs of compressed biscuits. She didn't let go. Seeing her stubborn refusal to release them, the anger in Zhou Dahai's chest surged like a blazing fire. You little... He raised his foot and kicked her square in the back. Sonya pitched forward, sprawling onto the reef. Her chin cracked against the rock, her teeth bit into her tongue, and the taste of blood flooded her mouth. 1 pack of biscuits tumbled from her arms and landed in a crevice between the rocks, while the other remained clutched tightly against her chest. Sonya lay on the ground, her vision swimming in and out of darkness from the pain. But her first instinct wasn't to get up, it was to protect the biscuits with everything she had. Zhou Dahai saw the pack that seemed out of reach and he stepped forward. He stepped on her hand. The tread pattern of his shoe pressed into the skin of her hand. I'll say this one last time, Zhou Dahai said, looking down at Sonya sprawled on the ground. His tone shifted. Let go. Hand it over. Or he'll break your fingers one by one. Tears rolled down Sonya's face. Not from pain. From humiliation. The injustice surged over her like a tidal wave, 100 times more overwhelming than the cold shed endured outside the cave last night. She was just trying to find something to eat. She was just picking things up. She hadn't stolen, hadn't robbed, hadn't hurt anyone. Why? Why could someone just hit her and kick her whenever they felt like it? Back at the company, Shed endured being scolded by her supervisor. Shed endured being ordered around by senior colleagues. Shed endured being treated like air by Su Qingxue. Shed always endured. Shed endured all the way to this deserted island, and still she was being beaten. Still being trampled underfoot. Sonya lay on the cold reef, tears and blood from her lips dripping together onto the rock. But the hand being stepped on, her 5 fingers were still locked tightly onto the edge of the foil bag. She didn't let go. She'd rather die than let go. No, Sonya's voice was so hoarse it was barely audible. But every word was so hard that it caught Zhou Dahai off guard. You can kill me, and I still won't give it. Zhou Dahai's mouth twitched. He pressed down harder with his foot. Sonya let out a muffled groan, sweat and tears mingling on her forehead. But that hand didn't budge an inch. You really are a stubborn one. Zhou Dahai bent down, grabbed a fistful of Sonya's hair and yanked her head up off the rock. Sonya's scalp went numb, her vision filled with a blur of swaying sky and stone. Little girl, you think this is the office? Call 110. File a complaint with the Labor Bureau. Cry to HR. Zhou Dahai leaned and closed, his hot breath reeking of sour stench blasting directly into Sonya's face. On this godforsaken island, whoever's got the harder fist calls the shots. You're 100 pounds soaking wet and you want to fight me. His other hand began to pry at Sonya's fingers. 1. Sonya bit her lip and blood seeped out again. 2. Her fingernails scraped a white mark across the foil bag, her knuckles bending to the point of dislocation. Still she didn't let go. Zhou Dahai was thoroughly fed up. He released her hair and swung a backhanded slap across Sonya's left cheek. Slap. The sound was sharp and crisp, echoing back and forth across the empty reef cluster several times. Sonya's head snapped to the side, half her face swelling instantly, a flash of white light exploding before her eyes. A long piercing ring filled her ears like someone had struck a massive bell inside her skull. Her hand went slack. Not because she wanted to let go, but because the blow had stunned her, her muscles simply wouldn't obey. The compressed biscuits scattered on the reef. Zhou Dahai bent down, picked them up and then walked quickly to the flat-topped reef that served as the gathering point. The 3 packs Sonya had moved there earlier were still sitting on top. He glanced at them, then scooped them all up. 4 packs. Not a single one left. If you just listened from the start, none of this would have happened. Had to make me use force. He straightened up and looked down at Sonya, collapsed on the ground. The young woman was curled up in a hollow of the reef, her left cheek swollen grotesquely, blood trailing from the corner of her mouth, the wound on her knee still oozing blood, staining the patch of rock beside her a dark crimson. Her shirt had 2 holes torn in the back from the reef, revealing sunburned, reddened skin beneath. Back at the company, with a face and figure like hers, had have had to steal glances on the sly, afraid of being called a creep. But now... Zhou Dahai's gaze lingered on Sonya for 2 seconds. Then 2 more. Finally he shook his head and turned to walk away. After 3 steps he stopped again. He looked back. Oh, and one more thing. If you dare tell anyone about this, anyone at all, once we're back at the company, I'll make sure you end up in jail. I'll make sure all those years of schooling go to waste and all your parents' hard work and sacrifice amount to nothing. Zhou Dahai knew that today's graduates, especially those from rural areas, feared nothing more than this. Back at the company had used this exact tactic on several fresh graduates had slept with, and it had worked like a charm every time. Besides had already done his homework on Sonia's background, she was a true rural girl through and through. Sonia lay sprawled on the reef. She gave no answer. The sea wind swept in rushing through the torn holes in her shirt, the chill burrowing straight into her bone. She stared at Zhou Dahai's receding figure growing smaller and smaller in the distance. Tears streamed silently down her face. It wasn't that she didn't want to chase after him. It was that her entire body had no strength left, not even enough to get up. She pressed her face against the cold rock. She could smell the salt of the sea, the blood from her own lips, and the faint lingering scent of food on the foil bag. Zhou Dahai did not return directly to the beach camp. Clutching 4 packs of 900 series military compressed biscuits, he circled around to a pile of rocks at the edge of the mangrove forest. After glancing around to ensure no one had followed, he crouched down, pried open a moss-covered rock and scooped out a shallow pit in the sand beneath. He had no idea whether the helicopter would come today. Su Qingxue's empty promises might fool those fresh graduates and dimwits, but not him, a seasoned legal veteran with over a decade of experience. The cruise ship was out of contact, disrupted by magnetic interference. If no rescue came for weeks, this island would become a hell of management. He neatly arranged 3 packs of biscuits into the pit, covered them with dry sand pressed down with gravel, and carefully placed the moss-covered rock back on top. Brushing the dirt from his hands, he kept only the last pack for himself. Each pack weighed 500 grams, enough to secure a core position with Su Qingxue and to establish his authority among the starving colleagues. Back at the company, he would still be hailed as a hero who delivered aid in times of need. Zhou Dahai rubbed his cheeks, deliberately messing up his hair and smearing his pant legs with mud to appear utterly exhausted. He strode toward the beach with the pack of biscuits. The camp cleanup was progressing painfully slowly. The female employees were dizzy with hunger, and Su Qingxue stood nearby with a furrowed brow. She tried to maintain her executive composure, but her cracked, peeling lips and unsteady steps betrayed her. Just then Lu Feifei, wrapped in that dark coat, quietly sidled up to Su Qingxue. She glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then carefully pulled out half a bottle of mineral water from her clothes. "President Su, moisten your throat." Su Qingxue's gaze fixed on the half bottle of water. Her throat burned like she had swallowed razor blades, and the craving for fresh water nearly overwhelmed her reason. But she didn't take it immediately. Her eyes shifted from the plastic bottle to Lu Feifei's neck, where several red marks were impossible to conceal. In an instant, the image of Lu Feifei crawling naked toward Lin Fan in the cave last night flashed through Su Qingxue's mind. The origin of this water was obvious. It was the water of Lin Fan, the lowly grunt, and the tainted water Lu Feifei had earned by casting aside all dignity. "President Su." Seeing her hesitate, Lu Feifei pushed it forward again. "You're our pillar. If you collapse, we're all doomed." The words were well spoken. Su Qingxue stared hard at the half bottle of water, her chest heaving violently. At Shengtang Group she drank imported Evian water of dubious origin, stamped with humiliation, would never have crossed her lips. But now she was on the verge of dying of thirst. Su Qingxue closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the inner struggle had been replaced by the will to survive. She reached out, took the plastic bottle, and unscrewed the cap. Tilting her head back, she poured that half bottle of water marked with disgrace down her throat. As the water slid down her parched esophagus, Su Qingxue felt herself revive. She wiped her mouth, tossed the empty bottle onto the sand, and her gaze turned cold and aloof once more. "You'll remember this. Once we're back in Jiangxing, you'll have the lead endorsement for Shengtang's entire lineup next year." Lu Feifei's eyes lit up, and she quickly bowed her head. "Thank you, President Su." By accepting that half bottle of water, Su Qingxue ensured Lu Feifei would never speak of last night's events. Just then Zhou Dahai's voice rang out from the distance. "President Su. I found it." Everyone on the beach stopped what they were doing and turned in unison. Rows of bloodshot eyes locked onto the silver foil pouch Zhou Dahai held aloft. "Food. That's food." Xiao Zhou from the administrative department shrieked and scrambled toward him. Wang Chang, quick to react, shoved Xiao Zhou aside, rushed up to Zhou Dahai and reached for the biscuits. Zhou Dahai twisted his wrist, evading Wang Chang's grasp, and walked straight to Su Qingxue, offering the pack with both hands. "President Su, I searched the eastern reef belt for ages and finally found this pack of compressed biscuits in a broken crate." Gasping for breath, Zhou Dahai continued, "I didn't dare linger, I rushed straight back to you. It's yours to distribute as you see fit." Su Qingxue took the foil pouch. It was heavy, the packaging intact and free of water damage. She glanced at the nutrition label on the back, 900 series military standard. These 500 grams of carbohydrates on this desolate island at this very moment were more precious than the gold bars in Shengtang Group's vault. The leadership crisis exposed by Qin Jian moments ago evaporated in an instant with the appearance of this pack of biscuits. With the power to distribute came absolute control. "Dahai, you've done well." Su Qingxue raised her voice so everyone could hear. "Once we return to Jiangxing, you'll be promoted directly to director of the legal department with a doubled salary. Additionally, 1 million yuan in cash from my personal account." Zhou Dahai immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle. Thank you, President Su. I am Shang Tangs in life and Shang Tangs in death. I will resolutely follow your command. Su Qingxue turned to Wang Chang. Wang Chang found a clean stone and cut the biscuits open. Wang Chang licked his lips excitedly, found a flat stone slab and carefully slit open the foil pouch with the small knife from his keychain. A rich aroma of wheat wafted out. A chorus of swallowing filled the air. More than a dozen people formed a circle, their eyes gleaming with hunger. Su Qingxue controlled the pace. Everyone gets a small piece. Hold it in your mouth and swallow slowly. We haven't found water yet, eating too much at once will choke you. Wang Chang cut off a piece and offered it to Su Qingxue with both hands. She took it and put it in her mouth. Dry and hard to swallow, but the moment the carbohydrates dissolved, a wave of warmth surged down her esophagus to her stomach. Next came Wang Chang, then Zhou Dahai, and only then the others. Those who received their portions couldn't bear to chew, they swallowed immediately and stared fixedly at the remaining half on the stone slab. See that? Su Qingxue swept her gaze across the crowd, her old composure restored. As long as we work together and follow orders, Shang Tang will never abandon any employee. A faint cheer rose from the crowd. Chen Zhen stood at the periphery holding his small share of biscuit and respectfully handed it to his wife Wang Lan. Wang Lan didn't stand on ceremony and popped both pieces into her mouth. At the eastern reef belt, Lin Fan, carrying a worn-out first aid kit and 2 stacks of mineral water, circled back to the flat-topped rock from the other side. He stepped onto the flat rock and stopped. Sonia was lying on the ground. Her left cheek was swollen, blood streaked from the corner of her mouth, and her knee wound was still seeping blood. Current time 0930, ambient temperature 15°C. Lin Fan glanced at the golden notification box, then his gaze fell on Sonia. He walked over, crouched down without shouting or fussing. Still alive. Sonia's shoulders jolted at the sound of his voice. She lifted her head with difficulty, and the moment she saw Lin Fan, tears burst forth. Lin Fan. Her voice was hoarse, thick with sobs. She braced her arms, trying to get up, but the strain on her injured knee sent her crashing back onto the rock. Zhou Dahai. From legal. Zhou Dahai. Sonia sobbed, speaking in broken fragments. I found 5 packs of biscuits. He took 4. He hit me. He said he'd have me thrown in jail when we get back. She expected Lin Fan to be angry, sympathetic, or to comfort her like a man would. But Lin Fan said nothing. He simply stood up, grabbed Sonia's arm and pulled her to her feet. The motion wasn't gentle, but it was steady. Now wipe your tears. Lin Fan commanded. Sonia raised the back of her hand and roughly wiped away the tears and blood from her face. Lead the way. Lin Fan tossed out 2 words and turned toward the beach. Sonia froze for a moment, then hurriedly limped after him. Where are we going? To get our stuff back. Lin Fan reached behind his back, his fingers closing firmly around the handle of the tactical knife. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. If we don't establish our authority, they'll keep treating us like interns. On the beach, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. Su Qingxue stood on a flat rock, pinching an empty silver foil wrapper in her hand. The 500 grams of compressed biscuits from earlier had been divided into dozens of portions, each person receiving no more than a fingernail-sized piece. It was far from enough to satisfy their hunger. The carbohydrates dissolved in gastric juices, only intensifying the hunger that had been suppressed for a day and a night. Yet no one dared to complain. With that single biscuit, Su Qingxue managed to rally the disintegrating morale. If biscuits could be found, other food could be found as well. Su Qingxue looked at the employees below, licking their lips with ingratiating eyes, and felt the same sense of control she had in the 58th floor conference room of Shangtang Group. Zhou Dahai stood at the front of the crowd, his back ramrod straight. During the biscuit distribution, Su Qingxue had deliberately given him the largest piece, 2 fingers wide. It was a clear statement in this camp: whoever found supplies was favored by Su Qingxue. Wang Chang stood nearby, his eye twitching, staring at Zhou Dahai with a mix of malice and envy. The sales director was now being outshone by a sly old fox from the legal department. Brother Zhou, you're something else, found food on your first try. Xiao Zhou from the admin department sidled up, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile. Luck, pure luck. Zhou Dahai waved his hand dismissively, deliberately raising his voice. It's all thanks to Su's leadership. As long as we follow her and hold out until rescue arrives, well, I'll make it back alive. Su Qingxue gave a slight nod, pleased with Zhou Dahai's words. She was about to assign the next search mission. Lin Fan, wait for me. A weak voice called out. A dozen heads turned simultaneously. Lin Fan walked ahead, holding a black tactical knife upside down, its blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. His clothes were dusty, but he carried himself with the ease of someone who had eaten and drunk his fill. Behind him limped Sonia. Sonia looked terrible. The left side of her face was swollen, her lips crusted with blood, and she couldn't put weight on her left leg. Blood from her knee had trickled down to her ankle. The moment they appeared, the air on the beach grew still. Su Qingxue frowned deeply, feeling an instinctive aversion to Lin Fan. This lowly intern had trampled her dignity in the cave last night. If he were smart enough to hand over the food and water, Su Qingxue would be the savior of dozens of people. Everyone would be grateful to her, and Lin Fan would return to Jiangcheng with a comfortable life ahead. But this fool, whether lacking a few screws in his head or what, was throwing away a bright future just to cling to some mineral water and worthless food. Did he really intend to stay here forever? Regardless, until the rescue team arrived, Lin Fan was the greatest challenge to her authority. Zhou Dahai's eyelid twitched at the sight of Sonya, but he quickly composed himself. She was just an intern. What could she do even if she complained? Would Su Qingxue punish a legal specialist who had just rendered great service for the sake of a nobody intern? Lin Fan stopped 5 paces from the crowd. His gaze swept across the group before settling on Zhou Dahai. Where are the things? Zhou Dahai played dumb. What things? Lin Fan, don't stir up trouble here. We're all waiting for rescue. You beat Sonya like this and still dare to bring her before Su. He immediately turned the tables, pinning Sonya's injuries on Lin Fan. Sonya trembled with rage upon hearing this. Stepping out from behind Lin Fan, she pointed at Zhou Dahai and for the first time cursed, bullshit. You stole my biscuits. And you hit me. Sonya's voice was distorted by pain, but it was crystal clear on the silent beach. Su. Sonya turned to Su Qingxue. I found 5 packs of compressed biscuits by the eastern rocks. The silver military kind. Zhou Dahai suddenly rushed out and snatched 4 packs. He kicked me and slapped me. The crowd erupted. All eyes snapped to Zhou Dahai, not because he had hit Sonya but because of the number she mentioned. 5 packs. 4 stolen. Zhou Dahai had only brought back 1. Su Qingxue's expression shifted instantly. She turned to stare at Zhou Dahai with piercing eyes. Wang Chang reacted fastest. He had been stewing in anger and now seized the opportunity, lunging forward to grab Zhou Dahai by the collar. Zhou Dahai. You son of a bitch, keeping it all for yourself. Wang Chang spat in Zhou Dahai's face. Sonya says there were 5 packs. You stole 4. You handed over 1, where are the other 3? Stuffed down your gullet. Zhou Dahai stumbled from the jerk, panicking for a split second, but quickly started shouting. Wang Chang, let go of me. You're listening to this crazy girl's nonsense. She tripped and fell, then saw I found food and came to frame me. If I'd stolen 4 packs, why would I bring 1 back? Wouldn't I just hide them all? Zhou Dahai's logic sounded sound. He looked at Su Qingxue. Su, don't believe her. This is all Lin Fan's doing. Lin Fan clearly wants to profit from my supplies. He saw I found food blocking his path, so he sent this intern to slander me and undermine unity in our camp. Su Qingxue fell silent. She looked at the slap mark on Sonya's face, then at Zhou Dahai's flushed face. She wasn't stupid. That injury was definitely not from a fall. The handprint was unmistakable. Zhou Dahai had certainly taken something. But how many packs exactly? If 3 were truly hidden away. Su Qingxue felt the fire in her stomach rising. She had just praised Zhou Dahai in front of everyone and promised him a 1,000,000 yuan bonus. If he had really hidden food behind her back, her actions would be nothing short of a complete joke. Zhou Dahai. Su Qingxue's voice turned cold. How many packs were there? Su. I swear there weren't more. Zhou Dahai raised both hands in a vow. If I hid even 1 pack, may I be stuck on this deserted island forever. It was just 1 pack found in that broken box. Wang Chang didn't believe a word. He turned to the male employees and barked, Zhang Tao. Li Bin. Search him. See if he's hiding anything on him. Zhang Tao and Li Bin stepped forward, immediately grabbing Zhou Dahai from both sides and patting him down roughly. Zhou Dahai struggled wildly, cursing non-stop. The camp instantly descended into chaos, a dog-eat-dog spectacle playing out right on the sand. Lin Fan stood still, uninterested in watching this office drama unfold. Clutching his knife, he strode straight into the crowd. Those in his path felt the unbridled killing intent radiating from him and instinctively parted to make way. Lin Fan stopped in front of Zhou Dahai. Wang Chang, Zhang Tao and Li Bin saw the knife in his hand and immediately released Zhou Dahai, retreating several steps. Zhou Dahai had just straightened his rumpled collar when he looked up and met Lin Fan's eyes. They were utterly devoid of emotion. Lin Fan, what do you think you're doing? Zhou Dahai forced his courage, taking a half step back. Su is right here. Are you going to attack someone in front of everyone? Lin Fan wasted no words. He raised his right hand and the blade pressed directly against the right side of Zhou Dahai's neck. The cold touch of metal seeped through his skin and into his veins, causing every hair on Zhou Dahai's body to stand on end. He could even sense a faint lingering trace of blood on the blade. The entire scene fell into dead silence. The wind swept across the beach, leaving only the sound of waves crashing against the rocks. Gulp. Zhou Dahai swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, scraping against the blade and leaving a razor-thin line of blood. Where is it? Lin Fan repeated his earlier question, his tone still flat. Zhou Dahai's legs began to tremble, but having worked in legal affairs for over a decade, he knew the rules of modern society all too well. This was a deserted island, sure, but they would be rescued sooner or later. Su Qingxue had said it herself, the satellite phone was working and help was already on the way. Once they returned to Jiangqing, murder meant the death penalty and intentional injury meant at least 3 years in prison. Lin Fan was just a fresh graduate intern with no money and no connections. Would he dare to bear the charge of intentional homicide? Would he dare to wield a knife in front of dozens of witnesses? Impossible. He absolutely wouldn't dare. He was just using the knife to scare people. As long as he stubbornly denied everything, Lin Fan could do nothing to him. If he revealed where the biscuits were hidden, not only would Lin Fan take them, but Wang Chang would skin him alive and everything Su Qingxue had promised would vanish into thin air. With that thought, Zhou Dahai's confidence swelled once more. Lin Fan, don't try to scare me with that thing. Zhou Dahai forced himself to stay calm, his voice even taking on a hint of a scolding tone. I'm a legal specialist at the group. What you're doing now, holding a knife to me, is provocation, a crime of intimidation. The more he spoke, the smoother his words flowed, and he even stared straight into Lin Fan's eyes. There are dozens of people on this island watching. When rescue arrives, when the helicopter lands, we're all going back to Jiangcheng. If you dare lay a finger on me today, I'll call the police the moment we're back and you'll be arrested. Your whole life will be ruined, understand? Put the knife down. If there's a problem, we'll settle it by the company's rules with President Su. Zhou Dahai fell back on his most practiced spiel. Law, police, the bottom line of civilized society. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily flickered to the right. That was a pile of rubble at the edge of the mangrove forest. This subtle motion caught Lin Fan's eye. At the same moment, a golden prompt box materialized on Lin Fan's target. Zhou Dahai, mental state extreme panic, forced composure, clinging to the illusion of rescue by civilized society. Hidden information in the direction of his gaze, the rubble pile at the right edge of the mangroves, bearing 115 degrees in a shallow pit beneath a moss-covered stone, are buried 3 packs of 900 series military compressed biscuits. Lin Fan finished reading the prompt. He now knew where the biscuits were. But he didn't turn to look in that direction, nor did he give it away. He watched the middle-aged man before him still rambling on, bolstering his courage with legal jargon. The rules of civilized society. Calling the police. Ruining his life. Lin Fan suddenly laughed. He laughed out loud, his shoulders shaking slightly. Zhou Dahai felt a chill run down his spine at the sound. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at what a fool you are. Lin Fan's laughter ceased and his eyes turned utterly frigid. You think I'm going to bother with evidence? Before the words even faded, Lin Fan's wrist twisted violently. The blade left Zhou Dahai's neck and swept downward. Lin Fan's right hand shot out, seizing Zhou Dahai's right wrist, which hung limply at his side, and yanked it outward. Zhou Dahai's right hand was pulled taut, suspended in midair. The black tactical knife whistled through the air as it came down with brutal force. Thud! The sound of the blade slicing through skin, severing tendons and grinding through cartilage was magnified infinitely in the silent beach. Blood erupted, instantly splattering across the sand onto Lin Fan's pant legs and across Wang Chang's face nearby. 4 severed fingers. Index, middle ring and pinky. They dropped cleanly from Zhou Dahai's hand, landing in the dirt, still twitching slightly from nerve reflexes. Zhou Dahai froze. He stared at his own right hand, now bare and gushing blood uncontrollably. His mind went blank for a moment. A full 2 seconds passed before the searing pain exploded through his nerve endings and crashed into his brain like a detonation. Aha! A blood-curdling scream tore through the island's sky. Zhou Dahai's knees buckled and he collapsed onto the sand. He clamped his left hand over the gushing wound on his right, curling into a tight ball as he rolled wildly across the sand, letting out pig-like squeals of agony. My hand. My hand, ah. The entire scene was dead silent. Only Zhou Dahai's screams echoed through the air. Everyone stood frozen in place. Xiao Zhou from the admin department rolled his eyes back and fainted on the spot. Wang Chang wiped the warm liquid from his face, looked down and saw his hand covered in blood. His legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, his crotch instantly soaked. He had pissed himself again. Su Qingxue stood on the flat rock, her face as pale as paper. She stared at the severed fingers on the ground, at the pool of blood, at the man holding the bloodstained blade. She had always believed she could control the situation. She thought that with money, titles and empty promises she could wield these people like tools. She thought Wang Chang's slap and kick to Chen Jian were the peak of violence this island would see. It was only at this moment that she truly understood what it meant to lose all restraint. Lin Fan didn't care about the law, didn't care about rescue, didn't care what happened when they returned to Jiangcheng. With 4 fingers he had shattered the last shred of civilized society's confidence that everyone clung to. Lin Fan flicked the blood droplets off his blade. He didn't look at Zhou Dahai writhing on the ground. Instead he turned his gaze to Su Qingxue. Their eyes met. Su Qingxue instinctively stepped back, nearly stumbling. On her face, once worth billions, there was now nothing but undisguised terror. Lin Fan said nothing. He turned and walked toward the edge of the mangrove forest on the right. Without hesitation he strode straight to the moss-covered stone, kicked it aside and probed the mud and sand with the tip of his blade. 3 silver foil pouches were revealed. Lin Fan bent down, picked up the 3 packs of biscuits and brushed off the dirt. The people on the beach watched, barely daring to breathe. There really were 3 packs. Zhou Dahai really had hidden food. And Lin Fan had found the spot without even asking a single question. This almost prophetic ability instilled a deep sense of awe in the already terrified crowd. Lin Fan walked back to Songya, biscuits in hand. Songya stared blankly at the severed fingers on the ground, utterly shaken. When Lin Fan had said established dominance, she thought it was just an empty threat. She never expected him to actually cut off Zhou Dahai's fingers. Hold these. Lin Fan tossed the 3 packs of biscuits into Songya's arms. She fumbled to catch them and clutched them to her chest. Lin Fan turned around and swept his gaze over the crowd on the beach one last time. Listen carefully. His voice carried through the sea breeze, each word striking the hearts of everyone present. I'm not on the same side as you. If you want to wait for rescue, huddle together for warmth, or listen to President Su's empty promises, go right ahead. But don't cross me. Touch what's mine and you die. Harm my people and you pay with your life. Don't try to pressure me with your labor laws and your police. Out here, this blade in my hand is the only law. With that, Lin Fan didn't spare anyone another glance. He turned and strode toward the cave on the mountainside. Songya hugged the biscuits and followed closely behind Lin Fan. She didn't look back at her former colleagues on the beach. She knew that from this day forward she had completely severed ties with that hypocritical group. She belonged only to the man walking ahead with the knife. Wait. Su Qingxue's voice came from behind, not loud but clear. Lin Fan did not stop. Songya clutched 3 packs of compressed biscuits tightly, limping along behind him. Lin Fan. Su Qingxue's volume rose half a notch, carrying a forced coldness and hardness. Lin Fan knew this voice all too well. It was the same tone Su Qingxue used to call next during the year-end review meeting on the 58th floor of the Shangtang Group building. Condescending and unyielding. In the past, those words could send a chill down the spine of every employee on the floor. Now even the sea breeze blowing from behind had more presence than her voice. Lin Fan still did not stop. Hasty footsteps sounded from behind as Su Qingxue circled around to stand in front of him. She stood 2 steps directly in front of him, with the gravel slope leading to the mountainside cave behind her and the man who had just orchestrated a bloody spectacle of violence before her. Lin Fan stopped. Not because Su Qingxue blocked his path, the slope was wide enough to walk around in 3 seconds. He simply wanted to see what new tricks this billionaire CEO could conjure up after witnessing the finger-severing performance firsthand. Su Qingxue stood there, her chest heaving violently. The white one-piece swimsuit she wore was so dirty its original color was barely discernible. Her hair was matted and stuck to her shoulders, her cheeks streaked with grayish-black grime from the toxic smoke and sea wind. Her lips were cracked, her eyes deeply sunken. But her posture remained unchanged, back straight, shoulders squared, chin slightly lifted. That frame was propped up by over 2 decades of upbringing and assets worth hundreds of billions, not something a single night of cold wind could break. I won't beat around the bush. Su Qingxue spoke, her voice hoarse nearly to the point of breaking, yet every word held steady. You're smart and ruthless enough. I admit on this island you currently hold the upper hand. Lin Fan switched the tactical knife to his left hand. Zhou Dahai's blood on the blade hadn't dried yet, glinting with a dark red sheen under the sunlight. He remained silent, waiting for her to continue. Su Qingxue took a deep breath. I've already figured out your intentions. You hoard supplies, occupy the cave, build up arms. You're clearly planning to be the king of this island. Fine, you have the skills for it, I'll concede that. She extended her right hand, fingers spread wide. But you need to think about one thing clearly. You're alone, hoarding all that water and food with dozens of people below staring at you with hungry eyes. How long do you think you can hold out? 3 days, 5 days. Or will they wait until they're starving enough to eat people, then rush up together and tear you apart? Even with that knife you can't fight off 4 hands with 2 fists. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth twitched, but he didn't respond. Su Qingxue withdrew her hand and shifted to a more conciliatory tone. I'll offer you a more dignified proposal. You hand over the cave and let me manage and distribute the food and water centrally. With your current stockpile plus what we continue to gather, it'll be enough to last until rescue arrives. She paused for a second. In exchange, after we return to Jiangcheng, I'll give you 100 million yuan in my personal capacity. Cash, direct bank transfer, no company accounts, no approval processes. 100 million Lin Fan. That's enough to buy 3 apartments in Jiangxing, start 2 companies and never have to kowtow to anyone for the rest of your life. 100 million. The sheer weight of that number silenced even the sobbing figures on the distant beach behind them. Sonia stood frozen behind Lin Fan, clutching the biscuits, her mouth slightly agape as her mind spun 3 times trying to process the figure. What did 100 million even mean? Every villager in her hometown could farm their entire lives eating nothing and spending nothing and still never scrape together even a fraction of that amount before they died. Su Qingxue watched Lin Fan's expression and pressed on. And about Zhou Dahai's matter. You harmed him here. When we get back there will definitely be legal consequences. Intentional injury causing serious harm, 3 to 10 years. If he bleeds out or dies from infection then it's intentional homicide. But as long as I Su Qingxue step in, this won't enter any legal proceedings. Zhou Dahai is a Shangtang employee. He'll handle his medical expenses and compensation. The Shangtang legal department won't pursue it and all witnesses will sign non-disclosure agreements. This matter will be as if it never happened. Su Qingxue tilted her head slightly after finishing. She knew negotiation inside out. The carrot had been offered 100 million in cash plus full legal protection. It was a deal no rational person could refuse. An intern earning 3,000 a month suddenly given the chance to trade a cave for 100 million. Money he couldn't earn in 10 lifetimes. Now it was time for the stick. Of course, if you insist on going your own way. Su Qingxue's tone dropped sharply. When rescue arrives I can assure you every single seat on that helicopter is mine to decide. She stared into Lin Fan's eyes. People die in shipwrecks all the time. Old Lu died, Xiao Wang died, Lily died. One more Lin Fan. No one would find it surprising. You with a knife stealing people's food, cutting off their fingers, running vigilante justice on a deserted island. With one word from me you're a dangerous lunatic who lost his mind from the shipwreck and turned violent. When the helicopter lands everyone boards and you're left behind alone. I don't know how big this island is, but I do know this: a person alone in a place like this won't survive a year. Su Qingxue fell silent, waiting for Lin Fan's reaction. The wind swept in from the sea carrying damp salty moisture. Several seconds of stillness passed. Lin Fan sheathed the knife into the tactical pouch at his waist, then raised his hand and leisurely wiped the residual bloodstains from his fingers. President Su. He spoke, his tone unervingly calm. That spiel of yours, how many times a year do you use it at Shangtang's merger negotiations? Su Qingxue's brow furrowed. Bait in front, threats in back, with a legal risk wedged in the middle as leverage. Pretty standard stuff, straight out of the capitalist playbook. That must have been your major in college, right? Lin Fan took a step forward. Su Qingxue didn't retreat, gritting her teeth and holding her ground. But you forgot one thing. Lin Fan's gaze swept across Su Qingxue's face, over her cracked lips, over the dust-covered skin below her collarbone, over her waist and below, before finally returning to her eyes. It was a look utterly devoid of disguise or respect, like appraising a cut of meat at a market stall. Your helicopter isn't coming. Su Qingxue's mouth twitched. Your satellite phone is a brick. It twitched again. The 100 million you promised is just a string of numbers. And your threat to leave me off the helicopter, President Su, how exactly do you plan to keep me off a helicopter that doesn't exist? Lin Fan let out a low short laugh. I'd like to offer you 2 choices as well. First, like I said last night, take off your clothes and let me have my way once. Su Qingxue's body went rigid as blood rushed to her face, even her neck turning crimson. It wasn't embarrassment, it was rage. Last night in the cave Lin Fan had said those exact same words. She had dismissed it as the bravado of a low-level grunt who'd finally gotten some power, a pathetic loser's sleazy attempt to cop a feel. She had cursed him, called him an animal, a toad lusting after swan meat, then walked off into the cold wind without looking back. She thought her anger and contempt were enough to make this delusional man back down. And the result? Less than 24 hours later, the same words, the same demands spoken again. Even more casually than last night. Last night he had at least been sitting by the fire laying out terms with some semblance of a transaction. Today he stood in broad daylight in front of Sonia within the blurred sightline of everyone on the distant beach and said it in the same tone one might use to order a dish. He didn't see it as an insult at all. He saw it as a perfectly natural exchange of equal value. Lin Fan. Su Qingxue's voice was squeezed out word by word through clenched teeth. You. This is the second time. Her entire body trembled violently, her fists clenched so hard the knuckles stood out white. Her eyes were bloodshot, tears welling and trembling at the rims, but she refused to let a single drop fall. One tear would be surrender, and Su Qingxue had never cried in front of any man in her life. In the business world, old foxes 100 times more arrogant than her had slammed tables, thrown contracts and hurled threats. She never even flinched. But this man, this low-level intern whose name she couldn't even be bothered to remember, was crushing the last shred of her dignity over and over in the most primitive, crude and humiliating way possible. You're dreaming. Su Qingxue's voice pitched to a shrill unhinged register. Who do you think you are? You cut off one man's finger and suddenly you're the king of this island. You're a dog. A stray dog that got lucky and found a few bones. When my people get here. Your people aren't coming. Lin Fan cut her off blunt and to the point. If you don't believe me, keep waiting. Wait until you starve, wait until you die of thirst, wait until the men down there start getting ideas about you. Then you'll remember what I said today. I think you should choose the second option. Turn around, go back. Whether you die of thirst, hunger or cold or get eaten by your loyal devoted employees, it's none of my business. Su Qingxue stood rooted to the spot, her chest heaving more and more violently. She stared at Lin Fan. There was no emotion whatsoever on this man's face. It wasn't a calmness forced through gritted teeth, it was a genuine bone-deep indifference. He said those words with the same casualness as someone swiping through a food delivery app on their phone. Order if you want, don't if you don't. The restaurant doesn't need your business. This attitude was more infuriating than any insult. If he had threatened her viciously, if he had stared at her with greedy eyes, she could at least find a reason to hate him, a fulcrum for resistance. But he couldn't even be bothered to give her a second glance. Su Qingxue opened her mouth, wanting to curse at him again. But only a dry, raspy breath escaped her throat, not even forming a single word. She turned and walked back step by step. This Su Qingxue had walked out of countless failed negotiation rooms in her life, always with this posture, back straight, never looking back. Except before, when she walked out, she was the winner. Lin Fan watched her figure grow distant, then averted his gaze. Let's go, he said to Sonya. Sonya, clutching 3 packs of biscuits, followed him in a daze. Her mind was still buzzing. The impact of what she had just witnessed was no less than when Lin Fan had cut off Zhou Dahai's finger. Su Qingxue had offered 100 million. 100 million. For that cave, for the water and food inside. Lin Fan hadn't even batted an eye. What did 100 million even mean? Sonya did the math silently in her head. Her parents farmed back home, working themselves to the bone year-round. After deducting costs for fertilizer, seeds and pesticides, they were lucky to make 20,000 a year. 100 million. That would take 5,000 years of farming. Start from the Shang Dynasty farm all the way to now and just barely save up that much. Su Qingxue returned to the edge of the beach. She didn't walk into the crowd. She circled behind a half-percentile reef, pressed her back against the rock wall and slowly closed her eyes. One thought looped endlessly in her mind: the helicopter isn't coming. The thought burrowed into her brain relentlessly. She suppressed it countless times, forcing it down with sheer willpower and faith in her company's capabilities. But it always resurfaced, more frequent, more clear each time. Su Qingxue opened her eyes again. She didn't look at the grinding employees scattered on the distant beach. Nor did she look at the cave entrance faintly visible halfway up the mountain. Her gaze landed on the gravel path leading towards the cave. A thin figure was limping up the slope. Sonya. Su Qingxue's eyes changed. Not anger, not humiliation. The fire from her confrontation with Lin Fan vanished in an instant. In its place was something honed from years in the business world, something etched into her DNA: calculation. She had been the helmswoman of Shangtang Group for 7 years. Her specialty was never a frontal assault. It was flanking maneuvers. If she couldn't budge Lin Fan Heaton, she would pry at the people around him. Lin Fan's camp consisted of exactly 2 people. Lu Feifei was a spineless weathervane, swaying with whoever was strongest. Turning her would be a waste of effort. But Sonya was different. Sonya was the only one beside Lin Fan who still clung to civilized society values. She feared violence, she believed in rules, she still harbored expectations for life after they got back. More importantly, Sonya was clutching 3 packs of compressed biscuits. Su Qingxue's throat involuntarily bobbed. The half bottle of water she had had earlier was long gone and the stomach acid was burning her insides. 3 packs of biscuits, 1,500 grams. Enough to let her play the pillar of strength for these people for another 3 days. Rescue would definitely arrive within 3 days. If she could lure Sonya away, Lin Fan would be alone. A lone wolf was no threat. If she could get the biscuits, her reign could continue. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Su Qingxue quickly strode again towards the direction Sonya had gone. Sonya was about to continue climbing. Lin Fan was ahead, already near the cave entrance. Sonya. A voice came from behind. Sonya turned around. Su Qingxue stood on the gravel path 3 meters away. Backlit, her expression was unreadable. But that stance, Sonya knew it all too well. It was the exact same posture Su Qingxue assumed before stepping up to the podium at the company's annual meeting. Back straight, chin slightly raised, commanding the attention of the entire room. Sonya instinctively hugged the biscuits tighter to her chest. Su. President Su. Su Qingxue didn't speak right away. She took a few steps closer, her gaze sweeping over Sonya from head to toe. The swollen left cheek, the still oozing knee. The shirt with 2 torn holes, the 3 silver foil packs clutched tightly in her arms. Does it hurt? Su Qingxue's tone suddenly became incredibly soft, so soft that Sonya thought her ears were playing tricks on her. You need to treat that knee wound right away or it'll get infected. In this tropical climate, if the wound festers without antibiotics, you could even lose the leg. Sonya was completely stunned. In all her time at the company, Su Qingxue had never spoken to her in such a tone. Forget the tone. Su Qingxue had never even really looked at her. Back at the company there were 56 floors, 5 layers of management and an unbreachable glass ceiling between them. People at the front desk used to say in President Su's eyes anyone earning less than 100,000 a month is invisible. And now this woman was crouching on a gravel path asking her if she was in pain. I'm fine. Sonya instinctively stepped back half a pace. Su Qingxue sighed a sigh designed to draw the other woman into a shared emotional space before she made her move. Sonya, I know you've been through a lot these past 2 days. I've heard about what Zhou Dahai did to you. When we get back to Jiangqing, Zhou Dahai will be fired from Shangtang Group immediately. I will personally arrange a labor arbitration lawyer for you. Shangtang will fully compensate you for all the physical harm and mental distress he caused. Sonya's lips moved, but she said nothing. Su Qingxue continued, you're this year's graduate intern, right? Your contract has about 3 months left. Sonya nodded. When we get back, he'll convert you to full-time employment directly. No standard procedures, no defense required. You can pick your own position, sales, marketing, branding, wherever you want to go. Su Qingxue reached out and gently brushed a few grains of sand off Sonya's shoulder. The gesture was incredibly natural, like a senior comforting a bullied junior. Starting salary of 20,000 a month plus year-end bonus. She paused, her tone softening further. Are your parents still living in that old house back? After we get back, he'll personally pay to renovate your family's home. Sonya's eyes welled up instantly. She couldn't help it. She really couldn't hold it back. Since arriving on this island, she had been shoved by Wang Chang, kicked, slapped and trampled by Zhou Dahai. Lin Fan had saved her, but that man's mouth was as hard as a blade, never uttering a single soft word. Still alive. That was Lin Fan's version of concern. Now suddenly someone was speaking to her with such gentle tenderness, and the taut string she'd held for a day and a night nearly snapped on the spot. Her nose stung fiercely. Tears welled in her eyes. But Sonya bit the inside of her cheek. Bit right onto the wound Zhou Dahai slap had left there. Pain. The pain cleared her head. She hadn't forgotten who Su Qingxue was. Every word this woman spoke at the annual meetings was so polished it could be framed and hung on a wall. Shangtang will never let down any hard worker. Then the day after the annual meeting, the administrative department laid off 1/3 of its staff. People were laid off, salaries were cut, and all the traps buried in the contracts remained firmly in place. Sonya sniffled and forced the tears back. President Su. Please just tell me what you want. Her voice was small but steady. Su Qingxue's eyes flickered. She withdrew her hand and dropped the pretense of warmth. I want you to leave Lin Fan. The words were crisp and clean. Sonya's fingers tightened, crushing a deep crease into the foil pack. You're a smart girl. You should be able to see that Lin Fan's current state is not normal. Su Qingxue's voice reverted to that cold, business-like hardness. He cut off Zhou Dahai's finger. He threatened everyone with a knife. That's not survival skill, that's violent crime. Right now he has a knife, water and food, so he thinks he can do whatever he wants. But rescue will come eventually. The second that helicopter lands, everything returns to normal. Every single thing he's done on this island will be accounted for one by one. Su Qingxue took another step forward. If you stay with him, you're an accomplice. Sonya's body swayed as if someone had pushed her in the lower back. When we get back to Jiangchang and the police start investigating, do you think you can walk away clean? Su Qingxue's voice wasn't loud, but it was devastating. I was just following him, won't be worth a cent in a court of law. You just graduated this year. Your life is just beginning. You have education, you have ability. You can have a family, a career, a normal life in the future. Do you really want to throw away your entire future for a few packs of biscuits and an out-of-control madman? Sonya lowered her head, staring at the gravel beneath her feet. Silence. Su Qingxue looked at her silent figure and quickly assessed the situation. One more push was needed. The scales in this girl's heart were already tipping, but they hadn't fallen yet. The final straw needed to hit the most sensitive nerve. Su Qingxue switched to a lower, more intimate tone. Xiaosong, when rescue arrives, will be the one deciding who gets a seat on that helicopter. Sonya's head snapped up. Su Qingxue's face was less than a step away. Her bloodshot eyes stared at her, devoid of anger or threatening expressions. Come back to my side now. Su Qingxue's gaze flickered to the 3 packs of biscuits in Sonya's arms for a moment. A fleeting moment, but Sonya caught it. She had seen that look once before today. Zhou Dahai had that exact look in his eyes when he stared at the foil pack in her hands. The only difference was Zhou Dahai was a wolf, he saw meat and pounced. Su Qingxue was a hunter, she coaxed you into putting the meat down yourself then took it away politely. I'm not just offering you a seat. I'm offering you a whole new life. Su Qingxue averted her gaze as if that flash of greed had never existed. But if you choose to stay by his side. Su Qingxue tilted her head slightly. When the plane lands your name won't be on the list. You'll stay on this island with Lin Fan. Forever. The last 2 words slipped softly from Su Qingxue's lips. At that exact moment the sea breeze died down. Sonya stood there clutching 3 packs of compressed biscuits, the blood on her knee already crusted into dark red scabs. She looked at Su Qingxue then glanced back up towards the cave. Lin Fan's figure had already disappeared into the shadows of the entrance. She turned back to face Su Qingxue's waiting eyes. Her lips parted then closed. Finally she made up her mind. President Su. Su Qingxue narrowed her eyes slightly. She knew that expression all too well. In the office on the 58th floor of the Shangtang Group, suppliers, bidders and negotiation opponents who sat across from her when they hesitated 9.5 out of 10 would obediently accept the olive branch she extended. No one could refuse a safe bet. Not to mention a bottom-tier intern with nothing to her name. Sonya kept her head down. It was a long moment before she spoke. President Su, everything you said sounds wonderful. She took a step back, clutching the biscuits tighter to her chest. Even better than what you said at the annual party. But I don't believe you. Silence fell over the gravel path. Su Qingxue stared at the intern whose name she couldn't even recall before. In those bloodshot eyes there was no defiance, no fear. Only something she couldn't comprehend, something that made her deeply uneasy. Sonya, have you thought this through? The last trace of softness vanished from Su Qingxue's face, her voice as cold as last night's sea breeze. Rejecting me now means choosing a dead end. When the helicopter arrives, the helicopter won't come. Sonya cut her off. In the entire history of the Shangtang Group no one had ever dared to interrupt Su Qingxue. Not the vice presidents. Not the board of directors. But an intern earning 3,000 a month just did. Su Qingxue's eyelid twitched. What did you say? Lin Fan said so. Sonya's voice wasn't loud but every word was steady. The satellite phone won't connect. This island isn't on any normal route and the magnetic field is off. You believe him? Su Qingxue's tone rose half a notch. You trust a fresh graduate over me. I trust him. Sonya didn't explain why. She couldn't. The reason was buried too deep. The first time she had seen the name Lin Fan wasn't on the Shangtang Group hiring list. It was much earlier. Much earlier. Sonya bit the inside of her wounded lip, using the pain to shove the memory back down. Now wasn't the time for that. President Su, give it up. Sonya shifted the 3 packs of compressed biscuits, turned around and limped up the slope. I won't give you the biscuits. And I don't want the helicopter seat either. After we get back you can fire me or blacklist me, I don't care anymore. But these 3 packs of biscuits are what I found myself. I earned them with a slap to my face and the skin scraped off my knee. I decide who gets them. She didn't look back but she walked slowly. With every step the wound on her left knee pulled open, seeping fresh blood. New wounds stacked on old ones, each step sending pain deep into the bone. Su Qingxue stood on the gravel path watching the frail figure move inch by inch toward the cave. The sea breeze swept in from the side, pressing Sonya's shirt, torn in 2 places, against her body, outlining a slender waist. Su Qingxue clenched her fist. Then released it. She didn't chase after her. Not because she didn't want to. She was out of cards. 100 million job confirmation, a house, a helicopter seat. Every chip Su Qingxue could offer was laid bare on the table. And 2 interns had thrown them back in her face one by one. Su Qingxue turned and walked slowly toward the beach. Her back was still straight. But her steps were heavier than when she'd arrived. At the cave entrance, Lin Fan crouched on the ground organizing supplies from the first aid kit. Footsteps echoed from outside. He didn't even look up. Back. Sonya stood at the entrance holding 3 silver foil pouches. Sunlight streamed in from behind her, outlining her silhouette in a ring of light, though the half-swollen face really wasn't much to look at. Lin Fan's eyelids lifted slightly. Had heard Su Qingxue calling Sonya's name from the entrance earlier. He hadn't gone to check. He wanted to see how it played out. If Sonya had left with Su Qingxue he wouldn't have stopped her. An inexperienced young girl being swayed by someone like Su Qingxue was only natural. Su Qingxue's tactics could be a case study in an MBA class. First empathy, then temptation, then threats. The classic triple move. He could count on one hand the people in the entire Shangtang group who could withstand that combo. But Sonya came back. All 3 packs of biscuits intact, tear tracks dry. She hadn't come back crying. Interesting. Put those over there. Lin Fan gestured with his chin toward the rock ledge. Keep them dry. Sonya neatly stacked the 3 packs like arranging shelves in a supermarket, foil seals facing up. Lin Fan pulled a roll of gauze and a small bottle of alcohol from the first aid kit. Had found the kit east of the reef belt. It had been soaked in seawater, but the seal held and the medicine inside was still usable. There were plenty of supplies but no iodine. He tossed the alcohol and gauze at Sonya's feet. Bandage your knee first. In this tropical weather an untreated wound will rot to the bone in 2 days. Sonya unscrewed the cap. The moment the clear liquid poured over the wound her whole body jolted. She clenched her teeth, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. But she didn't make a sound. Lin Fan glanced over. Yesterday this girl would moan and groan for half a day over a little sunburn. Today, pouring alcohol on an open wound, she swallowed every cry. People are forged by pressure. Everyone knows that saying, but when it actually happens 9 out of 10 break first before slowly adapting. Sonya was the type to grit her molars and push through bit by bit. Stubborn as a mule. Clumsy, truly clumsy. But tough, genuinely tough. She finished wrapping the gauze. Her technique was painfully amateur, wrapping 3 loops before barely covering the wound, loose and messy like wrapping a zone. Lin Fan glanced over but didn't correct her. As long as it stopped the bleeding, it wasn't an operating table. Eat something. He grabbed a few loaves of bread from the rock ledge. The bread had a short shelf life and needed to be eaten quickly. He handed some to Sonya. Chew slowly, don't rush to swallow. Your stomach's been empty for a day and a night. Eating too fast will just make you throw up. Sonya took the bread and tore off a piece. The first bite. Her eyes suddenly reddened. It wasn't emotion. It was the moment the food dissolved in her mouth, every nerve in her body screaming wildly, she was still alive. She chewed slowly, swallowed slowly. Tears swirled in her eyes twice, but she refused to let them fall. Lin Fan tore off a few pieces for himself and downed them in a couple of bites. He picked up a bottle of mineral water from beside the first aid kit, uncapped it, took 2 sips and handed it over. Sonya took the bottle and sipped twice. Fresh water slid down her throat. The feeling was like parched earth finally receiving its first drop of rain. Soaked through from the inside out. She handed the bottle back. Thank you. Don't thank me. Lin Fan screwed the cap back on his tone, matter of fact. Everything you eat and drink you'll pay back with work. In keeping count. Sonya nodded. Didn't argue. Without Lin Fan she'd be starving on the beach below right now or dead. A debt was a debt and Sonya acknowledged it. Lin Fan stood up, walked to the cave entrance and glanced down at the beach. Su Qingxue had already returned to the group. He could see her talking to Wang Chang from a distance, heads close together, muttering about something. He had no interest in guessing. His gaze shifted to the terrain outside the cave. A rocky slope. Mangroves. The eastern ridgeline. Further out the area he hadn't yet explored, shrouded in low-hanging mist. Then the golden prompt box appeared again on his retina. This time the volume of information was far greater than any before. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Golden text scrolled down the center of his vision line by line and he read every word. His expression remained unchanged. But the hand gripping the cave wall slowly tightened, its grip, knuckles whitening. After you finish eating, go gather firewood. He turned to Sonya, his tone no different from usual. The sea breeze rushed up the cliff face, carrying a salty damp air into the cave. Sonya hummed in acknowledgement, finishing the last bite of bread as she stood. She didn't notice the change in Lin Fan's eyes as he looked out of the cave. It wasn't a gaze for the scenery. It was murky and Sonya couldn't read it. Lin Fan watched the last line of golden text on his retina slowly fade away. More people would die tonight. Current time 1130. Ambient temperature 20 C, feels like 19 C. Weather warning within 6 hours due to an anomalous thermal circulation at the edge of the Devil's Triangle. Temperatures will rapidly climb above 35 C starting from 1330 in the afternoon. A cold front will pass after sunset. Temperatures will plummet starting at 1800, dropping to around 15 C by midnight. This will be accompanied by heavy convective precipitation and gusts of 810 on the Beaufort scale. Survival threat level extreme. Recommendation: immediately seal the cave entrance, leaving a ventilation gap. Stockpile ample dry firewood to maintain a fire and ensure core body temperature stays above critical thresholds. For unprotected individuals in the open, survival probability is below 12. The golden notification lingered on his retina for a full minute before slowly fading away. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. This wasn't the first time he had seen such information. Since arriving on the island yesterday he had committed every golden notification to memory word for word. He stood up, his gaze settling on the shape of the cave entrance. The opening faced southeast, roughly 2 meters and 20 centimeters wide and just over 1 meter and 80 centimeters high. An adult could enter stooping, but wind could easily blow in as well. Last night, with temperatures just above freezing, they barely managed with a campfire. Tonight it would be minus 15 degrees. Add rain and sea breeze to the mix. Without sealing the entrance, the fire wouldn't survive. Once the wind snuffed it out, the temperature would drop below the lethal threshold within 10 minutes. Sonia was stopped by Lin Fan at the cave mouth. Gather dry branches, dry grass, bark, anything without moisture. Bring it all back. The more the better. Don't head towards the beach. Head north, search the bushes along the ridge. That grove was baked by the sun all day yesterday, the dead branches on the ground should be bone dry. Sonia nodded and turned to leave the cave. Lin Fan stood on the rocky slope scanning the surrounding terrain. To the left of the cave entrance lay a pile of rubble from a collapse. Rocks of various sizes were scattered across the slope, some half buried in the soil, others exposed directly. He needed stones of a medium size. Too small and they wouldn't block the wind, too large and he couldn't move them alone. Around 50 kilograms each was ideal. Ventilation needed to be maintained, but the airflow had to be controlled to a level the fire could withstand. Lin Fan bent down, cradled a rock and shuffled towards the cave entrance. When he set it down, it landed with a dull thud. First one. He turned to fetch another. The distance from the cave to the rubble pile was about 30 meters one way. A round trip including moving time took roughly 3 minutes. He needed at least 15 such stones to seal the entrance to a safe standard. At the beach camp. 1140 a.m. The sun was already positioned slightly east of its zenith. The temperature on the beach was noticeably higher than in the morning. Su Qingxue stood beside the flat rock she used as her podium in the center of the camp. She didn't climb onto it this time. Now they needed to find fresh water and food. Wang Chang. Here. Assign a few people to continue searching westward along the coastline. Focus on finding fresh water and food. Yes, sir. Wang Chang turned to leave, but Su Qingxue called him back. Also. Su Qingxue lowered her voice further. From now on, if anyone dares to contact Lin Fan privately or heads towards that cave, report them to me directly. Understood, Miss Su. Rest assured, if anyone dares to defect, I'll be the first to deal with them for you. Su Qingxue ignored him, turned and walked away. Wang Chang watched Su Qingxue's retreating figure and smirked. He rubbed his crotch, the large urine stain had dried under the sun. Humiliating. On this island, Wang Chang had wet himself in front of everyone twice. Twice. The first time was yesterday when Lin Fan pinned him down at the cave entrance. The second was today when he watched Zhou Dahai's finger get severed. Every time he recalled it, his face burned with shame. A dignified sales director earning $500,000 a year, managing a department of 80 people, pissing his pants in public. If this ever got back to the company, his career would be over. But this wasn't the time to dwell on that. Wang Chang's mind wasn't the sharpest, but one thing was clear to him: Su Qingxue's biggest enemy right now wasn't Lin Fan. As the temperature rose during the day, their bodies were severely dehydrated. They needed to find water quickly. Wang Chang turned back to the group and cleared his throat. Listen up. Miss Su said. He stopped mid-sentence. He spotted Chen Jian. More precisely, he saw Chen Jian quietly slipping away from the edge of the crowd. His direction wasn't towards the coastline or the mangroves. It was towards the mountainside, towards the cave. Chen Jian. Wang Chang's voice shot across. Chen Jian's footsteps faltered. He looked back at Wang Chang, his expression calm. Or rather, it was a numbness born from having been beaten down. A bruise from Wang Chang's slap the day before still lingered on Chen Jian's left cheek. Where are you going? Wang Chang strode over and blocked his path. Chen Jian was half a head shorter and much thinner. I'm going up the mountain to look around, Chen Jian said softly. To find some shelter from the wind and rain. Shelter from the wind and rain. Wang Chang squinted. What shelter? Are you trying to run off to Lin Fan's cave? Chen Jian didn't immediately deny it, but he didn't confirm it either. He simply said, Brother Wang, don't you think the temperature feels off today? Wang Chang was taken aback. What's off about it? Look at the sun's position. It's only about 1130 now, Chen Jian said, glancing up at the sky. The sun hung east of its zenith, its light glaring. There was nothing unusual about that. Tropical sunlight was always intense. But that wasn't what Chen Jian was pointing at. Look at the ground. Wang Chang looked down at the sand beneath his feet. Nothing special. Sand was sand. White or gray hot. Wait. A sudden burning sensation shot up from the soles of Wang Chang's feet. He instinctively lifted one foot then stepped back down. Hot. Not the warmth from a morning of sun exposure. This was genuinely hot. Hot enough to feel through the soles of his shoes. But it was only 1130. Yesterday at this time the sand was sun-warmed but nowhere near hot enough to burn the feet. Chen Jian watched Wang Chang's expression change and continued. Yesterday at this time the temperature was around 17 or 18 degrees. Today it's already hit 20 and it's still climbing. Don't you think it's heating up much faster? Feel this rock. Chen Jian walked over to a black rock exposed to direct sunlight and pressed his palm against it. It's scalding. Wang Chang walked over skeptically and touched it. Shit. He yanked his hand back, his palm was red. Was the rock this hot yesterday? Wang Chang's brow furrowed. He wanted to say no but felt that saying so would be giving Chen Jian's argument more credit. So what? It's just hot. Isn't that normal for the tropics? It's different. Chen Jian shook his head. Look at the clouds today. Chen Jian pointed towards the western horizon. Wang Chang followed his gaze. There hugging the sea surface was a very thin, very faint layer of gray clouds. Almost invisible unless you looked closely, obscured by the bright morning sun. But the clouds were moving. Slowly yet steadily pushing eastward. This is a precursor to cold air, Chen Jian said, his voice deepening. I took a semester of meteorology in college. These are stratocumulus clouds usually found at the leading edge of a cold air mass. This means, in plain English, cold air is coming. Chen Jian spelled it out. The temperature is rising now because there's a brief warming period before a cold front arrives. The faster it rises the stronger the cold air behind it. Based on the current rate of warming. Chen Jian paused, doing a rough mental calculation. By 1 or 2 in the afternoon the temperature could surge past 35 degrees. 35 degrees. That sounds pretty warm. Wang Chang didn't see the problem. Chen Jian looked at him, his eyes holding something he dared not say aloud. Something like idiot. 35 degrees is today's peak. After that the temperature will drop off a cliff. Once the cold front passes tonight won't be warmer than last night. It will be colder. And look at the thickness and speed of that cloud layer. I suspect it's not just a temperature drop. There's likely rain tonight. Rain. Those two words got Wang Chang's attention. Last night was just dry cold. They huddled together, shivering and barely making it to dawn. If it rained tonight. Rain combined with low temperatures. Once the human core temperature drops below 35 degrees it's hypothermia. If it falls to 32 degrees heart problems begin. Exposed to rain and cold wind even a healthy adult wouldn't last 2 hours. Moreover, these people had been without food and water for over a day. So we must find a place sheltered from wind and rain, Chen Jian said. Today during daylight is our final window. If we don't act by the time the temperature starts dropping this afternoon it'll be too late. There are caves, rock crevices and natural shelters in the mountains. Even if we can't find a cave as good as Lin Fan's, we need at least a roof over our heads to block the rain. Chen Jian finished speaking and waited for Wang Chang's response. He tried his best to sound rational and convincing. He knew that logic didn't always prevail here, but if logic couldn't persuade the man before him he had no other recourse. Wang Chang stared at Chen Jian for a long while. His mind wasn't quick but he wasn't a fool either. He didn't fully grasp everything Chen Jian said, but the words getting soaked in rain means death rang crystal clear. But Su Qingxue had already spoken and her word was law. Chen Jian's heart skipped a beat. The rescue team will arrive before nightfall at the latest. The satellite positioning has been sent out. Even if their radar is jammed it'll only delay them by a few hours. So there's no need to go looking for caves. Just find water and food and wait for rescue to arrive. Brother Wang, do you really have confidence that the signal was sent? Chen Jian's question left Wang Chang stumped. Was it sent or not? He had no certainty. But this was something he couldn't admit in front of the group. This was Su Qingxue's final card to keep everyone's spirits up. If the belief that rescue is coming collapsed, these dozens of people would riot on the spot. I don't care if it was sent or not. Wang Chang's tone hardened. If President Su says it'll arrive. You're just a leech living off her. What gives you the right to talk about the weather? Why do you even bother worrying? Brother Wang. Cut the crap. Wang Chang cut him off, stepping forward. You were about to run up the mountain earlier, weren't you? Were you planning to defect to Lin Fan? A muscle in Chen Jian's face twitched. I wasn't. Don't play dumb with me. Wang Chang jabbed his finger repeatedly into Chen Jian's chest. You were talking to Lin Fan yesterday and today you're trying to sneak up the mountain. Do you think I'm blind? Chen Jian was forced back half a step, his heel landing on a seashell and nearly twisting his ankle. I was looking for shelter. Shelter. What shelter? That cave up there is Lin Fan's turf. Going there is treason. Wang Chang's voice boomed. It was loud enough to make the nearby workers stop. Xiao Zhou from the admin department looked up, casting a timid glance their way. Lu Feifei sat on a reef wrapped in her dark jacket, her gaze flickering between Chen Jian and Wang Chang. Su Qingxue stood a dozen paces away, her back turned, but her ears were clearly tuned in. Chen Jian glanced at the surrounding gazes, some curious, some gloating, some worried, and some utterly indifferent. He took a deep breath. Brother Chang, I'm not trying to side with anyone. I'm just stating a fact. Chen Jian deliberately lowered his voice. Look at the sky, look at the ground, feel the sand beneath your feet. Today is different from yesterday. Everything is different. This is a tropical desert island, sure, but tropical doesn't mean it can't have extreme temperature drops. Do you know what's most terrifying about a maritime climate? It's the temperature difference. Over 30 degrees during the day, possibly dropping below freezing at night. If it rains tonight and we're all exposed on the beach with no cover, no fire, no dry clothes, our core body temperature will plummet to critical levels within 2 hours. When that happens, the women will fall first, then the older employees, and finally us younger men. But even the strongest of us won't survive till dawn, soaked in rain below freezing. President Wang, I'm not trying to scare anyone. I'm trying to save lives. Chen Jian finished. He even thought he'd made it clear enough. The facts were right there. The temperature was rising unnaturally. The clouds to the west were closing in. The humidity in the air had been increasing since morning. Each sign was more obvious than the last. Anyone with a basic education should have been able to read them. And Wang Chang did. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, lasting about half a second. Then he forcefully suppressed that flicker of doubt. Are you done? Chen Jian's heart sank. Chen Jian, let me ask you. Wang Chang put his hands on his hips, tilting his head. Are you speaking for yourself now or for Lin Fan? I'm speaking for everyone. Everyone. Wang Chang laughed. Who the hell do you think you are speaking for, everyone? He stepped back and raised his voice, ensuring everyone nearby could hear. President Su has said the satellite phone signal has been sent. The rescue team is on their way. They'll arrive before nightfall at the latest. And President Su also said. He turned back, locking eyes with Chen Jian, enunciating each word. From this moment on, anyone who gets too close to Lin Fan is betraying this team. Chen Jian's lips pressed together. And when rescue comes, there won't be a seat on the helicopter for traitors. When those words landed, silence fell over the area. Helicopter. Seat. These two words seared into everyone's most sensitive nerves. Everyone wanted to leave. Everyone wanted to live. That helicopter, which might be nowhere at all, was the last lifeline in everyone's mind. Su Qingxue wanted everyone to believe it would come and then use the power of who gets on the plane to bind everyone to her system. This tactic was more effective than 100 million. 100 million was abstract, but you don't get on the plane meant death on this island. For these people who would lick the crumbs from a crushed biscuit, this was a true death sentence. Chen Jian's fingers slowly clenched. You heard that right. Wang Chang leaned and closed, his sour breath spraying onto Chen Jian's face. Behave yourself. Stop stirring up trouble all the damn time. Do whatever President Su tells you to do. He raised his hand and gave Chen Jian's shoulder 2 heavy slaps. The slaps echoed loudly as if he were patting a disobedient dog. Now go find water. Have you checked the mangroves to the west yet? Search around and see if there's a stream or a spring. Stop yapping all day and do some work. Chen Jian stood rooted to the spot. His gaze shifted from Wang Chang's face past the crowd, past the beach, and toward the mountainside. The cave entrance revealed a gray curved outline in the sunlight. A silhouette could be vaguely seen moving things back and forth near the entrance. It was Lin Fan. He was moving rocks. That Lin Fan always had a nose for danger, and there must be a reason he was moving rocks. Chen Jian watched for a long time, then averted his gaze. Without another word, he turned and headed toward the mangroves in the west. To find water. After a few steps, he stopped again. I'm going to find shelter. Chen Jian's tone was unusually firm. What shelter? Wang Lan's voice rose a full octave. Su always told you to head west to the mangroves for water. Are your ears just for decoration? Chen Jian frowned. What do you know? Look at that sky. I'm not looking at the sky. Wang Lan stepped forward, her finger nearly poking Chen Jian's nose. You do this every time. Always acting on your own. You were the same at that lousy company, drew blueprints for 8 years and couldn't even land a project manager title. Now you're being stubborn in this godforsaken place. The bystanders nearby watched the exchange like spectators at a ping-pong match, heads swiveling left and right. Chen Jian took a step back, his words quickening. You want me to listen? Fine, I've listened for a day and a half. Listen to you, to Su Qingxue, to Wang Chang. And what's the result? 5 people are dead. At that, Wang Lan's mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. If I don't find a place to shield our heads tonight, tomorrow it'll be you and me who die. Chen Jian raised his hand, pointing towards the western horizon. The clouds there had pressed even lower than an hour ago. Look at that sky. Just look. Wang Lan, if we couldn't make it work, I'd be drafting our divorce papers right now. But if you want to continue, then don't interfere with me. Those words hit harder than Lin Fan slicing his own finger. The crowd fell into collective silence. When a couple utters the phrase divorce papers, it's a real blade. Wang Lan's lips trembled. She said nothing more. She turned, took 2 steps toward the crowd, then stopped, looking back at Chen Jian. Her eyes reddened. Go ahead then. Don't blame me if something happens. I won't need your blame. Chen Jian turned and strode towards the hillside. This time he didn't stop. Wang Lan roughly wiped the corner of her eye with the back of her hand. 2 young women from the admin department hurried over and patted her on the back. Lan Jia, don't mind him. When a man gets stubborn, 10 mules couldn't drag him back. Exactly. He'll come back on his own once he hits a wall. Wang Lan shook her head, silent. She stood for a few seconds, eyes still red, a faint sheen of moisture at the edges of her nostrils. Then she turned and walked toward Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue leaned against the side of the largest boulder, arms crossed over her chest. She had watched the entire marital spat from start to finish, not missing a single word. Su. Wang Lan approached, her voice half a pitch lower than usual. I'm sorry. Chen Jian is stubborn, I couldn't stop him. Su Qingxue glanced at her but didn't respond immediately. She understood Wang Lan's implication, nothing more than a signal that Wang Lan stood on the same side as her. Wang Lan kept her head down, fingers intertwined, and continued, but Su. About that shelter he mentioned. I think. It's not entirely without merit. Su Qingxue's eyebrow arched slightly. Without lifting her head, Wang Lan continued. Look at this sun. She raised a hand, gesturing at the sky above. The sunlight was indeed changing. In the morning it still carried a hint of sea breeze coolness, but now it was starting to pour hot oil onto their skin. The temperature of the beach's surface was visibly climbing. Through the soles of their shoes a layer of scorching heat seeped through the rubber and drilled into the soles of their feet. It's getting hotter and we're already short on water. If we keep baking under this sun, heatstroke is just a matter of time. If there really is a shaded spot up in the hills, it wouldn't hurt to duck out of the sun for a while. She paused. Let Chen Jian give it a try. If he finds a spot, you can cool off too. Su Qingxue was silent for a few seconds. Every word Wang Lan spoke was soft, but Su Qingxue had fought her way through 7 years in the business world. Her ears were extremely sensitive to information density. Wang Lan hadn't mentioned a single word about rescue. Hadn't questioned a single decision. She only stated a fact no one could refute: the sun was too brutal. That meant Wang Lan still trusted her as the CEO. Let him go. Su Qingxue finally relented. Wang Lan. Don't worry. The only ones not getting on the plane are Songya and Lin Fan. Chen Jian is your husband. For your sake, I won't abandon him. She paused for a beat. When we get back, tell him to come work at Xingtang. He'll double his salary from his old company. Thank you, Su. Wang Lan bowed and stepped back. Turning, she walked over to the female employees clearing the camp, bent down and began helping to move supplies. Chen Jian scrambled up the rocky slope for about 5 minutes. He didn't take Lin Fan's path. He didn't want to provoke that madman, nor did he want Su Qingxue to think he was defecting. To get back home, he ultimately still needed Su Qingxue. The reason he was seeking shelter was based on one simple judgment: today they weren't going back. Chen Jian chose the southeast direction. The terrain was far steeper than the west side, covered in loose scree that clattered underfoot, each step sliding back half a pace. 3 minutes later. Behind a thicket of shrubs he spotted a somewhat decent spot. It wasn't a cave. More precisely, it was a fissure in the rock face. The crack ran roughly north-south, as if some force had cleaved a gash into the entire mountainside. Not very deep, but quite long. It couldn't compare to the cavern Lin Fan had claimed, but it was 100,000 times better than the beach. At least there was something overhead, and only the front was open to the wind. It would block the rain and stay warmer too. And at that moment Chen Jian heard the beach erupting in chaos. Food. There's food here. A male employee's shrill cry shattered the stillness of the coastline. Wang Chang, his bare feet seemingly numb to the scorching sand, sprinted over in 3 frantic strides. He shoved the man aside. The sound of his own gulp was loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. 6 cans of pineapple. 2 packs of beef jerky. He looked up, his voice rising to its peak. President Su. There's supplies over here. Su Qingxue strode over quickly. Unlike Wang Chang, she didn't pounce on the goods. But her eyes betrayed her. Her pupils unconsciously dilated, her lips parted slightly, and her throat bobbed rapidly. It was the same look she had when she saw net profits surge by 30% in the Shangtang Group's annual report. It was a capitalist's instinctual reaction to the scent of money etched into her very DNA. For the next half hour, the eastern reef belt transformed into an open-air flea market. As the tide receded, the waves pushed more wreckage ashore. Boxes, barrels, and plastic bags that had soaked in the deep water for a day and a night emerged one by one from the crevices of the sand and rock. The survivors scrambled like mad, digging and clawing frantically through the reef gaps and along the edges of the tide pools. Whoever found food or drink first and handed it to Su Qingxue would be the hero of the day. Someone unearthed 2 vacuum-sealed packs of salted duck eggs from under a pile of seaweed. Another person found 3 chocolate bars and a bag of pistachios in a half-cracked suitcase. But what truly drove everyone wild was a goose-yellow waterproof bucket. When Li Bin dug it out from under a pile of broken planks, the lid was still sealed tight. His hands trembled violently. His fingernails slipped several times on the edge of the lid, and he broke one without even feeling the pain, struggling immensely before finally prying it open. Inside, neatly arranged, were 12 330 milliliters bottles of drinking water. Clear plastic bodies, blue caps, labels bearing an utterly ordinary mineral water brand. In civilized society, these would sit on the bottom shelf of a convenience store, 2 yuan a bottle, ignored by all. At this moment they shone brighter than gold. 12 bottles of water. The cheers nearly lifted the beach. Even Zhang Tao, who had been cowering in a corner pretending to be dead, crawled over. His eyes were riveted on the bucket of water, his Adam's apple bobbing like a runaway piston. The sound of his swallowing was heard by everyone nearby. Wang Chang immediately spread his arms shielding the bucket and bared his teeth at the approaching crowd. Everyone back off. Don't touch it. President Su will distribute it. Su Qingxue stood in the center of the group. The sunlight slammed onto her face. On that face, too dirty to see its original complexion, the first smile since arriving on the island finally appeared. 4 people share 1 bottle of water, Su Qingxue announced. The canned goods and beef jerky will be kept in central storage and rationed out at dinner. No one is allowed to hoard. Anyone caught will have their entire ration docked. No one objected. To object now would be to make oneself the enemy of everyone. As the water slid down their parched throats, a look of relief, of sheer gratitude for being alive, spread across every face. Someone laughed out loud. The sound drifted over the sand for a few seconds before being swept away by the sea breeze. Lu Feifei sat down against a rock, pulled out a wet wipe from somewhere, tore it open and pressed it to her face. The cool minty sensation seeped in. She closed her eyes and let out a long breath. The expression, the posture, it would have fit perfectly in a 5-star hotel spa. On a deserted island it was somewhat surreal. Wang Chang squatted next to Su Qingxue and lowered his voice, trying to claim credit. President Su, see, what did I tell you? This island isn't completely barren. If we work together we can find anything. That Xinjian, all he does is talk doom and gloom. Going on about storms and shelters, it's all pointless fuss. Su Qingxue didn't respond, mostly because it was too hot to talk. She looked up at the sky. The sun was still directly overhead, its rays vicious enough to steam the life out of a person. The air was thick and sticky, each breath feeling like inhaling a wave of humid heat. The temperature on the beach was still climbing. Wang Chang felt it too. He stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. A moment ago the warmth had felt pleasant, now it was like being shoved into a steamer. What the hell is this weather? Why is it getting hotter? He fanned his collar and a bead of sweat dripped from his chin, sizzling and vanishing instantly on the sand. Others started looking for shade. 5 or 6 people crammed under a few short trees, their canopies too sparse to even cover half a body. The rest huddled on the shady side of the rocks, looking like wax figures melting in the sun. The sun kept climbing. The temperature kept soaring. The sand burned the feet, the rocks burned the hands, and even the air itself was hot. The water they had just drunk was already seeping out of their pores as sweat. Some began to pant heavily. Others crouched motionless, faces pale, lips cracked and peeling. The early signs of heatstroke were visibly spreading through the halfway up the mountain in the cave. Lin Fan placed the last stone on the right side of the entrance and dusted off his hands. A golden prompt box flickered across his retina. Current ambient temperature 45. 2 C. 45 degrees. Back in Jiangxing this would be breaking news, a citywide heat holiday. Here on this island it was just the appetizer for 1:30 p.m. Lin Fan glanced back at Songya inside the cave. She was squatting by a rock ledge organizing supplies. Sweat covered her forehead and the swelling on her cheek hadn't gone down, but her hands kept working. This girl had one virtue: when told to work she worked. No questions, no laziness, no complaints. Like a mule. Take a break, Lin Fan said. Sonia looked up surprised. It's 45 degrees out there. If you collapse from heatstroke, I'll have to waste time saving you. Too much trouble. Sonia. Right, this was Lin Fan's version of concern. He could always turn "I'm worried about you" into "don't be a burden to me." Sonia put down what she was holding and sat against the cave wall. It was noticeably cooler inside than outside, but the air was still stuffy, like being wrapped in an invisible damp towel. Lin Fan walked to the entrance and scanned the beach below. The group down there was huddled under rocks and short trees, looking from this distance like a pile of wilted vegetables. No one noticed that the leaden-gray curtain on the western horizon had pushed a few more kilometers eastward. The clouds hung lower, their color deepening. Lin Fan averted his gaze, his expression unreadable. Just then Chen Jian walked down from the southeastern slope and headed straight for Su Qingxue. Wang Chang, who was crouching beside her, was saying, "President Su, it's too hot. Maybe we should go for a dip in the sea." He stopped mid-sentence. Chen Jian's shadow fell over him. Wang Chang looked up, his smile freezing on his face. "Why are you back? Came to admit you were wrong now that we've found food and water." Chen Jian ignored him. He walked around. Wang Chang stopped in front of Su Qingxue and said, "President Su, there's a place up on the mountain." Su Qingxue looked at southeast side, halfway up. About a 5 or 6 minute climb. Chen Jian pointed behind him. It's a rock crevice. Not very deep, but long enough. It can spread out horizontally and hold dozens of people. It's no match for Lin Fan's cave, but at least it has something overhead. And since it's higher up, it should be cooler. Su Qingxue glanced at the people soaking in the sea. There was no way she, a billionaire president, would mix with them in such a classless manner, so she agreed with Chen Jian. Wang Chang tagged along eagerly behind Su Qingxue, but a voice called out, stopping him in his tracks. "Brother Chang. Half an hour ago on the beach, who was it that said my search for shelter was a waste of effort? Surely you don't need it now." Wang Chang's expression stiffened. The surrounding employees also came to a halt. Xiao Zhou from administration, Oldie from finance, and a few other male employees who usually followed Wang Chang around all remained silent at this moment. They were too hot to even muster the energy for anger. But in their hearts they had their own judgment. Back on the beach, if Chen Jian hadn't insisted on heading up the mountain, some of them might already be collapsed from heatstroke in the sea by now. I was just trying to keep morale up. Wang Chang's neck stiffened as he tried to save face. President Su is here, so of course I have to follow her lead. You found a place now, but that's still under President Su's wise guidance. Enough. Su Qingxue spoke. She looked up. The rocky crevice was now within reach. Well, talk once we're up there. 5 minutes later, everyone finally crawled into the crevice. It was a naturally formed limestone fissure about 4 meters deep and over 10 meters long. Although the ground was uneven and strewn with fine gravel, the moment they stepped into the shade, a coolness that rushed from the crown of their heads down to their soles made everyone let out a sigh that was almost a moan. Lu Feifei collapsed directly onto the ground, not caring about the dust dirtying her expensive one-piece swimsuit. She gasped for air, her chest heaving violently. Su Qingxue leaned against the deepest part of the rock wall, eyes closed, feeling the faint coolness seeping through her back. As soon as Wang Chang entered the cave, he immediately resumed his fussy steward attitude. Everyone moved to the sides. Leave the spacious area in the middle for President Su. He shoved a few female employees from administration, then turned to Chen Jian with a sarcastic laugh. Chen Jian, this place isn't bad. You, the freeloader, finally did something useful for once. Chen Jian ignored him. He walked to the edge of the crevice, looking out at the barren island scorched white by the blazing sun. Wang Lan quietly came up beside him. She handed him half a bottle of the mineral water they had been given earlier, her gaze discreetly sweeping across the cave. Su Qingxue was resting with her eyes closed. Wang Chang was directing people to clear the ground, and everyone else was busy catching their breath. No one was paying attention to them. Chen Jian took the water, took a small sip to moisten his parched throat. He turned around looking at Wang Chang, who was busy fawning over Su Qingxue, and suddenly spoke. Rest for 10 minutes, then all the men come out with me. The crevice fell silent. Wang Chang, who was fanning Su Qingxue with a large leaf head found somewhere, paused mid-motion. Go do what? It's 40 or 50 degrees out there, are you trying to get us killed? Wang Chang rolled his eyes. To gather firewood, Chen Jian said. Ha! Wang Chang laughed out loud. He turned to the people around him. Listen to this, has this freeloader gotten sunstroke? In this weather he wants us to go out and collect firewood. What does Engineer Chen here plan on having a barbecue? A few scattered chuckles arose from the crowd. Chen Jian, that's enough. A male colleague from the finance department couldn't help but speak up. At this temperature you'd lose your skin just walking around out there. Besides, maybe we'll be out of this godforsaken place in 10 minutes. Chen Jian shot him a cold glance, then said this extreme heat right now is abnormal. It's called prefrontal warmth. Before a cold front arrives, it compresses the existing air mass, causing a sudden spike in temperature. The higher it spikes, the stronger the cold air behind it. Chen Jian pointed to the western sky, which was already beginning to change color. It'll cool down tonight, and I mean a cliff drop in temperature. If I'm not mistaken, tonight won't just be cold, it'll rain and it'll be heavy. And when that happens, if we don't have enough dry firewood stored in this crevice, all of us will freeze to death tonight. Wang Chang scoffed, tossing the leaf aside. Chen Jian, are you putting on some disaster movie for us? Cliff drop temperature. Heavy rain. He stood up, walked over to Chen Jian and poked his finger at Chen Jian's forehead. Just because you found a crack in the rocks, don't think you're a meteorologist now. President Su just said the rescue team is on its way. We'll be back in Jiangcheng having hot pot before it even gets dark. Who the hell wants to go gather firewood with you here? He turned to the crowd and shouted, am I right, everyone? Going out to gather wood in this heat is pure insanity. Exactly. It's too hot, you sweat just from moving. Sister Wang, tell your husband to take a break, stop making trouble. The crowd echoed in agreement. In this sweltering 45-degree afternoon, no one wanted to think about the freezing cold that might come in a few hours. They just wanted to collapse in the shade, clinging to that vague hope of rescue until the end of time. Chen Jian's expression darkened. He turned to look at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue was silent for a moment, then spoke calmly. Chen Jian, your intentions are good. But the current temperature really isn't suitable for outdoor physical labor. Wait until after 3 o'clock when the sun isn't so harsh. Well, see then. This was a veiled refusal. Inside the crevice, a deathly silence prevailed. The heat wave outside was blocked by the stone walls, and the temperature in the shade barely hovered around 30 degrees. Dozens of people lay sprawled on the ground. Chen Jian stood near the entrance, looking at the group with exasperation. Do you people have any brains at all? He pointed at the rock walls above and around them. Look at this terrain. 4 meters deep, 10 meters long, only one exit. This is a classic semi-enclosed cavity. If rescue doesn't come before nightfall and the temperature drops to -10 or more, we'll need fire to stay warm. If we don't collect the wood now, by the time the humidity rises this afternoon, combined with the temperature drop, it'll all become damp. Chen Jian took a step forward, staring at Wang Chang. Burning damp wood in this semi-enclosed space will produce a large amount of carbon monoxide and thick smoke. The smoke can't escape, it'll all get trapped in this crack. You won't even have to wait to freeze to death. In 2 hours this place will become a gas chamber. We'll either die from the cold or choke to death. These words were heavy. The logic was clear, the cause and effect distinct. The engineer's mind, pushed to its limit in a life-or-death situation, laid bare the worst-case scenario for everyone to see. But his response was a loud, derisive snort. Wang Chang leaned against the rock wall, slapping the large leaf in his hand back and forth. He looked at Chen Jian sideways, as if looking at a madman. Engineer Chen, have you drawn so many blueprints that you've gone crazy? Got a persecution complex? Wang Chang straightened up, walked over to Chen Jian and jabbed his shoulder with a finger. You keep saying if rescue doesn't come. Did you just ignore what President Su said? The helicopter will be here before dark. Who the hell wants to spend the night in this godforsaken rock crack? Chen Jian stood his ground. He looked at these shrewd office workers, veterans of KPIs and year-end bonuses. But now they were just a group of ostriches with their heads buried in the sand. It wasn't that they couldn't understand Chen Jian's logic. They just didn't want to face the desperate possibility that rescue might not come. As long as they didn't gather wood, it meant they were certain to leave tonight. It was a ridiculous yet brutally real form of self-hypnosis. Fine. Chen Jian nodded, his voice turning completely cold. If you want go, we'll go alone. He turned and walked without hesitation towards the blinding white light outside the crevice. Oh, quit the act. Wang Chang spat behind him. Go on then, go. Don't anyone stop him. I'd love to see what kind of treasure he brings back. After saying this, Wang Chang turned to Su Qingxue, putting on a fawning smile. President Su, don't mind that lunatic. Let's just rest. Su Qingxue kept her eyes closed, her brow slightly furrowed. Chen Jian's unwavering certainty stirred a faint sense of unease within her. Just then Wang Lan stood up. She walked beside Su Qingxue and naturally crouched down. President Su. Su Qingxue opened her eyes and glanced at her. Wang Lan wore a wry smile on her face, resembling a virtuous wife cleaning up after her husband. Chen Jian is just stubborn, a diehard. Once he fixes his mind on something, even 10 oxen can't pull him back. Wang Lan paused and shifted her tone. However, if you think from a different angle, since he insists on going, let him go. It doesn't cost us anything. Su Qingxue's eyes flickered slightly. Wang Lan continued softly. If he is willing to endure the intense heat of 45 degrees to do hard labor, he bears the risk himself. Once he brings back the firewood and puts it in this crevice, won't this batch of supplies ultimately be under your unified control? What if the rescue is delayed by half a day to a day due to the weather? We will still have a backup heating plan. You don't have to give anything and you gain a batch of supplies in a risk-free deal. What do you think? These words struck at Su Qingxue's vulnerable spot. Having a background in finance, Wang Lan understood all too well how to calculate with capitalists. Risk is transferred while profits are consolidated. No boss can refuse such a no-risk high-reward proposal. More importantly, this maintained Su Qingxue's absolute authority. Su Qingxue relaxed her tense jaw, glancing at Wang Lan with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. This woman is simply clever. Let him go. Su Qingxue spoke lightly, her voice not loud but clear enough for those nearby to hear. However, the rules must be set. If he insists on going out and anything happens to him like fainting from heatstroke, the team will not be responsible for rescue. Our water and medicine are limited and cannot be wasted on those who don't follow orders. Understood. Thank you for your understanding, President Su. Wang Lan nodded obediently. She returned to her original position and sat down. Her gaze crossed the crowd, looking toward the direction where Qin Jian had disappeared. Lin Fan pushed the last rock weighing over 100 kilograms firmly to the right side of the cave entrance. With a grating sound that made one's teeth ache, the stone fit perfectly into the reserved position. Originally over 2 meters wide, the entrance was now blocked by a half-person high stone wall, leaving only a 30 centimeter wide inverted L-shaped gap at the top and left. This allowed for ventilation and smoke exhaust while minimizing wind resistance. Bang! Sonya dropped the last large bundle of dry branches she had been holding. She looked as if she had been pulled out of water, her tattered white shirt clinging tightly to her body, revealing the outline of her inner wear. Her cheeks were flushed red, gasping for breath. This is the last trip. Leaning against the rock wall, Sonya slid down, her voice hoarse. Lin Fan glanced into the depths of the cave. The dried redwood branches, shrubby twigs and large pieces of bark had already formed a small mountain. Enough to burn for a full 2 days and nights. That's enough. Lin Fan picked up a bottle of mineral water, opened the cap and handed it to Sonya. Take a couple of sips, don't drink too much. Sonya took the water, tilted her head back and gulped down a couple of swigs. The water trickled down the corner of her mouth into her neck and she finally felt alive again. She stared at the stone wall Lin Fan built, somewhat dazed. Lin Fan, why did you block the entrance so tightly? How are we supposed to get out at night? Get out! Lin Fan scoffed, walking to the entrance and looking through the gap in the stone wall at the sky outside. Time remaining until extreme cold wave hits, 1 hour and 15 minutes. Current temperature 46. 5°C at peak pressure, rapidly decreasing. Warning: strong convective clouds have entered the island's airspace. Lin Fan looked up. The skyline to the west had vanished. In its place was a massive dark cloud wall. The clouds were thick as lead, with faint dark red lightning flickering inside, yet no sound reached them. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, returning to the interior from this angle just in time to see their hopeless faces at night. Chen Jian dragged the firewood carrying the embers from last night and walked into the crevice. Inside the crevice the temperature hovered around 30 degrees. For the hellish 46 degrees outside, this was simply paradise. Dozens of people lay sprawled on the ground. When Chen Jian entered, the sound of dragging firewood seemed particularly jarring in the quiet crevice. Oh my! Oldie from the finance department, who was sleeping near the entrance, was startled awake, sitting up abruptly and stirring up a cloud of dust that choked him. He began to cough violently. Everyone opened their eyes. Chen Jian threw down 2 large bundles of firewood. With a dull thud, the dry earth and stone chips flew up. What the hell is wrong with you? Wang Chang immediately stopped fanning and pointed at Chen Jian, cursing. Everyone is resting, why are you making such a racket? Are you itching for a fight? Lu Feifei covered her mouth and nose in disgust, shrinking back. What a strong smell of sweat. Could you stand a bit further away? The place is already poorly ventilated and you've brought all the heat from outside in. Exactly, if you want to suffer no one is stopping you, but why make everyone else dirty? Su Qingxue frowned slightly. She looked at Chen Jian, who was covered in dirt and in a disheveled state, and a sense of instinctive disgust rose within her. Chen Jian. I won't stop you from collecting firewood, but you have disturbed everyone's rest. Chen Jian paused for a moment. He looked up at Su Qingxue, his bloodshot eyes showing no fear. President Su, the clouds outside have already moved in. Wang Chang immediately stepped forward, pointing at a hollow spot at the edge of the cave entrance, the one most susceptible to the wind. Are you deaf? CEO Su wants you to move this pile of junk over there. Be quick. Chen Jian quietly watched Wang Chang, then glanced at Su Qingxue. His gaze swept over everyone in the crevice. These once glamorous white-collar workers now resembled a bunch of slaughter-bound pigs. Chen Jian did not refute. He bent down, picked up some firewood from the ground and walked step by step to the corner of the crevice. He neatly stacked the firewood, then walked over holding a coconut shell. He picked out a few of the thinnest pieces from the woodpile, broke them and placed them into the coconut shell. He gently blew a couple of breaths. Sparks quickly spread, igniting the dry branches. A weak yet real flame flickered to life in the corner of the crevice at 46 degrees. The firelight illuminated Chen Jian's face, casting his features in an unusually cold and hard light. Wang Chang looked at Chen Jian, astonished that he actually started a fire, thinking the man had completely lost his mind. Holy crap, you really lit a fire. Do you want to roast us alive in this cave? Wang Chang approached, raising his foot as if to stamp out the newly ignited flames. Chen Jian suddenly stood up. He held a wooden stick as thick as his wrist, specially chosen as a weapon for self-defense. The tip of the stick pointed directly at Wang Chang's chest, less than 10 centimeters away. Wang Chang's footsteps came to a halt. He looked into Chen Jian's eyes. Those eyes no longer held the usual cowardice and retreat, but a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. What? What do you want? Wang Chang shouted, his tone harsh but his demeanor weak. Are you trying to rebel? The atmosphere in the crevice instantly froze. Su Qingxue also sat up straight, her expression darkening. Chen Jian put down the stick. Chen Jian did not lower the stick. His grip on it was steady. He did not look at Su Qingxue but fixed his gaze on Wang Chang. This cave is mine. The wood is mine. The fire is mine. He slowly lowered the stick but did not throw it away. Instead he leaned it against the ground. Chen Jian raised his other hand, pointing at everyone in the crevice. His finger moved from Wang Chang to Old Li to Lu Feifei, finally landing on Su Qingxue's face. You think it's hot? You think I'm crazy? You can leave right now. Chen Jian tugged at the cracked corner of his mouth, revealing an extremely sarcastic smile. If you don't want to leave, then you must follow my rules. Chen Jian emphasized his tone, speaking each word clearly. Tonight, if anyone wants to come closer to the fire. He paused for a second, his gaze slicing through Wang Chang's face like a knife. Must kowtow 3 times and pay an extra 1 million. Nobody is allowed to come within a step of this fire. Silence. The crevice fell into a dead silence lasting 5 seconds. Then it erupted into even more intense laughter and curses. Wang Chang laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. He clutched his stomach, pointing at Chen Jian's nose while his other hand waved wildly in the air. 1 million. Chen Jian, have you lost your mind? After I leave this broken island, would you like me to burn you 100 million in ghost money? Zhana fanned herself with a leaf while rolling her eyes dramatically. Lan Jie, your husband has gone mad with money. Even if there is a typhoon and heavy rain tonight, that's a matter for after we return to Jiangchang. She adjusted her sweat-soaked hair, her tone filled with superiority. I believe the helicopter will arrive before dark. By then we'll be sipping hot coffee in the plane, watching the storm, while you stay here in this broken crevice guarding your rotten wood. Lu Feifei leaned against the stone wall, pinching her nose in disdain. Exactly, you look so pitiful, thinking you can be a big shot just because you found a cave and picked up a couple of broken branches. The mocking voices continued. Chen Jian did not retort. He sat in the outer corner of the crevice, adding a thin branch to the fire. The flames licked the dry wood, producing a faint crackling sound. Wang Lan sat at the edge of the crowd, a slight smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Midway up the mountain in a cave. Lin Fan sat beside the fire, playing with a tactical knife. The blade glinted with a cold, hard metallic sheen in the firelight. Sonia merely stared at him blankly. Lin Fan's gaze passed through the gap in the newly built stone wall, looking towards the sky outside. On his retina, golden data was flashing wildly. Environmental temperature 42°C, rapidly decreasing. Warning, cold front is about to cut into the island's airspace. Warning, a severe convective thunderstorm cloud has formed. Lin Fan lifted his eyelids. The sky not far away was no longer blue. It was a suffocating lead gray color. The thick cloud layers loomed like a black wall, seemingly ready to swallow the sun whole. The show is about to begin. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, pondering how many people would remain after tonight. At 4:15 p.m. a gust of wind suddenly swept into the stuffy, steamy crevice. This wind was very cool. Ah, finally some relief. Old Li from the finance department let out a long breath, spreading his arms wide to greedily embrace the breeze. This sea breeze feels so pleasant, it seems the hottest part is over. Zhana also put down the leaf she was using to fan herself, her earlier agitation dissipating considerably. The atmosphere in the crevice instantly lightened. Someone even began discussing which restaurant to visit for a lavish meal to relieve the stress after they returned. At 4:30 p.m. the wind did not stop but instead grew stronger. The initial coolness turned into a chilling cold. The people lying haphazardly on the ground began to instinctively curl up. Lu Feifei rubbed her arms, which were covered in tiny goosebumps. Why has it suddenly turned so cold? She was only wearing a thin bikini. What had felt unbearably hot before now felt like the wind was a freezing knife penetrating her pores down to the bone. It's normal, it's an island. Once the sun is covered by clouds the temperature drops. Wang Chang rubbed his arms, forcing himself to appear calm. As soon as he finished speaking the sky completely darkened. It wasn't the kind of darkness that comes at dusk. It was as if a giant black cloth had directly enveloped the entire island. Outside the crevice the once bright beach and reefs instantly turned into a grey desolate wasteland. At 5:00 p.m. the sound of the wind changed. It was no longer the howling sound through the trees but had turned into a sharp whistling. The gale rushed into the crevice entrance, sweeping up the sand and stones from the ground, painfully hitting faces. The temperature dropped below 20 degrees and continued to plummet at a terrifying speed. Achoo! Jana let out a loud sneeze. She hugged her shoulders, her teeth beginning to chatter. Changgu. This wind feels off. Wang Chang remained silent. He wore only a short-sleeved shirt and at this moment he could already feel the chill. He turned his head to look at Su Qingxue in the deepest part. Su Qingxue felt cold as well. Her swimsuit could not block the wind at all. She could only hug her arms curling up in the corner against the rock. President Su oldly stammered, his voice intermittently carried away by the wind. It really looks like it's going to rain heavily. Will the rescue helicopter be able to fly in this weather? This question brought an oppressive silence to the crevice. Only the howling of the wind could be heard. Can the helicopter fly? Everyone present were professionals who hadn't seen the news. In extreme thunderstorm weather, let alone helicopters, even commercial airliners would be grounded. Su Qingxue's face instantly turned pale. But she gritted her teeth, her voice still cold and firm. The satellite positioning of Shangtang is military grade. If the helicopter can't come, there's still the boat. As long as the positioning is still active, they will definitely come. She was both reassuring her employees and trying to soothe herself. The temperature had dropped to around 15 degrees. For modern people used to air-conditioned rooms and wearing summer clothes, combined with the fierce wind, the perceived temperature had already approached 10 degrees. At this moment a warm feeling accompanied by the smell of burning wood wafted into everyone's nostrils. Everyone turned their heads simultaneously. In the outermost corner of the crevice Chen Jian was sitting there. As the wind blew, flames rose in front of him, the orange-eared glow illuminating half of his face and warming the air within a 3-meter radius. Chen Jian reached toward the fire, adjusting it to warm himself. Wang Chang's eyes widened. He instinctively took a step forward, his boat's desire for warmth overwhelming everything. Chen Jian did not look up. He simply used a thick wooden stick to lightly poke the fire. Crackle! Sparks flew. Boom! A deafening thunderclap erupted overhead, causing the entire mountain to tremble slightly. This made Wang Chang pause in his movements. Immediately after, large raindrops began to fall. It wasn't just rain, it felt like the heavens had opened. The fierce wind swept in with the torrential rain engulfing the entire island. The temperature dropped below 10 degrees. Although the crevice had a roof to block the directly falling rain, it could not stop the mist blown in by the fierce wind, nor could it prevent the rapidly descending cold. The cold mist enveloped everyone instantly, making their clothes damp and cold. Their body heat was being stripped away. Ah! Lu Feifei screamed, shaking from the cold. President Su. When will the rescue arrive? Jana completely broke down. She had never seen such a scene in her life. Su Qingxue did not respond. She stared at the pitch-black rain curtain outside, unsure when the rescue would come. Perhaps just as Lin Fan said, the rescue would not come. Just as everyone's mental defenses were about to shatter, Lu Feifei, who had been staring at the sea, suddenly stood up. She dashed to the edge of the crevice without a second thought, pointing into the dark depths of the storm, her voice sharp and changing pitch. Look quickly. What is that? Everyone abruptly raised their heads, following her finger to look. On the pitch-black surface of the sea in the depths of the storm, a red light flickered. Everyone crowded at the edge of the crevice, intently staring at that faint red light on the dark sea. Is that a boat? Is it the rescue team? It's a boat. It really is a boat. Wang Chang suddenly jumped up, pointing at the sea and shouting, "Rescue team!" President Su's satellite phone worked. The rescue team is here to pick us up. Jana was so excited she jumped on the spot, hugging her female colleague, crying and laughing. Lu Feifei clasped her hands together, continuously uttering thanks to the heavens. The desperate people grasped the lifeline, and the atmosphere in the crevice was instantly ignited. The cold seemed to be dispelled by this fervor. Su Qingxue leaned against the rock wall and stood up. She walked to the front, her hair blown wildly by the wind, the rain hitting her face without her noticing. She fixed her gaze on that red light, and the tension in her back that had been tight all day finally relaxed completely. She had won. As long as she got on the helicopter and returned to Jiangxing, she would still be the high and mighty president of Shangtang Group. Lin Fan and Songya, those lowly insects who dared to defy her on the island, would pay a heavy price. Everyone hold on. Su Qingxue raised her voice, taking on the momentum of an assembly. Rescue is just around the corner. Take off your bright-colored clothes and wave them vigorously. Shout loudly. Everyone immediately responded. Wang Chang took off his shirt and danced bare-chested in the wind and rain. Hey! Over here! We're here! President Su is here! The cries for help from dozens of people converged together. Chen Jian also stood up, looking outside. Is rescue really coming? The red light on the sea flickered twice. Everyone shouted even harder. Wang Chang's voice had already gone hoarse. Then, without warning, the red light extinguished. There was no transition, no sound. It was as if the power had been cut off directly. The sea surface fell back into pure darkness. The cries for help abruptly stopped. The only sound left in the crevice was the roar of the wind and rain. What? What happened? Zhao Na was stunned. The leaf in her hand dropped to the ground. Wang Chang lay on the rock, widening his eyes, trying to find a glimmer of light in the darkness. Nothing. There was nothing. Maybe it was blocked by the waves. Yes, it must be that the waves are too high. Wang Chang comforted himself, turning to Su Qingxue. President Su, don't you think so? Su Qingxue bit her lip tightly, staring at the sea surface, remaining silent. 1 minute passed, 5 minutes passed, and 10 minutes also passed. The red light did not shine again. After hope was completely crushed, what followed was an exponentially amplified despair and coldness. The temperature had dropped to single digits, with the fierce wind mixed with icy mist continuously flooding the crevice. So cold. Lu Feifei squatted on the ground, hugging her knees and shivering. The earlier fervor had drained her last bit of strength, and now the cold air pierced through her thin swimsuit. Her lips had already turned dark blue. Wang Chang, bare-chested, was so cold his teeth were chattering, making a clattering sound. He quickly put on his soaked shirt again, but it was of no use. Everyone was shivering. The fire pit next to Chen Jian became the only source of warmth in the crevice. The orangered flames danced, emitting an inviting warmth. Wang Chang turned his head to look at Chen Jian, who was leisurely poking at the embers with a stick. The firelight cast a warm glow on his face. Wang Chang swallowed hard, stiffly moving his legs toward the fire pit. Brother Chang. Chen Jian lifted his eyelids, his voice very calm. Did you forget what I said just now? Wang Chang paused, looking at the thick stick beside Chen Jian, then glancing at the warm fire. Chen Jian, everyone here is a colleague of your wife. Do you really have to be so ruthless? Wang Chang's voice trembled. Chen Jian smiled, glancing at Wang Lan, then spoke. The rules are set: 3 nods for 1 million. If you fall short on any, you can just freeze over there. Halfway up the mountain in the cave, Lin Fan leaned against the fire pit, fiddling with a tactical knife in his hand. The golden prompt box on his retina had just dissipated. He had also seen the red light on the sea. It was by no means a rescue team, but... Just as Lin Fan was deep in thought, a deafening roar echoed through the night. A blinding bolt of lightning tore apart the sky, followed closely by an ear-splitting thunderclap. The thunder was so loud that the ground of the cave trembled. Ah! A startled scream pierced the air. Songya, who had been crouched nearby organizing supplies, trembled all over at the sudden cacophony. Instinctively she covered her ears and stepped on a round stone, losing her balance and falling backward. Lin Fan, quick as lightning, dropped his knife, reached out and securely caught her. Songya crashed into Lin Fan's arms. His back pressed against the rock wall as he let out a muffled groan. Songya's body felt incredibly soft. She was drenched in sweat, her white shirt, which had 2 holes, was completely soaked, clinging tightly to her skin. Lin Fan instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. Very slim, without an ounce of excess flesh. Through the thin wet fabric, Lin Fan could clearly feel the warmth of her skin and the delicate texture. Still trembling, the thunder had completely shattered the strength she had been trying to maintain. She buried her face in Lin Fan's chest, gripping the hem of his shirt tightly, breathing rapidly. A faint pleasant fragrance wafted into Lin Fan's nostrils. It wasn't the scent of perfume, rather it was the natural scent of a young girl mingled with a hint of sweat and rain. Lin Fan looked down at the person in his arms. Last night he had been with Lu Feifei. Although she was a big star, it was merely a release of pure desire. Every movement, every breath of Lu Feifei carried a clear intention. She knew how to please a man and how to showcase her assets. It was a transaction. But Songya before him was completely different. She did not understand how to play games. Her current embrace was purely an instinctual reliance born from extreme fear. She regarded Lin Fan as her only safe haven. Lin Fan's gaze followed her long neck down. The white shirt, soaked by the rain, had become a semi-transparent film. The breathtaking curve pressed fully against his chest, moving rhythmically with her rapid breaths. So soft and so warm. Lin Fan's throat involuntarily rolled. The wicked fire that Lu Feifei had ignited in him last night was easily rekindled by this frightened little rabbit in the cramped hot cave with only the 2 of them. Yet he did not move, allowing her to cling to him. After a few seconds, Songya's rationality slowly returned. She began to sense that something was off. The man's muscles were tense and an undeniable heat was clearly transmitted through the soaked fabric. Her face flushed bright red extending to her ears and neck adorned with an alluring pink hue. I'm sorry. Sonia instinctively wanted to retreat, flailing her hands to push against the ground. Yet the large hand on her waist showed no intention of releasing her. Lin Fan exerted a slight force with his arm, pulling her back against him. This time they were pressed even closer together, seamlessly fitting. What are you moving for? Boom. Another rumbling thunder split the night sky. Sonia, who had just propped herself up halfway, collapsed again, tightly shutting her eyes and letting out a suppressed whimper. This time she had lost even the courage to struggle, burying her face like an ostrich in Lin Fan's neck. The warm breath brushed against Lin Fan's collarbone, damp and unbearably ticklish. Are you afraid of thunder? Lin Fan leaned down, his lips nearly touching her ear. Mum. Sonia's voice was barely a whisper, thick with nasal tones and shyness. She dared not look into Lin Fan's eyes. Those usually clear depths were now filled with tears, evoking an overwhelming sense of pity. Lin Fan's rough fingertips gently caressed the soft flesh at her waist through the wet fabric. With every movement the girl in his arms would uncontrollably shiver. I never noticed you were so delicate while at the company. Lin Fan. Please let me go. Sonia's voice trembled, not from the cold but because Lin Fan's fingers had slowly slid up her waist by an inch. The rough, callous touch wandered over her highly sensitive skin, leaving her mind in a blank state. Let you go. You'll fall again. Lin Fan not only did not let go but tightened his embrace. He looked down at her face, so close and blood-red, his gaze gradually turning deep and murky. On this island devoid of morality and law, he was the only rule. He could easily tear apart this thin facade, just as he had with Lu Feifei last night. But he suddenly didn't want to rush it. Compared to the brutal act of plunder, watching this pure girl gradually succumb to fear and shame was far more interesting. Sonia seemed to sense Lin Fan's gaze. She instinctively shrank her shoulders, her hands tightly guarding her chest, trying to cover the dazzling whiteness. But at that moment her entire body suddenly stiffened. Mum. Sonia's small face turned pale in an instant. What's wrong? Mum. Lin Fan, I'm so itchy. I want. Sonia looked into Lin Fan's eyes, hesitating to speak. Mum. What do you want? I want you to help me catch a bug. There is something crawling in my clothes. The bugs on the deserted island are mostly highly poisonous or have strong parasitic properties. In a place where medical conditions are non-existent, a single bite could very well be fatal. Lin Fan didn't waste any words, taking a step forward. Don't move. His gaze fell upon her chest. The soaked white shirt had almost turned into a transparent film. A shadow the size of a fingernail was quickly burrowing deeper along that astonishing curve. Lin Fan's expression tightened. He reached in with his right hand and felt as if he had touched the finest jade. A startlingly smooth sensation surged through his fingertips. Sonia let out a suppressed whimper, her entire body tensed. Lin Fan's fingers searched between the damp fabric and her skin. The beetle was incredibly cunning, sliding desperately to the side upon sensing danger. Lin Fan. Where are you grabbing? Sonia's breath was rapid, her warm breath brushing against Lin Fan's neck, carrying a faint scent of her body. Lin Fan's hand inevitably brushed against Sonia's skin. That sensation was even better than that of the big star Lu Feifei. I'm catching the bug. Found it. Lin Fan shouted, pressing his palm down. His fingertips snapped like a precise hunting trap and finally caught the bug through the shirt. Got it. Lin Fan withdrew his hand, revealing a vicious black beetle between his fingers. He casually tossed it into the fire, where it instantly turned to ash with a crackling sound. Sonia leaned weakly against the rock wall, gasping for air, her chest rising and falling violently. On her skin several red marks were clearly visible, left from Lin Fan's grasp, exuding a strange sense of violation. Thank you. Sonia lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. She couldn't bear to look at Lin Fan. The electric sensation from earlier had nearly set her ablaze. However, before she could recover, that chilling itch returned, and in a more difficult to mention location. Mum. Sonia's face instantly turned from crimson to pale. Lin Fan. What now? Lin Fan coldly looked at her, his eyes filled with impatient irritation. It's itchy. My thighs are itchy. Lin Fan, there's also down there. Sonia raised her head, her eyes filled with pleading, her clear gaze watery and heart-wrenching. She pointed to her legs. Due to years of dancing, her legs had an extremely beautiful line, and in the firelight they shone with an ivory-like texture along with several scratches. Lin Fan fell silent. That location was too sensitive and dangerous. Catch it yourself. Lin Fan sat back down by the fire. I can't. Lin Fan, please, it's biting me. I'm terrified of bugs. Woo. Sonia cried as she crouched down, her hands clutching her thigh, curling up into a small ball. She was genuinely scared. In this cursed place even a small wound could be fatal. Lin Fan stared at her for 5 seconds, the firelight casting flickering shadows on his face outlining a sharp contour. "I'll take a look for you." Lin Fan stood up and Sonya shivered looking up at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with shame. "Lin Fan. You just said it was itchy and now you don't want me to catch it." Lin Fan walked directly in front of her, exuding a terrifying sense of pressure. "Don't babble. If you get bitten by a bug I don't want to collect your corpse, I'm helping you." Sonya bit her lower lip, nearly drawing blood. In the end her will to survive overcame her meager pride. The air in the cave seemed to freeze in that moment. Lin Fan squatted down, scanning the area. There were indeed still a few bugs. "Lin Fan. Hurry." Sonya closed her eyes, her hands tightly gripping the gravel on the ground, blood seeping from between her fingers. Lin Fan's hand reached out. This time without the shirt as a barrier, his fingertips pressed directly onto her thigh, but unfortunately that damned bug escaped. Hiss. Sonya gasped. "Lin Fan, you hurt me, can you be gentler? Don't move." Lin Fan's voice was hoarse. "That bug is very cunning, I didn't catch it just now, let me try again." Lin Fan's eyes darkened, his hand moving without pause following the trail. "Ah. Lin Fan, be gentle." Sonya let out a shriek. "I told you not to move, look, it's gone again." Under the firelight their shadows overlapped on the stone wall, creating an extremely ambiguous and absurd silhouette. "Did you catch the bug?" "Lin Fan." Lin Fan made her feel both pain and itch. Lin Fan withdrew his hand, revealing another black beetle between his fingers. "Caught it, this one is even slightly bigger than the last." Lin Fan once again tossed the bug into the fire pit. "Tomorrow we need to go look for some mugwort." Sonya's face was already as red as an apple. She looked at the marks on her thigh, her sense of shame nearly overwhelming her. It was truly too embarrassing. Lin Fan merely shot her a cold glance before sitting back down by the fire. "Change your clothes, don't give the bugs another chance." Lin Fan picked up a few pieces of clothing that had already dried. He had casually collected them from the crevices of the rocks by the beach. "A Hermes silk shirt, a Chanel early autumn jacket, and this." Lin Fan selected a knitted dress with a double G pattern and tossed it directly in front of Sonya. Sonya was momentarily stunned, looking down at the clothing. As a low-level intern at the Shangtang Group, she was not unfamiliar with these luxury brands. This knitted dress was priced at least several tens of thousands at the high-end department store in Jiangchang, and she had never even qualified to touch it. Lin Fan tossed over a brand new set of underwear with the tags still attached. "These clothes are brand name items. Normally you wouldn't be able to afford this outfit even if you worked in sales for 3 years. Now you're with the right person, so you can wear them freely." Sonya held the pile of clothes, her cheeks burning. The tattered white shirt she was wearing was already half dry and clung tightly to her body. Not only was it uncomfortable, but it also outlined her curves in full view. When catching the bug earlier, she could even feel the warmth left by Lin Fan's rough fingers on her skin. Changing clothes was a must. But Sonya looked around. The cave was only this big, with nothing but the fire and stone walls, not even a corner to shield herself. "Change here." Sonya bit her lip tightly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Lin Fan, could you turn away for a moment?" "Turn away." Lin Fan lifted his eyelids, looking at her as if she were an idiot. "It's storming outside, the temperature is below 10 degrees and there's thunder. You want me to go out in the rain?" "That's not what I meant." Sonya became anxious. "If you feel changing clothes here is too much, the door is over there." Lin Fan pointed with a piece of firewood towards the cave entrance, which was blocked by rocks. "You can go outside and change in the rain. Apart from thunder, no one will see you." Outside, a thunderclap suddenly sounded and the wild wind rushed into the cave through the cracks, emitting a mournful wail. Sonya shrank back, scared. She knew that Lin Fan would follow through on what he said. In front of this man, her meager sense of shame was worthless. If she didn't change and endured the night in wet clothes in this temperature, she would likely have a high fever and die here by morning. "I'll change here." Sonya turned her back to Lin Fan, taking a deep breath. Lin Fan still displayed some gentlemanly demeanor by lowering his head. The sound of fabric rubbing echoed in the quiet cave. Sonya unbuttoned her shirt. The soaked fabric slid off her shoulders, revealing a large expanse of snow-white back. The firelight cast her shadow against the uneven rock wall, outlining an extremely exaggerated shaped curve. Although Lin Fan had his head lowered, his peripheral vision uncontrollably swept towards that shadow. The incredible sensation from earlier when catching the bug surged back into his mind without warning. That smooth skin, that astonishing elasticity, and the suppressed gasps she emitted from fear. Lin Fan was a normal man. On this morally unrestrained deserted island, facing a pure maiden undressing in front of him, it would be a lie to say his heart was unaffected. Rustle, rustle. Sonya's movements were quick, but due to her nerves her hands were uncooperative. She couldn't unfasten the clasp of her underwear, and a layer of fine sweat began to bead on her smooth forehead. On the other side, within the crevices of the mountainside, hell had just opened its gates. The temperature had already plunged below 5 degrees and the frigid sea rain swept by a fierce wind surged violently into the shaped gap. The space here was vast with a crack over 10 meters long that could not shelter the wind. Aside from the deepest and outermost areas, the middle zone had completely become a wind tunnel. Dozens of people huddled together like a group of quails awaiting slaughter. It was unbearably cold. This cold was not the dry chill of Jiangcheng in winter but a venomous dampness that penetrated through their pores into their very organs. In stark contrast was the corner at the outer edge of the crevice. Chen Jian sat there. He had built a makeshift windbreak with stones and a fire blazed warmly behind it. The dry firewood crackled softly and the orange flames warmed the air within a 3-meter radius. The heat from that fire occasionally wafted over a small but deadly temptation for those on the brink of freezing to death. Old Li could no longer endure it. He slowly shifted his body, inching closer towards the fire. Seeing this, Zhao Na crawled forward as well. With a leader in motion, the remaining dozen people instinctively began to move towards the source of warmth. Even Su Qingxue, who had been lying at the back, was supported by Wang Chang as she struggled to move 3 meters, 2 meters. Just as Old Li's hand was about to reach that warm zone, bang! A wooden stick as thick as a wrist slammed down less than a centimeter in front of his fingers. Chen Jian sat on the stone holding the stick, looking down at the group of people. "You've crossed the line." The 3 words were mixed in with the sounds of wind and rain but were distinctly clear. Old Li froze. He looked up, his face covered in snot and rainwater, his voice trembling. Chen Jian. Chief Engineer Chen. Please be lenient. We're really going to freeze to death. Count it as me owing you a life. When we return to Jiangcheng, whatever you want I'll give it to you as long as I have it. I was very clear during the day. He poked the embers with the stick, causing sparks to fly. Looking at Old Li, he continued, 1,000,003 heads. Old Li was dumbfounded. 1 million. As an old hand in the finance department, he knew he could never save up that amount in a lifetime. Even if he had it, where would he get it now? Chen Jian, don't go too far. Wang Chang, hiding behind the crowd, shouted with a hoarse voice, "Are you really going to watch us freeze to death? You're committing murder." Chen Jian laughed. He stood up, walked to the edge of the windbreak and stared at Wang Chang. "During the day I told you to gather firewood. What did you say?" Chen Jian pointed to the dark storm outside. "You said the helicopter would come, that I was crazy, and that we would drink hot coffee on the plane." "Go on, go drink your hot coffee. Don't come to scavenge the firewood I gathered with a crazy mind." Wang Chang was left speechless, his face turning the color of a pig's liver. Seeing that Chen Jian was unyielding, the crowd immediately shifted their focus to Wang Lan, who was sitting on the other side of the fire. Wang Lan had already warmed herself by the flames. "Sister Lan, you need to talk to your husband." Zhao Na crawled over, pleading, "Please say a word for us, I beg you, Sister Lan." Wang Lan lifted her head, glancing at her agitated and pitiful colleague's side. She played the role of a capable wife to the extreme. "Everyone, please don't make it difficult for me." Wang Lan spoke softly with a hint of grievance. "You all saw during the day he even took out the divorce agreement. He has a stubborn temper at home and now he's angry. He simply won't listen to me." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, finally landing precisely on Su Qingxue. "Moreover, everyone was so hostile to him during the day, it's only natural that he feels upset. I really can't make the final decision on this matter." She kicked the ball neatly. It landed squarely in Su Qingxue's face. Leaning against the stone wall, Su Qingxue had lost all feeling in her body from the cold. Her tiny bit of absurd pride was slowly being stripped away in the face of absolute natural power. She understood the subtext of Wang Lan's words. This couple was performing a duet. Chen Jian played the villain, blocking everyone's path, while Wang Lan played the good cop, throwing the final pricing power to her, the CEO. They wanted money. More importantly, they wanted Su Qingxue to bow her head. A gust of wind swept in with icy rain, causing Su Qingxue to shiver violently. She could not afford to freeze any longer. If she stayed frozen for another half hour, she would surely suffer from hypothermic shock. Su Qingxue pushed Wang Chang's hand away, bracing herself against the stone wall to stand up straight. Even though she trembled from the cold, she still strove to maintain the dignity of the helm of the Tang Dynasty Group. Wang Lan. Wang Lan immediately stood up, respectfully bowing her head. "CEO Su. After we return to Jiangcheng, I personally will contribute 30 million to you both." Su Qingxue locked her gaze with Wang Lan, speaking slowly, "Plus the 20 million I promised you during the day, a total of 50 million. It will be directly deposited into your accounts." Instantly the crevice fell into a deathly silence. Even the sound of wind and rain was suppressed by these 3 words. 30 million. Together that was 50 million. Old Li's eyes turned red, instantly bloodshot. Having worked in finance for 20 years, he understood all too well what 50 million represented. It was a number he could never accumulate, even if he never ate or drank for 10 lifetimes. Zhao Na, filled with jealousy, dug her nails deep into her palms, feeling no pain at all. Zhang Taoli Bin and everyone present were stunned, their minds blown by this 50 million. Following that was a deluge of regret. They regretted it to their core. When Qingxue had called them to gather firewood during the day, it was hot outside, but it was just a few steps away. If they had stood up then and moved 2 pieces of wood, now this 50 million would have been theirs. Just because they were lazy and believed in that fool Wang Chang's nonsense, this enormous fortune slipped directly into the pocket of Qingxue the soft rice man. Why should he earn 50 million just by picking up a few pieces of broken wood? Jealousy gnawed at everyone's hearts, but they dared not utter a word. CEO Su was so generous. Qingxue tossed the stick in his hand aside with a crisp sound. He glanced at Wang Lan and the two exchanged a quick look. It was a tacit understanding, precise. Since CEO Su was footing the bill, everyone can roast freely by the fire. Just bow and thank her. Qingxue took a step back, giving way. The crowd erupted in cheers, scrambling towards the fire. Old Li rushed forward first, reaching for the flames, almost singeing his eyebrows. Zhao Na and Lu Feifei squeezed together, greedily absorbing the warmth. Su Qingxue also walked over, sitting in the best spot that Wang Lan had intentionally cleared for her. At the moment the warmth enveloped her body, she exhaled a cloud of white breath. 50 million was just half a month's profit for her. Buying a life was worth it. Seeing this, Wang Chang hurriedly approached, rubbing his hands as he tried to squeeze into the innermost part of the fire. Get out of here. Qingxue stepped on the edge of the windbreak, blocking Wang Chang's path. Wang Chang froze. What are you doing? CEO Su is paying. You said everyone can roast. I said everyone. Qingxue looked down at him, not including you. Qingxue. Don't push your luck. Wang Chang panicked, turning to Su Qingxue. CEO, look at him. He took your money and still won't let me warm up. He is treating you with disrespect. Su Qingxue pressed her lips tightly, choosing silence, clearly unwilling to take the blame for Wang Chang. President Su pays for everyone's ticket. But your words during the day calling him a kept man and a useless fool cannot be settled with the 30 million you paid. Qingxue heavily struck the rocks beneath Wang Chang's feet with a stick. Want to come over to warm up? Fine. 3 kowtows. If you miss one, you can go freeze to death at the windward side. The crevice fell silent, all eyes fixed on Wang Chang, yet no one stepped forward to speak up. Old Li from the finance department even quietly shifted his position closer to the fire, fearing that Qingxue might remember his earlier mockery and kick him out as well. Wang Chang's eyes were bloodshot. He looked at the flickering flames and then outside at the dark pouring rain, finally casting a pleading glance towards Su Qingxue. President Su. I only insulted him to maintain your dignity during the day. Please say something for me, even just a word. Su Qingxue didn't even lift her eyelids. She was currently feeling chills all over her body. For this fire she had already paid a price of 30 million. Offending Qingxue. Absolutely unnecessary. Kowtow. Su Qingxue's voice was cool, and the words she uttered pierced Wang Chang more than the cold wind outside. Wang Chang's head buzzed and he was completely dumbfounded. The very support he prided himself on, the president he had flattered all day long, had unhesitatingly sold him out to keep warm. The bitter wind whipped the icy mist slamming against Wang Chang's bare back, sending shivers down his spine. Dignity. Honor. The supervisor's might. In the face of the threat of hypothermia, all of this was nonsense. Wang Chang gritted his teeth, his knees buckling, and he knelt heavily towards Qingxue. Bang. 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 After 3 kowtows, Wang Chang's voice trembled. Brother Chen. I spoke rashly, I was wrong, please let me over. Qingxue finally withdrew the stick and stepped aside slightly. Wang Chang, like a lost dog, scrambled into the crowd, greedily warming himself by the faint heat. Wang Lan sat opposite the fire, watching her husband assert his authority, calculating in her mind. As long as they could survive this deserted island ordeal and return, the couple would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Achoo! Inside the cave, Sonia sneezed, her delicate shoulders trembling violently. Lin Fan looked at the back in close proximity, his heart racing involuntarily. The firelight reflected on her skin, making it appear like fine porcelain, and that breathtaking curve truly tested a man's composure. Hearing the noise, Lin Fan suppressed the burning desire in his heart, his voice a bit heavy. What are you dawdling about? Do you really want to freeze yourself into a popsicle? Sonia was almost in tears, her hands fumbling behind her, but her fingers had long since gone numb, making it impossible to exert any strength. The row of metal buckles had been soaked by the rain, tightly clinging together as if deliberately making it difficult for her. I can't undo it. She turned her head back, her eyes red with shiny droplets hanging from her eyelashes. Lin Fan, please help me. Lin Fan looked at her pitiful appearance, his throat tightened, but he ultimately stepped forward. Don't move, let me take a look. The rough fingertips touched Sonia's warm back and she instantly tensed up as if electrocuted. It was Lin Fan's first time doing such delicate work, his fingers probing back and forth between the soaked fabric and soft skin. Lin Fan, do you even know how to do this? Sonia was anxious, the warmth behind her making her blush and wanting to find a hole to hide in. Shut up. Lin Fan was somewhat irritated. Here he was a top student and yet he was stumped by a small buckle. He simply used both hands patiently exploring the metal clasp. This scene against the backdrop of the raging wind and rain outside appeared both absurd and ambiguous. The firelight cast their shadows against the uneven stone wall intertwining the images. And this scene happened to fall into the eyes of the people in the crevice below. In the rock crevice on the mountainside the hellish cold was still rampant. Although Qingxue's campfire was burning with dozens of people huddled together, that bit of warmth was merely a drop in the bucket. Zhao Na was freezing and shivering and inadvertently glanced upward, her whole body going stiff. Damn! Look up there! Everyone looked up in unison. Through the dense curtain of rain the firelight in the cave above was as bright as a light bulb. The blazing flames were tantalizing to behold. But what struck the deepest chord was the two silhouettes entwined on the stone wall. A delicate female figure was facing away from the man while the man's hands were pressing against the woman's back, the gesture utterly ambiguous. The posture was exquisite. Is that Lin Fan and Sonya? Old Li's eyes were nearly popping out. It must be. That vixen Sonya, usually acting like a saint in the company, and now actually. Zhao Na's teeth itched with anger, her tone full of jealousy. Is she planning to sell herself for a good price? Wang Chang squeezed at the edge of the fire, watching the vivid scene above, his eyes turning green with envy. Damn. We are here kowtowing and paying money just to get this little spark while that guy is up there enjoying a big fire and playing with a woman. Wang Chang spat. Is there no justice in this world? Su Qingxue stared intently at that silhouette, her eyes growing colder. Last night it was Lu Feifei and today it's Sonya. She glanced at Lu Feifei beside her, whose face had turned pale from the cold. At this moment Lu Feifei was biting her lip tightly, her eyes filled with regret. If she had known rescue would not come, she would have given Lin Fan, that poor guy, another chance. The one lying in that warm cave now was none other than her. After all, last night Lin Fan had chased Sonya away for her. She believed he would do the same tonight. Shameless. Su Qingxue coldly spat out those 4 words, not knowing whether she was cursing Lu Feifei or Lin Fan. But the atmosphere in the crevice was filled with jealousy and desire. The men looked at Lin Fan, wishing they could take his place, while the women stared at Sonya, their minds calculating. If they could monopolize such a big campfire and have a sip of hot water, even if it meant sleeping once with Lin Fan, it seemed not impossible to negotiate. Once this thought took root, it became increasingly uncontrollable. Lin Fan's fingers fumbled around the row of metal buckles for a moment. The salt from the seawater had crystallized, and after soaking, these small iron hooks were tightly bonded together, forming a chunk of iron. The more he fiddled, the tighter it became. Sonya felt a layer of goosebumps rise on her back due to the cold wind. Especially when Lin Fan's hand touched her skin, she instinctively shivered. Don't move. Lin Fan had little patience for unbuckling the hooks. He drew a tactical knife from the small of his back. Clang! The sound of the blade unsheathing echoed through the cave. Sonya jumped in fright, turning her head to cover her chest, her face pale. What are you doing? If it can't be undone, then cut it. Lin Fan didn't give her time to react. He pressed down on her shoulder with his left hand and held the knife in his right, the back of the blade sliding against her warm spine and precisely gliding in. The blade faced outward, the back inward. Sonya was so frightened that she closed her eyes, her body leaning forward abruptly, her chest nearly pressed against the wall, letting out a short gasp. Sizzle. The sound of the sharp blade cutting through fabric was extremely crisp. The piece of underwear was cut in two. The wet garment, freed from its constraints, slid down her smooth shoulder, piling at her waist. A large expanse of her fair back was completely exposed to the air under the orangered firelight, evoking a sense of temptation. Meanwhile, dozens of eyes in the rock crevices halfway up the mountain were fixed intently on the scene above. This group of elites, usually impeccably dressed in the office buildings of Jiang City CBD, were now huddled around Qingxue's meager campfire, resembling a group of peeping toms. The silhouette on the stone wall was strikingly impactful. Due to light refraction and angle issues, Lin Fan's motion of drawing the knife appeared entirely distorted from below. They only saw the man's shadow suddenly pull out a hard object from his waist. Immediately following, the woman's shadow lunged forward, assuming a submissive posture. The man pressed down forcefully, his movements rough and decisive. Damn! Wang Chang's eyes widened, his Adam's apple rolling uncontrollably, forgetting the cold. This kid Lin Fan is a beast, right? So wild. I told you Sonya is a flirt. She usually dresses conservatively in the office, doesn't even entertain jokes from male colleagues, but now for a bit of warmth she's willing to pose in any way. She looked down at her frozen purple legs, then at the warm light above, thinking that if she were up there she would be even wilder. Old Li from the finance department swallowed hard, rubbing his hands together. Being young is so good. With this fire and a beauty in your arms while we're just waiting to die on this deserted island. Lu Feifei leaned against the outer edge, clutching her knees tightly, her nails almost digging into her flesh. If she had known, she wouldn't have come down. In the cave. Sonya had no idea that in the eyes of her colleagues below she had become a promiscuous woman with no moral boundaries in order to survive. She covered her chest with her hands, frantically grabbing the dry clothes Lin Fan threw over to put on. She picked a cream-colored turtleneck-fitted wool sweater paired with a pair of black high-elasticity yoga. She even deliberately chose the most conservative basic underwear that still had the tags attached. The rustling sound of getting dressed stopped. Sonya tidied her slightly messy hair and turned around. "I'm done changing." Lin Fan was adding firewood to the fire pit when he looked up at her. The moment their eyes met, his movements came to an abrupt halt. This woman was too adept at alluring men. She hadn't chosen the revealing dress, wrapping herself up tightly. The turtleneck sweater concealed her collarbone and the yoga pants wrapped her legs tightly. From head to toe except for her face and hands, not a single inch of excess skin was exposed. Yet it was precisely this extreme sense of wrapping that caused a tremendous amount of trouble. Her superb figure, honed from years of dancing, was squeezed into the tight clothing, leaving no escape. The astonishing fullness in front was accentuated by the wool sweater slightly rising and falling with her breath. Her slender straight legs showed not an ounce of excess flesh. Without exposing any skin, she had etched the essence of pure desire into her very being. Much more sophisticated than Lu Feifei's attempt to stick to him from last night, this was on an entirely different level. Lin Fan stared at her for a full 5 seconds, his Adam's apple rolling. Cough. Lin Fan diverted his gaze, broke a dry branch in his hand and tossed it into the fire pit. "Come sit by the fire, don't stand in the wind." Sonya obediently walked over and sat down half a meter away from Lin Fan. With the wind direction, faint sounds of harsh scolding could be heard from the crevices in the distance. "Chang'e, you need to move over, this half of my body is about to freeze stiff. Holdly, go block the wind for me." The contrast was stark. The cave was warm as spring while the crevices felt like hell. Sonya hugged her knees, resting her chin on her arms, secretly observing the man beside her. Finding caves, building windbreaks, starting fires, stocking supplies. Every step he took was frighteningly precise. Sonya wasn't foolish. She watched the flickering flames, the last shred of hope in her heart completely extinguished. If there were truly a rescue, Lin Fan wouldn't be going to such lengths to stockpile firewood. There was no way back. When this thought emerged, she didn't feel the collapse she had anticipated. Instead, there was a sense of grounded acceptance. Because she was now sitting by the fire, wearing dry clothes, next to the strongest man on this island. "Lin Fan." Sonya spoke softly, her voice gentle amidst the crackling fire. Lin Fan's tone had inexplicably softened. "Speak. How long do you think we will have to stay here?" Lin Fan lifted his eyelids, glancing at her. "What, still thinking about clocking in at Jiang City and collecting your meager internship salary?" Sonya shook her head. The firelight cast a rosy glow on her innocent face. "I don't believe in them anymore." She extended her fair fingers, pointing at the pitch-black rain curtain outside the cave, helicopters, rescue boats, Zeus military satellite phone. "I no longer believe in any of it." She turned her head to look into Lin Fan's eyes. "I only trust you." These words were spoken softly but carried immense weight. Lin Fan paused his knife work, intrigued as he examined Sonya. In her eyes, once always filled with naive clarity, there was now less innocence and more resigned acceptance. "At least your mind isn't completely gone." Lin Fan explained to Sonya, "The magnetic field in this place is a dead end. All electronic devices are useless. Satellite positioning is a joke. Those fools are still waiting for Su Qingxue's rescue to manifest, and by tonight, when a few of them freeze to death, their minds will clear up." Sonya bit her lip, her hands unconsciously twisting together. "Then what will we do from now on?" "What to do?" Lin Fan leaned back against the warm stone wall, his long legs casually stretched out. His gaze brazenly swept from Sonya's head to her. That kind of aggressively invasive gaze made Sonya instinctively shrink her shoulders, but she stubbornly resisted the impulse to avoid it. Of course. Sonya knew that tonight she had completely aroused Lin Fan's hormones. Just now, any man would have feared losing control. If Lin Fan were to ask for her right now, she would give herself without hesitation. Not only to repay a debt of gratitude, but also to firmly bind this man, the only one who could help her survive on this savage island. Lin Fan's words, living life, unexpectedly stirred a sense of loss deep within Sonya. Could it be that she was truly not as good as a superstar like Lu Feifei? So many things had happened tonight, yet she felt no impulse whatsoever. Lin Fan's next words abruptly pulled Sonya back from her wandering thoughts. "This island has plenty of food and water. Let's close the door and live like primitive people." "You don't joke around." "Who's joking?" Lin Fan smiled, leaning in closer. "While we're young and strong, let's have a few kids. With your exquisite figure, not having 10 or 8 would be a waste. When our children grow up, perhaps after a few decades, when the magnetic field returns to normal, boats from the outside world might come in. Looking out, good grief, this island will be full of Lin Fan's descendants. By then I would be the head of the family and also the lord of this island." This speech was crude, straightforward, and even had a hint of roughness. If it were someone else in the civilized society before yesterday, Sonya would have definitely thrown a cup of boiling water at him and scolded him as a filthy rogue. But here in this drafty night on an island where the temperature was nearing freezing and death lurked at every corner, these words became an alternative promise of immense weight. At the very least he had included her in his future plans. In a place devoid of law and morality, the protection of a strong man was more substantial than any vow of eternal love. Sonia lowered her head, her voice carrying an unintentional hint of coyness. 10 or 8. Do you take me for a so? She did not refuse. There was no resistance. It even carried a hint of reluctant compliance. Lin Fan laughed, his laughter wild and unrestrained. He understood that this originally pure and innocent flower in the workplace had been completely uprooted by him, securely planted in his territory, branded with Lin Fan's exclusive mark. He withdrew his hand and pointed at the pile of supplies stacked like a small mountain nearby. A so can't pull off the effect you have. Go bring me those few bottles of water, let's boil some hot water to drink. Tonight is still long, save some energy. Sonia obediently complied and a row of golden numbers began to refresh on Lin Fan's retina. Warning: a super strong convective cloud system is approaching. Current wind speed level 5 steadily increasing. Environmental temperature 3.5 expected to drop below 0 C within 30 minutes. Tip: the current weather condition is merely the front of a cold wave. The main cyclone will invade the island in half an hour. Lin Fan squinted his eyes. This was merely an appetizer, the real spectacle was yet to come. Lin Fan took the words from Sonia and said, there will be a free show later, don't blink. Sonia was taken aback. She followed Lin Fan's gaze outside the cave. Aside from the rolling black clouds and the howling wind that could blow a person away, there was nothing else. But she obediently refrained from asking further, only inching her body closer to the fire. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The wind direction changed. If the previous wind had howled, the current wind could be described as a wailing ghost. The gale mixed with hail-like raindrops swept across the entire island with overwhelming force. In the rock crevice halfway up the mountain, the situation was far more dire than in the cave. The fire started by Qin Jian had become the only lifeline for dozens of people. However, the structural space of the crevice was too poor. The half-open crack, only a few meters long, could not effectively trap heat. The fierce wind howled outside the crevice, lifting cold seawater and raindrops, transforming them into a fine mist that infiltrated every nook. Su Qingxue sat in the core position closest to the fire, wrapped in a half-dry jacket that Wang Lan had handed her. She crossed her arms, her face pale as a sheet. Even though she had spent 30 million to buy the right to use this fire, she still felt cold, the kind of cold that penetrated to the bone. Wang Chang had squeezed his way almost to the core of the fire from the periphery. Damn it, Chen Jian, can you add more firewood? Wang Chang's teeth chattered as he shouted at Chen Jian, this fire is so small, what's the use? Chen Jian sat behind the windbreak holding a wooden stick and leisurely poking at the coals. He didn't even glance at Wang Chang. There's only this much firewood. Chen Jian replied calmly, when it's gone we'll all wait to die together. If you're cold, go out and collect some. Wang Chang rolled his eyes in frustration and turned to look at the rain curtain outside, drawing his neck in. Go out. In this weather, going out is just asking for death. Time passed second by second. Half an hour later. The wind direction changed. The ocean wind, which had been blowing from the side, suddenly turned and rushed straight into the entrance of the crevice. The wind speed surged sharply within mere minutes, producing a shrill, piercing whistle. Bang! The makeshift windbreak wall that Qin Jian had built in front of the fire was directly overturned by a gust of wind. A few stones tumbled down, striking the fire and extinguishing half of the flames. The remaining flames flickered wildly in the gale, almost touching the ground, ready to extinguish at any moment. The temperature dropped sharply. 0 degrees. Even lower. The sound of raindrops hitting the rocks changed. It was no longer a dull thud but a crisp tapping sound. It's hailing! Someone exclaimed. Hailstones the size of soybeans mixed with the torrential rain swept into the crevice like a shotgun blast. A few people on the outside were struck and hurriedly covered their heads, desperately trying to squeeze further inside. Don't push. You're stepping on me. Get closer, the wind is too strong. The crowd erupted into chaos and the temperature of the fire was completely blown away by the gale. That meager warmth was utterly insignificant in the face of sub-zero temperatures. Old Zhao shrank in a corner, trembling like a sieve. He was over 40, his health not great even in normal times, and now he felt as if his heart was convulsing. He looked up through the rain curtain, gazing diagonally upward. The entrance of the cave was blocked by stones for the most part, leaving only a narrow gap. But through that gap a steady and bright orange-red glow of fire shone through. It flickered neither, which indicated that the shelter inside was excellent and the temperature was certainly several degrees higher than below. Old Zhao swallowed hard. He leaned against the slippery rock wall, swaying as he stood up. Old Zhao, where are you going? Sister Lu from the administrative department grabbed his pant leg. Sister Lu followed his finger and looked. The flame had a deadly allure in the darkness of night. She gritted her teeth and stood up, saying, I will go with you. Their actions attracted the attention of those around. Wang Chang's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at them and shouted, Are you crazy? Don't you see President Su still sitting here? You're running to support that little loser, don't you have any shame? Su Qingxue raised her head, her gaze fixed on old Zhao and Sister Lu. I've said it before, if you leave this team you can forget about coming back. Rescue could arrive at any moment. If you go now, don't expect to return to Jiangcheng. The company will report you as lost at sea and your families won't receive a dime. Old Zhao paused, looking back at Su Qingxue. This usually imposing female CEO at this moment was desperately trying to maintain her authority, but in old Zhao's eyes she seemed utterly ridiculous. President Su. Old Zhao forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. If I'm dead, do I need that money to buy a coffin? Sister Lu chimed in. President Su, you have 30 million to buy warmth, but we don't have that much money. After saying that, they ignored the shouts behind them, helping each other as they plunged into the raging wind and rain outside. This is rebellion. It's all turned against us. Wang Chang was furious as he jumped up. President Su, look at these two ungrateful wolves. They usually take your salary at the company, but in a critical moment they ran to the opposing side. This is a slap in your face. Su Qingxue remained silent, biting her lip tightly as she stared at the departing figures of the two. Her fingers clenched in her sleeves until they turned pale. She would make them regret it when the rescue team arrived. She would make them beg her to let them board the plane. Once back in Jiangcheng, they would plead with her not to fire them. As old Zhao and Sister Lu stepped out of the rocky crevice, the force of the wind knocked them off balance. The wind was too strong. A gale of over 8 levels was enough to blow an adult off their feet. The cold rain and hail struck their faces like knives. The path to the cave was barely 100 meters long. However, it was a steep slope covered with loose stones and mud. Old Zhao went first, using both hands and feet, while Sister Lu followed closely, gripping the hem of his clothing. Slow down. Old Zhao, I can't see the road. Sister Lu wiped the rain from her face, crying out. Hold on tight. We're almost there. Old Zhao shouted loudly, encouraging Sister Lu and himself. As long as they climbed up, they could survive. Being fellow workers, Lin Fan wouldn't just watch them die. Just then an extremely fierce gust of wind howled past. The wind, blocked by the mountain, formed a bizarre sheer current that slammed directly into the two. The stone old Zhao was stepping on had already been loosened by the rain, and at that moment it couldn't bear his weight, breaking with a sharp crack. Old Zhao suddenly lost his balance and fell backward. Ah! He instinctively waved his hands, trying to grab something, but only caught a handful of rubble. Sister Lu, who was following closely, collided with him. They didn't even have time to scream before tumbling down the steep slope like a rolling ball. The rubble tore through their clothes and skin, blood mixing with the rain, and washed away completely. Those in the crevice watched this scene in horror. Old Zhao and Sister Liu's bodies bounced several times on the slope before crashing heavily onto the rocks below. Immediately after, a massive wave crashed over. When the tide receded, the rocks were left empty. Apart from the sound of wind and rain, there was no other noise. Dozens of people stared blankly at the vacant rocks, their breaths halted. Since they were stranded on the deserted island, this was the second time they faced death. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. Wang Chang was the first to react. He was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly pointed outside and burst into an extremely piercing laugh. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? This is the fate of betraying President Su. Two fools. Instead of staying in the safe crevice, you went to lick the dirty feet of that poor loser. Now look where that got you. You're feeding fish in the sea now. Wang Chang turned and shouted at his stunned colleagues in the crevice. Look clearly. This is the price of not following orders. President Su is a person of great fortune. Only by following her can you survive. Anyone who dares to have second thoughts will end up like old Zhao. Those who had originally thought about taking a chance and going up all shrank back. Fear completely overwhelmed their desire for warmth. Going up meant death, while staying here at least allowed them to breathe. The wind howled outside and hail pounded on the rocks with a crackling sound. Chen Jianlai's windbreak was partially blown away, and the pile of fire worth tens of millions was swaying precariously under the storm. In a frenzy to secure a spot near the fire, the crowd pushed against each other. Wang Chang, taking advantage of his size, forcibly shoved Xiao Sun from the HR department to the outer edge of the windward side. Chang, good, don't push, I can't take it anymore. Xiao Sun shivered from the cold, his voice trembling. Stop talking nonsense. I'm cold. Wang Chang kicked Xiao Sun's leg, huddling closely next to Su Qingxue. Xiao Sun was shoved to the edge and the cold mist hit his face directly. He wanted to push back, but Zhang Tao, whom he usually bullied, deliberately extended his arm to block him. Zhang Tao, what are you doing? I'll dock your performance when we get back. Zhang Tao chuckled coldly. Let's see if you'll make it back alive first. Su Qingxue wrapped herself in a half-dry coat, her teeth chattering. Her prideful capital, that promise of 30 million, couldn't even buy half a night's warmth against this cold wave. The extreme chill surged up from her feet, freezing her blood. She curled her body to the limit, her mind filled with the fear of freezing to death. The long night seemed endless. Until dawn broke, the howling wind finally ceased and the torrential rain stopped. There were no birds singing, no roar of the waves, just heavy and faint breathing sounds. The fire had endured until the storm passed, finally exhausting its last piece of wood, leaving only a small patch of glowing coals. Chen Jian brushed off the ash from his hands and took 2 steps back, sitting down against Wang Lan. "There's no more wood." His tone was flat. Wang Chang watched helplessly as the last flicker of flame extinguished, completely panicking. He reached out to poke at the ashes, but as soon as he touched it he burned himself and jerked his hand back. "Chen Jian. President Su spent 30 million. You took the money, so where's the firewood?" Chen Jian didn't even lift his eyelids. "The money bought the fire from last night. It doesn't cover you for life. Want to roast? Go collect some yourself." Su Qingxue opened her eyes, frost clinging to her eyelashes. She tried to move her fingers, but the joints were stiff and painful. She had survived. She exhaled a long breath of white mist, propping herself up against the stone wall. When she turned around, the scene before her made her stomach churn. Several grotesque corpses appeared within Su Qingxue's field of vision. Last night they had still been living people, now they lay rigid and lifeless. Zhou Dahai, whose fingers Lin Fan had shattered, drew no surprise. No one cared when he had drawn his last breath. Xiao Sun from Human Resources and another unfortunate soul huddled together at the outermost, most exposed corner of the crevice. Their entire bodies had frozen into a ghastly bluish-purple hue. Their hands were clenched tightly into their thighs, fingernails violently torn back, faces frozen in expressions of excruciating agony. 3 members of the sales department were dead, one still clutching her husband. All stared with bulging, unblinking eyes and mouths agape, filled with saliva, instantly frozen solid. Xiao Lu from the technical department and her boyfriend lay locked in a final desperate embrace, cheeks pressed to cheeks, rigid as twin stones. 8 corpses in total. Adding Lao Zhao and Lu Jia, who had fallen into the sea the previous night, this group of urban elites had lost 1/3 of its members overnight. The survivors clung only to half-lives. Wang Chang's face had paled to the chalky whiteness of plaster, his lips stained deep violet. He scrambled forward on hands and knees toward Xiao Sun and reached trembling fingers to test her breath, then collapsed backward onto the ground, paralyzed by terror. Dead, dead again. Several young women crouched low, gripping their heads and wailing soundlessly. No tears fell, they had long since frozen solid. A suffocating aura of absolute despair hung stagnant throughout the rocky fissure. Lu Feifei shrank into a corner, her hair wild and tangled like that of a madwoman, trembling uncontrollably as she gazed upon the corpses strewn across the floor. Her once celebrated beauty held no currency here, not even enough to buy a cup of hot water. On this cannibalistic island, civilization's thin veneer was worth less than a scrap of toilet paper. Su Qingxue forced herself forward, cleared her throat and attempted, despite everything, to reassert her authority as CEO. "Everyone! You shut your mouth." A thunderous roar cut her off mid-sentence. Lali from finance surged upright, his bloodshot eyes blazing red with exhaustion and fury. He jabbed a trembling finger directly at Su Qingxue's nose. "Su Qingxue, you'll stop manipulating us with that toxic PUA nonsense." Step by step he advanced. The reverence once reserved for the CEO had been devoured whole by the gnawing terror of death. "You promised yesterday the helicopter would arrive at noon, where is it? Last night you swore a boat was coming, where is that?" Lali kicked a shard of rock aside with violent force. "Lao Zhao is dead. Lu Jia is dead. Now Xiao Sun and the others are gone too. Who's next, me?" Su Qingxue recoiled, pressing her spine hard against the icy rock wall. She tried to retort, but not a single word emerged. "When exactly will rescue arrive? And is that satellite phone of yours just ornamental junk?" A company spouse rose abruptly, joining the assault. "Madam CEO is delicate, pampered, she can afford millions for firewood. But we common folk, we're left here to rot. They've calculated it perfectly, using us as sacrificial lambs." Like a crumbling wall, the mob turned en masse. In the face of mortal peril, class status and wealth dissolved into worthless ash. Su Qingxue stared at her former subordinates, once obsequious, now paralyzed, burning with the hunger of wolves. "I told you rescue will come. You know Shengtang Group's capabilities." Su Qingxue raised her voice, attempting to dominate through sheer force of presence. "To hell with Shengtang." Lali spat violently at Su Qingxue's feet. "If I can't survive today, what good is your capability to me? Still spouting empty promises at a time like this." Sensing imminent mutiny, Wang Chang leapt forward. He was now irrevocably bound to Su Qingxue, having shared warmth beside her fire the previous night. Should Su Qingxue fall, he would be the first purged. "Lali, how dare you speak to Madam CEO like that?" Wang Chang pointed furiously at Lao Li's face. "Without Madam CEO's money buying firewood, you'd all have frozen to death last night. Now you feast at the table, and curse the hand that fed you. Broaden your perspective, for heaven's sake. Let me make this clear, if we ever return to Jianqing, one word from Madam CEO will blacklist you across the entire industry. Show some respect." Wang Chang's craven sycophantic tirade failed utterly to quell the chaos, it ignited the powder keg instead. The moment his words died, a fist slammed into his face. Thud. Wang Chang screamed, clutching his nose as he crashed headlong into a heap of jagged stones. Blood gushed instantly between his fingers. A male colleague, eyes blazing crimson, pointed at the 8 corpses and roared, "Blacklisted. I'm already dead, I couldn't care less about Jiangcheng. Wang Chang, you've frozen your brain solid." "Exactly." Another employee charged forward and spat squarely onto Wang Chang's face. "Who do you think you are? At the office you groveled before Su Qingxue, now you play boiling sheep here. If you hadn't shoved your way inward last night, Xiao Sun wouldn't have been forced into that freezing wind and frozen to death." Wang Chang stumbled backward, too terrified to wipe the blood streaming down his face, shrieking, "How dare you strike me? Madam CEO, look at them." Su Qingxue leaned against the stone wall, her face ashen, silent, speechless. She could barely save herself. Daring to provoke this rabid, bloodthirsty mob was unthinkable. Hunger, cold, and the visceral dread of death had obliterated every trace of reason. They no longer needed a CEO, they needed a scapegoat. "Lao Li, do you intend to stage a revolt?" Wang Lan stepped swiftly in front of Su Qingxue, pointing defiantly at the advancing crowd. "Revolt?" Lao Li barked a bitter laugh. "When survival itself hangs by a thread, who cares about revolt? Xiao Wang, you and your wife saved us last night. I won't touch you. But today Su Qingxue must give us answers, or my fists won't spare her." "Exactly. If Su Qingxue hadn't insisted on that idiotic team-building exercise, we'd never have ended up stranded on this godforsaken island." Chaos teetered on the edge of explosion. Ignoring the blood pouring from his nose, Wang Chang shrieked, "Silence, every one of you! You fools, don't trust Cheng Tang. Then surely you've heard of Su Zhenbang." At that name the cacophonous crevice fell utterly silent for 3 heartbeats. Su Zhenbang. Su Qingxue's biological father. A titan of global shipping, ranked among the top 10 Fortune 500 conglomerates, and master of vast transoceanic fleets and multinational capital. Cheng Tang Group. Merely a modest toy he'd gifted his beloved daughter to hone her skills. Seeing the crowd freeze, Wang Chang straightened his posture and sneered, "Use your pig brains for once. Madam CEO is Chairman Su's sole cherished daughter. If Madam CEO vanishes, do you imagine Chairman Su will stand idly by? Just how formidable his influence is, you haven't heard whispers of it in Jiangcheng." Wang Chang grew ever more confident, jabbing his finger hard into Lao Li's chest. "Chairman Su's search and rescue vessels, private aircraft, even elite salvage teams he's personally hired, are scouring this entire sea, turning it inside out as we speak. As long as we hold on, Chairman Su's forces will descend upon us at any moment. And when they do, Madam CEO need only utter a single word and your families won't even qualify to beg on Jiangqing streets." Old Li's expression changed slightly and his tightly clenched fists unconsciously loosened a bit. The others swallowed hard and quietly took half a step back. The name Su Zhenbang indeed carried a formidable deterrent power. He was a true financial tycoon capable of controlling the lives and deaths of others. Offending Su Qingxue might allow one to escape Jiang City, but offending Su Zhenbang was undoubtedly a dead end. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, regaining some color on her pale face. She straightened her back and surveyed the crowd. "You all know my father's style of doing things. Help will definitely come, it's just a matter of time. Now return to your positions and conserve your strength." The crowd fell silent, fear temporarily overshadowing their anger. They dared not gamble. At that moment an extremely abrupt round of applause echoed from the corner of the rock crevice. Clap. 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 The crowd turned to see. Chen Jian stood up from the extinguished charcoal ashes, brushing off the dust from his hand. He did not look at Su Qingxue or Wang Chang, but instead scanned the 8 corpses lying on the ground. Everyone can naturally trust Su Lao's strength. But distant water cannot quench a nearby thirst. It will take time for Su Lao to send people for rescue, time to confirm coordinates, and even more time to break through the outer storm. He lifted his foot and kicked the stiff leg of the nearby Xiao Sun. "Do you think given our current state we can hold out until help arrives?" This question struck at the core. Old Li's face turned ugly again. "Chen Jian, what do you mean?" "What I mean is to give up unrealistic fantasies and prepare for a long-term survival here. First, move these corpses out and throw them into the sea. The temperature is rising and the decaying bodies will cause a plague. No one will survive then. Second, this rock crevice can only provide basic shelter from rain. Its insulation is minimal. We must find a windbreak and dry refuge before dark. Third, gather supplies. Last night's storm must have washed debris from the cruise ship onto the beach that is our capital for survival. Freshwater, food, medicine, take as much as you can. Fourth, prepare dry firewood. You've already seen the consequences of not having fire last night. If we want to survive tonight, everyone must surrender a certain amount of firewood as an admission ticket." His points were clear and directly addressed the essence of survival. Wang Lan sat in the corner, her eyes downcast, a smile curving at the corners of her mouth. Indeed, as soon as Chen Jian finished speaking, the expressions of the crowd changed. Old Li was the first to express his opinion. "Wang Lan's husband is right. Waiting idly is just waiting to die. I support his proposal." "I agree as well, Chen Go. You decide how we proceed." The others quickly echoed their agreement. In just a few minutes the balance of power shifted significantly. Su Qingxue stood still, her fingers tightly gripping her palms. She understood Qin Jian's trick. This man was using the opportunity to undermine her authority. But she couldn't refute him, as she had no idea how to find shelter on a deserted island nor how to start a fire. Wan Chang wanted to curse but was stopped by a glance from Su Qingxue. "Let's do it as Qin Jian said." Su Qingxue coldly threw out a sentence, turned around, leaned against the rock wall and fell silent. Chen Jian nodded and immediately began assigning tasks. Old Li, take a few men to handle the corpses. Wang Chang, take the female colleagues to the beach's edge to gather supplies. Be careful not to wander too far. The remaining male colleagues, come with me to survey the terrain nearby, looking for shelters and firewood. The crowd began to move. Although their bodies ached, the desire to survive drove them to drag their weary bodies out of the rock crevice. The island after the storm was thick with the pungent smell of salt and fish. Slowly the sun pierced through the clouds and the temperature began to rise rapidly. Su Qingxue did not move. Lu Feifei and Zhao Na, a few exhausted women, remained in the rock crevice to rest. The feeling of hunger erupted without reservation at this moment. Since the cruise ship capsized, they had eaten pitifully little. Last night, in order to ward off the cold, their bodies had exhausted all energy reserves. So hungry. Zhao Na clutched her stomach, her gut emitting a painful gurgling sound. Lu Feifei licked her cracked lips, her vacant gaze fixed on the sky outside. Su Qingxue closed her eyes, trying to alleviate her hunger through sleep. At that moment an extremely peculiar smell wafted into the rock crevice on the breeze. It was not the salty fishy smell of seawater. Nor was it the earthy odor of vegetation. Instead it was a rich savory scent characterized by the unique aroma of oil rendered by high heat. It was the exquisite fragrance of prime beef undergoing the Maillard reaction at high temperatures, mixed with black pepper and sea salt. Everyone in the rock crevice opened their eyes simultaneously. Zhao Na's nose twitched uncontrollably, saliva spilling uncontrollably from the corner of her mouth. Meat. It smells like barbecued meat. Old Li had just moved a corpse and stood at the cave entrance, frozen in place, his gaze vacant. Wang Chang dropped the broken plank he was holding and looked up in the direction the smell was coming from. Everyone collectively craned their necks to look at the semi-enclosed cave above them. Sunlight slanted onto the platform in front of the cave. Lin Fan stood there. He wore a dry black windbreaker, standing tall with a healthy complexion, completely unbothered by the ravages of the storm. In his hand was a wooden stick on which was skewered a steak the size of a face, at least 2 fingers thick. The surface of the steak was grilled to a crisp brown, bright oil dripping down the meat fibers, hitting the fire below and making a sizzling sound, sending up a denser cloud of smoke and fragrance. Sonya stood behind Lin Fan. She wore a cream-colored turtleneck fitted wool sweater paired with black stretchy yoga pants. The clothes were clean and neat, outlining her exceptional figure perfectly. In her hand was a seasoning bottle salvaged from the wreckage of the cruise ship, and she was sweetly sprinkling black pepper onto the steak. The action was natural, her demeanor gentle. The two stood together with the warm dry cave behind them and the sizzling prime steak in front. Zhao Na's saliva was uncontrollable, dripping from the corner of her mouth, of which she was oblivious. Old Li's Adam's apple bobbed vigorously. Wang Chang's gaze was fixated on that steak, his eyes almost popping out in desire to take a bite. This was no ordinary barbecue. The tomahawk steak was the top-grade ingredient from the cruise ship's VIP cold storage, costing nearly 1,000 for just one piece. In high-end Western restaurants in Jiang City, this dish paired with a glass of Cabernet Sauvignon would cost no less than 3,000. Now this thing was being casually held by Lin Fan as if it were outdoor barbecue fare. The most outrageous was Sonya. Standing beside Lin Fan after sprinkling black pepper on the steak, Lin Fan handed her another stick. On it were 3 sea fish, their insides cleaned out and grilled to a golden crisp. The fish skin had burst open, revealing tender white fish meat inside with oil visibly seeping out. Sonya took a bite of the fish belly's tenderest piece, chewed a couple of times, and her brows slightly furrowed. A bit salty. Those 3 words made the eyes of several women in the rock crevice turn red. A bit salty. A bit damn salty. We can't even gnaw on tree bark here, and you're telling me it's a bit salty. Zhao Na's nails dug into her flesh in anger, but she forced a smile that was about to crack, shouting upward, "Sonya! Sister Sonya! Throw a fish down. We're at least colleagues." Hearing the voice, Sonya glanced down. Lin Fan cut off a piece of steak and handed it to Sonya without looking up. "Eat yours." Sonya obediently lowered her head, not looking down again. The aroma of roasted meat lingered in the air. The wind blew down from the mountainside, repeatedly injecting the rich charred scent into the crevices of the rocks. Zhao Na's stomach let out a painful growl as she bent over, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. No one spoke. Everyone was watching the cave above. Lin Fan had already retreated inside with Sonya, but the wisp of smoke still curled out from the cave's mouth, more stimulating than any words. The silence lasted for about 2 minutes. The programmer from the technical department, Xiao Zhou, was the first to speak. "I want to go up." His voice was not loud, but in the oppressive crevice everyone heard him clearly. Wang Chang jumped up first. What did you say? Xiao Zhou did not look at him. He squatted on the ground, hugging his knees with deep-set eyes and cracked peeling lips. He stared at the bloodstains on the ground that had not yet been removed, his voice hoarse. I want to seek refuge with Lin Fan. Are you crazy? Wang Chang pointed at his nose. Lin Fan is a good-for-nothing who wouldn't even recognize Su Zong's account. Who do you think you are? Do you think he would pay any attention to you? Xiao Zhou slowly lifted his head and glanced at Wang Chang. That gaze was so calm it sent chills down Wang Chang's spine. Changgo Lin Fan doesn't acknowledge Su Zong because Su Zong exploited him. But I didn't. When we were at the company I never scolded him or ordered him around. Whether he knows me is hard to say, but at least he has no reason to hate me. He has enmity with your management but not with me. These words enlightened a few people nearby. The young woman from the administrative department squatting nearby immediately chimed in. I haven't offended Lin Fan either. I've barely spoken a few words to him. Me too, I looked down on him when he was an intern, so I never bothered to offend him. Right, it was Wang Chang who bullied him and scolded him. What does it have to do with us? The last sentence made Wang Chang's face turn green. You guys. He was left speechless. Su Qingxue leaned against the rock wall, realizing that this group was not discussing whether to go or not but were trying to find an excuse that would allow them to go without being rejected. Once this logical chain was established, she couldn't stop them. Everyone calm down. Su Qingxue spoke up. Rescue may arrive at any time. If you run over now, waiting for my rescue team to arrive. Su Zong. Xiao Zhou interrupted her, his tone devoid of malice, even carrying a hint of regret. 8 people froze to death last night. He pointed outside the cave. Old Zhao and Sister Lu tried to go up and fell to their deaths, but they were climbing in the storm. Now that the wind has stopped, the path is clearer. You say rescue will come, I believe it. But what if it comes tomorrow or the day after? If we freeze again tonight, I won't be able to hold on. We are just workers, can you give us a chance to survive? Su Qingxue opened her mouth to say something but didn't. I'll go with Xiao Zhou. The young woman from the administrative department stood up. Count me in. Another male student from the technical department also stood up. Zhao Na had been squatting quietly in the corner, her eyes darting around. She looked at Su Qingxue, then at the cave above, and finally gritted her teeth and stood up as well. Sister Na, you're going too. A female colleague beside her grabbed her arm. Zhao Na shook off her hand, forcing a grim smile. I'm so hungry, I feel like my stomach is sticking to my back. If I stay here any longer I might just roast myself to eat. Zhang Tao had been hiding in the crowd without voicing his opinion. He stole a glance at Li Bin. Li Bin was also looking at him. The two locked eyes for a second, and Li Bin slightly shook his head. The meaning of that shake was clear. Don't go, the Su family's power is too great to risk. Zhang Tao hesitated for 3 seconds, then finally gritted his teeth and took a step forward. Taozi. Li Bin whispered sharply. Zhang Tao did not turn back. He thought simply that no matter how powerful Su Jinban was, his rescue boat was not here right now. But his stomach was undeniably hungry. I'm going too. Zhang Tao stood next to Xiao Zhou. Li Bin's face twitched for a moment, then returned to calm. He shifted his position closer to Su Qingxue and whispered, Su Zong, I'll stay behind. Su Qingxue did not respond. The people in the crevice began to divide into 2 groups. About 10 people wanted to leave, mainly lower-level employees and their families. About 10 people wanted to stay, mostly middle-level employees closely tied to Su Qingxue's interests and old hands like Li Bin who were skilled at calculations and did not dare offend the Su family. Wang Chang watched the scene, shaking with anger. Fine. Everyone go. You're all ungrateful wretches. He pointed at Xiao Zhou and the others, his voice rising. When Su Lao's people arrive, none of you will get on the boat. All of you stay on this broken island as wildlings. Xiao Zhou did not look back. Shanggu, if we really make it back with so many fewer people in the company, do you think the police won't come to investigate? Wang Chang was stunned. Even if Su Zong doesn't care about us, the state will send people to pick us up. Xiao Zhou's voice drifted in the wind. The road back is not only for Su Zong. This sentence pierced Wang Chang like a needle stabbing deep into his lungs. He opened his mouth, unable to close it for a long time. The people wanting to leave had already started to move. Zhao Na was at the front, carefully climbing the slippery stones up the slope above. The wind had stopped and the sunlight shone on the mountain, making the deadly slope from last night appear not so steep. Walk slowly, step firmly before moving forward, Xiao Zhou reminded from behind. Su Qingxue stood at the mouth of the crevice watching those dozen figures walk further away. Her hands trembled, not from the cold. Wang Chang leaned over, lowering his voice. Su Zong, should I? Shut up. Su Qingxue turned and walked back into the depths of the crevice, not wanting to say another word. The remaining people exchanged glances, the atmosphere becoming unbearably tense. At that moment, Chen Jian, who had been silent all along, suddenly stood up. All eyes instantly focused on him. Chen Jian dusted off the dirt on his pants and turned to glance at Wang Lan. Chen Jian's movement of standing up was slow. Yet in Su Qingxue's eyes this action was extremely terrifying. Zhao Na and Xiao Zhou along with a dozen others had left. Although Su Qingxue felt embarrassed, she was not flustered. Those who only wasted food were of no value. But Chen Jian was different. If it weren't for Chen Jian gathering firewood and building a windbreak during the fire 2 days ago and last night's storm, Su Qingxue would already have become a stiff corpse. Wang Chang, besides flattering and bullying others, couldn't even tell the difference between a dry stick and a piece of wood. If Chen Jian were to bring Wang Lan to seek refuge with Lin Fan, the remaining dozen people would definitely not survive the night. Su Qingxue panicked. She suddenly straightened her body and due to the sudden movement her vision darkened, nearly making her fall. Chen Jian. Su Qingxue's voice trembled noticeably. The usual coldness and arrogance completely vanished. Chen Jian halted his action and turned his head. Wang Lan also lifted her eyelids, her gaze shifting between Su Qingxue and her husband, the faint curve at the corner of her mouth still present. Is there an instruction from President Su? Chen Jian's tone was devoid of any waves. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the cramps in her stomach and the fear in her heart. She knew that relying solely on Su Zhenbang's name could not suppress a clever person like Chen Jian. Smart people only focused on the chips in front of them. You cannot leave. Su Qingxue stared into Chen Jian's eyes, speaking rapidly. Shangtang Group has been wanting to expand its market in the South China region and it lacks a branch president who can hold the fort. As long as we can return alive to Jiangqing, that position will be yours. Silence immediately fell in the rock crevice. Wang Chang's eyes widened. The president of the South China branch. That was an absolute regional official with an annual salary starting in the millions. Wang Chang had flattered Su Qingxue for so many years yet could not even manage to become a department manager. Why could Chen Jian, this recognized freeloader, suddenly rise to such heights? President Su. Wang Chang was about to protest. Shut up. Su Qingxue shot Wang Chang a fierce glare, her eyes filled with a hatred that seemed ready to devour him. Su Qingxue looked back at Chen Jian, throwing out her last card. Wang Lan's position as financial director will remain unchanged. You two as a couple will be the core management of Shangtang from now on. I, Su Qingxue, speak with integrity. She had given all she could. This was her greatest sincerity as well as her final compromise for survival. Chen Jian patted the dust off his hands and reached for a sturdy wooden stick from a nearby rock. President Su misunderstood. Chen Jian tapped the ground with the stick. I never said I wanted to leave. Su Qingxue's tense shoulders instantly relaxed and she let out a long breath of turbid air. The fire over at Lin Fan is indeed warm and the meat is indeed fragrant. Chen Jian glanced up at the smoky emitting opening above, but he can't accommodate so many people. If Xiao Zhou and the others go up, whether they can get a bowl of hot soup is still uncertain. Chen Jian withdrew his gaze, surveying the dozen people left in the crevice. I stood up because we are out of time. Chen Jian pointed at the sky outside. Although sunlight pierced through the clouds, heavy black rain clouds still loomed in the northwestern distance. The temperature is rising, but the evening sea breeze will still be deadly. 8 people have already died in this crevice. The stench of blood will soon attract carnivorous animals from the island. Before night falls we must find a wind-sheltered cave and gather enough firewood to last through the night. He looked at Su Qingxue. President Su, I am very interested in the position of president of the South China branch. But the premise is that we must have our lives to return to occupy that position. Su Qingxue had no words to respond and could only nod. Leave and take 2 men and go to the beach to collect the supplies washed down by the cruise ship. Bring back everything that is usable. Wang Chang, take the remaining female colleagues to find firewood nearby. The temperature on the island is very high during the day. The wet wood can dry out with just a bit of sunlight. I will take people to find a cave. Chen Jian quickly assigned tasks in just a few words, not giving anyone a chance to refute, and directly walked out of the crevice with the wooden stick. Li Fan said nothing and called 2 male colleagues to follow. Wang Chang, although feeling 10,000 unwilling in his heart, could only grit his teeth and command the remaining women to collect firewood, looking at the corpses on the ground. The crevice soon became half empty. Lu Feifei leaned against the innermost corner and did not move. Wang Chang glanced at her but dared not command her. After all, this lady is a big star and Su Qingxue usually has to give her some face. Lu Feifei hugged her knees, her gaze fixed intently on the slanted opening above. The aroma of roasted meat still lingered in the air. She was so hungry that her stomach acid churned, her limbs felt weak. When Xiao Zhou and Zhao Na left earlier, she actually wanted to stand up and follow them. But she held back. Zhao Na was a salesperson, she could afford to lose her face. Lu Feifei could not. She was a pure flower with tens of millions of fans, a national goddess high above. If she followed those bottom-level employees to beg and act as Lin Fan's dog when rescue arrived, how could she still mingle in Jiangcheng? Those paparazzi and competitors would surely magnify this dark history, completely ruining her stardom. She could not go openly. But she had to survive, she had to eat that piece of meat. The silhouette of Lin Fan pressing Songya against the stone wall from last night emerged in Lu Feifei's mind. What that intern Songya could offer, Lu Feifei could offer even better. Her figure, her face, her skills, what could not make Songya submit? Men are creatures that think with their lower bodies. Lin Fan, a poor guy struggling at the bottom, was not even worthy of carrying her shoes in the past. The night before last she could handle him. Tonight, as long as she slightly beckoned with her finger, he would surely offer up the roasted meat with both hands. When everyone falls asleep at night she would sneak up. As long as she avoids the gaze of others, whatever happens in that cave no one would know. She would still be that lofty big star. With this thought, Lu Feifei licked her cracked lips and swallowed a mouthful of blood-flavored saliva. On the other side, Xiaozhou, Zhaona and a dozen others were struggling to climb up the steep slope towards Lin Fan's cave. The aroma of roasted meat grew stronger right above their heads. Almost there. It's just up ahead. Zhaona shouted excitedly. Xiaozhou followed behind, panting heavily. The 100-meter slope took them a full 20 minutes to climb due to the rain last night. Finally, Zhaona's hand grasped the edge of the flat ground before the cave. With a hard push she flipped herself over. The sight before her instantly left Zhaona in a daze. Not only her but everyone who climbed up behind stood frozen in place as their gazes reached the depths of the cave. Below, all were huddled on the cold damp stones, unable to find even a single dry twig. Lin Fan's cave was entirely a miniature storage center. Inside it was dry and spacious, with neatly stacked dozens of unopened boxes of mineral water against the farthest stone wall. Next to it were self-heating hot pots, compressed biscuits and plenty of undamaged food. On the left side there was a small mountain of firewood that could last at least a whole week in this cave. On the right side several jackets and thick blankets were spread out on the rocks, and there was even a white first aid kit nearby. Songya sat by the fire holding a stick and grilling 3 sea fish. The fish fat dripped onto the charcoal, sizzling away. Xiaozhou swallowed hard, his throat moving violently. He was so hungry that his legs felt weak, his eyes fixed on the piece of battle-axe steak in Lin Fan's hand. Fan. Brother Fan, Xiaozhou's voice was hoarse and filled with pleading, please give us something to eat, we haven't eaten for a whole day and night. 8 people froze to death below, if we stay any longer we will all die. Zhang Tao also crawled forward a couple of steps, saying, Lin Fan, it was Wang Chang who forced me to target you back at the company. You have a big heart, just give me a sip of water and I'll bow to you. Everyone lowered their heads in desperate pleas. Zhaona did not rush to speak. She pushed herself up from the ground, reaching to smooth her disheveled hair. She was well aware of her advantages. In Jiang City she became the sales champion in her department, relying not on eloquence but on her looks and figure. Those wealthy CEOs who hadn't been captivated by her charm and willingly signed contracts. Lin Fan was merely a newly graduated intern, young and vigorous at the age most easily swayed by a woman. Zhaona deliberately lowered her neckline, revealing ample skin, and walked over the gravel to the front, squeezing out an extremely alluring smile. Lin Fan, this place below is not fit for humans. Su Qingxue and Wang Chang don't care about our lives at all. Zhaona's tone was sweet and flirtatious. As long as you are willing to take us and share some food and fire with us, you will be my boss. I will do whatever you ask. Zhang Tao and Xiaozhou exchanged glances filled with despair. They knew the harsh rules of the deserted island. Men consume more, have greater strength, and can easily become unstable threats. Women consume less and can also provide diversion. If they were in Lin Fan's position with endless supplies, they would definitely keep Zhaona and Lily, the young and beautiful women, and send all the men away. Zhang Tao was even prepared to be kicked away by Lin Fan. Lin Fan sat on the stone, slowly slicing a piece of perfectly grilled beef with the tactical knife in his hand and bringing it to his mouth. He chewed slowly. Over a dozen pairs of eyes were fixated on his mouth, listening to the sounds of his chewing, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Lin Fan swallowed the beef, picked at his teeth, and finally raised his eyelids, scanning the group of people before him. Want to stay? Yes. Yes. Everyone nodded furiously. Lin Fan pointed at Xiaozhou, then at Zhang Tao and 3 other male colleagues. The men stay, the women, all of you get lost. As these words were spoken, the entire platform fell into silence, with only the crackling of wood burning in the fire. Zhang Tao lifted his head, disbelief written all over his face. Xiaozhou was also stunned, thinking he misheard. The men stay. The women go. Zhaona's charming smile froze, her mouth twitching slightly. Lin Fan, what are you joking about? Zhaona chuckled dryly. Why keep these big men around? They are all burly and take up space. Your supplies will be gone in a few days with them around. Lily also panicked, stepping forward. Brother Fan, why are you sending us away? We eat very little. A half biscuit a day is enough. Yes, Lin Fan. We don't take up space. Another female colleague chimed in. Ha! Lin Fan said nothing, merely watching them with a cold smile. Zhaona, seeing Lin Fan unmoved, was thoroughly anxious. The instinct for survival made her abandon her last shred of dignity. She took off the filthy sun protection jacket she was wearing and casually threw it on the ground. Underneath she wore only a tight black low-cut tank top. Her ample bosom was accentuated by the tight clothing and her waist was slim. She stepped on the gravel and approached within a meter of Lin Fan, pointing at Songya, who was sitting by the fire. "Lin Fan, are you enchanted by Songya? What does she understand? A girl who hasn't even had a relationship like a dead fish, can she serve you well?" Songya's face turned beet red upon hearing this, and her hand holding the stick trembled, nearly dropping the fish into the fire. "Zhao Na, what nonsense are you talking about?" Songya retorted through gritted teeth. "Nonsense." Zhao Na sneered, turning to Lin Fan with a seductive gaze. "Lin Fan, I am good at my work. This is no secret at the company. Those big bosses in Jiang City who have tried me all say good things." She directly knelt at Lin Fan's feet, reaching for his pants leg. "As long as you give me something to eat and let me stay in this cave, I can do anything you want me to. I know all kinds of positions ensuring you'll feel ecstatic every night. What Songya can give you, I can give you double. If you like, we can even serve you together." This brazen declaration made the men present blush with embarrassment. But Lily and several other women were too anxious to feel shy. With Zhao Na breaking the ice, if they didn't fight for their chance, they would really have to go back below and wait to die. "Brother Fan, I can do it too." Lily directly knelt beside Zhao Na with a thud, grasping her collar with both hands. "I'm young. I'm only 22. I'm obedient. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west." "Lin Fan, I usually practice yoga. My body is flexible, I can do any pose." Another female colleague rushed over. "I have a small mouth and eat less, Brother Fan, you'll know if you try." 5 women completely tore off their facades for a chance to stay, desperately showcasing their remaining assets in front of Lin Fan. Zhao Na turned her head and shot Lily a fierce glare. "What are you, a flat-chested airport, making a fuss for? Does Lin Fan even look at you? Zhao Na, you shameless woman. Everyone in the company knows you have an affair with Wang Chang. What are you pretending to be pure for?" Lily retorted without holding back. "You're courting death." Zhao Na raised her hand and slapped Lily hard across the face. Lily screamed, immediately lunging to grab Zhao Na's hair. The 2 women rolled around on the rough gravel, completely losing their dignity. The other 3 women also joined the fray, shoving and cursing at each other. Zhang Tao and Xiao Zhou watched this absurd scene unfold, their worldviews shattered. Here were the goddesses and white-collar workers who usually looked down on them in the company. Now for a piece of grilled meat, for a corner to shelter from the wind, they had turned into lustful bitches. Lin Fan looked at the women rolling and fighting on the ground, his eyes showing not a hint of emotion. Women fighting devoid of strategy, only pure brutality. Lily was the first to strike, lunging forward to grab Zhao Na's hair and yanking it down with force. Zhao Na felt a sharp pain in her scalp, her body instinctively dropping down. Yet she reacted swiftly, delivering a resounding slap to Lily's face, followed by her fingers curling like claws, digging fiercely into Lily's chest. "Ah!" Lily screamed as her blouse was torn open, ripping the strap of her bra along with it, and several bloody scratch marks appeared on her pale skin. "You filthy bitch! How dare you grab my chest!" Lily completely lost it, disregarding her exposed body as she tightly gripped Zhao Na's neck, forcefully thrusting her knee upward. Zhao Na was not one to back down, having dealt with the nightlife. She had more tricks than anyone. She quickly shrank her body down, dodging Lily's knee, and reached down with her right hand, grabbing forcefully. "What the hell?" Zhang Tao, standing nearby, watched with eyes nearly popping out. A low blow. Zhao Na, usually strutting in high heels and sipping Starbucks in the CBD, executed the move with fluidity. Lily felt her body spasm and pain, tears and snot streaming down her face as she released Zhao Na's neck and rolled on the gravel ground, clutching below. The other 3 women immediately surrounded Zhao Na. "Beat her to death. Throw her down. Why should she stay?" The 4 of them were tangled together. No rules, only deadly strikes. A girl from the administrative department bit down on Zhao Na's shoulder and refused to let go. Zhao Na cried out in pain, pulling at another woman's strap with her free hand, ripping it off with a loud rip, leaving that woman's top in tatters. Grabbing, pulling hair, biting and striking low. The ground was littered with scattered hair and torn fabric. 5 women were covered in dirt, bloodied faces and tattered clothes, devoid of any dignity. The air was thick with the stench of sweat and blood as Songya sat by the fire, her face flushed. She turned her head away, unable to watch. She couldn't fathom that these usually high-ranking, meticulously polished white-collar workers who even competed over nail polish colors could turn into such monstrous beings over a mere bite of grilled meat. Xiao Zhou and several men stood nearby, swallowing hard. Lin Fan sat on a rock holding a tactical knife, methodically cleaning the dirt from his fingernails. He coldly observed the farce. They had been fighting for a full 5 minutes. The 5 women were severely exhausted. Zhao Na's face was bruised, her mouth bleeding, with only a tattered bra hanging on her. Lily curled on the ground, still clutching below and gasping. "That should be enough." Lin Fan stood up. "Stop it now." His sharp voice was more authoritative than usual. The 5 women immediately froze. They halted their actions, looking up at Lin Fan in fear. Zhao Na released her grip on the hair she was holding, disregarding her exposed form as she crawled to Lin Fan's feet. Brother Fan. I won. They can't beat me. Zhao Na looked up. Let me stay, I will listen to you. Lin Fan did not look at her, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Dozens of eyes were fixed on him. If you want to stay you can. Zhang Tao and Xiao Zhou's eyes sparkled with joy. Lily struggled to sit up, her face filled with disbelief. Everyone can stay. Really? Zhang Tao took a step forward, excited. Lin Fan, I knew you were a man of sentiment. We are all colleagues. Shut up. Lin Fan interrupted him. Zhang Tao's smile froze on his face. Lin Fan walked to the edge of the platform, drawing a line in the ground with a stick. Cross this line and there will be no colleagues, no superiors and subordinates here, only my rules. Lin Fan turned around the firelight, casting a long shadow over everyone. First rule, no idlers here. If you want to eat or drink you must exchange it for labor. Second rule, I will allocate daily tasks. Complete the tasks and each person will receive half a bottle of water and half a compressed biscuit daily. Fail to complete and water and food will be cut off. Third rule, any supplies found by anyone, even a broken piece of wood, must be fully submitted. Anyone caught hoarding will be immediately expelled. The 3 rules hit the crowd like a hammer, instantly silencing them. Half a compressed biscuit. Half a bottle of water. This meager amount would barely keep them alive, let alone fill their stomachs, and they would still have to work. Lin Fan ignored their ugly expressions and continued to announce the last rule. Fourth rule, betrayal and reporting. Lin Fan's gaze lingered on Zhao Na and Xiao Zhou for a second. Anyone found hoarding supplies or taking actions against my orders, once verified, will be directly thrown off the cliff. But if someone reports in advance, once verified, the reporter will receive all the food rations of that person from then on. As soon as this was said, Zhang Tao instinctively glanced at Xiao Zhou beside him, shifting his foot half an inch to the side. Lily also warily stared at Zhao Na. A reward for reporting. This meant that from this moment on the 10 of them could no longer band together. Everyone became Lin Fan's eyes, and everyone could potentially become a bargaining chip for others to trade for grilled meat. The greed and selfishness within human nature were thoroughly awakened by Lin Fan with half a biscuit and a sip of clean water. Sonia sat in the back watching Lin Fan's upright figure. She suddenly felt that this man was more terrifying than the storm outside. He was not sheltering refugees. He was building his empire. And these people were his cheapest, most obedient slaves. After a brief silence, the backlash came as expected. Zhang Tao's face turned beet red as he glanced at the towering pile of mineral water and food behind Lin Fan, then at the half-eaten tomahawk steak in Lin Fan's hand. Jealousy and resentment clouded his mind. Lin Fan, this is unreasonable, isn't it? Zhang Tao protested, stepping forward. As soon as he spoke, several male colleagues nodded in agreement. We climbed up here to rely on you, and you want us to work. What are we here for? Zhang Tao pointed at the pile of supplies, his tone laced with an air of entitlement. We are all part of the same company. You hoarded so much food and drink. What's wrong with sharing a bit with us? Exactly. Another male colleague from the technical department murmured, you can't finish it all by yourself. When the rescue comes we will remember your kindness. You can't be playing capitalist exploitation tricks like this, can you? Their words dripped with a strong sense of entitlement typical of pampered white-collar workers. In civilized society they were accustomed to following protocols, to the belief that the weak have their reasons. They thought that climbing up and shouting a few words of Brother Fan would give them the right to share the resources Lin Fan had risked his life to hoard. Lin Fan smiled. He slowly walked up to Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao was half a head taller than Lin Fan, but at that moment under Lin Fan's gaze he felt a chill run down his back, instinctively wanting to step back. What do you want? Lin Fan countered. Before Zhang Tao could speak, Lin Fan reached out, seized his collar, and with a sudden surge of strength hauled him toward the edge of the platform. Ah! His scream broke into a shriek as his limbs flailed wildly in midair. Below, beyond a steep slope over 100 meters long, the cold wind carried an icy mist that slashed at his face like knives. Farther down lay 8 corpses, blue with cold, scattered among the rubble. Look closely. Below there is no fire, no water. 8 froze to death last night, and tonight the toll will keep rising. You just asked me what I want. Lin Fan flicked his wrist and flung Zhang Tao back onto the flat ground. Zhang Tao hit the gravel hard, his knees stung with pain, but he could not attend to them. He lay on the ground gasping, his heart pounding so fiercely it felt as if it would burst from his throat. What I want is to keep you here so you will not become stiff corpses by tomorrow. Talk to me about being colleagues. About loyalty. Lin Fan curled his lip in a cold sneer. 2 days ago when Wang Chang pointed and cursed, which one of you so-called good colleagues stood up and said a single word for me? Now you come running to talk about feelings. Do you even deserve that? Lin Fan pointed at the fissure below. Think I'm harsh? Think the work is too hard. The gate is wide open. Oh wait, there is no gate here. You can roll down and go find Su Qingxue. Go back to being your city office workers. I will not stop you. The entire platform fell deathly silent. Nobody moved. No one was foolish. Zhang Tao slumped to the ground and stole a glance at the fissure below. Last night's events were still vivid in his mind and he was afraid. If the helicopter did not arrive today, if they had to endure another night down there. Perhaps by morning the pile of corpses would include Zhang Tao. No one wanted to die. Life mattered far more than pride. Face does not feed you. The cold wind cleared Zhang Tao's head considerably. He stared at the line Lin Fan had drawn to cross it would be to sign away his life. To slave every day, obey like a bonded servant, only to receive half a compressed biscuit and half a bottle of water. That paltry ration would not even fill his teeth. In 3 days he would be nothing but skin and bone. He was unwilling to accept it. They were all lowly laborers, but back at the company he had at least been a formal employee. Zhang Tao considered himself worth more than intern Lin Fan. Why on this godforsaken island should Lin Fan sit atop like a petty tyrant eating tomahawk steaks while Zhang Tao was treated like a slave to be butchered at will? Zhang Tao swallowed and slowly climbed to his feet. He turned and looked at the sky outside the cavern. The sun had completely driven away last night's clouds. The sky was a pristine, unblemished blue. The distant hills and woods were lush and green when the sea breeze past the treetops shied away like living things brimming with vitality. Brother Fan. Zhang Tao immediately put on a smile. I understand your rules. You risked everything to find these supplies. Of course we will not freeload. What kind of people would that make us? Lin Fan sat on a stone idly turning a tactical knife in his hand and said nothing. But Brother Fan, I eat a lot. Half a biscuit won't keep me going and I won't have the strength to work, will I? Zhang Tao pointed toward the mangroves and the beach. How about this? I won't touch your supplies. I'll go into the hills to gather wild fruit and into the sea to catch seafood. When I find food I'll give you half, consider it rent. All I ask is a place in your cavern to sleep each night, a shelter from the wind. What do you think of that plan? A win-win. Zhang Tao wanted to escape Lin Fan's labor control and secure his own food supply while freeloading the safety of Lin Fan's shelter so he would not freeze at night. When Zhao Na and Xiao Zhou heard this, their eyes lit up. True, this island was vast, vegetation dense. The beach alone, finding wild fruit or picking crabs and shells should not be difficult. If they could forage for food themselves, who would want to be Lin Fan's dog and live at his mercy? This was an absolutely brilliant proposal. Lin Fan stopped twirling the knife. He looked at Zhang Tao's smug, self-satisfied face and smiled half unconsciously. Go into the mountain to forage. Dive for seafood. These urban wastrels who lounged in CBD offices sipping iced Americanos, who could not tell chives from sprouts, do they really take this isolated, eerily strange island for a farmhouse getaway? You want to go into the mountain. Lin Fan had just opened his mouth ready to crush their laughable naivete when a voice cut him off. Ah! A raw, piercing, horribly altered scream rang from the edge of the mangroves below, instantly shattering the fragile calm the island had just begun to reclaim. The sound was unbearably dreadful, laced with utter terror and despair, nothing like a noise a normal human could make. Everyone on the cavern platform, including Zhang Tao and Zhao Na, involuntarily shuddered. Then a strangely foul wind blew out from deep within the woods. It was not the briny tang of sea air, but a nauseating, intense stench of rot, like hundreds of dead fish and decaying flesh piled together and fermenting for days. One breath made their stomachs churn. Ugh! Zhao Na gagged aloud. What was that? Xiao Zhou cried, eyes wide with terror, staring fixedly at the forest below. At the mangrove's edge the once still shrubs began to convulse violently. This was no wind, something enormous was rampaging through the trees. Crack! Crack! The sound of trunks as thick as thighs snapping filled the air. The sickening grinding and dull thuds suggested a heavy, out-of-control machine was crushing the forest. Masses of birds burst from the canopy in a terrified black wave toward the sky, not even daring to cry out. Zhang Tao's hand, which had just pointed toward the woods to forage, froze in midair and trembled like a sieve. As everyone held their breath and stared at the shaking woods, a figure tumbled and scrambled out of the undergrowth. It was Lu Hui, the colleague who had gone with old Li to scavenge at the beach. At that moment he looked like a bloodied husk crawling out of hell. His designer shirt had been torn into strips by branches, deep bone-revealing gashes ran across his face and arms, and blood smeared his entire face. Yet the most terrifying thing was not his wounds but his state. Lu Hui's eyes bulged, red veins burst across his eyeballs, his gaze vacant. He looked like a man driven mad by fear. Run! Run! Lu Hui paid no heed to the slippery, jagged rocks beneath his feet. He scrambled upward with hands and knees, desperate to reach Su Qingxue's crevice on the steep slope, screaming hysterically all the while. Snakes! There are snakes, and run! A serpent, 900 gene at least, and he tumbled headlong into the crevice and collapsed onto the ground like a lifeless heap of mud. Su Qingxue, Wang Chang and the others huddled inside the crevice stood frozen in terror. Ngon swallowed whole in one gulp, and Lu Hui pointed frantically toward the forest, blood mingling with snot and tears as his entire body convulsed uncontrollably. Old Li is gone, he's been eaten, and he was speaking to me just moments ago. Then a black void dropped from above and swallowed him whole. His bones were crushed to powder, and Lu Hui's wails echoed across the desolate cliffside, sending chills down every spine. And Lin Fan rose to his feet, gripping his tactical combat knife tightly, his gaze locked unflinchingly upon the violently swaying thicket below. In the next instant, the very air of the island seemed to freeze solid. Now monstrous inverted triangular head slowly emerged from the dense canopy. As thick as a water barrel. No, its body dwarfed even a large vat. And dark brown reticulated patterns shimmered across palm-sized scales gleaming under the harsh sunlight. It was colossal, far exceeding the limits of human biological comprehension. And even with only its forebody exposed, the serpent had already bent and shattered over a dozen towering trees around it. It raised its massive head, its vertical amber-yellow pupils exuded an asphyxiating aura of death, locking unerringly onto the people huddled on the beach and within the crevice below. SSSSS, now long-forked crimson tongue slithered forth from its cavernous maw. Merely by standing still it radiated the primordial suffocating dominance of an apex predator, an ancient terror so profound that every soul present ceased breathing altogether. Jana fainted outright, her eyes rolling back. And Lin Fan stood calmly atop the elevated platform, observing the scene with icy composure. And across his retinas a line of crimson text scrolled rapidly. Warning: high-risk mutated organism approaching. And species: reticulated python magnetic radiation mutant subspecies and length 21. 8 meters in weight, 542 kilograms in status extreme agitation. Organism awakened and drawn by high concentration putrid blood odor. Note: abnormal magnetic field on this island has triggered ecological reorganization. Top-tier predators now exceed conventional biological parameters. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, veins bulged along the back of his knife-wielding hand. N21. 8 meters. Over 500 kilograms. And this was no ordinary python, it approached the scale of prehistoric titanoboa. Swallowing an adult whole would be as effortless as devouring a spicy snack stick. N temperature. Corpses. And the several individuals who froze to death 2 days prior, plus old Zhao and sister Lu who fell to their deaths on the beach last night. With today's sun rising, temperatures surged, accelerating the decomposition of those dozen corpses. The pungent stench of blood and rot drifted inland on the sea breeze, rousing and luring forth this apex mutant, a creature born of the island's corrupted food chain. What the hell is going on? Explained now. En Wang Chang, pale with terror inside the crevice below, bellowed, the tremor in his voice failing to mask his authority, cutting through Lu Hui's wailing. Lu Hui clutched Wang Chang's pant leg with desperate trembling fingers, his eyes locked rigidly on the mangrove grove. And we just reached the edge of the beach, and Old Li said we should venture into the woods to search for fresh water and wild fruit. We'd barely entered for 2 minutes when a fetid wind swept past and something dark and gaping descended from the treetops. That was its mouth. A maw wider than a vat. Su Qingxue gasped sharply, her legs buckling as she collapsed onto the ground. Now high-flying corporate executive who never watched horror films, even in dreams, she had never confronted such a living relic of prehistory. Old Li didn't even scream, his upper body vanished before he could utter a sound, and, had I walked ahead of him, I'd be the one dead now. SSSSS. And above on the limestone cave platform, Zhang Tao, Xiao Zhou, Lily and the others stood paralyzed in place. And the 20-meter reticulated python remained coiled at the forest's edge. Its enormous inverted triangular head rose high, its amber-yellow vertical pupils exhaled an asphyxiating dread, fixed unblinkingly upon the crevice below. It made no move to pursue Lu Hui further. And cold-blooded predators hunt not for slaughter, but for sustenance. Old Li's 100-gene frame had evidently satisfied its first wave of hunger upon awakening. SSSSS. Net's scarlet forked tongue flickered rapidly through the air, sampling scent molecules with predatory precision. Its neck, thicker than a vat, slowly twisted, scanning the crevice, then lifting deliberately to fix its gaze upon Lin Fan's cave platform above. In that instant every soul on the platform forgot how to breathe, terrified the beast would surge upward and swallow them whole. But their fear was misplaced. And before absolute physical supremacy, bipedal humans were little more than ubiquitous snack sticks. The serpent appeared to lose interest in the small skittering prey perched high above, its attention fully riveted on the few decaying corpses lying below. Crack! Boom! Now grating, bone-chilling sound of splintering timber echoed anew. Its massive tail swept through the undergrowth, carving a terrifying groove nearly a meter wide, deep enough to expose raw earth. It retreated into the heart of the jungle. Only when the cloying stench of decay had finally dispersed on the sea wind did the survivors atop the cave platform dare exhale. Huff, huff, and ragged panicked breaths erupted across the platform. And Xiao Zhou crumpled to his knees on the gravel. And Lily and the other women clung together, trembling violently, too terrified even to sob aloud. Lin Fan stood at the platform's edge, gradually relaxing his grip on the tactical knife. And I cultivated no virtue in my life, only bloodshed and fire. This lawless broken island morality is suicide. Lin Fan turned his gaze sweeping past the dazed seated figures until it settled upon Zhang Tao, who remained frozen mid-panic, his face ashen white. Zhang Tao and Zheng Tao flinched violently, lifting his head, eyes still glazed with raw unspent terror. Fangu, and Lin Fan stepped forward, looming over him. You claimed earlier you'd go alone into the mountains for wild fruit and dive into the sea for seafood. The serpent's weight has been revised based on reader feedback. Should any subsequent reference contradict this figure, please notify the author. Thank you. Zhang Tao's mind exploded. Enter the mountains. Look for wild fruits. That monstrous creature dozens of meters long just crushed Oldly with one bite. The lush red forest now appeared to Zhang Tao 1,000 times more terrifying than the 18 levels of hell. Let alone entering the mountains, he couldn't even bear to glance at the edge of the forest without feeling his legs cramp. No. Brother Fan. I was joking. I was just kidding. Zhang Tao rolled and crawled towards Lin Fan, desperately clinging to Lin Fan's boots. I'm not going anywhere. I'll just stay in the cave and work. I'll be your dog. That's out of the question. Lin Fan kicked him away, revealing a mocking smile. We're all colleagues, how could I exploit you? You eat a lot, half a biscuit is definitely not enough. After thinking it over, your suggestion is indeed quite good, a win-win situation, simply brilliant. I've accepted it. The moment these 4 words were spoken, Zhang Tao felt as if struck by lightning, collapsing completely on the ground. Brother Fan. Lin Fan. Don't mess with me. Zhang Tao broke down, tears and snot gushing out as he desperately knocked his head on the ground, his forehead hitting the gravel with a loud thud. People can die. They really can die. I was blinded by greed just now, I was foolish. Hit me, scold me, just please don't drive me. I eat little. Just a quarter of a biscuit is enough for me. I only need a sip of water. The nearby Xiaozhou, Lily and others watched Zhang Tao's woeful appearance, all silent, not daring to breathe. The silence on the cave platform lasted a full minute. Zhang Tao lay on the ground, face smeared with tears and snot, gripping the gravel tightly, not daring to lift his head. That mutated snake completely shattered his courage. Lin Fan ignored him and walked over to the unconscious Xiao Na. He raised his right foot and kicked Xiao Na's hip bone. Bang! The force was not like Xiao Na cried out in pain, her body jolting and her eyes flew open. Snake! Don't eat me! Don't eat me! As soon as she woke up, her hands flailed wildly in the air, her whole body retreating as if mad, her back crashing heavily against the stone wall. Only when she saw Lin Fan standing in front of her did she shiver and stop screaming. If you're awake, shut up. Lin Fan looked down at her, his voice devoid of warmth. Xiao Na gasped for breath, her chest rising and falling violently. The torn underwear barely covered anything, but she was too panicked to care about her modesty. She glanced at the now calm red forest below, then at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with uncontainable fear. My conditions were very clear just now. Half a compressed biscuit and half a bottle of water daily. Work in exchange for life. All resources found must be turned in. Accumulate points for rewards. Agreed. Stay. Disagree. Then go down now and accompany Su Qingxue, or go into the forest and feed that long worm. Lin Fan held the tactical knife, casually pointing the blade down the slope. Choose. Agreed. I agree. Zhang Tao was the first to shout, Brother Fan, whatever you want me to do, I will do it. I will definitely obey. I agree too. Xiaozhou quickly chimed in, his voice hoarse. Lily and several other women nodded vigorously like they were smashing garlic. As long as they weren't driven away, they would accept anything, even half a biscuit daily, and they would recognize a sip of water. Leaning against the stone wall, Xiao Na swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she said, Brother Fan? I'll listen to you, I'll do whatever you say. Lin Fan put away the knife. He turned and walked deeper into the cave, pulling out 6 unopened bottles of Nongfu Spring from the neatly stacked supplies. The moment they saw the water, the eyes of over a dozen people turned green. The sound of Adam's apples rolling echoed on the platform. They hadn't had a drop of water for a day and a night, their lips cracked and bleeding, their throats dry as if on fire. Lin Fan walked up to them and directly tossed the 6 bottles of water onto the gravel ground. The plastic bottles hit the stones with a dull thud. 2 people per bottle. Divide it yourselves. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Tao lunged forward. He didn't care about any camaraderie, grabbing a bottle of water and holding it tightly to his chest, twisting the cap open and gulping it down. Zhang Tao, you bastard. Leave me some. A male colleague beside him turned reedy, lunging at Zhang Tao, reaching out to snatch the bottle. Xiaozhou was quick, grabbing a bottle. As soon as he twisted it open, Lily screamed and pounced over, gripping Xiaozhou's wrist tightly. Let me have a sip. Please, I'll do anything for a sip. Xiao Na no longer cared about her image rolling on the ground with another female colleague over a bottle of water, their nails digging into each other's flesh. Gulps. Gulps. The sound of swallowing water mixed with the curses over the struggle created chaos on the platform. A few people for 6 bottles of water completely shed the guise of civilized humans. Lin Fan watched the scene coldly. This is human nature. As long as one chokes on the throat of survival, even the proudest white-collar worker becomes the most obedient beast. In less than a minute the 6 bottles were drained completely. Even the last drop at the bottom of the bottles was licked clean. Zhang Tao's gaze finally regained some clarity and the others slumped on the ground. Though they had only drunk half a bottle, the long-lost sweetness revived a flicker of life in their bodies. The water is gone. Lin Fan clapped his hands, pulling everyone's attention back. Now let's get to work. He pointed at the steep slope below as well as the pile of rocks at the end of the slope. Men, all of you go down and move those scattered stones and wooden planks. Anything that can be moved, bring it up for me. Zhang Tao was taken aback, glancing at the steep slope below. Moving stones and climbing slopes was purely heavy labor. But he didn't dare to refute, just nodded repeatedly. Sure. Brother Fan, well, go right now. As long as they didn't have to go into the forest, what was a bit of hard work. Lin Fan turned his head, his gaze settling on Zhao Na, Lily and the other 5 women. Women, go collect firewood. Zhao Na had just breathed a sigh of relief, but upon hearing this she immediately stood up straight. Okay. Brother Fan, well, go collect it over by the beach. No. Lin Fan interrupted her, raising his hand, his finger precisely pointing at the lush edge of the red forest steeply below. Go there, there are many dry branches at the forest's edge. Collect them and bring them back to the cave. At this the silence returned once again. Zhao Na's face turned pale, devoid of blood. Lily's legs went weak and she dropped to the ground with a thud. Lin. The edge of the forest. Zhao Na's voice trembled uncontrollably, tears welling up instantly. Brother Fan. You must be joking, right? A 20-meter-long big snake just came out of there. Old Li's bones are still there, not even cold yet. Going there to collect firewood. Isn't that sending us to our deaths? Lily rushed over, hugging Lin Fan's military boots, wailing, Brother Fan. Please choose another place. Can we go to the beach? Can we go behind the rocks? I don't want to be eaten by a snake. The other 3 female colleagues were also terrified, huddled together, trembling. Lin Fan looked into her eyes and calmly asked, Do you trust me? Since the yacht capsized, everyone had been starving and freezing, struggling on the brink of death, while only Lin Fan had brought her roasted meat, fresh water and a warm dry cave to sleep in. Even if Lin Fan asked her to jump off a cliff now, she would feel that there was a cushion below. Lin Fan sheathed the tactical knife at his thigh and pointed to the 5 women collapsed on the ground, saying, Take them to the edge of the mangrove forest to gather firewood. Before Songya could respond, the women on the ground erupted in protest. Lin Fan, really? Shut up. Lin Fan interrupted them. I made my rules very clear earlier. We do not raise idlers here, nor do we keep useless bargainers. There are plenty of dry branches blown down by the wind at the edge of the mangrove forest which are ready-made firewood. I want you to fill the empty space on the right side of the cave entrance before dark. If you don't want to go, you can roll down right now. Lin Fan pointed at the few empty water bottles on the ground, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. That half bottle of water just now can be considered my offering to the dead. As soon as these words were spoken, the cries abruptly ceased. The color drained from Zhao Na's face. She glanced at the rock crevice below, which had not a single dry branch, and then looked at the mountain of supplies piled behind Lin Fan. Going back meant certain death, but going to the edge of the forest might offer a glimmer of hope. Songya gripped the thick wooden stick in her hand, her palms slick with cold sweat. Hearing Lin Fan's words, she was terrified as well. The visual impact of that several-meter-long giant python was too horrifying. But she was even more afraid of disappointing Lin Fan. Taking a deep breath, Songya forced down her fear and turned to the others, saying, Everyone get up. Her voice trembled slightly, yet her tone was exceptionally firm. Lin Fan's decisions have never been wrong. If he says we can go, then we can definitely go. Think carefully from the day before yesterday to now, which of Lin Fan's actions has been wrong. If we trust Lin Fan, as long as we don't go deep into the forest and only gather dry branches at the very edge, moving quickly, we will definitely be fine. Let's go. Zhao Na said, her eyes red, her voice hoarse. After all, we are all going to die anyway. Dying in the belly of a snake is just a quick end, better than suffering from cold and hunger. Lily and the other 3 women, seeing this, could only despairingly rise from the ground. They had no way out. Lin Fan turned to the men. Are you waiting for me to carry you? Zhang Tao shivered, not daring to even make a sound, and slowly crawled down the slope. Watching the dozen or so people disperse to carry out their orders, Lin Fan sat back down by the fire and picked up the uneaten piece of axe steak. He certainly did not intend for these people to go to their deaths. Just moments ago, at the moment the giant python retreated into the deep forest, a line of small text appeared in his vision that only he could see. Omniscient Hint, the mutated reticulated python, has swallowed an adult male weighing 75 kilograms. Its stomach is severely expanded and it has entered a deep hibernation digestion period. This creature has retreated back to its tropical lair in the island center. It is expected to not leave its lair for at least 48 hours. Current safety factor of the mangrove forest edge area 99. This is the nature of cold-blooded animals. Once they have had a full meal, they often require several days, weeks, or even longer to digest. Especially after consuming prey in proportions beyond the norm, they become extremely lethargic, only seeking a completely safe place to lie still. At the current edge of the mangrove forest, not to mention a giant python, even a larger beast wouldn't be present, as they have all been scared away by the monster's presence. On the sloped ground below, Zhang Tao picked up some rotten wooden planks, his face flushed as he crawled up step by step. Damn it! They really treat us like black slaves. Zhang Tao muttered through clenched teeth. Little Joe followed behind, holding onto a rock and panting heavily. Brother Tao, save your strength, keep some energy for work. At least we can exchange half a biscuit for dinner tonight. If you roll down now, you won't even have a drop of water to drink. Zhang Tao glanced down. In the rock crevice where Su Qingxue was, it was eerily silent. The 8 corpses still lay haphazardly outside, attracting several unknown seabirds circling in the air. In contrast, although he was exhausted like a dog now, as long as he crawled up he would see the pile of burning bonfire and feel the warmth wafting from the cave. Zhang Tao swallowed resignedly, lowering his head and continuing to crawl up. Wasn't this just a version of what happened in the company? In the past it was Su Qingxue sitting in the office giving orders while they, the lower-level employees, ran around outside for business. Now the one sitting in the high position is Lin Fan, while they are still the ones selling their labor. This is fate. On the other side, Songya trembling led the 5 women to the edge of the mangrove forest. Just 10 meters away from the forest, a strong nauseating stench hit them. The bushes were pressed down, creating a wide path, with the surrounding trees leaning at odd angles and broken branches still clinging to large dark brown scales. A single shoe of old Li lay forlornly in the grass, stained with thick blood. Upon seeing this, Lily's legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground, retching. Don't look. Hurry up and gather. Songya forced herself to hold back the upheaval in her stomach, tapping a nearby dead tree with her stick. Gather right here outside, don't go inside. Once we gather a bundle, we'll go back. Zhao Na's face turned pale as she trembled, picking up a dry branch from the ground. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet, with only the sound of the sea breeze rustling through the leaves, devoid of any signs of life. The women acted like startled birds, trembling at the slightest sound. They didn't dare to look up at the deep forest, only keeping their heads down, frantically scooping up the dry branches on the ground. Standing at the very back, Songya gripped the sharpened wooden stick tightly. Her palms were already soaked with sweat. She was very scared, but Lin Fan's words, "Do you trust me?" kept echoing in her mind. Since Lin Fan had brought them here, he would surely ensure their safety. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. 1 trip, 2 trips, 3 trips. They made 3 trips back and forth to the cave, hauling dry branches. The forest was lifeless, not even a single bird chirp could be heard. There was no sign of the several-meter-long giant python. The sense of fear began to slowly dissipate as time went by. Zhao Na wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, tossing a bundle of dry firewood onto the ground and letting out a long breath. It really hasn't come out. Songya. She leaned closer to Songya, glancing up towards the cave. What's going on with Lin Fan? Zhao Na lowered her voice. The day before yesterday, when we drifted here, he started crazily collecting supplies, mineral water, self-heating pots, first aid kits. He even managed to get war axe stakes. How did he know we wouldn't be able to return in a short time? The group of women simultaneously halted their actions and pricked up their ears. They all harbored this question. Lin Fan's behavior was too abnormal. A normal person encountering a maritime disaster would first look for valuable items and then wait for rescue, but Lin Fan seemed to be preparing for a protracted survival battle. I don't know. Songya replied honestly. How could you not know? Zhao Na didn't believe it. You were the first to be with him, didn't he confide in? Songya shook her head, looking at the deep mangroves, her voice thick with emotion. Lin Fan only told me one thing. Zhao Na pressed. What is it? The magnetic field here is abnormal. Songya looked into the eyes of the women. He said the cruise ship's positioning system completely failed before the capsizing and the rescue team can't find this location at all. Lin Fan said we might never return in this lifetime. Never return. Lily screamed and Songya quickly covered her mouth. Lily pulled Songya's hand away, tears streaming down her face. She collapsed to the ground, grasping her hair tightly. I just paid the down payment for a small 2-bedroom apartment in Jiangchang. A full 600,000. That's money I've saved for 4 years. Lily broke down in tears. Next month I have to pay the first mortgage. I can't go back. What will happen to my house? The bank will take my house. Despair instantly spread. The young woman from the administrative department leaned against a tree trunk, her eyes losing focus. I just started dating my boyfriend last week. Her voice trembled. He's from a wealthy family. They run a chain of hotels. We agreed to meet the parents after this team-building trip. Once we're married, I won't have to work for the rest of my life. I can't die here. I'm about to become a rich wife. I can't just collect firewood on this broken island for the rest of my life. The other women began to sob quietly. There was no rescue, no civilization, no law. Only man-eating monsters and endless hunger. But Zhao Na didn't cry. She stared intently at the dry branches on the ground. Can't go back. If they really can't return, then that title of President Su Qingxue is worth less than a piece of toilet paper on this island. Wan Chang, that sales manager, was an utter waste. On this deserted island, whoever has food, whoever has clean water, and whoever can provide safe shelter is the king. Zhao Na instinctively straightened her back. At 26 she was at the most mature and alluring age for a woman. Although there were a few scratches on her face, her figure remained an asset. Since they can't go back, then she must find the strongest backing in this new world. As long as she can climb into Lin Fan's bed, even if she has to endure his whims every day, it's still 1,000 times better than freezing or starving to death down there. What are you crying for? Zhao Na snapped, kicking Lily. Save your strength for work. If you want to survive, hurry up and collect firewood. If you don't complete the task, there won't even be half a biscuit tonight. Lily stopped crying after being kicked. She looked up at Zhao Na's determined expression and instantly understood something. Lily gritted her teeth and got up from the ground, desperately stuffing branches into her arms. Though she was flat-chested, she was young and couldn't let Zhao Na take the lead alone. The women, each with their own thoughts, marched back with their bundles of dry branches. The sun blazed overhead. The temperature soared. On the slope, Zhang Tao was carrying a large piece of treated wood on his shoulder. The wood was debris from the cruise ship's deck washed ashore by the waves. An entire day passed. From morning until sunset. The five of them ran back and forth between the beach and the cave over a dozen times. No water, no food. Extreme hunger and dehydration made their vision blur. Thud. Zhang Tao threw the last piece of wood onto the platform in front of the cave. He collapsed directly onto the gravel, his chest heaving violently, his throat felt as if there was no saliva left. Xiao Zhou set down the stones, leaned against the rock wall and slid down, utterly drained of energy. To the right side of the cave. The dry branches they collected had already piled up into a small mountain, enough to burn for half a month. Are the boards moved? Zhang Tao struggled to sit up. They're all moved, Brother Fan. The usable wood, stones and canvas from the beach are all here. Lin Fan stood up and walked over to the pile of supplies. He kicked the large piece of treated wood and tugged at the waterproof canvas, confirming there were no quality issues. Zhang Tao watched Lin Fan's actions and couldn't help but speak up. Brother Fan, these boards are treated wood filled with chemicals. They can't be used for firewood. The smoke is thick and harmful. The stones and canvas can't be eaten either. Zhang Tao pointed at the pile. Why did we go through so much effort to bring these useless things up? It would have been better to collect more dry branches. Zhang Tao didn't understand. They were exhausted hauling this worthless garbage up the steep slope, completely wasting their energy. Lin Fan turned around. He looked at Zhang Tao. Fire. He chuckled lightly. He walked to the deepest part of the cave, pointing at the dry flat area. This cave is too ventilated. I want you to stand the boards up, secure them with stones and hang the canvas on top. Make a partition. Zhang Tao looked bewildered. Yes. Lin Fan nodded. What's the point of making a partition? Zhang Tao still couldn't wrap his head around it. Isn't it warmer to have everyone huddled together to sleep? Lin Fan casually grabbed a few bottles of mineral water. Zhao Na, Lily, Sonia and the other 6 women were sitting on the other side of the fire. The 6 women, although covered in mud and ragged clothes, could not hide their alluring curves, which radiated a primitive temptation in the firelight. Zhao Na deliberately straightened her back. The tattered lingerie could hardly conceal her impressive assets. Lin Fan's gaze swept over the 6 women one by one. Finally his gaze returned to Zhang Tao's face. With so many women on the island and no internet here, the only form of entertainment is to have children. Am I supposed to let you guys just watch while I entertain myself at night? Silence. The board, stones and canvas, were they meant to serve as screens? Zhang Tao turned to look at Zhao Na and Lily. Zhao Na did not refute. In fact, when she heard the word entertainment, a hint of wild hope flickered in her eyes. Lily lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, her fingers twisting the tattered hem of her clothes. The young woman from the administrative department bit her lip. Her gaze at Lin Fan was complex. Not a single person stood up to condemn Lin Fan's lewd behavior. Not a single person felt that there was anything wrong with it. On this isolated, deserted island, Lin Fan controlled the water, controlled the food, controlled the fire. And he also had a shovel and a dagger. For him to ask several women to sleep with him was simply more natural than eating or drinking. Why should that be? Deathly silence. Wooden planks, stones, canvas. They are not meant to block the wind at the cave entrance. Lin Fan intends to use the blood and sweat of these men to personally build a private enclosed harem deep within this absolutely safe cave. Zhang Tao turned to look at Zhao Na and Lily. Zhao Na did not refute. In fact, when she heard the word entertainment, her eyes sparkled with hope. Lily lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, her fingers twisting the tattered hem of her clothing. The young girl from the administrative department bit her lip, looking at Lin Fan with a complicated expression. Not a single person stood up to condemn Lin Fan's lewd actions. No one felt that anything was amiss. On this isolated, deserted island, Lin Fan controlled the water, the food, the fire. Moreover, he had a shovel and a dagger. It was only natural for him to desire multiple women to share his bed. Why should it be so? Zhang Tao clenched his fists tightly. At the company he was a formal employee earning a base salary of 12,000 a month. Lin Fan was just an intern earning 3,000. Zhana, a sales champion of her level, would not even spare Lin Fan a glance. Lily, a young and beautiful girl, hovered around those department managers daily. Although Zhang Tao could not indulge in such delicacies, at least he and Lin Fan were in the same tier. Everyone was at the bottom of the hierarchy. But now Zhang Tao was exhausted like a dog, his shoulders worn raw, his throat burning, only able to exchange it for half a compressed. And Lin Fan, sitting here eating beef and drinking hot soup. Tonight he would enjoy the service of those women who usually looked down on him and the compartment built from their blood and sweat. Brother Fan, Xiaozhou swallowed hard, pointing at the pile of stones stacked to half a person's height. We understand using wooden planks and canvas for partitions, but what are these stones for? Zhang Tao also perked up. Moving the planks to build a wind-blocking harem for Lin Fan was already a great humiliation. Moving these utterly useless stones was completely draining their last bit of strength, leaving them with no energy to resist. Lin Fan was calculating he had truly underestimated him before. In a few days you'll know. Lin Fan spoke. Zhang Tao and Xiaozhou exchanged glances. No one dared to ask again. Within this boundary, Lin Fan's words were as good as an imperial decree. Lin Fan took out a plastic bag containing open compressed biscuits. Mission accomplished. This is your rations. He threw the items on the ground. 12 people, 6 compressed biscuits, 6 bottles of water. On the first day he gave them 6 extra bottles of water. He had to let them taste the sweetness. Seeing the food and water, the crowd was more excited than a farm dog seeing a bone. In no time the food and water were swept away. After eating, set up the wooden planks and hang up the canvas. I want to see the partition before dark. Zhang Tao wiped the biscuit crumbs from the corner of his mouth and got up from the ground. Half a biscuit was not enough to fill his stomach, but with something in his belly he regained some strength. He and Xiaozhou lifted the heavy preservative wooden planks following Lin Fan's designated positions, creating an independent space of about 10 square meters in the deepest, driest part of the cave. The canvas was firmly pressed against the top of the wooden planks, drooping down to form an excellent visual barrier. Inside was laid with the soft blankets Lin Fan had picked up 2 days ago, and there were even 2 cushions brought down from the cruise ship. An absolutely private and warm, privileged territory was built amidst the blood and sweat of the men. Zhana looked at the partition, disregarding the mud on her body, and walked up to Lin Fan, deliberately lowering her voice. Brother Fan, the partition is done. Does it need cleaning inside? Let me go in and help you make the bed. Lily saw this and cursed silently, rushing forward. Brother Fan, I'm good with my hands. I'll help you organize the supplies. Zhang Tao retreated to the designated resting area for the workers. He stared intently at that piece of canvas. It was built by him and Xiaozhou, carrying hundreds of pounds of wooden planks step by step, climbing up from the slope formed from their blood and sweat. And what was the result? They could only sit on this cold gravel ground, gnawing on that half a hard compressed biscuit. While Lin Fan was about to enjoy the warm bed and soft bodies of those female colleagues who usually didn't even glance at them. Zhang Tao gritted his back teeth. Tao Gu. Xiaozhou leaned over, his voice very low, his lips turning blue from the cold. Stop looking. Even if you keep looking, it won't be our turn. At least it won't be as cold tonight as it was last night. Zhang Tao said nothing, just buried his head in his arms, his eyes filled with frustration. Lin Fan turned around and walked back to the fire. He sat on a flat rock, pulling out several whiter wooden pieces from the nearby firewood pile. Clang! The tactical knife was drawn from its sheath. Lin Fan held the knife and began to carve the wooden pieces. The cave was extremely quiet, everyone dared not speak, and dozens of eyes were focused on the knife in Lin Fan's hand. The sharp blade scraped across the wood surface, and soon several wooden pieces were carved into rectangular tags. Zhana knelt not far away, her eyes fixed on Lin Fan without blinking. She tidied her hair that had fallen over her forehead and deliberately pulled down the already tattered neckline of her innerwear. She did not understand what Lin Fan was doing, but she knew that now was the time to showcase her value. Brother Fan, Zhana said in a sweet voice, why are you carving these pieces of wood? It's enough to have dry wood for the fire, don't tire your hands. If there's any heavy work, just let those men do it. As soon as these words were spoken, several men glared at Zhana as if they wanted to tear her apart. But due to Lin Fan they dared not say anything. Lin Fan ignored her. After finishing the last wooden tag, he sheathed the tactical knife back at his side. Then he picked up a half-burnt black charcoal stick from the edge of the fire. He took the first wooden tag and wrote 2 characters on it. Lily. Lily was stunned. She widened her eyes, staring at the tag with her name written on it, her breath quickening. Lin Fan did not pause, taking up the second wooden tag and continuing to write. Xiao Qin. This was the name of that young girl from the administrative department. Then came the third and fourth. The names of 4 women were clearly written on 4 wooden tags. Lin Fan held these 4 tags, casually tossing them onto the flat stone in front of him, the tags clashing together producing a crisp sound. Every night I will draw one of these tags. Lin Fan pointed to the wooden tags on the stone. Whoever's name is drawn will enter the partition. The woman who serves me each night will be rewarded with food according to my mood. Silence. Zhang Tao sat at the windward side, his eyes wide as saucers, staring intently at the 4 tags on the stone. Draw a tag. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He truly treated this place as a harem. Learning from the emperor to draw tags. Lin Fan, that stinky loser unable to even secure a regular position in the company, is now playing the game of 3 palaces and 6 courtyards on this shabby island. Building a harem with their sweat and using the wooden planks they picked up as the green headplates. Why not just ascend to the throne directly? Jealousy. He looked at the names on the plaques. Lily, the young girl who usually only smiled at the manager in the company. Xiao Qin, the administrative beauty who claimed to have a rich boyfriend. Now their names were glaringly displayed on the stones, waiting for Lin Fan to choose them as if he were selecting livestock. And Lin Fan held the water and food in his hands. With just a word from him, these women would unhesitatingly strip off their clothes and crawl into that warm partition. By the campfire. The 4 women whose names were written displayed various expressions. Lily's face flushed red. She didn't feel humiliated, but rather a glimmer of ecstatic joy flashed in her eyes. As long as she accompanied Lin Fan for a night, her stomach would be a little fuller. She even prayed in her heart, hoping that Lin Fan would draw her name tonight. She glanced at her chest. Although flat, she was young and still a novice. Xiao Qin bit her lip tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. She thought of her rich boyfriend and the lavish life she was about to enjoy. But the hunger in her belly and the cold wind outside instantly shattered her composure. Everyone was watching those 4 wooden plaques. Only Zhao Na furrowed her brows tightly. She stared at the plaques on the stones, counting them over and over. 4 plaques. There were clearly 6 women here. Besides those 4 ordinary female colleagues, there was also her Zhao Na and Sonia, who had been sitting by the fire adding firewood. There was no name for Sonia on the stone. Nor was there a name for Zhao Na. Zhao Na was stunned. She instinctively touched her face and then glanced down at her proud assets. Why was her name not on the list? Could it be that Lin Fan didn't find her appealing? Thought she was too old. Impossible. Zhao Na immediately dismissed this thought. In the company, every time Lin Fan, a recent graduate, saw her in a bodycon skirt, passing by, his gaze would linger. She could see clearly the inferiority and desire of those lower-class men. Zhao Na was the sales champion, the white moonlight of countless men. She understood men and knew even better the mindset of a man like Lin Fan, who suddenly gained wealth and power. Such men yearned to conquer the goddesses they once deemed unattainable. So why was her plaque missing? Zhao Na's gaze swept back and forth between Lin Fan, the plaques, and Sonia. Sonia sat by the fire holding a stick and tending to the coals. She hadn't participated in the earlier scramble, nor had she gathered firewood. From beginning to end she quietly stayed by Lin Fan's side, belonging to the core circle. Zhao Na's eyes lit up. She understood. The plaques were meant for the lower-class women. Lily and Xiao Qin were merely tools for Lin Fan's amusement and diversion. They needed luck, needed to be drawn to receive a bit of pitiful charity. But Zhao Na was different. She and Sonia were not the same. Sonia was the first woman to follow Lin Fan, his original partner. And Zhao Na was the most beautiful, most charming, and most valuable woman here. Lin Fan not writing her name meant that in his heart Zhao Na's status was already on par with Sonia. Zhao Na couldn't help but smile slightly, the movement tugging at the wound on her face causing some pain, but she didn't care at all. Lin Fan's thoughts were undoubtedly like this. On even days she and Sonia would each take a turn to serve him in that partition. That was the privilege of the 2 main consorts. On odd days Lin Fan would draw from those plaques, seeking variety from Lily and the others. Yes, it must be like that. Zhao Na straightened her back, her tattered underwear accentuating her curves. She looked at Lily with renewed disdain. Little girl, do you still want to compete with me? You don't even have the qualifications to sit at the table, you can only be a toy to be drawn. And I, Zhao Na, without a plaque, have already secured my position by Lin Fan's side. Zhao Na took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in her heart. She rubbed her knees against the gravel, moving closer to Lin Fan, her voice lowered to a whisper only they could understand, filled with intimacy. Brother Fan. Zhao Na extended her finger, lightly drawing circles on Lin Fan's military boots. What date is it today? Zhao Na half knelt by Lin Fan's feet, looking up at him, her eyes sparkling. That question about the date, she raised her tone at the end, carrying a hint of ambiguity that only adults could understand. Everyone thought Lin Fan would go along with it. After all, Zhao Na was the acknowledged beauty of the Shengtang group, and with her figure and charm very few men could resist. What date? Lin Fan's voice was flat. Asking such a stupid question, is your head filled with sea breeze? Zhao Na's smile froze for a moment, the movement of her finger also halting. Brother Fan. She was somewhat taken aback, thinking Lin Fan didn't understand her hint. What I mean is we need a schedule, right? We can't just throw the rules out the window. I know. in your heart indifferent from them. They are lower-level employees who need to rely on drawing plaques to take a chance, but I and Sonia. Jana bit her lip, steeling herself. Sonia is the first to follow you and the most valuable woman in our company. On odd days you draw their plaques for variety, on even days I and Sonia will take turns serving you in the partition. Isn't that what you have in mind? Brother Fan, you don't need to hide it, I understand men's thoughts the best. With this statement everyone widened their eyes, staring at Jana. They had seen shamelessness but had never seen someone speak it so refreshingly and with such confidence. Lily glared at Jana fiercely. Why? Everyone is a refugee now, why does Jana still get to elevate herself as the main consort? Sonia sat by the fire, frowning, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. Jana's words directly tied the two together. Those who didn't know would think Sonia and Jana were equally shameless. Lin Fan looked at Jana's expectant face and suddenly smiled. Main consort. Taking turns. Lin Fan casually tossed the rag into the fire, which was instantly consumed by the flames. Jana, when I was an intern at the company I indeed thought you were unattainable. Every day in your red-soled high heels, wearing expensive perfume, looking at us lower-level employees as if we were rats in the sewer. But did you forget I may be an intern but I have eyes? Last month, to secure that plot of land in the south of the city, you spent 2 hours in that pot-bellied director Liu's car, and when you came out your stockings were torn. At last year's annual meeting you got drunk and were half supported, half carried by the deputy general manager into a hotel room upstairs, only coming out the next morning. And that Mediterranean director Li and that chubby boss Xiao. Jana's face turned pale as Lin Fan continued to speak. You know how rotten your circle is, how many greasy old men you've slept with, don't you have any self-awareness? Lin Fan's voice was not loud, but each word pierced deeply. Do you think my not writing your name is because I'm reserving the position of main consort for you? Lin Fan asked and answered himself, I don't write your name because you find it dirty. Who knows what deadly diseases you might be carrying? This statement hit Jana's chest like a hammer, shattering her pride, her asset which she believed could turn the tide in this new world. In Lin Fan's eyes it was a virus that could be fatal at any moment. It was garbage that he wouldn't even bother to touch. Those four, Lin Fan pointed to Lily and Xiao Qin among others. Though foolish and useless, at least they are clean. And you, Lin Fan looked at Jana, each word a death sentence. You don't even qualify to touch this bamboo piece. You can't even meet the threshold to be my tool for release. Jana collapsed onto the ground, her eyes hollow and her mind blank. All her pride, all her self-respect, all her calculations were crushed beneath Lin Fan's feet in that moment. Not only did she fail to climb into Lin Fan's bed, but she was also publicly stripped of her dignity, nailed to the most disgraceful pillar. Put. Someone couldn't hold back and laughed aloud. Immediately, ha 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 ha. Lily was the first to clutch her stomach and laugh until tears streamed down her face. The main consort. Ha ha ha. What a damn main consort. Turns out she's a contaminated piece of trash. Zhang Tao couldn't contain himself either, laughing while slapping his thigh. Oh my, I'm dying of laughter. Zhao Na, where's that high and mighty demeanor of yours? You understand men, don't you? Why don't you go serve Brother Fan? Xiao Zhou and several other male colleagues joined in the laughter. On this oppressive and despairing deserted island, witnessing the once untouchable goddess fall into the mud and being trampled into a dung pit was the only psychological balance they could find. The mocking laughter struck Zhao Na's face like dense slaps. She covered her face with her hands, burying her head deeply in her knees, trembling violently, unable to utter a single retort. Completely socially dead. Reduced to the lowest of the low. Lin Fan ignored the crowd's laughter, his gaze sweeping over those who were laughing uproariously. With just a glance, the laughter suddenly ceased as if a duck's neck had been squeezed. Everyone looked at him with reverence. Lin Fan looked away, casually picking up a wooden plaque from the stone. Slap. The plaque was thrown on the ground, rolling twice before stopping by the fire. The flames illuminated the name on it. Lin Fan stood up and walked towards the partition made of preservative wood and canvas deep within the cave. You come in. The firelight clearly illuminated the two characters written with charcoal. Lily. Lily abruptly raised her head, her eyes fixed on that plaque, the firelight reflecting in her pupils. Only ecstasy remained. She had one. Amidst the jealous glares of the other three women, Lily unhesitatingly climbed up from the ground. She felt no humiliation, only relief. On this island where one could freeze to death, starve, or be devoured by monsters, dignity was reserved for the dead. As long as she could enter that warm partition, as long as she could exchange it for a sip of water and half a biscuit, let alone sleeping with Lin Fan, she would be willing to be treated like a dog. Lily ignored Xiao Qin and the others' predatory glares, twisting her waist and quickly following Lin Fan into the private space built of preservative wood and canvas. Splash! The heavy waterproof canvas fell. The firelight was completely cut off and the view was entirely blocked. Deep within the cave, the 10-square-meter space became an absolute forbidden zone. Outside, only the crackling sound of the fire burning and the howling of the cold wind rushing into the cave remained. After a moment faint rustling sounds of fabric rubbing came from behind the canvas followed by Lily's deliberately lowered and flattering breaths. Damn it! Zhang Tao sat on the cold gravel ground, his eyes red and bloodshot. He stared at the canvas, his back teeth grinding loudly. Jealousy, frustration and unwillingness gnawed at the hearts of these men, but no one dared to cross that line even a step. By the edge of the fire in the shadow of the corner, Zhao trembled all over like a sieve. Lin Fan's words earlier in front of everyone peeled her skin away bit by bit. Her once proud asset, her self-proclaimed main consort status, had become a complete joke. Although no one laughed at her anymore, the glances from Xiaoqin, the girls from the administrative department and even Zhang Tao from time to time filled with disdain, glee and contempt hurt her more than a direct slap. She Zhao, now the sales champion of the Shangtang group, the white moonlight of countless men. Now she had become a contaminated piece of trash, someone who didn't even qualify to sit at the card table. She stood up abruptly. The movement was too big, pulling at her wounds, but she endured the pain in silence. She turned and walked towards the cave's exit without looking back. Zhang Tao was holding back a belly full of anger with no outlet. Seeing Zhao Na's movement, his bloodshot eyes immediately lit up. Oh! Zhang Tao spoke in a mocking tone, his voice echoing harshly in the empty cave. Where is our main consort going in the middle of the night? He deliberately emphasized the words main consort with undisguised malice. Brother Fan thinks you're dirty and refuses to sleep with you. You're feeling all hot and bothered, planning to go into the woods to find some wild monkeys to relieve yourself. Xiaozhou couldn't help but let out a short mocking laugh. The other women also turned their heads coldly, watching Zhao Na's back. In this place without moral constraints, trampling on a once lofty elite was the cheapest entertainment for the— Zhao Na stopped in her tracks. She turned her head, her once beautiful face now covered in filth, her gaze like a knife digging deep into Zhang Tao's face. I'm going to pee. Zhao Na sneered, her voice sharp and piercing. What? Zhang Tao, are you thirsty and can't take it anymore? Want me to pee on your head to quench your thirst? You. Zhang Tao's face turned red, he stood up abruptly, his fists clenched tightly. What are you talking about? Zhao Na did not back down, straightening her chest. Lin Fan cursed me because he has a knife and water. What are you even worth? A loser who trades being a black slave for half a biscuit. You think you qualify to mock me? Say one more word and I'll tear your mouth apart right now. Zhang Tao initially wanted to argue back, but after glancing at the hanging canvas, fearing to provoke Lin Fan inside, he could only grit his teeth and sit back down in frustration. Damn bitch, let's see how long you can act arrogant. Zhang Tao cursed under his breath. Zhao Na snorted coldly and turned to walk into the night outside the cave. As she exited the cave, the biting sea wind instantly penetrated her tattered clothing. Zhao Na shivered. She didn't look for a place to relieve herself but headed straight to the edge of the platform. Below her feet lay a steep slope over 100 meters long, shrouded in darkness, resembling a giant mouth that was bottomless. In the distance, the waves crashed against the rocks, producing a dull roar. From deep within the mangroves, eerie and chilling cries could be faintly heard. Standing in the wind, the cold made Zhao Na's mind unusually clear. She could no longer stay with Lin Fan. Being publicly labeled as a carrier of a filthy disease, her status in this cave was lower than that of a dog. She had to find a new way out. Zhao Na's gaze slowly turned to the silent rock crevice below the slope. Su Qingxue and Wang Chang were still down there, although they were now cold and hungry, looking as pitiful as ghosts. But Su Qingxue was after all the CEO of the Shangtang Corporation, and her reputation still held weight. Wang Chang also had several obedient male employees under him. Most importantly, they had no idea how much Lin Fan had. Lin Fan. Zhao Na gritted her teeth, squeezing out these two words between her clenched jaws. Did you think you had already won? Did you think that by covering yourself with a rag you could become an emperor of the land? Since you've cut off my path, don't blame me for overturning your table. As long as she went down to tell Su Qingxue and Wang Chang that Lin Fan not only had dozens of boxes of Nongfu Spring but also endless tomahawk steaks and canned luncheon meat, along with other supplies that rivaled a supermarket. A starving dog would bite its owner, let alone this group of desperate ghosts. As long as she sparked this fire, over 20 people would rush forward with red eyes to snatch what they could. Could Lin Fan even with a knife in hand chop everyone up? When the supplies were redistributed, Zhao Na would be the greatest contributor. Su Qingxue would still have to treat her as a confidant. Determined, Zhao Na no longer hesitated. She used her hands and feet to climb down the slippery steep slope. The surroundings were so dark that she couldn't see her fingers, relying only on the moonlight to feel her way through the darkness. The sharp stones soon cut into her palms and knees. The sea wind blew, sending sharp pain through her body. Hiss! Zhao Na cried out in pain, slipping and rolling down the rocky slope. With a thud, she crashed heavily against a rock, unable to straighten her back due to the pain. After a few minutes, Zhao Na finally reached the bottom of the slope. She supported herself against a stone and hobbled towards the massive rock crevice. Inside the crevice, the others were in slightly better condition than yesterday. During the day they had rummaged through the beach debris and found some soaked food that, although no better than pig feed, was enough to fill their stomachs. Learning from experience, the pile of firewood gathered by the 20 or so people was quite high. The bonfire in front of them burned brighter than the one in Lin Fan's cave. The sea wind howled, and as Zhao Na hurried in, she stepped on a dry branch on the ground, breaking it. Crack! The noise was jarring in the quiet crevice. Ah! Wang Chang, already on edge, jumped in fright and scrambled backward. A snake! A big snake is coming! Don't eat me! Lu Hui cried out, and the crevice erupted into chaos. Everyone shut up! A hoarse yet authoritative voice rang out. Su Qingxue forced herself to sit upright. Her high-end one-piece swimsuit was already too dirty to recognize, her hair was a mess, yet she still maintained the demeanor of a female CEO. Who's there? She stared at the shadow at the entrance of the crevice. Zhao Na took a deep breath and stepped out of the shadows, the firelight illuminating her face, which was smeared with dirt and blood. President Su. Zhao Na's voice trembled in the wind, yet it carried an undeniable excitement. It's me, Zhao Na. Seeing a living person, everyone in the crevice let out a sigh of relief. Upon seeing Zhao Na, Wang Chang instantly erupted in anger, pointing his finger at her and cursing. You filthy whore, pretending to be mysterious in the middle of the night. Didn't you just enjoy the good life with that mad dog Lin Fan above? Why did you come rolling down? Su Qingxue frowned as well, her gaze icy. President Su's supervisor Wang. Zhao Na completely ignored Wang Chang and took 2 steps forward. Do you want water? Do you want meat? As soon as she said this, the crevice fell silent. After a day of eating pig food, upon hearing the words water and meat, everyone's eyes lit up with greed. In the corner, Wang Lan, who was in Chen Jianhui's arms, quietly opened her eyes. What do you mean? Su Qingxue stared at Zhao Na, swallowing a mouthful of dry saliva. Zhao Na took a deep breath and dropped this heavy bomb. Lin Fan has hidden dozens of boxes of Nongfu Spring in the cave above. And self-heating hot pot tomahawk steaks. Not only does he not share a single drop of water with you, but he also built a windbreak palace in the deepest part of the cave with wooden boards. Right now that lowly servant is enjoying himself inside with Lily. President Su, you're freezing and starving here like a dead dog. And Lin Fan, with the supplies that originally belonged to our Shang Tang group, is up there acting like a local emperor. Winning all the way. The wind blew the bonfire, causing it to sway. Over 20 people in the crevice stared at Zhao Na with glowing eyes. Water meat palace. These words drove this group of starving ghosts to madness. Wang Chang was the first to jump out. He got up from the ground, brushed the dust off his pants, and pointed at Zhao Na, cursing loudly. What nonsense are you babbling? Who doesn't know that little bastard has food? Da! The problem is he has it, and what can you do? He has a knife. That knife from yesterday sliced fingers like cutting tofu. We can't even find a piece of iron in this shabby place, and you want to go head-to-head with Lin Fan. It's simply a delusion. After cursing, Wang Chang stepped closer, looking up and down at Zhao Na's tattered clothes, laughing coldly. Something's not right. Weren't you wagging your tail to climb up to Lin Fan during the day? Why did you come rolling down all dirty now? Did he kick you down for being filthy? Wang Chang spat. You filthy thing, usually showing off in the company, can't wait to stick your legs in front of the CEO. Now you want to use us as guns to rob Lin Fan of his knife. Do you think I'm a fool? His harsh words echoed in the crevice, and several male colleagues followed with lewd laughter. Zhao Na's nails dug into her palms, suppressing the humiliation in her heart. She knew this group well. They bullied the weak and feared the strong, only acting when they saw a rabbit. She forced a smile. Wang Chang, stop talking nonsense. Zhao Na fixed her gaze on Su Qingxue, at every word hitting hard. President Su has treated me well. How could I betray Shangtang? I went up to scout the enemy's situation for President Su. She turned to look in Su Qingxue's direction. Today I obtained shocking intelligence. This sentence successfully piqued everyone's curiosity. The laughter abruptly ceased. Su Qingxue, who had been leaning against the rock wall resting, opened her eyes upon hearing this. She tidied her messy hair and stared coldly at Zhao Na. What intelligence? Speak. President Su, we have all been deceived by Lin Fan. The cruise ship disaster was not an accident, it was absolutely orchestrated by Lin Fan. Silence fell. The only sound left in the crevices of the rocks was the crackling of burning firewood. More than 20 pairs of eyes widened, staring at Zhao Na as if she were insane. Ha! Ha ha ha! Wang Chang was the first to react, bursting into a piercing maniacal laughter. He pointed at Zhao Na, laughing so hard that tears nearly streamed down his face. Zhao Na, have you lost your mind? Or has the sea breeze up there blown your brains out? Wang Chang spat contemptuously. What is Lin Fan anyway? An intern with a base salary of 3,000. A bottom tier nobody who wouldn't dare to let out a fart in the company. How could he possibly sink a luxury cruise ship weighing several tons? Do you think he is a terrorist or Poseidon? Whispers of disbelief swept through the crowd, heads shaking in disapproval. This claim was too absurd. Su Qingxue furrowed her brows tightly, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. She had hoped Zhao Na had truly uncovered some secret about rescue or supplies, but it turned out to be such nonsense. Zhao Na, if you're just trying to get my attention with this foolishness, you can leave. Su Qingxue's voice was icy. President Su. Let me finish. Zhao Na grew anxious, raising her voice to drown out everyone else's. Her mind raced as she connected everything she had seen during the day with the most malicious logic, beginning an intense brainwashing. Think about it carefully. Zhao Na pointed towards the darkness outside. What would a normal person do when faced with a maritime disaster and washed up on a deserted island? They would look for valuable items, seek companions. Find high ground. Wait for rescue. But what did you all see Lin Fan do? Zhao Na's speech became increasingly rapid, her logic exceptionally clear. Upon reaching the shore, he disregarded the lives of others, immediately rushing into the ruins to hoard supplies for long-term survival. What did he take? He took dozens of boxes of Nongfu Spring. He took entire boxes of self-heating hot pot. He even dug out ribeye steak and a complete first aid kit from the wreckage of the cold storage. Zhao Na fixed her gaze on Wang Chang. Wang Chang, you're in sales, you understand logic. If someone firmly believes that rescue is imminent, would they go scavenging for heavy, long-lasting supplies? Wang Chang's laughter abruptly ceased, leaving him frozen in place. The others in the crevice also fell silent, deep in thought. Seeing this, Zhao Na knew she had struck a chord. She unleashed her most lethal strike. And that knife. Zhao Na pointed towards the direction of the cave above, her voice sharp. The tactical knife. Military grade. With blood grooves. Who would carry a sharpened tactical dagger while on a company building cruise? He clearly planned this in advance. He must have scouted the route and brought the tools just to establish himself as a king on this deserted island. Zhao Na's words struck the nerves of everyone present. The logic was undeniable. Everyone was utterly baffled as to how Lin Fan could have precisely located those hidden supplies in the ruins, and even more so why he would carry controlled knives. In their eyes, Lin Fan's abnormal behavior had become irrefutable evidence. In the corner, Chen Jian still kept his head down. Wang Lan's fingers moved quickly across his palm. Chen Jian subtly nodded. As a structural engineer, he understood more than anyone the magnitude and precision of calculations required to sink a cruise ship. It was not something a tactical knife could accomplish. Zhao Na was lying. But Chen Jian remained silent in this desperate crevice. The truth was irrelevant. What mattered was that this group of starving individuals needed a target to vent their hatred. They needed a legitimate reason to seize supplies. That's right. A sudden exclamation broke the brief silence in the crevice. Lu Hui, who had nearly been swallowed by a giant python during the day, suddenly sprang to his feet, his face pale, pointing at the red mangroves outside, his voice trembling. When that big snake appeared during the day, we were all terrified. Old Li was directly swallowed alive. Lu Hui swallowed hard, feeling more and more dread as he recalled the event. But Lin Fan. He stood on the platform of the cave completely unfazed. He didn't even try to hide. He absolutely knew there were monsters on this island. He must have already investigated. Lu Hu's words became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The group's collective intelligence quickly plummeted amid extreme hunger and fear. No wonder. Wang Chang's eyes instantly lit up. He slammed his thigh, trembling with excitement. He finally found a perfect excuse for his cowardice and impotence during the day. No wonder he was so arrogant. No wonder he dared to point a knife at us. He even dared to chop off Zhou Dahai's finger in one go. Wang Chang gritted his teeth, his features twisted together. He wanted to trap us on this deserted island so that no one would know of his crimes. He wants to make us his slaves. President Su. Wang Chang turned and looked at Su Qingxue. This guy is a murderer. Old Li's death, the hundreds of lives on the cruise ship, it's all his fault. The crowd was incensed. More than 20 people stood up, their eyes sparkling with a mix of hatred and greed. They did not care whether Lin Fan was truly the murderer. What they cared about was that Lin Fan had water meat in the warmth of the cave. As long as they could label Lin Fan a murderer, their act of stealing would be seen as justice. Su Qingxue leaned against the rock wall, her brows tightly knitted. She had received higher education and was not lacking in intelligence. Rationality told her that it was utterly absurd for an intern to sink a cruise ship. However, Lin Fan's strange behavior truly defied explanation. Why did he dare to kill? Why didn't he hand over the supplies? Why did he dare to ignore her orders as the president? Most critically, Su Qingxue was very cold and very hungry. She glanced at her filthy fingers and then at the pitch-black night outside. If rescue truly did not come, if she did not seize Lin Fan's supplies, she wouldn't last 3 days. President Su. Zhao Na seized the moment, stepping closer to Su Qingxue. Lin Fan is up there sleeping with Lily right now. There are only a few of them, we have more than 20. Let's charge up, reclaim the supplies that belong to the company. Tie up that murderer. Take it back. Wang Chang shouted, raising his arm. Take it back. Several male employees followed suit, shouting in anger. Su Qingxue remained silent. She neither stopped nor approved of them. She simply closed her eyes quietly. It was a form of tacit approval. As the president, she could not issue a command to rob. But as a survivor, she needed this pack of starving wolves to tear down Lin Fan's defenses. Get it back. In the corner, Lu Hui trembled all over. Have you all gone crazy? Have you forgotten what happened on the beach the day before yesterday? He has a knife. That's a military tactical knife. The day before yesterday, Zhou Dahai snatched a few packs of rations and Lin Fan didn't even blink. He struck with the blade, directly severing several of Zhou Dahai's fingers. Lu Hui recalled the bloody scene, his stomach churning violently as he retched twice, tears and snot flowing. You didn't see the look in his eyes then. He didn't even regard us as human. He's a madman who kills without blinking. Going up would be like walking to our deaths. Lu Hui's breakdown instantly extinguished the flicker of fervor that had just ignited. Several male employees in the crowd who had been eager to try instinctively shrank back. They looked down at their empty hands and then at each other's trembling legs from hunger. Indeed, what can we use to fight a madman who has a knife? Should we use our necks to dull the blade? The crevice fell into a dead silence again, leaving only the sound of frustrated breathing. Useless. You're all fucking useless. Jana trembled with anger as she stepped forward and grabbed Lu Hui by the collar. Even if Lin Fan is ruthless, he's just one person. With one knife. You big guys usually bragging in the company, now over 20 of you are scared stiff by an intern earning 3,000 a month. Do you still have any courage left? She pushed Lu Hui away and turned to face everyone. Use your waterlogged brains to calculate. Over 20 people. Even if Lin Fan were Bruce Lee reincarnated, how many could he kill in a second? 3. Or 5. Don't you know how hard human bones are? After a few swings, that broken knife will dull. It will get stuck in the cracks of the bones and won't come out. Jana bent down and picked up a fist-sized sharp-edged stone from the ground, lifting it high. We over 20 people each grab a stone and one takes a stick and rush forward with our eyes closed. Even if we have to pile up our lives, we can crush him to death. As long as we kill him, dozens of boxes of Nongfu spring steaming hot self-heating hot pot and tomahawk steaks will all be ours. Do you want to gnaw on rotten wood for the rest of your lives? Do you want that dozens of meters long snake to swallow you like a spicy strip? It's death either way. Why not take a gamble? Every word she spoke pierced the heart. Each word was stained with blood. Hunger is the most terrifying poison in the world. It can easily dissolve the morals, rationality and fears that humanity has built over thousands of years. When the words water and meat were thrown out by Zhao Na again, the fear began to fade in the eyes of several male employees. In the shadows of the corner, Wang Lan knew better than anyone that Zhao Na's tactic was a typical human C tactic, using the lives of those in the front row to exhaust Lin Fan's stamina and weapons while the people behind would reap the benefits. Going up would definitely result in death. As for who dies, it depends on who runs the fastest or who is the unluckiest. But Wang Lan absolutely would not be the one to take the lead. Chen Jian did not look up, he just shrunk deeper into the shadows. In the center of the crevice, Wang Chang's breathing grew heavier. He was kicked away by Lin Fan and scared to wet his pants, the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered in his life. If Lin Fan were just an ordinary person, he would have long since brought people to dismember him. But Lin Fan had a knife and he was ruthless. Yet now Zhao Na's words swirled in his mind like a spell. Over 20 people, they could crush him to death. As long as Lin Fan is dead, Wang Chang could not only wash away his shame but also take over that large supply. Then he could once again call the shots. Greed ultimately consumed the last remnants of Wang Chang's reason. Zhao Na is right. Wang Chang stood up, striding to the bonfire, seizing the thick burning stick and raising it high. The firelight illuminated his twisted, excited face, making it appear particularly ferocious. What is Lin Fan? A murderer who wants to kill everyone on the ship. We are acting in the name of justice. It's self-defense. Above there are not only food and drink but also a cave that can shield us from wind and rain. Did you not hear what Zhao Na just said? Lin Fan is currently enjoying himself with a woman inside. Why? Why should we freeze and starve here while he, a mere underling, reigns as emperor above? This statement ignited the jealousy and resentment deep within everyone's hearts. Kill him. Seize the supplies. Avenge Old Li. A colleague also broke a thick tree branch and held it in hand. Emotions are contagious. In extreme despair, once someone takes the lead, the herd effect will rapidly amplify. In the blink of an eye, over 20 people in the crevice, regardless of gender, began picking up stone sticks and even some grabbed handfuls of sand. They were no longer white-collar workers in a civilized society but a pack of starving hyenas driven mad by hunger. Zhao Na watched this scene, the corners of her mouth curling into a cold smile. Lin Fan, don't you think I'm dirty? Didn't you stop me from going to the poker table? I'll overturn the table now. Let's see how you die. Everyone listen to me. Zhana seizing the moment. Besides Lin Fan above there are also Zhang Tao, Xiaozhou and a few other men. But don't worry, Zhang Tao and the others have long been treated like black slaves by Lin Fan, doing the hardest work every day and only able to eat half a biscuit. They must be holding back their anger. As long as our main force rushes up and we display our momentum, Zhang Tao and the others will definitely turn traitor and help us deal with Lin Fan. At that time Lin Fan would be isolated with no way to escape. Good. Wang Chang vigorously waved the torch in his hand for water and meat. For survival. Everyone follow me. At Wang Chang's command, over 20 starving survivors surged out of the crevice like a muddy landslide. They stumbled over the slippery rocks, guided by the faint moonlight, heading towards the cave platform over 100 meters above. No one cared how sharp the stones under their feet were, nor did they care how biting the sea wind was. In their minds there was only one thing: rush up, seize the supplies and fill their stomach. At the back of the crowd, Su Qingxue silently stood up. She did not pick up a stone or a stick. She simply quietly followed at the end of the crowd, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. As the president of the Shangtang group, her education and intelligence told her that Zhao Na's logic was full of holes. Lin Fan couldn't possibly be a terrorist who sinks cruise ships. But she did not speak out to stop it. Because she was too hungry. The acid in her stomach was frantically eroding the stomach wall, and each spasm brought excruciating pain. Her lips cracked and bled, and her throat felt as if it had swallowed razor blades. She knew that if she couldn't drink water or eat anything tonight, this billionaire female president would certainly not survive until tomorrow night's sunset. In the face of survival, truth is worth nothing. Su Qingxue closed her eyes, taking a deep breath of the fishy sea breeze. Lin Fan, do not blame me. If there is anyone to blame, it should be you for bearing the crime of possessing wealth. If you had submitted the supplies earlier and complied with my management, things would not have escalated to this point. At the same time, above the platform deep within the cave, Zhang Tao, Xiaozhou and several male employees, along with Xiao Qin and the 3 female employees who had not been selected, were slumped on the gravel ground in extremely distorted postures. Half an hour. A full half an hour. The sounds coming from behind the canvas felt like dull knives slowly and cruelly slicing through the nerves of the people outside. The sound was not loud, mostly muffled by the heavy canvas and the howling sea breeze, but to the group outside it was deafening, more thunderous than a storm. It was the dull echo of flesh colliding. Sonia did not need to say much, her innocent little face was as red as an apple. Half an hour later. Whoosh! A pale hand lifted the heavy wooden door curtain. Lily stepped out. Her face was no longer pale and terrified, instead it bore a rosy glow, as if she had eaten well and lingered in a warm environment. Her gaze was even somewhat languid, with a hint of charm that suggested she had been pampered. She was no longer the girl who had cried her heart out in the rock crevice. Now she was the highest-ranking person in this cave, second only to Lin Fan on this deserted island. Zhang Tao stared at Lily, his eyes wide open. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple rolling painfully. He suddenly felt that Lily was even more alluring than when she wore a body-hugging skirt at the company. Lily ignored the gazes of the crowd. She adjusted her clothes and walked over to the fire, finding the flattest stone to sit on. Before long, Lin Fan also came out carrying something from the supply area. The firelight illuminated the large characters on it: Kong Shifu braised beef noodles. Instant noodles. It was actually instant noodles. On this deserted island, where even compressed biscuits had to be crushed and distributed as crumbs, a complete unexpired bucket of instant noodles with seasoning packets was worth more than a riverside apartment in civilized society. You performed well tonight, this is your reward. Thank you, Fan Gu. Lily exclaimed in joy, her voice trembling. She almost threw herself on the ground, hugging that bucket of instant noodles to her chest, for to her it was the most precious treasure in the world. She could not wait to tear off the transparent plastic film on top. Sizzle! This faint tearing sound was amplified countless times in the silent cave. Zhang Tao's eyes instantly widened like copper bells, his eyeballs nearly popping out. He fixed his gaze on Lily's hands, breathing rapidly. Lily lifted the paper cover. She took out the powder packet, vegetable packet and sauce packet from inside. She tore open the powder packet, pouring the fragrant salty powder onto the noodle cake. Then came the sauce packet. It contained a thick reddish-brown beef sauce. Lily squeezed the plastic packaging with her fingers, forcing out the last drop of grease onto the noodle cake. Gurgle. Gurgle. The cave resounded with the chorus of hungry stomach growls. It was the most primal protest and roar from 10 extremely hungry stomachs, having caught a whiff of the food's lingering scent. Lily picked up the boiling water that Lin Fan had prepared earlier, stored in a stainless steel container. Whoosh! The scalding hot water poured down. The moment the hot water touched the noodle cake and seasonings, an intense industrial aroma mixed with the meaty scent of melted beef burst forth like a nuclear explosion in the enclosed cave. This aroma in civilized society might have been just a cheap meal meant to counter stomach ailments. But at this moment on this isolated island filled with death and hunger, this aroma was a miracle. It was the ultimate torture that tortured their nerves. The fragrance wafted with the sea breeze entering everyone's nostrils and shooting straight to their minds. Zhang Tao felt his stomach convulsing madly, stomach acid rising like boiling magma burning his esophagus painfully. His eyes turned green like a wolf that had been starved for 10 days fixated on the steaming bucket of instant noodles. He even had a hallucination wanting to rush over, choke Lily and force the entire bucket of noodles down his throat. But he did not dare. Lin Fan had a knife. 3 minutes. The instant noodles needed to steep for 3 minutes. For Lily it was an anticipated 3 minutes. But for the 10 people outside it was a hellish torment longer than 3 centuries. Time passed second by second. Finally Lily lifted the paper cover. White steam rose into the air. The noodles had been soaked to a golden soft state, absorbing the reddish-brown broth. A few dehydrated vegetables and meager bits of beef floated on top. Lily picked up a plastic fork and twirled a mouthful of noodles, not caring about the heat, and directly stuffed them into her mouth. Slurp. The noodles, accompanied by the rich broth, were sucked into her mouth. Lily closed her eyes and let out a sigh of utter satisfaction. Exquisite deliciousness. The immense satisfaction from carbohydrates and fats instantly filled every cell in her body. Just as Lily was preparing to take a second bite, thud. A dull sound. Su Qingxue finally broke down, completely unraveling in the face of this overwhelming meaty fragrance. Her legs went weak and she directly knelt on the gravel ground. She did not even bother to walk, using both hands and feet like a dog, her knees scraping against the sharp stones as she crawled to Lily's feet. Sister Lily. Su Qingxue looked up, her originally delicate face now covered in tears, and mud, her gaze holding a near-mad plea. She reached out her trembling hands, desperately clutching the hem of Lily's jacket. Sister Lily. I beg you. Su Qingxue swallowed her overflowing saliva, her voice hoarse, tinged with a cry. Could you add a bit more water? I don't want noodles. I don't want a single noodle. Su Qingxue banged her head heavily against the gravel at Lily's feet, leaving a bloody mark on her forehead. I only ask you, after you finish, to share the last bit of broth with me. Lily held the bowl of noodle soup, looking down with a sense of superiority at Su Qingxue, who usually prided herself on being aloof at the company, and smiled with delight, preparing to speak. A sudden sound of falling rubble interrupted her. Immediately after there came the hurried, chaotic footsteps accompanied by heavy breathing and suppressed curses. The noise came from over 100 meters down the steep slope. Someone was coming up. And there were quite a few of them. Lily's smile instantly froze and her hand holding the bowl of noodles trembled violently, splattering a few drops of rich soup onto the rubble. Su Qingxue was also stunned, scrambling behind the fire pit. Lin Fan remained silent, holding the bloodstained tactical knife in his right hand. He walked to the edge of the platform, looking down from his high vantage point. Zhang Tao and Xiao Zhou exchanged glances, crawling to the edge of the platform to peek down. Just one glance made Zhang Tao's scalp tingle. A dark mass. With the faint moonlight and the flickering firelight below, he could see over 20 people climbing up the narrow, slippery. They held makeshift wooden sticks and some even clutched sharp stones. Leading the group was Wang Chang, holding a torch. Next to him was Zhao Na, her face full of resentment. Behind them were their company colleagues who had been starving for a day and night, their eyes gleaming with hunger. At the back of the crowd one could vaguely see the distinctive figures of Su Qingxue and Lu Feifei. Fan. Brother Fan. Zhang Tao swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Its manager Wang. And Su Zong, they've all come up. Over 20 This was an absolute numerical suppression. Across more than half a slope, Wang Chang had evidently spotted Lin Fan standing at the edge of the platform. Bolstered by the support of over 20 people behind him, Wang Chang's fear from being kicked away by Lin Fan vanished in an instant, and he felt an unprecedented surge of confidence. He stopped in his tracks, swinging the torch in his hand, and shouted hoarsely towards the cave above Lin Fan. You dog bastard. You turned into a fool for a clown, causing the sinking of the ship and killing everyone on board. Old Li was eaten by a snake during the day, that's also your fault. You murderer. Today we must avenge Old Li. Wang Chang became more righteous in his curses. If you know what's good for you, hand over all the company's supplies immediately. Bow down and apologize to Su Zong. Otherwise today we over 20 will drown you with a mouthful of spit each. With Wang Chang's roar, the crowd below erupted in a wave of angry shouts. Hand over the supplies. Murderer. Lin Fan, you dog bastard, you caused us to end up on this deserted island. The shouts surged one after another, fierce and imposing. At the edge of the platform, Zhang Tao, Xiao Zhou and a few lower-level employees hiding behind Su Qingxue turned pale in an instant. The long-standing oppression from the executives in the company resurfaced at that moment. That is Su Zong. That is Manager Wang. They hold the power of life and death over them and decide how much salary they can take home at the end of the month. Now the entire company had come up, and no matter how capable Lin Fan was, he only had a knife in hand. How could he possibly fend off over 20 people? Once the defense was breached, if Lin Fan died, those who had been his black slaves would definitely face retribution from Su Qingxue and Wang Chang afterwards. It's over. Xiao Zhou's legs went weak and he fell to the ground. Zhang Tao instinctively took 2 steps back, his eyes flickering, already beginning to calculate how to kneel and beg Wang Chang for mercy later and how to shift all the blame onto Lin Fan. Just as these few were scared out of their wits and prepared to turn against Lin Fan, at the last moment a voice full of contempt echoed in their ears. Lin Fan smiled. He looked at the group below, stumbling with their wooden sticks. Avenge the heavens. 4 old Li. They were merely a pack of starving dogs looking for a pretext to snatch a bone. Lin Fan completely ignored Wang Chang's shouting below. Instead he turned around and coldly glanced at Zhang Tao and the others, who were trembling in fear. Want some noodles? No need to ask her. Lin Fan pointed to the dark mass of people down the slope. This group down here is just in time to deliver noodles to you. Zhang Tao was stunned. Deliver soup. Over 20 people were rushing up with clubs, and this was called delivering noodles. Had Lin Fan gone mad with fear? Before Zhang Tao could react, Lin Fan turned around and strode to the pile of supplies deep within the cave. He directly took out a cardboard box and tipped it over. Bang bang bang. Several buckets of unopened Kong Shifu braised beef noodles rolled out. In the firelight, the plastic film reflected an enticing sheen. Immediately after that bang, a few bottles of bottled Nongfu Spring were placed beside the noodle buckets. Zhang Tao, Xiao Zhou and even Xiao Qin, who had been crying just moments ago, all fixed their gazes firmly on that bucket of noodles and that bottle of water. They couldn't pull away. The domineering aroma of meat from when Lily had eaten noodles earlier lingered in the cave, fiercely tugging at their stomachs. As long as you all obediently follow my words and help me drive away this group of useless trash below, no need to drink the leftover soup. Lin Fan pointed to the supplies on the stone. Each person will be rewarded with a whole bucket of noodles, plus a bottle of Nongfu Spring. A whole bucket of noodles. A whole bottle of clean water. No need to lick the leftover soup like dogs or share a half piece of hard biscuit among several people. Zhang Tao's breathing instantly became as heavy as an ox. What Su Qingxue? What Wang Chang? What the accumulated power of the company executives? In the face of absolute hunger and in front of a whole bucket of steaming noodles, all of it was utter nonsense. What was Wang Chang? He usually made them take the blame at the company, and now he was rushing up to snatch their lifeline. What was Su Qingxue? Could she pay their salaries? On this deserted island, even wiping their backside would feel hard. Do it! He grabbed the thickest preservative would stick on the ground. Hunger and greed completely burned away his rationality and obliterated the last remnants of his servitude to civilized society. Brother Fan is right. Kill them. Xiao Zhou's eyes also reddened as he picked up 2 sharp stones, his teeth grinding in anger. They want to rob us of our noodles. I'm going to fight them. The other 3 male employees also picked up weapons, their faces twisted in rage, staring intently at the crowd climbing up below. Under the allure of great rewards, brave men would emerge. Extreme hunger had instantly transformed these weak lower-class workers into ravenous wolves guarding their food. Lin Fan watched as these men turned bloodshot, a trace of mockery flickering in his eyes. This is human nature. As long as the stakes are high enough, even gods can be pulled down, let alone a few weaklings with empty bravado. Very good. Lin Fan gripped the tactical knife and slowly walked to the very edge of the platform. All the men come to the edge of the cliff. Pull down your pants. Zhang Tao was taken aback, thinking he heard wrong. Brother Fan. What did you say? I said pull down your pants. Lin Fan pointed downwards. Aren't they thirsty? Let's add some flavor for those below. Pull down pants. Add some flavor. Zhang Tao and the other 5 men instantly understood Lin Fan's meaning. This was to use urine as a weapon. On this steep slope, with a drop of over 10 meters from their high vantage point, it was a dual blow of physical defense and mental humiliation. If this were in a civilized society, Zhang Tao wouldn't dare to do such a thing to the company's executives, even with 10 times the courage. But now all he could think about was that bucket of braised beef noodles. Understood. Zhang Tao showed no hesitation and was the first to rush to the very edge of the platform. He yanked off his belt, pulled down his pants and faced the cold wind, aiming at Wang Chang, who was climbing up with a torch. As these men prepared to open the floodgates. Turn around and close your eyes. Lin Fan tilted his head and glanced at Songya. Songya was momentarily stunned, her ears turning crimson. Without asking further, she obediently turned around, covering her eyes with her hands, facing the depths of the cave. On the cliff's edge, 5 burly men, including Zhang Tao and Xiao Zhou, stood in a row. If this had happened 3 days prior at the Shangtang Group building, even with 100 times their courage, they would not have dared to expose themselves in front of the company's superiors, directors, or even that high and mighty billionaire female CEO. But now, Whoosh! The sound of a belt being unbuckled was particularly clear in the wind. Zhang Tao's eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth, being the first to unzip his pants. Following Su Xiaozhou and the others did the same. They held an absolute geographical advantage, standing high above with a drop of over 10 meters. 5 parabolic arcs cascaded downwards against the sea breeze. Their extreme thirst caused their urine to appear thick and murky, with a pungent smell of ammonia turning into a foul-smelling rain under the dual effects of gravity and the sea breeze. At the bottom of the slope, Wang Chang held a torch, panting as he led the way up. The slope was too steep and the sharp stones cut at his feet. Starved, his legs felt weak, forcing him to use both hands and feet. Hurry up, everyone. Push forward. Break the men's legs and we'll share the women. Wang Chang turned back, continuously urging the crowd behind him. At that moment, drip. Several warm drops of liquid fell from above, landing on his forehead. Then splash! A deluge of warm liquid poured down, densely drenching him as if he were under a shower. Is it raining? Wang Chang was taken aback. At the back of the line, Su Qingxue maintained her cold demeanor, following at a distance. Suddenly a few drops of liquid carried by the sea breeze landed on her shoulder, which bore the marks of dirt yet remained a costly designer swimsuit. One drop splashed directly onto her cheek. Su Qingxue frowned slightly. She halted, using her muddy fingers to gently wipe the liquid from her cheek, then brought her fingers to her nose. In the next second, a strong, intensely foul smell of urine exploded in the sea breeze, rushing straight to her head. Ugh! Someone in the crowd below was the first to react, heaving a gut-wrenching dry heave. Urine! It's urine! The people above are pissing on us! A scream pierced the night sky. Such a disgrace! Ugh! Wang Chang, who had eaten the most seaweed and dead fish during the day, was now vomiting the most. He knelt on the gravel, vomiting until tears and snot flowed freely, nearly emptying his bile. In utter humiliation, he yelled, "Lin Fan! Zhang Tao!" Wang Chang wiped his face with his hand, furious enough to stomp his feet. He pointed angrily at the shadow on the clifftop, cursing, "I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. You filthy bugs from the lower class. I will kill you. I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Charge up. Kill them." The crowd, baptized by urine, went completely mad. With red eyes they waved their sticks and stones, climbing up like a horde of zombies. No one cared about their cut hands and feet nor the steep slope. All they wanted was to tear those few people above into pieces. At the back of the crowd, Su Qingxue stood still, her entire body rigid. The pungent smell of urine clung to her like a parasite, invading her nostrils and pores. Su Qingxue was the absolute leader of Xintang Group. Born with a silver spoon, she was chauffeured in luxury cars, mingling with business elites. One word from her could determine the livelihoods of hundreds. Even a frown from her could make the company executives tremble. In her life she had never been splashed with urine, let alone had anyone dared to speak harshly to her. But now several drops of foul liquid had indeed splashed onto her face. Her stomach twisted violently. Su Qingxue bent over, suddenly clutching her chest, dry heaving intensely. However, she had been starving for too long, having only eaten a few bites during the day. Her stomach was empty and she could only spit out a few mouthfuls of sour water. Trembling with anger, she raised her head. Her gaze fixed on the standing figure atop the cliff. The pride she held looking down upon those beneath her, the inherent disdain for lower-level employees, for the first time revealed a deep crack in that moment. She suddenly realized that the intern named Lin Fan did not regard her as the CEO at all. In his eyes she was no different from Wang Chang or Zhao Na. They were all mere ants, easily crushed underfoot. Once back at the company, she would make sure everyone poured a bucket of urine on him. Let him also taste the flavor of humiliation. On the upper section of the slope, Lu Hui, bearing the stench, held a stone aloft, yelling hoarsely at the top. "Lin Fan! You beast! You murderer, sinking a ship and killing hundreds! Let me tell you, justice may be delayed, but it will not be absent. You don't see us as human beings. When we get up there, we will definitely chop your head off and use it as a toilet. Yes, I want him to be a eunuch. Even if we die today, we will drag you down with us." More than 20 people echoed in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Inside the cave, Lin Fan looked down from above, surveying the emotionally charged justice warriors below. Seeing their ridiculous faces drenched in urine and flustered, a deep contemptuous smile curled at the corners of Lin Fan's mouth. "Murderer! You idiots with your brains filled with dung really know how to label people. How could an intern earning a 3,000 yuan salary sink a luxury cruise ship weighing tens of thousands of tons? Are you overestimating me or underestimating the shipyard engineers?" The crowd below paused slightly. But before their brains could start processing, Lin Fan's extremely arrogant and brazen voice came crashing down again. "However, let's assume for a moment, even if I did sink the cruise ship. Even if I indeed caused the deaths of hundreds of people." Lin Fan's gaze swept over Wang Chang, then Lu Hui, and finally landed on Su Qingxue at the back. "What can you starving wastes do to me? Arrogant. Unruly. As these words left his mouth, the entire slope fell into an instant silence. No argument, no fear. Only pure, overwhelming arrogance. Zhao Na, who was hiding in the crowd, heard these words and her eyes instantly shone with excitement. This was the opportunity she had been waiting for. Zhao Na jumped out, pointing at Lin Fan above. He admitted it himself. He confessed that it was he who sank the cruise ship. He never intended for us to survive. He is just looking to take revenge on us for living well in the company. Zhao Na stirred the crowd's emotions frantically like a madwoman. He only has one knife. We have more than 20 people. Charge at him. Kill this pervert. If we don't kill him, we'll all die here. Zhao Na's shriek ignited the last frenzy of this group of starving souls. Kill him. Seize the supplies. The crowd, incited by Zhao Na, erupted into chaos once again. They stared at the falling debris above, enduring the nauseating stench, desperately pushing upwards. There was less than 20 meters left to the clifftop platform. At the edge of the cliff, Zhang Tao and Xiao Zhou looked down at the horde below, resembling a swarm of zombies, their faces turning pale once more. Just over 20 people. Even if each kicked them, it would be enough to kill them. Fan. Brother Fan. Zhang Tao's legs began to tremble, his grip on the wooden stick faltering. Lin Fan turned his head, his gaze piercing into Zhang Tao's face. Are you scared? Look clearly. He pointed at the snarling faces below. If they break through and seize the supplies, do you think Wang Chang will let go of the grudge from when you urinated on them? Tonight you will have to roll back into that dark crevice below to eat the spoiled pig feet soaked by the seawater and to serve as pawns for Su Qingxue and Wang Chang. This is the best outcome. If things go badly, Wang Chang will take your lives directly. Lin Fan's words pierced through their hearts. Take our lives. This last half-sentence struck at the most vulnerable nerve of Zhang Tao and the others. Wang Chang was absolutely capable of doing it, and aligning with Lin Fan meant that regardless, that bucket of instant noodles was very real. We won't go down. I want to eat noodles. Lin Fan scoffed. He turned around, pointing at the pile of heavy half-percent high stones that Zhang Tao and the others had labored to bring up from the beach earlier. Didn't you ask me earlier what these stones were for? They are for you to vent your grievances. Down there are the executives who usually ride on your backs and bully you. They are the vampires who cut your wages and make you take the blame. On this island there is no law. No police. Crush them, you won't need to pay any compensation or go to jail. Lin Fan pointed at the crowd below. Throw them down. Zhang Tao and Xiao Zhou were stunned for half a second. Then both of their eyes turned completely red. No need to pay compensation. No need to go to jail. The long-standing resentment from being exploited mixed with an extreme hunger for food erupted fully at this moment. Ah! Die! Zhang Tao raised the stone above his head and smashed it down towards the area with the most flames below. Bang! The heavy stone struck the steep cliff, bouncing wildly under the force of gravity. Ah! A scream rang out from below. A male employee from the sales department charging at the front was climbing up with a wooden stick, utterly unable to dodge in time. The stone struck his right shoulder directly. Crack! A sound that made one's teeth ache. The tremendous impact instantly shattered his shoulder blade along with his collarbone. He screamed as he rolled down the steep slope. As he rolled down, his massive body knocked over the two people closely following him. The three of them tumbled together, crashing down the sharp rocky slope, leaving behind a trail of gruesome blood. They are really throwing stones. They've gone mad. The crowd below was momentarily frozen. The fervor that had just been stirred up by hunger and Zhao Na in the face of the real sound of bones breaking was instantly extinguished as if doused with a bucket of cold water. Xiao Zhou and the other three male employees witnessing this had their primal instincts fully awakened. What does it matter to kill? This group of people below had always forced them to take the blame in the company, and now they were coming to snatch their life-saving food. Cutting off their livelihood is akin to killing their parents. Cutting off their food supply means there will be no turning back. Crush them. Xiao Zhou picked up two fist-sized stones and hurled them down with wild abandon. 5 people holding an absolute high ground faced over 20 people below with no cover. This was not a battle but a one-sided massacre. Bang bang bang. A torrential rain of stones poured down. Help! My head! Ah! In the darkness, the muffled sounds of stones hitting flesh, the cracking of skulls, and desperate screams intertwined. A fist-sized stone grazed Wang Chang's scalp, taking away a tuft of bloodied hair. The fear of death instantly pierced through all of Wang Chang's pretenses. The authority he was proud of as a supervisor and the righteous cause he had just shouted about were all shattered by this stone into nothing. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Wang Chang was terrified, rolling and scrambling to turn around, using hands and feet to flee down the slope. But he forgot that there were people behind him. On this narrow, steep, slippery slope there was simply no room to turn around. Get out of the way. Don't block my path. Wang Chang with bloodshot eyes kicked the back of a female colleague in front of him, directly toppling her to the ground, stepping on her body to run down. As the leader, Wang Chang's flight caused the others to completely collapse. Everyone was desperately pushing down the slope, shoving and trampling each other. Don't step on me. My leg is broken. Pull me up. The casualties caused by trampling were even more horrific than the stone rain above. The survival instinct that erupted in extreme fear turned them into beasts. Whoever blocked the way was grabbed, bitten and kicked. At the back of the crowd, Su Qingxue stood frozen as if plunged into an ice cave. She stared blankly at the horrific scene before her. 5 minutes ago she still believed that these 20 or so people could overwhelm Lin Fan with their numerical advantage, seize the supplies back and re-establish her order. But now her proud team, the elite backbone she once supported with $1 million annual salary, was fleeing like a group of cockroaches scalded by boiling water, trampling and wailing as they retreated. Brother Fan. They ran away. Zhang Tao's voice trembled, not from fear but from extreme excitement. Zhang Tao, a bottom-level employee, had just personally smashed the shoulder of the sales director. In the crevice of the rock whales intertwined a heavy scent of blood, masking the previous stench of urine. The flames illuminated the pitiful appearance of the defeated soldiers. More than 20 individuals charged forward, but only 19 returned. 2 were dead. One was Little Lee from the operations department, struck squarely on the back of the head by the first stone thrown by Zhang Tao, not even given a chance to roll down the slope. His brain splattered and his body lodged in the rocky crevice halfway down. The other was Old Chen from management, who was knocked down during the stampede triggered by Wang Chang's fleeing, rolling down the slope to the bottom, his neck broken, his eyes wide open in death. 4 were severely injured. Lu Hui's right leg was trampled and broken, the bone twisted into an aerial shape, the white shards piercing through the skin exposed. He lay on the ground in so much pain he lacked the strength to scream, only able to emit ragged gasps. The other 3, some with bloody heads, some with broken ribs, were rolling on the ground clutching their wounds. No doctors, no antibiotics, not even a drop of clean water. On this desolate island at the edge of the Devil's Triangle, being severely injured was tantamount to a death sentence. My leg. Help me. Lu Hui, his face covered in blood, clutched Wang Chang's pant leg with his muddy hands. Manager Wang. Think of something. Wang Chang's face turned pale, trembling all over. He kicked Lu Hui's hand away. What can I do? What can I possibly do? Wang Chang shouted irritably. Not only had he failed to secure supplies, but he had also lost so many men. More terrifying was that he had seen Lin Fan's ruthlessness clearly. That intern, who normally dared not even fart in the company, was a complete madman. Fear and despair spread in the crevice, but someone had to be held accountable for this tragedy. They could not provoke Lin Fan, nor could they fight against Zhang Tao. All eyes began to search the crevice. Zhao Na. A piercing scream echoed from deep within the crevice. Old Chen's wife burst out, her hair disheveled. She grabbed Zhao Na, who was huddled in the corner, trembling in fear, by her hair. Ah! Zhao Na cried out in horror as she was dragged to the campfire. You worthless scum! You insisted everyone go up to snatch the supplies. Old Chen's wife directly mounted Zhao Na, gripping her neck tightly with both hands. You are the one who caused my husband's death. You owe me his life. Zhao Na's eyes rolled back as she was choked, desperately clawing at the hands on her face and body. Let go of me. Cough, cough. It was your own greed. Wanting to eat meat. What does it have to do with me? Doesn't concern you? This statement ignited everyone's fury. Lu Hui and a few of his male colleagues, who normally got along well, stood up. Though their legs wobbled from hunger, the ferocity in their eyes was sharper than a wolf's. If it weren't for you stoking the flames, saying there was only Lin Fan up there, that Zhang Tao and the others would turn against us, would we have gone up to die? You bitch. You couldn't show off during the day, so you ran down here to use us as your guns. Kill this bitch. Anger needed an outlet, and Zhao Na, the instigator, became the perfect scapegoat. 3 male employees rushed forward, kicking Wang Jiawei and unleashing a flurry of kicks on the helpless Zhao Na. Bang! Bang! The dull sound of flesh colliding echoed in the crevice. Ah! Stop hitting! Su Zong! Manager Wang! Save me! Zhao Na curled up on the ground, shielding her head with her hands, emitting screams like a slaughtered pig. Her clothes, already torn by branches, were instantly shredded into rags under the frenzy of several men. Large swathes of pale skin were exposed to the air, mixed with dirt, blood and urine, appearing terribly tragic. Save you. I wish I could peel your skin off. Wang Chang not only did not intervene but stepped forward, spitting a mouthful of saliva right in Zhao Na's face. He was already troubled by how to shift the blame, and Zhao Na had walked right into the line of fire. Hit her. Hit her hard. This bitch caused all of us trouble, Wang Chang shouted vigorously. Su Qingxue leaned against the cold rock wall, watching Zhao Na being violently beaten, and nearly stripped, her stomach churning. She tried to stand tall, asserting her authority as the president. Stop. Su Qingxue's voice was dry and hoarse. If this continues, someone will die. No one stopped. Even the administrative employees who usually listened to her were just coldly turning their heads, casting her a glance filled with unfamiliarity and subtle resentment. Su Qingxue felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. She suddenly realized with sorrow that her presidential aura at this moment was buried along with the 2 corpses on this desolate island. Without supplies, without power, her words here meant less than a fart. In the shadows of the corner, Wang Lan watched this dog-eat-dog farce with cold eyes. She gently squeezed Chen Jian's palm beside her. Chen Jian lowered his head, imperceptibly nodding. He understood Wang Lan's implication. The old order had completely collapsed. Wang Chang had lost his authority and Su Qingxue had become a mere ornament. It was time for them to take over in the shadows. At the cliff's edge, the sea breeze blew away the lingering scent of blood and urine. Zhang Tao, Xiaozhou and the 5 men sat sprawled on the gravel, gasping heavily. Their hands were still trembling involuntarily. They had killed someone. Although they could not clearly see in the dark who had been smashed to death, the sounds of bones breaking and the screams from below were unmistakable. In a civilized society, this would be called intentional homicide, punishable by the law. But here, when Zhang Tao caught the scent of braised beef noodles, the fear in his head was instantly devoured by greed. Zhang Tao turned his head to look at Lin Fan, who was sitting by the fire. Lin Fan's expression was calm as he pointed with the tip of his knife to 5 buckets of instant noodles and 5 bottles of water on the stone. Well done, come and get your reward. Zhang Tao gulped down a torrent of saliva and crawled over, clutching the bucket of braised beef noodles tightly, tears streaming down his face. To hell with murder. To hell with colleagues. As long as he could fill his stomach, he wouldn't hesitate to go down and chop off Wang Chang's head right now. Thank you, Brother Fan. Thank you, Brother Fan. The bonfire in the crevice burned brightly. The flames illuminated faces, casting shadows in the deepest corner. Zhao Na curled up between 2 rocks. There as a newborn, just hours ago she had proudly declared herself the rightful queen in front of Lin Fan. Now, she was worse than the muck in the sewer. No one spared her a glance and no one offered her a piece of clothing to shield her from the wind. Occasionally a few male employees passed by, their eyes scanning her exposed body, devoid of any sympathy, only raw greed and beastly instincts. If it weren't for the faint flicker of hope that maybe tomorrow she could fly home, she would have already been devoured by this pack of starving men. But everyone knew that if the rescue were delayed for a few more days, Zhao Na would certainly become the lowest tool of gratification in this crevice. On the other side of the bonfire, Su Qingxue leaned against the rock wall, her legs curled up, her chin resting on her knees. The illusion of the billionaire female CEO shattered here, leaving not a trace. Having navigated the business world for so many years, she had seen all kinds of cunning old foxes. Yet at this moment the gazes of the subordinates who once bowed to her were it was neither anger nor hatred. It was hunger. They looked at her as if she were a piece of fresh meat not yet cooked on a chopping board. Su Qingxue shivered. She knew better than anyone that using Zhao Na as a scapegoat tonight was merely an appetizer for this group's desperate emotions. Zhao Na led the team to death, it was only fitting she became the punching bag. But if in 10 days or half a month the rescue still hadn't come, who would be the next to be stripped and beaten in the corner? She closed her eyes tightly, not daring to think further. In the suffocating silence, Chen Jian suddenly spoke up. Everyone listen to me for a moment. Chen Jian's voice was not loud, but in the crevice filled with heavy breathing and moans it was clear. Over 20 pairs of bloodshot eyes turned toward him. If you want to drink fresh water, you don't necessarily have to rob Lin Fan. Chen Jian adjusted his glasses. I have a way. Silence. Then came a series of heavy breaths. Ma Lian was the first to crack. With red eyes he let out a broken laugh. Oh, Chen, you used to be called the soft rice man, but now that you've made a fire and found a hole you think highly of yourself. What? Planning to take us deep into the mangroves to find a spring? Have you forgotten about that giant python? It could swallow a living person whole. Are you hoping everyone dies faster organizing a group to deliver food to that long snake? Several others joined in with dry mockery. Chen Jian said expressionlessly, we're not going to the forest. As long as you cooperate with me, I can conjure fresh water right here on this beach. Conjure, the word made everyone's eyes turn green. What did you say? Ma Liang even doubted his hearing. I said right here on the beach I can create fresh water. No need to risk your life and no need to serve as targets for Lin Fan. Hurry up and say how. 7 or 8 male employees shouted simultaneously. But Chen Jian deliberately paused for a full 3 seconds. This tantalizing pause left everyone's hearts in their throat. I can get water, Chen Jian finally spoke, but there's one condition. From now until rescue arrives, everyone here must follow my orders unconditionally. As soon as he finished speaking, a small stir erupted in the crevice. A few male employees instinctively turned to look at Su Qingxue, who was curled in the corner. Su Qingxue's face turned as white as paper. She felt distinctly that something more terrifying than the lack of water was slipping away from her, her absolute power. Follow your orders. An extremely harsh voice cut through the atmosphere. Wang Chang jumped out. Half of his face was glowing red in the firelight and his scalp scraped by a rock was still bleeding, making him look extremely disheveled. But he pushed aside those in front of him and pointed a finger at Chen Jian, unleashing a torrent of words. "You a soft rice-eating coward dare to come out and give orders?" Wang Chang glanced at Su Qingxue, seemingly finding his backbone, then turned back to continue his tirade. "President Su is still here to oversee. She is the president of the Shangtang Group. She is your wife and our shared boss. Who do you think you are? Your wife is eating from the company and you want to smash the company's pot. This is called taking advantage of the fire. It's called rebellion. You. Let me ask you one thing, following that woman can anyone survive?" Chen Jian interrupted him directly, his tone devoid of hysteria, only extreme calm. He stared at Wang Chang, closing in. "Wang, tell me, will President Su be able to start a fire in the wild? Can she conjure a drop of fresh water from seawater?" These two questions struck at Su Qingxue's soft spot. Wang Chang opened his mouth like a duck caught by the neck, unable to produce a single word. Chen Jian didn't give him a chance to breathe, continuing, "President Su is a billionaire CEO in the office, but here on this deserted island she has no judgment whatsoever." In the corner, Su Qingxue's body swayed slightly and Chen Jian turned his gaze back to Wang Chang. "Or should everyone continue to follow your orders, Wang? You." Half an hour ago, Chen Jian's voice turned icy. "It was you, Wang Chang, who led over 20 people up there. You were the one holding the torch at the front and it was you who shouted for justice. What was the result? A stone fell down and you were the first to run for cover. Once you ran, chaos ensued. How did old Chen die? He was trampled to death by you. How did Lu Hui break his leg? It was broken when you all fled for your lives. Leading people to their deaths is your incompetence, and leading the escape that caused the stampede is your cowardice. 2 lives lost, 1 leg broken. Wang, how do you plan to settle this blood debt?" Every word struck home. Wang Chang's face changed from red to pale, finally turning to ashen gray. His mouth, usually so chatty in the office, trembled for a long time, unable to utter a single sound. There was no way to argue back. Because every word Chen Jian had just said was an undeniable fact. More than 20 people in this crevice were eyewitnesses. To hell with whose orders to follow. Ma Liang, who had been silent among the crowd, suddenly erupted. He pushed aside Wang Chang. "Chen Jian, do you dare to back up what you just said? You said you could conjure fresh water, so do it now." Ma Liang's voice had become hoarse from severe dehydration. "In this hellhole, whoever can get me a drop of clean water to drink is my reborn father. I'll listen to whoever can do that. Count me in." A bald male employee next to him roared. "Yes. Stop with the useless talk. I'm so thirsty my throat feels like it's on fire. If we don't drink soon we'll all die here." In an instant, 7 or 8 male employees who were usually regarded as Wang Chang's core subordinates shouted their agreement. Their gazes completely ignored Su Qingxue, who was huddled in the corner, and treated Wang Chang like air, with all eyes locked firmly on Chen Jian. In this desolate predicament, those with milk are mothers and those with water are kings. What billion-dollar female CEOs, what performance-controlling senior supervisors, before withered stomachs and burning throats they were all worthless. In the corner, Su Qingxue closed her eyes. She did not voice any opposition, not because she didn't want to maintain her dignity as the helm of Shangtang Group, but because she had no leverage to speak up. She clearly felt that she, the billionaire female CEO, had been completely overshadowed by a soft rice man whom she usually didn't even bother to look at. The sky had not yet lightened. On the eastern horizon, where sea met sky, a sickly ashen pallor seeped across the water. A biting chill clung to the ocean breeze. Chen Jian adjusted his glasses, smudged with fingerprints, and issued his first ironclad decrease in seizing control on the desolate island. Ma Liang, take 2 nimble-handed people to the beach wreckage zone and retrieve every scrap of transparent plastic sheeting, large plastic bags and sealed cling film you can find. Everyone else still able to stand, follow me to nearby refuse heaps. Scour them for discarded metal tins, empty aluminum cans and plastic bottles, so long as they're intact at the base and capable of holding water. Driven by sheer desperation, efficiency surged to terrifying heights. Within 20 minutes all returned breathless to the designated stretch of smooth flat sand. Their arms cradled tattered plastic shreds torn from the cruise ship's ruins, along with an assortment of dented cans and cracked bottles. Ma Liang flung a sheet of plastic onto the sand. It still bore an unidentifiable brown stain, and wore a face steeped in skepticism. "Senior Engineer Chen, what on earth are you doing hauling this garbage? Do you expect to wring fresh water out of it by squeezing it?" Chen Jian ignored the hollow mockery entirely and strode straight to the center of the beach. "Dig a pit," he commanded Ma Liang and the 2 others, pointing to the slightly damp sand beneath his feet. Ma Liang bristled with resentment, convinced Chen Jian was wielding trivial authority like sovereign power. Yet under the merciless grip of dehydration he knelt obediently and dug furiously with bare hands. Soon a perfectly inverted conical pit, roughly the size of a wash basin and half a meter deep, was excavated. Chen Jian stepped forward instructing others to rub several plastic bottles against rocks until they split cleanly in two, then placed the halves precisely at the center of the pit's base. Next he lifted a dented plastic bucket, walked to the shoreline and scooped up a generous portion of turbid seawater. He carried it back to the pit's edge and poured the brine directly inside. It spread evenly across the bottom, its level calibrated with uncanny precision just shy of submerging the central plastic bottle halves. What the hell is this toxic saltwater pit for? Do you want us dead faster? One employee's family member shrieked, hopping with fury. Just as the crowd teetered on the brink of mutiny, a quiet IT department staffer standing at the rear suddenly slapped his own thigh. A sharp crack startled everyone nearby. Oh my god. Oh my god, I remember. The man's eyes blazed crimson as he pointed frantically at the pit before Chen Jian. Ma Liang seized him by the collar. What the hell's wrong with you? What did you remember? A solar still. I've seen Bear Grylls' Born Survivor. This is a physical apparatus that evaporates seawater under heat and condenses the vapor into pure freshwater. If you knew this trick, why didn't you speak up when we were all parched yesterday or the day before? Ma Liang roared, slapping Zhang Wei's skull. Why didn't you say anything? Zhang Wei wailed, grimacing. Brother Liang, have some mercy. Yesterday my brainstem felt shriveled acid churned in my gut. All I could think about was climbing up there and butchering Lin Fan to seize his Nonfu spring bottled water. We're office drones, we surrendered our high school physics to teachers years ago. Had Chen Jian not started digging and pouring water, I'd never have recalled this in a million years. Chen Jian listened to Zhang Wei's lament with a cold, knowing smile. Indeed, when confronted with extremity and starvation, intellect, even basic logical reasoning drained away like urine, leaving only raw animal panic. Only someone utterly imperturbable, like his wife, could retain perfect clarity and thus ascend to the apex of the food chain. Chen Jian turned his back on the clamoring crowd. He picked up the largest transparent plastic sheet retrieved earlier and laid it flush over the half-meter deep pit. Crouching low, he swiftly sealed its edges with wet sand and heavy stones, ensuring the entire cavity was hermetically sealed, not a single breath of air permitted entry or escape. Then he rose, selected a smooth thumb-sized river pebble from the ground and placed it precisely at the center of the taut plastic surface. Under the stone's weight, the previously taut sheet instantly bowed inward, forming a flawless inverted conical curve, unbroken, seamless and perfectly symmetrical. And the lowest point of that concave surface, the precise locus of condensation and droplet formation, aligned flawlessly above the mouth of the central plastic bottle. With that final step complete, Chen Jian exhaled deeply and brushed coarse sand from his palms. Zhang Wei has already explained the principle: physical condensation via solar heating. Chen Jian supervised the construction of dozens of such devices before brushing his hands clean. Now there remains only one thing left to do. Wait for the sun to rise. Once warmed by sunlight, the seawater at the pit's base would vaporize, the steam would rise, strike the cooler plastic sheet above and condense into droplets. Those droplets would slide down the sloped surface toward the central depression and fall pure and pristine into the waiting bottle. Potable distilled freshwater, conjured from nothing but sun salt and ingenuity. With Zhang Wei's technical explanation and Chen Jian's flawless execution lending dual authority, the 24 emaciated white-collar survivors, eyes fever-bright with hunger, were utterly subdued. They cursed themselves for neglecting survival knowledge, having poured all their energy instead into chasing promotions and flattering Su Qingxue. Ma Liang and several other men sank cross-legged around the pit. They guarded the humble plastic sheet like devotees worshipping a deity, blinking not once. Meanwhile, that same dawn, below on the beach, desperate souls strained their eyes bloodshot over mere drops of unfiltered distilled water. High above them inside a seaside cave, the firewood had long burned to ash, only faint glowing embers remained, radiating a drowsy soothing warmth. Lin Fan reclined comfortably within a secluded alcove, eyes closed in serene repose. To any outsider, this blood-stained living Yama would appear to be catching a well-earned nap. In truth, Lin Fan's entire awareness was locked onto a translucent, softly luminous interface, visible only to him. Detected a rare extreme low tide currently occurring in the intertidal reef zone to the southeast. Optimal tidal window 06150830. Beneath these reefs lie dense aggregations of green crabs, retained by the receding tide, hiding primarily within fractured rock crevices and deep submerged depressions. Estimated viable catch 4,060 adult specimens. Recommend deploying high-capacity containers for harvesting. Gazing upon the golden glistening text flooding his vision, Lin Fan opened his eyes. Green crabs. In civilized society, these delicacies commanded prices exceeding 100 yuan per gene in premium supermarkets. Here, on this forsaken island where men would shatter skulls over a mud-smeared protein bar, 40 to 60 plump succulent green crabs meant survival dominance and irrevocable leverage. It signified absolute bioenergy, a hard currency capable of trampling without restraint the fragile pride of those self-styled CEOs and executives. Lin Fan rose to his feet and walked to the pile of supplies deeper in the cave. He kicked aside several preservative-treated wooden blocks the size of a human head and dug out 2 large plastic storage boxes, hoisting one in each hand. Zhang Tao Xiaozhou, stop fucking sleeping and get to work. Lin Fan crossed the fire and casually kicked Zhang Tao in the thigh. The man was dozing and snoring while propped against another. Zhang Tao and Xiao Zhou sprang up as if struck by electricity. Yesterday's bucket of braised beef noodles and that savage scene had utterly cleansed the old notions from their head. Now even a fart from Lin Fan sounded like a battle horn to them. Brother Fan. Morning, Brother Fan. Zhang Tao wiped the sleep from his eyes with a careless hand, his palms black with mud. Brother Fan, what are we doing so early? Bring the boxes, come down the mountain with me and fetch some meat. Lin Fan wasted no words. He lifted the 2 deep plastic containers and strode out. Fetch meat. The 2 of them lit up with greed. Only a few days before they had been eating nothing but soaked crackers, and now they might be getting meat. Lin Fan had deliberately brought a shovel. If anyone dared to stop him, he could finish them off without mercy. They headed toward the abandoned reef area on the island's southeast side. 15 minutes later, a thick saline tang of the sea struck them. The tide had pulled far back, leaving great swaths of the intertidal zone exposed to the morning light. The ground was strewn with slick black reef rock and the bleached skeletons of dead coral. Pocked with pits of varying size and depth, the surface floated a tangle of shredded seaweed. Zhang Tao stood on a rock, disappointment written across his face as he let out a loud yawn. Brother Fan, you must have misread this place. Zhang Tao pointed at the lifeless tangle of rock and said with confidence, I checked this spot the afternoon before last when no one was around. I turned over stones for ages, and apart from a few hermit crabs barely larger than a thumbnail, there wasn't even a ghost of a fish to be seen. Don't talk about getting meat, you couldn't even hope to pull enough kelp here for a pot. Lin Fan seemed not to hear his nonsense. He walked on without pausing, stepping across the slippery rocks toward a messy pile ahead. He stopped abruptly, his gaze fixed on the right edge where a plain-looking flat gray slab lay, its surface encrusted with sharp oyster shells. This one, lift it. Lin Fan lifted his chin and pointed. Zhang Tao and Xiao Zhou rolled their eyes, thinking Lin Fan was indulging in petty posturing. They dared not disobey. The 2 of them gripped the slab's edge, teeth clenched, and heaved with their hips. Clatter. The heavy stone weighing 100 pounds or more crashed aside. The instant the underside was exposed, Zhang Tao let out a startled howl, his eyes nearly popping from his sockets. Beneath, the slab pressed into a patch of black mud and clear shallow water, flesh against flesh and packed tight, 5 superb blue-black crabs, each roughly the size of a man's fist. Startled by the sudden loss of shelter, the 5 crabs scrambled, desperate to burrow into the soft muck. Standing there hatching eggs. Pick them up quickly. With a casual flick, Lin Fan sent the 2 large plastic boxes clattering to Zhang Tao's feet. Xiao Zhou, who had been standing back watching, had eyes so red they seemed about to bleed. He rolled and crawled forward. In this godforsaken place where sand was a constant companion, crabs of that size were walking, living high-grade protein. Xiao Zhou abandoned caution and plunged his bare hands into the muddy water. Ouch! One of the crab kings, weighing more than a pound, snapped back and clamped onto his webbed hand. Blood poured out instantly, but Xiao Zhou barely felt it. He did not even furrow his brow. Gritting his teeth into a stupid grin, he tore the crab free and flung it into the plastic box. In less than 10 seconds, all 5 fat crabs were secured. The boxes filled immediately with the harsh grinding sound of hard shells rubbing together. This is utterly impossible. Zhang Tao stared at Lin Fan's calm profile and swallowed a great surge of saliva. Brother Fan, did you have your eyes blessed at some temple or something? He reminded them that just 2 days before he had labored here like a dog, turning over a dozen stones identical to this one and finding nothing but nasty black mud beneath. Lin Fan ignored such empty chatter. He turned, strode across several puddles and approached an unremarkable ankle-deep pool about 5 steps to the right. He idly stepped into the muddy water and with the toe of his military boot lifted a basin-sized flat slab as if it were nothing. Water splashed. Beneath the slab, 3 crabs of even more exaggerated size were lined up, lazily blowing bubbles. The sight completely shattered the psychological defenses of Zhang Tao and Xiao Zhou. Over the next 40 minutes. On that remote reef beach, they witnessed a one-sided biological sweep they would remember for life. Lin Fan did not act like an ordinary beachcomber watching ripples and probing mudholes. He never wasted energy wandering in the shallows. He pointed at a stone, and when Zhang Tao and Xiao Zhou lifted it, there was a crab underneath every single time without fail. Some crabs were cunningly hidden deep within unfathomable crevices. Others had dug pits and perfectly buried themselves in sticky muck. A few veteran crabs were so well camouflaged by algae growing on their shells that they merged seamlessly with the dead coral at half a meter. You could not tell them from the reef. None of that mattered to Lin Fan. 1 finger, 1 crab. 1 grab, 1 sure catch. In those 40 minutes of absolute dominance, he did not make a single wrong call. He achieved 100% nearly godlike hit rate. This was not something a normal human could pull off. In less than an hour of frenzied gathering, a rough glance suggested well over 20 crabs. Each one fierce and lively, the largest topped the 1 gene mark, roughly 0.5 kilograms, and even the smallest weighed at least half a gene. The sea breeze carried nothing but the scent of food. Brother Fan. Zhang Tao asked in disbelief. How do you know exactly where every crab is hiding? Lin Fan halted. You read web fiction, right? I have a system. System. Zhang Tao's face was filled with disbelief, as if saying, are you kidding me? Brother Fan, if you say you have good luck and fortune I believe it. But when you say you have a system. Zhang Tao grinned. Isn't it always the case in novels that only those who travel through time have systems? If you had a system, would you be taking a meager salary of 3,000 at the Shangtang Group, being treated like a fool? Lin Fan glanced at him and stopped replying. Some things once spoken become mere jokes. Believing or not is irrelevant anyway. The crabs that needed to be found hadn't been missed, explaining the golden finger to these two bottom-tier workers. It was a complete waste of breath. Stop the nonsense, secure the lid, lift it up and let's go back. Alright, Brother Fan. The scorching sun gradually rose and the coolness brought by the sea breeze was quickly evaporated by the rising heat. Chen Jian squatted beside the sand pit. On the transparent plastic sheet a few tiny droplets of water had just formed. The droplets slid down the conical shape, moving extremely slowly into the bottom of the plastic bottle. There was still a long way to go before quenching their thirst. A circle of male employees with hungry, envious eyes surrounded the few droplets of water, their throats bobbing furiously. Ma Liang was holding two dead sea fish that had probably been dead for a long time. Brother Liang, can we eat this thing? A worker asked, covering his nose and stepping back. As long as it doesn't kill us. Ma Liang with bloodshot eyes removed the entrails and skewered the dead fish on a branch, setting it up next to the fire pit to roast. The intense heat caused a stench that mingled with the smell of burnt protein to permeate around the rock crevices. It was nauseating, but for those who had been starving for days the smell penetrated deep into their bones. Ma Liang couldn't wait for it to cook fully. As soon as the fish skin turned slightly charred, he yanked it off and stuffed it into his mouth. Just then a male employee assigned to watch the rocky edge came rolling back. Engineer Chen. Engineer Chen. The lookout's tone was urgent. Lin Fan went down. Chen Jian suddenly looked up, adjusting his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Lin Fan took Zhang Tao and Xiao Zhou to the southeast rocky area. They went far, at least half an hour's walk. The people around the roasting fish immediately halted their actions. Chen Jian stood up and brushed the sand off his hands. He turned his head to look at the steep slope with a drop of more than 10 meters. He had been waiting for this moment. Everyone. Chen Jian scanned the group of hungry male employees. Lin Fan's lair is now poorly defended. There are only a few women up there and two men who usually can't even lift heavy objects. There are dozens of boxes of Nongfu Spring self-heating hot pots, biscuits and windproof caves up there. As long as we rush up now and occupy the clifftop platform, all those things will be ours. Moreover, as long as we occupy the clifftop platform, it means we hold the absolute high ground. No matter how skilled Lin Fan is, he only has a knife in hand. In front of a steep slope with a drop of over 10 meters, he becomes a living target. Chen Jian bent down to pick up a stone, weighing it in his hand. If he dares to climb up, well, smash him with stones. How he treated us last night will return the favor today. A dozen male employees eagerly grabbed the rough wooden sticks and stones on the ground, their eyes glinting with ferocity. Dying of hunger is still death, and dying from being smashed is also death. Might as well take a chance, seize the supplies and occupy the high ground. Wang Chang had been huddled in a corner, and upon hearing Chen Jian's plan he felt this was a good opportunity for a comeback. As long as he led the charge to seize the supplies, he would still be the highest authority of this team. Good. Wang Chang jumped out, waving a wooden stick in his hand. Chen Jian is right. Let's charge up now. Wash away last night's humiliation. Everyone follow me, I'll take the blame if something goes wrong. He tried to re-establish his authority as a supervisor. Chen Jian turned his head, looking at him coldly. Supervisor Wang, you'll take the blame. Chen Jian mercilessly punctured his facade. You said the same thing last night. Yet you ran faster than anyone else, trampling on Lao Chan and breaking Lu Hu's leg. Wang Chang's face turned red, pointing at Chen Jian's nose. Shut up. I am the supervisor and you have no right to give orders here. Chen Jian completely ignored his bluster. He stepped forward, closing in on Wang Chang. Wang Chang, if you dare to shout again and alert the women above, I guarantee you won't survive until noon today. Chen Jian's tone was extremely calm, yet carried a chilling ruthlessness. Wang Chang was intimidated by this aura and instinctively took a step back. He turned to look at the others. No one spoke up for him. Ma Liang even spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva on the ground, his eyes filled with disdain. They had already been subdued by Chen Jian. Ma Liang, take the lead, pick out 12 of the most nimble and strongest guys. The rest stay below to guard the water pit and take care of the injured. 12 male employees quickly stood up. They wielded the most suitable weapons, their eyes filled with fervor. As long as they went up, they would have a hearty meal. Everyone move quietly, don't make a sound. Once up there, knock out the men and tie them up, control the women. Act swiftly. The sun continued to rise and the temperature began to soar. Zhang Tao and Xiao Zhou each carried one side of a plastic box, walking over the rocky beach. The two were panting heavily, sweat soaking their tattered shirts. But they couldn't afford to stop. The sound of crabs scuttling inside the box was the most potent stimulant. Brother Fan. Zhang Tao swallowed hard, his voice light. How do we eat these dozens of big crabs for lunch? Xiao Zhou jumped in, steamed. It absolutely has to be steamed. This wild seafood steaming preserves the freshness the best. The crab roe one bite and it's bursting with richness. Zhang Tao shook his head. You don't get it. Steaming is too bland. We have the self-heating hot pot base. Let's go for spicy crab. Just melt that beef oil hot pot base, cut the crab in half and toss it into stir fry. That flavor even the gods would be tempted to stay. The two argued passionately about the cooking method, becoming increasingly excited. Their hunger was temporarily suppressed by the fantasy of delicious food. Lin Fan walked in front. He didn't care whether it was steamed or stir-fried, he only cared about how brutally the dozens of people above would die. The three skirted around a dense mangrove, reaching a thicket about 200 meters from the clifftop slope. The terrain here was slightly elevated, perfectly allowing a view of the clifftop platform. Zhang Tao habitually looked up at the direction of the cave. The next second Zhang Tao's smile instantly froze and the strength in his hands vanished. Bang! The heavy plastic organizer box thudded heavily onto the ground. A few large crabs in it were startled and began to scurry wildly inside the box. What the hell are you doing? Did you slip? Xiao Zhou, stunned, cursed loudly. Zhang Tao ignored him, raising his right hand and pointing toward the slope. His voice was piercing, tinged with a wailing cry. Fan! Brother Fan! It's over. Xiao Zhou followed his gaze, his legs giving way beneath him. Our home was robbed. They've gone up. It's over. All is lost. That bastard Chen Jian took people to ambush our back route. Zhang Tao was so anxious he started pacing, almost in tears. If he had known this would be the outcome, he should have killed Lin Fan last night and sided with Wang Chang and the others. Xiao Zhou panicked, grabbed a thick branch nearby and prepared to rush back. Brother Fan, Brother Tao, we must hurry back. If we intercept them halfway, it will still be in time. You have a knife, they will surely fear you. Stop. Lin Fan showed no intention of moving his feet, his gaze still locked on the overturned plastic box. Upright the box. If a blue crab escapes, I will chop off one of your fingers. Xiao Zhou stomped his feet anxiously, his face turning crimson. Brother Fan. What time is it? Who cares about crabs now? Chen Jian took a dozen big men to rob our home. Those few women, Lily and the others, absolutely cannot hold them back. If the supplies are stolen after tonight, we won't just be drinking the northwest wind, we won't even have a place to shield ourselves from the wind and rain. He had experienced the taste of hunger and freezing, he never wanted to endure it again. Lin Fan turned his head coldly, staring at Xiao Zhou. That gaze was no different from looking at a corpse, causing Xiao Zhou's scalp to tingle. The words he was about to say were swallowed back. He immediately bent down along with Zhang Tao to right the box and throw the escaped blue crabs back inside. Brother Fan. Are we really not going back? Zhang Tao swallowed hard, daring to test. Not going back, they can't take our supply. Zhang Tao was stunned. Why not? Do you really think those two men can hold the fort? In his lower tier understanding with Lin Fan, the mainstay absent, if it were him defending the home, seeing a dozen people charge in, he would definitely slip and fall on the spot. Stay here and watch, the good show is about to start. Lin Fan interrupted his thoughts. At the same time, Chen Jian walked at the front of the group. He gripped a sharp stick in his hand and adjusted his glasses. That dog bastard Lin Fan was still too naive. As long as he secured the platform at the clifftop, he would turn around and kick Wang Lan's ugly face. Using the supplies to control Su Qingxue and Lu Feifei, the female CEO, and the celebrity, he wanted them all. Everyone hurry up. Chen Jian urged excitedly. The group climbed up, stepping in uneven rhythms. The slope became steeper and loose stones ground against their feet. A nauseating foul smell pervaded the air. That was the urine Zhang Tao and the others had splashed last night, mixed with blood fermented by the sun to be more pungent than a cesspool. Ugh. A frail male employee covered his nose and gagged. This smell is too strong. Chen Jian stopped, his brows furrowing tightly. He scanned the surroundings and sensed something was off. Ma Liang leaned closer, lowering his voice. Chen Gong, something's not right. What's wrong? Wang Chang squeezed up from behind, his eyes darting around suspiciously. Where are the bodies? Ma Liang pointed at a large black rock. Last night I saw old Chen's neck break rolling under this rock. And Xiaoli, his head was stuck in the crevice of the rock. Now how come not even a ghost shadow was left? As these words were spoken, the surrounding dozen or so big men instantly fell silent. Only the sea breeze whistled through the pile of rocks. Someone mustered the courage to mutter, could it be that Lin Fan had a change of heart and buried them early? Did you leave your brain at home? Chen Jian retorted mercilessly. Lin Fan treats even the lives of the living as dung. Would he have the kindness to care for the dead? So where did the bodies go? It's not like they ran away as ghosts. The man was left pale after being scolded. Chen Jian kept silent, squatting down and staring intently at the ground. The bloodstains hadn't been cleaned, instead they were dragged out into a long wide blood trail. Following the blood trail, it extended to the right side of the slope where a dense thicket lay, hiding a massive rock crevice behind it. An ominous premonition surged in his heart. He stood up, gripping the wooden stick tightly. Forget about the bodies. Move at full speed, charge straight up to the platform. As soon as the words fell. Crack! A sudden sharp sound exploded from the dark rock crevice. That sound was like a hydraulic press crushing steel bars, sending chills down the spine. Everyone's actions froze instantly. 12 big men turned their heads in unison, staring intently at the crevice. Crack! Rip! The chewing sound grew louder, accompanied by the spine-chilling sound of flesh being torn apart. That was the sound of skin and flesh being ripped from the bones. What? What is that sound? Ma Liang's legs shook uncontrollably and the stone in his hand fell directly onto his own foot, but he didn't even feel the pain. Chen Jian gritted his teeth and remained silent, staring fiercely at the thicket. A massive head covered with rough dark brown scales slowly emerged. This was a monster that only existed in nightmares. Nearly 3 meters long, its limbs were as thick as pillars and its pitch-black claws dug into the rocks. On its flat triangular head, 2 dark yellow vertical pupils exuded a murderous aura. A forked scarlet tongue flicked rapidly in the air. It dripped a pale yellow viscous venom from the corners of its mouth, and in its gaping maw filled with jagged teeth it was clamping down on a severed arm wearing a white shirt from the Shangtang group. The severed end was horrifying, with stark white bone shards jutting out, blood dripping down incessantly. That was old Chen's arm. A giant lizard. It's a Komodo dragon. The IT man let out a pig-like scream, his legs giving way, collapsing to the ground. The eerie magnetic field of the Devil's Triangle catalyzed these cold-blooded killers to be even larger than ordinary Komodo dragons, the oppressive feeling suffocating. Moreover, there was not just one. Accompanied by the sound of scales rubbing together, a second, third and fourth emerged from the shadows. They had just finished their appetizers of Old Chen and Shaoli, and now the fear hormones from these 12 living humans ignited their primal hunger. The 4 giant lizards turned in unison, their dark yellow vertical pupils locking onto Chen Jian and the others. Run! Run fast! Chen Jian screamed at the top of his lungs. Only one thought remained in his mind: 2 legs could never outrun 4, but as long as he could run faster than his teammates it would be enough. He unhesitatingly turned and scrambled down the slope. But the explosive power of these monsters far exceeded human comprehension. Hiss! The giant lizard leading the charge let out a low growl, its powerful hind legs pushing off the ground. Its massive body directly lunged at the lagging Ma Liang. Chen Gong, save me! Help! Ma Liang was so frightened that his legs trembled uncontrollably. Just as he was about to turn around and flee, his foot slipped and he crashed onto the jagged rocks. The giant lizard lunged at him, its massive jaws opening wide, clamping down fiercely on his thigh. Crack! The sharp sound of bones breaking echoed as the lizard's terrifying bite shattered Ma Liang's femur. Ah! Ma Liang screamed in agony, his hands gripping the stones tightly. The giant lizard swung its massive head, making a dry ripping sound. It violently tore a large chunk of flesh and muscle from Ma Liang's thigh, blood gushing out and instantly soaking the stones beneath him. The giant lizard tilted its head back, swallowing the shredded flesh whole. It then lowered its head again, precisely biting through Ma Liang's throat with a fluid motion. The screams abruptly ceased. Ma Liang's body twitched a few times before going completely cold. Help! I don't want to die. The remaining dozen people were utterly shattered, their psychological defenses crumbling to dust. They tossed aside their sticks and stones, crying for their parents as they shoved each other down the slope. Wang Chang was squeezed in the middle of the group, glancing back at the 3 giant lizards that were closing in. Terrified, he lost control of his sphincter and urine streamed down his pants. Get the hell out of my way! Don't block my path. In a life-and-death situation, a dead friend is better than a living one. Wang Chang's eyes were red as he forcefully pushed forward. The guy in front, already trembling, was sent flying by Wang Chang's betrayal, tumbling headfirst onto the sharp rocks below. Wang Chang, I curse your ancestors. His falling body became a delivery for the giant lizard. One of the lizards lunged without hesitation, biting through his shoulder and pinning him to the ground. The venomous saliva quickly entered his bloodstream, leaving him paralyzed as he helplessly watched himself being vivisected. The massacre continued and the slope was completely reduced to a meat grind. Chen Jian ran at the front, hearing the screams behind him, too afraid to look back. Out of the 12 in their scavenging team, only 8 were still scrambling for their lives. After the giant lizards had their fill, they did not continue the chase. They stopped halfway up the slope, their cold slit-like pupils watching the fleeing prey. Then they slowly retreated back into the jungle, dragging Ma Liang's remains. From a distance behind the bushes, Lin Fan spoke indifferently, is it beautiful to watch? It's too brutal. I don't know how Sangu managed to tame them. Zhang Tao and Xiao Zhou collapsed on the ground, their clothes soaked with cold sweat, their faces as pale as if covered in plaster. What time is it now? This idiot still has the mood to joke. They had just witnessed that one-sided massacre in its entirety, an indelible psychological shadow for the rest of their lives. They would rather castrate themselves than get close to those monsters. Fan. Brother Fan. Zhang Tao's teeth chattered uncontrollably, his tongue failing to articulate. Please spare us, we really can't compare to Sangu in that regard. Lin Fan ignored him, the golden letters reappearing in his retina. For Komodo dragons had finished feeding and were retreating along the northwestern ridge towards the deeper mountains. Reason for retreat: the giant lizards instinctively avoided the scent-marked areas of higher predators on the island and would not return in the short term. He withdrew his gaze and stood up. Let's go up the slope. Zhang Tao but was still stuck to the ground, the color draining from his face once more as he heard this. Brother Fan, did those three sisters really leave? What if they're just hiding in the bushes waiting for an opportunity? A well-fed sister is just like a well-fed you, they only want to find a shady spot to lie down and digest. Lin Fan did not look back. Moreover, there are larger things nearby that they dare not linger around. Larger things. Xiao Zhou shrank his neck, his voice quavering. What could be bigger than those beasts? Lin Fan's patience was wearing thin. If you don't want to go back, that's fine, no one is forcing you. Zhang Tao and Xiao Zhou exchanged glances. Lin Fan was like an emperor in this desolate island, his lack of fear indicated he had enough confidence. Besides, if they didn't return with Lin Fan, Wang Chang would definitely tear them apart. Gritting their teeth, they each lifted a plastic storage box and bent over to follow him. The slope was still stained with large patches of dark red blood. Shreds of fabric and a small piece of scalp belonging to an unknown victim hung from several stones. The air was thick with the strong scent of blood and the foul-smelling slime left by the giant lizards. Zhang Tao and Xiao Zhou would swear that this was the deadliest smell they had ever encountered. Their pupils shrank to pinpricks, and with every step they scanned the surroundings 3 times. The blue crabs in the box were scratching against the plastic walls, the sound eerily echoing on the quiet slope. In contrast, Lin Fan walked steadily, his breathing even. Stepping on the bloodstains felt no different than walking on the tiles of his own living room. Zhang Tao looked at Lin Fan's back, a thought bubbling up from the depths of his mind. What had this person experienced to remain so unflinching in the face of 4 man-eating monsters? At the clifftop platform, as the 3 climbed over the final stretch of rubble, hurried footsteps echoed from the cave. Sonya burst out from the entrance. She wore a cream-colored turtleneck sweater, her hair simply tied back with a branch. Upon seeing Lin Fan standing unharmed at the edge of the platform, her eyes turned red. She rushed directly into Lin Fan's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and pressing her face against his solid chest. Her voice trembled with the relief of survival. Lin Fan, you're back. You scared me to death. Lin Fan did not push her away, allowing her to hold him, feeling her warm body and the softness of her chest pressing against him. This sensation was quite intoxicating. Sonya gently pushed Lin Fan away, tears already streaming down her face. Let me see if you got hurt anywhere. As she spoke, she began to check Lin Fan's body. Those monsters could eat others, so they would surely go after Lin Fan too. She was genuinely afraid that he might have lost an arm or a leg after coming back. Alright, stop crying. If you keep crying, you'll spank you. Saying this, Lin Fan really gave her a light smack on the bottom. The sensation was pleasant and soft. Seeing Lin Fan in this state reassured Sonya that he was fine. Wiping her tears, she changed the subject. Wang Chang and the others didn't come up. Those monsters really didn't dare to cross the branches you laid down. Sonya was famous for her purity at the company. Zhang Tao, witnessing Lin Fan slap her, was lost in thoughts about when he could do the same. Hearing Sonya's words, he snapped back to reality. Branches. What kind of branches can stop those beasts? Zhang Tao straightened his back and followed Sonya's gaze to the few stones at the outer edge of the platform. There lay several broken tree branches, each as thick as an arm. The branches were coated with a layer of viscous translucent liquid that shimmered with a nauseating sheen under the sunlight. Zhang Tao curiously stepped closer. In the next moment, an extremely pungent stench surged up, far worse than the odor emanating from the giant lizard. His stomach lurched, nearly bringing forth the sour bile. The slimy substance oozing from the mouth of that prehistoric python which had swallowed Oldly was exactly this smell. Is this the saliva of that big snake? Zhang Tao asked. The Komodo dragon is a top predator, but on this island it does not rank first, Lin Fan replied calmly. That python is the true apex predator. Upon smelling this scent, the giant lizard will do as you would and avoid the area. As he finished speaking, Zhang Tao stared intently at Lin Fan's impassive face. Those saliva-coated branches were brought back yesterday by Lin Fan, who had instructed several women to fetch them from the edge of the forest. At that time they did not understand Lin Fan. It turned out he had long known that the people below would come to steal from them. He also knew the giant lizard would come to collect the bodies. He had even predicted that the giant lizard wouldn't dare to step onto the platform upon smelling the python's scent. The people who came to steal had already stepped into the killing field meticulously set up by Lin Fan from the very first step onto the slope. And this lord led them to the seaside to catch crabs while also enjoying a free bloody movie. This was truly a dimensional strike. Xiao Zhou stood frozen in place, his Adam's apple bobbing frantically, unable to swallow the dry saliva. He had finally comprehended everything. Whether Lin Fan's claim of "I have a system" was a joke had become entirely irrelevant. The idea that human snakes and lizards would appear and how they would appear had all been anticipated by him. Was this brain still that of an intern earning a meager salary of 3,000? Brother Fan, Xiao Zhou's voice now carried admiration. From now on, wherever you point I will strike. If you tell me to go east I will never go west. Lin Fan didn't even lift his eyelid. Stop talking nonsense, get the crabs inside. In the cave, 2 large plastic storage boxes were heavily placed beside the fire. When the lid was lifted, more than 20 large blue crabs were clawing at each other. The largest one had claws thicker than an adult man's thumb. My heavens! Such a big crab! Lily and several female employees who had been huddled in a corner were wide-eyed in shock. They often ate seafood at high-end restaurants, but on this desolate island this was absolutely top-tier. Several pairs of eyes were instantly glued to Lin Fan, their gazes shimmering, practically wanting to stick to him. Brother Fan, you are truly amazing. You caught this. Lily's voice was high-pitched as she frantically exuded charm. Zhang Tao's swallow was as loud as a water pump. He quickly rolled up his sleeves, plastered a flattering smile on his face, and approached. Brother Fan, I used to work part-time at a food stall. Leave the crabs to me. I guarantee I'll prepare an exceptional feast for you. Bang! Lin Fan kicked away his outstretched hand. The force was not strong, but the humiliation was extreme. Zhang Tao's hand was flung aside, stumbling back a step while his flattering smile froze on his face. On this island I trust no one but her. Lin Fan tilted his head, glancing at Songya. As for you, you deserve only to do manual labor. Zhang Tao's face flushed for a moment, but in the next second he quickly reverted to his smiling mode. He didn't dare to utter a single word. Last night's old Shen, whose skull was crushed, and today's Ma Liang torn to pieces by the giant lizard, were living examples of what happened. Acting tough in front of Lin Fan was no different from dancing in front of Yama. Lin Fan turned to Songya, his tone slightly softened. You handle it, clean it up nicely, and we'll have a good meal for lunch. Songya paused for less than a second, then nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Lin Fan knew very well that the people in the cave all had their own ulterior motives, and their only common goal was to kill him and seize the supplies. Cooking and poisoning were the safest and least costly means of counterattack they could think of. Thus, aside from Songya, anyone who touched the food would die. Songya came from a rural background and was quite adept in the kitchen. With swift hands she cleaned the crabs, removing shells, gills and stomachs, her actions fluid like flowing water. Watching her focused profile, Lin Fan secretly thought if it weren't for this wretched island this woman would definitely be an exceptional supportive spouse. The self-heating hot pot's beef tallow base was torn open and directly thrown into the iron pot repurposed from a used oil barrel. As the base met heat, it melted instantly. A rich thick aroma of spicy beef tallow spread explosively across the entire cliff platform. The people present had no idea how long it had been since they had smelled such a technological scent, and they were hooked. Before long the cleaned plump blue crabs were tossed one by one into the boiling red oil. Sizzle! The loud sound of the crab shells hitting the oil locked in the intense sweetness of the crab meat, which was immediately blended with the fierce spiciness of dried chili and Sichuan pepper wildly spreading under the rising steam. This intoxicating aroma penetrated the cave, crossed the clifftop and drifted down the slope with the sea breeze. Half an hour later, Lin Fan sat boldly in the main position by the fire, receiving the first large crab claw handed to him by Songya. Without hesitation he took a big bite. Crack! The crisp sound of the crab shell shattering echoed clearly in the quiet cave. The succulent crab meat soaked in spicy oil turned bright red as he stuffed it into his mouth, exploding with a sweet rich flavor. Lin Fan chewed comfortably for a couple of bites, swallowed, and casually broke open another crab shell. With the tip of his knife he scooped out a whole chunk of golden oily crab roe straight into his mouth. To be honest, such top-tier wild blue crabs in civilized society would seem extravagant even to someone earning a meager salary of 3,000. But here on this lawless island he was the only king, and it would be nothing short of normal to feast like an emperor at every meal. Zhang Tao squatted 3 meters away, his eyes nearly popping out with envy. His gaze was firmly glued to that golden crab roe and his mouth watered profusely. Unable to hold back any longer he turned his head and with a loud gulp swallowed a big mouthful. The sound was so loud that even Xiao Zhou beside him heard it clearly. Xiao Zhou disdainfully elbowed him, lowering his voice to scold, "Shut up a little. Your drool is almost dripping on my shoes." Zhang Tao randomly wiped his mouth, his eyes reddening with grievance. "I couldn't help it. Just look at that crab roe, it's oozing oil. Absolutely amazing." At this moment everyone else in the cave was also captivated by the aroma, their souls completely lost. Lily and the other women had completely forgotten their modesty, staring intently at the meat in Lin Fan's hands. "Brother Fan. Can you handle it? Do you want me to help you peel the shell? Lily boldly edged closer, her voice dripping with charm. Yes, Brother Fan, I'm quite good at peeling crabs. I guarantee not a morsel will go to waste. Another female employee quickly pledged her loyalty. For the sake of this meal they had completely forgotten what dignity was, wanting nothing more than to grovel at the feet of this lowly intern. Lin Fan paid no attention to these fluttering affections. He leisurely finished eating one crab claw, tossed the empty shell at his feet and looked up at Songya, who was sitting opposite him. Having just processed over 20 crabs, her fair hands were covered in fishy residue with bits of shell stuck beneath her nails. The fiery glow from the boiling red oil reflected on her innocent face, flickering in and out. Lin Fan paused his chewing and suddenly spoke. What are the dining rules in your family? Songya was momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion flashing in her clear eyes. Who eats first, the person or the dog? Lin Fan continued to ask. Songya blinked surprisingly deep in thought. In my family. She tilted her head, a hint of nostalgia in her tone. We had a local dog named Dodo. Every time we ate, it was always the humans who ate first, and only after that did we mix the leftover food with some soup for Dodo. She said, her lips unconsciously curling into a faint smile. My mom often said humans are humans and dogs are dogs, the rules cannot be broken. Once Dodo jumped onto the dining table and stole a chicken leg while no one was looking, and my dad chased it for 3 blocks with a slipper. Then you should hurry up and eat. Lin Fan interrupted her family anecdote, nodding towards the pot. The dog will come up and snatch food soon. Songya's smile froze for half a second. She turned to glance at Zhang Tao and Xiao Zhou, who were squatting at a distance, and then looked at Lily and a few others standing by the pile of supplies. She understood. The dog Lin Fan referred to was them. The air grew silent for 2 seconds. Songya lowered her head and picked up a crab from the pot, placing it on the stone slab in front of her. But she did not crack it open to eat. After hesitating for a moment, she raised her head and looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Whom? I think you shouldn't refer to them that way. Lin Fan did not stop his actions, using the tip of the knife to pick the meat out of the crab leg and putting it in his mouth. Songya bit her lip as if organizing her words. Zhang Tao and the others helped a lot last night. When Wang Chang and his men rushed in, if they hadn't thrown stones down, we wouldn't have been able to hold this platform at all. Songya looked seriously at Lin Fan's profile. They are also risking their lives. You promised to give them instant noodles, and they indeed delivered. One thing at a time. You can't call them dogs to their faces. Everyone is a colleague from the prosperous Tang dynasty. Zhang Tao helped me in the company before. He isn't a bad person, he just lacks courage following whoever is strong. So he is a dog. Lin Fan swallowed the crab meat in his mouth and took a sip of mineral water. Whoever gives him a bone, he wags his tail after them. What else could this be but a dog? You can insult people, but there should be some bottom line. If it were normal times, if someone dared to insult him like this, he would have thrown a punch already. But now he didn't dare to make a sound, only lowering his head a bit more. Songya was choked. She opened her mouth to retort, but couldn't find the right words for a moment. After a while she spoke again. What you're saying isn't fair. Songya frowned. In this kind of environment, fear is instinctual, wanting to survive is also instinctual. Not everyone can be unafraid like you. She paused, carefully choosing her words. Unafraid like you. I am afraid too. Lin Fan bit open the last crab leg. I fear starving to death. So I go catch crabs instead of just sitting still waiting for someone to feed me. Lin Fan handed a blue crab to Songya. Hurry up and eat, it's getting cold and fishy. He was unconcerned about Songya's words. Reality would teach her a lesson later on. Songya did not take it. She bit her lower lip, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. In her logic, everyone needed to survive together on this island. Only genuine hearts can exchange genuine hearts. If people are only tied together by fear, when pushed to the limit they can do anything. Lin Fan, you are right, fearing death and following someone is indeed a dog's instinct. But Zhang Tao and the others went with you to catch crabs today. They carried the box all the way back, and Xiao Zhou's hand was pinched by a crab until it bled, yet he didn't even frown and continued to work. You asked them to move stones, they moved. You asked them to hit people, they did. You asked them to carry crabs, they carried. Even if there's no merit, there is hard work, right? Zhang Tao, who was crouching 3 meters away, had his eyes turn red at these words. In his life in the company he had been called a fool by Wang Chang, ignored by Su Qingxue, and laughed at by Zhao Na for wearing cheap clothes. No woman had ever spoken a good word for him in front of the boss. Songya's words were warmer than the birthday red envelopes his mother sent him. Songya didn't stop. Look at what you're saying. Only fit for doing hard labor. Dogs. They are living, breathing people. You can distrust them, be wary of them, but you cannot insult them to their faces like this. Everyone has a heart made of flesh. If you trample on people, it will eventually rebound on you. Lin Fan stopped all his actions. Zhang Tao didn't even dare to breathe. He could feel the temperature of the airdrop. Songya. Lin Fan lifted his head. His tone had not risen, in fact it was calmer than before. But this calmness was more frightening than anger. Do you think you are particularly kind? Sonya's body stiffened slightly. Do you think that in this broken place, as long as everyone holds hands and connects hearts, we can all sing unity is strength together until rescue comes? Sonya opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. Last night, Wang Chang led more than 20 people to smash my head in Shenzhen, brought 12 people to steal from me this morning. Do you think that after they rush in they will sit down with you to calmly discuss that everyone has a heart made of flesh? The first thing they would do is stab me to death. The second thing would be to pin you women down. What do you think the third thing is? Sonya's face turned pale. Dividing the supplies, all the food and water here including the crab you ate for lunch today will be gone. Then you can go back to the crevice below living a life worse than theirs. Sonya's eyes instantly turned red, her fingers tightly gripping the fabric of her pants. I didn't say not to be on guard against them. I just feel. What do you feel? Lin Fan interrupted her. Song, the great saint, what do you feel? You helped Zhang Tao move printer paper in the company and Zhang Tao turned around in the tea room to say you were a sycophant. Did you know that? You levied in 200 yuan for cold medicine and he immediately reported to Wang Chang at his workstation saying you were easy to manipulate, a soft persimmon, and that he could assign you endless dirty work and overtime in the future. Do you know about this matter? Every time you cover for others at the company, take the blame for them and work overtime until 3 in the morning while everyone else shirks their responsibility. Think carefully, did any of those so-called good colleagues of yours ever stand up and say a kind word for you? Zhang Tao squatted 3 meters away, every hair on his body standing on end, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to bury himself alive. He indeed said that. At that time in the company's pantry, Zhao Na asked him why Sonya always helped him with errands. Back then, in order to show off in front of beautiful women and appear charming, he casually replied, that foolish person is just a sycophant, I wouldn't even accept her advances. He had made a joke out of that for several days. But how did this grim reaper find out? Zhang Tao looked at Lin Fan in terror, his heart racing. This guy had been an intern at the company, always keeping his head down like a mute. Was he secretly observing everyone? Brother Fan. Well, that was back when I was ignorant at the company. I was just talking nonsense. I was being careless. Lin Fan picked up a bottle of purified water, leisurely unscrewed the cap, not even casting him a glance. In a civilized society, acting like a saint will at most make people think you are a fool and they will laugh behind your back calling you a sycophant. Lin Fan took a sip of water and stood up. He looked down at Sonya, who was crouched on the ground. This doesn't affect your meager salary every month, nor does it affect your survival. But on this island your kindness is a deadly poison. Lin Fan stepped closer, approaching Sonya. If you speak up for Zhang Tao, he will not be grateful, he will only see you as easy to manipulate, a fool he can take advantage of. Next time he will step on your bottom line and demand more from you. Of course others think the same way. The Farmer and the Snake, the story of Dongguo, these two tales are taught in elementary school. Have you, the great saint mother, never been to elementary school, or are you using your textbook to prop up a table? Sonya's shoulders trembled violently. A teardrop the size of a bean splashed onto her knee. Lin Fan's words were gradually severing the values she had built over the past 20 years. Sister Ia. Brother Fan is right. In this oppressive atmosphere, Zhang Tao suddenly shouted, eager to speak. To survive and to enjoy this exquisite blue crab, Zhang Tao completely threw caution to the wind. What does face matter? Can dignity fill one's stomach? Can it block those man-eating giant lizards outside? Slap. Slap. He raised his hand and loudly slapped himself twice. I indeed wasn't a decent person. I admit to gossiping behind people's backs. I'm a beast. Please never speak well of me again, I don't deserve it. If Brother Fan calls me a dog, then I am a dog. Woof. Woof. Zhang Tao barked convincingly, you are Brother Fan's person, a precious being, how can you speak up for us wild dogs? He pounded his thin chest, looking as if he wanted to lay his heart bare to show loyalty to Lin Fan. Lin Fan straightened up and cast him a sidelong glance. This dog had learned a bit of cleverness, knowing to perform loyalty in front of its master. Unfortunately, the acting was too poor and the emotions too excessive. Woo woo. Sonya was once again infuriated by Zhang Tao's shameful display, crying even louder. Woo woo. Lin Fan looked at the weeping Sonya and felt a twinge of compassion from his childhood. Her tone softened. I scold you to keep you alive. Your belief that we should help each other as colleagues can be said in the office where there are HR, labor arbitration, and even 110. As she spoke, Lin Fan handed her another crab and Sonya lowered her head, mechanically accepting the blue crab. The bright red chili oil coated her fingers. She first slurped a bite, not wanting to waste anything on this deserted island. The mixture of chili water and tears was both salty and spicy. Thinking of Lin Fan's extremely cold words earlier, her heart was in turmoil. She truly could not agree with Lin Fan's theory of treating people like dogs and viewing kindness as poison. Everyone is an employee of the Shangtang Group. A few days ago they were sitting at adjacent workstations in the office. At lunchtime they would pool their orders for takeout, struggling for a few yuan discount. After being scolded by their supervisor Wang Chang, a few girls would hide in the pantry to complain. At the end of the month they would all sigh at the meager figures on their paychecks. Everyone is a low-level worker struggling to survive on meager salaries at the bottom of society. Now faced with a shipwreck, they have ended up on this deserted island, not even knowing its coordinates on Earth. Just moments ago a brutal slaughter had erupted below, with meter-long scaly monsters devouring people just below the slope. These were monsters capable of crushing human bones. In such a terrifying environment, shouldn't humanity unite to stay warm? Without solidarity no one can deal with the unknown monsters on the island. Even if Lin Fan is powerful, he is still just one person. He needs to rest and sleep. If everyone harbors ulterior motives and schemes against each other, they will eventually be picked off one by the monsters outside. She just wanted to maintain the last shred of humanity among them. Was that wrong? Why did Lin Fan see her as an irredeemable fool? She chewed on the crab meat, her throat tightening. At this moment the atmosphere in the cave was eerily quiet. Zhang Tao, Xiaozhou and two other men squatted 3 meters away from the bonfire, not daring to make any unnecessary moves, their eyes fixed on the discarded crab shells on the ground. And Lily, who had been hiding in the shadows behind the pile of supplies, moved. She watched Lin Fan finish eating the crab and saw Sonia being scolded harshly. Her heart was filled with delight. She brushed her slightly messy hair behind her ear, trying to look as pitiful as possible. She approached Lin Fan and said, "Brother Fan." Lin Fan was washing his hands with a half-full bottle of purified water, expressionless, scrubbing off the red oil and crab yellow. He didn't even lift his eyelids. "Speak." Lily swallowed, glancing at Sonia, who was still sitting across and wiping her tears. "The rules you set before, that reward and punishment system, does it still count?" Lin Fan flicked the water droplets off his hands, casually picking up a relatively clean piece of a torn windbreaker, slowly wiping the blade of his open military knife. "It counts. Work is rewarded and violations are punished." "What? Do you want to say something?" After receiving a positive answer, Lily finally spoke. "Brother Fan, I want to report." Lily raised her right hand, pointing directly at Sonia, who was sitting opposite. "I want to report, Sonia." Sonia shuddered violently and looked up. Her eyes were still red with tears hanging on her long eyelashes. "Lily. What? What are you saying?" Lily completely ignored Sonia, her gaze fixed intensely on Lin Fan, speaking rapidly as if afraid of being interrupted. "Brother Fan, this morning you took Zhang Tao and Xiaozhou down the mountain to find food. Only a few of us were left on the slope. Sonia did not adhere to your rules. While you were away, she secretly sneaked into the supplies area and rummaged through 2 packets of soda biscuits and a bottle of Nongfu Spring. She hid in a corner and ate them by herself. Even the packaging was stuffed deep into the crevices of the stones." Sonia looked at Lily in disbelief, completely stunned. "Lily! How can you say that?" Sonia suddenly stood up and in her abrupt movement knocked over a broken bowl that had previously contained crabs. "It was clearly you. It was clearly me trying to stop you, but you threatened me." Lily did not give Sonia a chance to speak, directly overpowering her with a louder voice. Lily turned to look at Lin Fan, her face contorted in grievance, with tears welling up in her eyes. "Brother Fan, I was right there. I saw her tear open the tape on the box. I went over to advise her, saying Brother Fan has rules that this food is to be consumed according to the distribution plan and it cannot be tampered with right now. In the end, Sonia turned around and cursed at me, saying that since you weren't here she was in charge here. She said that if we dared to tell you when you returned, she would whisper in your ear and have all of us driven down the slope to feed the monsters. She even said you are completely under her control now. As long as she pretends to be pitiful you would act foolishly, your intelligence reduced to nothing." Sonia's face instantly turned pale, devoid of any color. She trembled all over, her finger pointing at Lily, quivering uncontrollably. "You are talking nonsense. You are lying." Sonia turned her head, looking at the others. "Xiao Qin. Alu. Speak up." Sonia anxiously stamped her feet, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. "This morning it was clearly you guys who were crying from hunger. Xiao Qin, you said you were suffering from low blood sugar, your vision darkening, about to faint. Xiaoli, you clung to my leg begging me to get you something to eat, saying you hadn't had any solid food for 2 days and your stomach was in agony. It was you guys who knelt on the ground begging me. You said that as long as I gave you some biscuits you would remember my kindness for life and repay me by working like a mule when we returned to the company. I couldn't bear to see you starve, so I bravely took a packet of soda biscuits, broke them into 4 pieces and shared them with you 4. I only ate a few crumbs from my pocket. How can you now turn the tables on me?" Xiao Lu stepped back 2 paces, creating some distance. She lowered her head, her voice small but her words exceptionally clear. "Sonia, don't drag me down with you. I didn't eat your biscuits at all, we have been sitting nearby watching you finish them all." Xiao Qin quickly chimed in, waving her hands repeatedly. Yes. Brother Fan, we absolutely did not eat. Sonia did pass us the biscuits, but we knew those were your supplies. We wouldn't dare take them. We would rather starve than break the rules set by Brother Fan. A male employee even walked directly over to Lily's side, firmly standing his ground. Brother Fan, Sonia admitted herself that she ate. Lin Fan. Listen to me, it's not like that. Sonia stepped forward, grabbing Lin Fan's wrist. Her palm was drenched in cold sweat, her fingertips icy without a trace of warmth. Seeing their state, I felt pity, so I took a packet of soda biscuits, thinking that sharing one packet among 4 people with everyone just having a bite would be enough to get by. I would explain later. At worst I would do double the work to repay you. She turned around, her reddened eyes fixed firmly on Lily's mocking face. But Lily wouldn't allow it. Lily said that if I only shared with them, if I turned around and reported to you, they would all be driven down. It was they who said I had to take a bite too, only then would we all be accomplices and they would dare to swallow that biscuit. Otherwise, if I went to report them, they would have no way out. So to eat we had to eat together. Lily sneered, crossing her arms, not even changing her posture. Sonia, your storytelling skills are truly wasted in the sales department. You should be writing novels instead. We are all adults. If you dare to do something, you must dare to face the consequences. You yourself were greedy and secretly ate Brother Fan's supplies. Now that I have exposed you on the spot, you start throwing dirt on us. Do you think Brother Fan is easy to deceive? I am not lying. Sonia interrupted her sharply, her chest heaving violently. She turned to Lin Fan again. Lin Fan, believe me. I swear I really only ate a few crumbs that fell to the bottom of the packaging. I didn't take a single bite from that packet of biscuits. Sonia's gaze swept over Xiao Qin and Xiao Lu, who were standing in the corner, and pointed to the supplies box. Moreover, there was definitely more than one packet of biscuits. They were not satisfied with just the biscuits. While I was sorting the supplies, they also ate ham, sausages and quail eggs. Sonia screamed frantically. The packaging was stuffed by Xiao Qin in the crevice behind the large stone where she was sitting. If you don't believe me, go check now. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Qin's face suddenly changed, her body instinctively shrinking back a step. Xiao Lu panicked as well, quickly stepping forward, pointing at Sonia and shouting angrily, Sonia, are you crazy? You shameless thief. Xiao Lu jumped up anxiously, don't slander us here. We haven't even touched that box. It was obviously you who secretly ate those sausages, and now that your deeds are exposed, you're dragging us down with you. Exactly. Xiao Qin quickly joined in, raising her voice to the highest pitch, trying to cover up her internal guilt. Brother Fan, you must not listen to this woman. She admitted it, did you hear? She even admitted to stealing the biscuit crumbs. She really stole food. The remaining male employees joined in the uproar. Brother Fan, as the saying goes, if someone steals a needle when they are young, they will steal gold when they grow up. If today she dares to steal a biscuit, tomorrow she will dare to steal all our fresh water while you are asleep, giving it to Su Qingxue and the others. Such an insider cannot be kept. The group of them, each taking turns to speak, spat out words like arrows, nailing Sonia to the pillar of shame. Lily stood aside, watching Sonia break down and cry, a barely perceptible cold smile curving her lips. Last night she was the first to sleep with Lin Fan. Lin Fan's most trusted person on this platform was Sonia. On this lawless, deserted island, whoever gets close to the supplies can live like a human. As long as Sonia is by Lin Fan's side, she can only do hard labor in this stinky cave, eating the leftover bones of others. As long as Sonia leaves. As long as she kicks this pure and pretentious White Lotus away from Lin Fan with Lily's means and figure, the most trusted person here will definitely change to her. By then all those Nongfu springs, all those self-heating hot pots, all those big crabs. They will all belong to her. This scene left Zhang Tao and Xiao Zhou, who were crouching 3 meters away from the fire, in stunned silence. Having worked at the Qingtang Group for 3 years, Zhang Tao had some understanding of who Sonia was. In the company, Sonia was known as a well-mannered person, so much so that she wouldn't casually take even a pen left on someone else's desk. Would he believe she stole food? Zhang Tao would never accept it. However, after glancing at the pile of cardboard boxes stacked like a small mountain and feeling his stomach growl, he silently swallowed. This was not an office, it was a deserted island. When people are pushed to the brink of hunger, their eyes turn green and their minds go blank. The stomach dictates the mind's actions, and that's a hard truth. With so much food in sight and Lin Fan absent, Sonia couldn't resist taking a packet. It wasn't entirely impossible. Moreover, everyone was now accusing Sonia in unison. Zhang Tao discreetly observed Lin Fan's expression. Lin Fan showed no emotion, not even a frown. Just moments ago Sonia had foolishly argued with Lin Fan, trying to defend them, only to be harshly reprimanded by Lin Fan. Clearly their relationship was not as unbreakable as assumed. If he were to step out and speak up for Sonia now, he might find himself kicked off the cliff by Lin Fan to feed the giant lizard. Zhang Tao quickly lowered his head, pretending he hadn't heard anything. He thought nothing of Sonia's fate as long as it didn't implicate him. Xiao Zhou glanced at the isolated and trembling Sonia, besieged by several people, and recalled that she was the only one who dared to step forward earlier, risking Lin Fan's wrath to say a fair word. Fan Gu. Xiao Zhou took a deep breath, her voice stuttering from nervousness, yet she forced herself to speak. Fan Gu, I feel there's something fishy about this situation. Everyone turned towards the sound. Lily's face darkened. Xiaozhou, are you crazy? Do you think this is a place for you to speak? Ignoring her, Xiaozhou directly addressed Lin Fan. Fangu, everyone in the company knows what kind of person Songya is. She wouldn't even borrow someone else's tissue without permission. How could she possibly steal food? Besides, we all know what kind of person Lily is in the company. She has a reputation for stealing clients and stabbing people in the back to boost her performance. Hasn't she done enough of that? Xiaozhou. What nonsense are you spouting? Lily screamed as her shameful acts were exposed. Xiaozhou didn't even look at her, continuing to speak to Lin Fan. Fangu, Songya just got you angry for defending us. If she were really that scheming, how could she do something so foolish? I believe it's definitely them who were driven mad by hunger and tried to steal food only to be caught by Songya, and now they're uniting to put the blame on her for their own self-preservation. Xiaozhou, if you dare to spout more nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Xiao Lu charged at her, ready to act. Enough. Lin Fan suddenly spoke. His voice was not loud, but the moment those two words fell, all the arguing, screaming and cursing in the cave abruptly ceased, as if the mute button had been pressed. Lin Fan leisurely pulled his wrist free from Songya's grip. He ignored Xiaozhou's plea and didn't look at Lily's contorted face twisted in anger. He simply turned his head, calmly scanning the faces of the few people in the cave: Lily, Xiaoqing, Xiao Lu and the two male employees. I will ask one last time. Lin Fan's tone showed no fluctuation. Did you all see Songya stealing food with your own eyes? The air fell silent for 2 seconds. Lily was the first to react, nodding without hesitation, her voice crisp. I saw it with my own eyes. Fango, I swear on my life. Xiaoqing glanced at Lily, swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. I saw it too. Xiao Lu and the male employees hurriedly nodded in agreement. We saw it. There's no mistake. Songya, what else do you have to say? Lin Fan's lips curled slightly. He turned to look at Songya, who stood beside him. Seeing the fleeting smile on Lin Fan's face, Songya understood his intent. She abruptly ceased her tears. Though her eyes were still brimming with tears, her body had stopped shaking. She met Lin Fan's eyes devoid of warmth and looked at the malicious, greedy and scheming faces surrounding her. Zhang Tao kept his head down, feigning death. Lily wore a smug expression. Xiaoqing and Xiao Lu averted their gazes from her relief hidden in their eyes for having escaped this ordeal. This was the group she had risked everything to defend. This was the group she had been willing to confront Lin Fan for advocating for colleague support and banding together for warmth. Lin Fan was right. On this deserted island, her kindness was a poison. The story of the farmer and the snake was not merely a lesson for her now, it was wielding a knife, carving her naivety and foolishness away from her bones piece by piece. She had compromised for them, consuming those meager scraps. In return, they had turned around and pushed her out to take the hit for their own interests. A bone-chilling cold surged from her feet to the crown of her head. She no longer attempted to justify herself. What good was a defense? In the face of absolute selfishness and malice, the truth was worthless. Songya gradually released her grip on her clothing. She took a deep breath, exhaling all the foul air from her lungs. Her gaze visibly darkened. The once clear and pure light in her eyes was replaced by a deadened gray. She looked at Lin Fan, her tone so calm it frightened even her. I understand the rules. Songya turned around, not picking up anything from the ground, not even glancing at the warm coat. I will leave the cave now. She took a step forward, walking towards the blinding sunlight outside the cave, one step at a time. Stop. As Songya reached the edge of the cliff platform, the sunlight forced her to squint her eyes and she heard Lin Fan's voice behind her. Her body froze, halting her steps, yet she did not turn back. Did I allow you to leave? On this island the rules are set by me. Whether you take a whole package or just a crumb, it's the same in nature. Lin Fan stood up and walked behind Songya, his tone as cold as ice. My belongings are given to you as a reward. If I don't give them to you and you take them, that's theft. You think you can just walk away after stealing from me? There's no such easy deal in this world. Songya turned around, her face pale, her frail shoulders trembling slightly. What do you want? I have nothing now, not even my life is worth anything. I didn't ask for your life in compensation. Lin Fan pointed to the dark corner deep within the cave. Stay there. Starting now, for today and tomorrow, you cannot eat a bite or drink a drop of water. This is the price for breaking the rules. When you learn to follow the rules, that's when you can eat again. Songya bit her bloodless lips, tears silently slipping down her cheeks. She did not argue or beg for mercy, she simply turned around, numbly dragging her heavy steps back into the cave, curling up alone in the corner designated by Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't even spare her a glance, turning to the stack of supplies in the cardboard box. He kicked aside the cardboard on top, pulled out several buckets of braised beef noodles and casually tossed a few bottles of mineral water at the feet of Lily, Xiaoqing and Xiao Lu. This is your reward for reporting the mole. Lin Fan clapped his hands, 1 bucket of noodles and 1 bottle of water for each person. Lily, who had just felt guilty for framing Sonya, suddenly brightened her eyes. She hugged the bucket of instant noodles tightly with both hands, bowing her head repeatedly. "Thank you, Brother Fan. Thank you, Brother Fan." The others rushed over like mad, cradling the supplies as if they were treasures. Lin Fan resumed eating crabs while the others boiled water, as even the soup from instant noodles was a rare delicacy here. Before long they couldn't care about the heat, directly grabbing the noodles with their hands and shoving them into their mouths, the broth dripping from their chins onto their clothes, looking messy yet wearing expressions of pathological satisfaction. In the distance, Zhang Tao and Xiao Zhou watched the scene, swallowing hard. They had been carrying blue crabs for so long that their stomachs were already pressed against their backs, and at that moment watching others eat hot noodles made their eyes almost pop out. Zhang Tao, Xiao Zhou. Lin Fan suddenly called their names, causing both to shiver. There are still a few blue crabs in the pot. Lin Fan, having eaten his fill, raised his chin. "These are what you brought from the seaside and they are yours. Go get them, the rest belongs to you." Zhang Tao sprang up, charging towards the iron pot. Xiao Zhou even crawled on the ground, afraid that if he was a moment late he would miss a bite. In the iron pot, plump blue crabs were being boiled to a bright red under the beef tallow base. Zhang Tao reached out and grabbed a blue crab as large as an adult's fist. Crack! Zhang Tao bit into it, sucking the meat and roe into his mouth. Incredible! Absolutely incredible! Zhang Tao chewed with grease dripping from his mouth, tears almost falling. "Brother Fan, I've never eaten anything this delicious in my life. It's only because of you that I get to eat this long life, Brother Fan." Xiao Zhou was even more exaggerated. He didn't even peel the shell off the crab legs, directly biting them and greedily sucking every drop of juice inside. This was wild blue crab in a high-end seafood restaurant. It would cost at least 500 yuan per pound. On this deserted island it was the most luxurious item. The rich spicy seafood aroma completely overshadowed the smell of instant noodles nearby. The group, who were happily devouring their noodles, suddenly found that the instant noodles in their hands were no longer appealing. No matter how delicious instant noodles are, they are still just carbs and MSG. What's boiling in that pot are solid oil dripping high-quality proteins. Lily stopped chewing, her gaze fixated on the piece of crab roe still steaming in Zhang Tao's hand, her throat involuntarily swallowing. She put down her bucket of noodles, recreating that overly flattering smile on her face, twisting her waist as she walked to Lin Fan's side. "Brother Fan." Lily's voice was high-pitched, dragging out the words, "This blue crab smells so good, you see. Could you let us have a taste? Even just one crab leg would do." Xiao Qin quickly chimed in, "Yes, Brother Fan, we're all your people, you should treat everyone equally." Lin Fan didn't even look at them. "The instant noodles and water earlier bought out your report. As for the blue crabs in the pot, that is the reward for Zhang Tao and Xiao Zhou's hard work. My rules here are simple: those who obey won't starve. Those who work get to eat meat. What have you done? Just moved your lips beside me and you think you can have meat?" Lily's smile completely faded, awkwardly taking a step back, biting her teeth and not daring to speak. Lin Fan stood up, looking at this group of people in the cave, each with their own thoughts. "You want to eat meat, right? Fine." Lin Fan walked to the cave entrance, pointing to the dense primitive jungle in the distance. "Tomorrow morning I'll take you into the mountains to hunt some real wild game. Whoever is not afraid of death and dares to follow me will be able to eat meat tomorrow night." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao and Xiao Zhou's actions of eating crabs paused, and Lily and the others turned pale for a moment before returning to their earlier state. Into the mountains. The prehistoric giant python that could swallow a person whole, and the Komodo dragon that just tore apart Ma Liang and the others are all in that grove. Hunting wild game in such a place is no different from sending oneself to death. But since Lin Fan wasn't afraid, they were even less fearful. Below the cliff and the wreckage area of the beach, the sea breeze couldn't blow away the bloody smell in the air. The 8 people who escaped lay sprawled on the sandy ground. Not one of them spoke. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks felt particularly harsh at this moment. Chen Jian sat slumped against a piece of wood. Half of his glasses were broken during the escape, and at this moment his face was covered in blood, his hands tightly clutching his head as his body uncontrollably trembled in spasms. Wang Chang leaned against a shabby storage box a few meters away. The sand around his crotch was soaked in a large area, the smell of urine mixing with the odor of sweat wafting out. No one mocked him, as half of the people had lost control of their bladders in fright on the slope. Ma Liang's thigh was ripped right off. A male employee was digging his hands into the sand, his eyes staring blankly at the white sea surface. That monster crushed his bones with one bite, with a crunch. "Stop talking," Wang Chang suddenly shouted angrily. He looked around, fearing that another black-scaled head might pop out from the jungle. Silence lasted for less than 5 minutes. Another employee leaned against the rocks, trembling as he spoke. "Don't you think this is eerie?" All eyes slowly turned towards him. The employee swallowed hard and continued. "Lin Fan took people down to catch crabs at that time. He isn't worried about us stealing from home because he knows monsters will appear there. And those monsters dare not enter his cave. From the very beginning of gathering supplies he can foresee those beasts and prevent them. Has he learned some feng shui secrets? Or has he opened his heavenly eye? This is no ordinary intern. Every step we take, even those monsters, are all within his calculations. This person is terrifying. Fear, once it begins to ferment, will multiply exponentially. In these people's subconscious, Lin Fan is no longer an ordinary human but a prophet, a devil. Chen Jian pushed up his broken glasses and took a deep breath. Stop guessing. No matter how he did it, the fact is in front of us. That place up there is something we can't take. So what should we do? Just wait here and die. Wait. Chen Jian turned to look at the eastern sea area. Today is already the 6th day since we were stranded on this deserted island. The disappearance of the luxurious cruise ship of the Sheng Tang Group is a shocking international event. Both the company and the Maritime Bureau must have deployed search and rescue helicopters, and rescue boats must be combing this area of the sea. Chen Jian looked around at the others. We have a distillation device which allows us to get a few sips of fresh water daily, and we can catch some hermit crabs and sea oysters. As long as we don't provoke Lin Fan or go near the cursed slope and woods, we can definitely last until the 7th day. The 7th day is internationally recognized as the golden rescue period. As long as we endure, once rescue arrives, we can return to civilized society alive. By then, whatever Lin Fan has done on the island will be dealt with by the law. Exactly. Wang Chang immediately echoed, eager to find a way out for himself. Well, just stay on the beach. No one should provoke that madman Lin Fan. Once rescue arrives, he'll be the first to make him pay. Everyone nodded in agreement. Fear had overwhelmed greed, and no one dared to mention going to the cliff top to see supplies again. Night had completely fallen. Inside the cave at the cliff top, the bonfire burned brightly. The orange light illuminated the rock walls. The air still carried the rich aroma of butter left from boiling the crabs at noon. This scent constantly stimulated everyone's gastric juices. Lin Fan pulled out several packs of snow cakes from a nearby cardboard box and grabbed a few bottles of mineral water. It was time for the routine distribution of supplies. Everyone in the cave instantly stopped all movement. Lily and the others fixed their eyes on the food in Lin Fan's hands. Lin Fan tore open the packaging, one piece for each person. Line up and take it. Lily was the first to rush forward, followed closely by Xiao Qin, Xiao Lu and Zhang Tao. Finally there was Zhou Kai, who stepped forward, took his share of the biscuit but did not eat it immediately. Throughout the process, Lin Fan didn't glance at the corner even once. In the deepest, darkest corner of the cave, Sonya huddled in the shadows. She hugged her knees, burying her face in her arms, feeling both cold and hungry. At that moment a loud and unusual gurgling sound came from the corner. In the quiet cave it was particularly clear. Sonya's body trembled, burying her face even deeper. Zhou Kai stopped in his tracks, turning to look at the shadow in the corner. He had eaten 4 plump crabs for lunch and his stomach was still filled with a large amount of protein. Although he was also hungry, it was nothing compared to Sonya's extreme state. Moreover, Sonya had defended his rights at noon. Zhou Kai gritted his teeth, glanced at the biscuit in his hand and took a step towards the corner. Zhou Kai crouched down in front of Sonya. Sonya, he whispered, have a bite. He stretched out his hand, quietly offering the hard biscuit in his palm. Sonya looked up. Her lips were cracked and dry, her eyes sunken. Looking at the biscuit, her throat rolled wildly as she reached out to take it. Zhou Kai. 2 words void of any emotion suddenly rang out in the cave. That biscuit was part of the supplies I distributed to you. Lin Fan's tone was utterly flat. You offered my things to a sinner who was being punished right in front of me. Do you want to take her punishment? Upon hearing this, Zhou Kai's body instantly stiffened. Lin Fan's rules are ironclad. Whoever crosses the line will die. He understood that as long as he handed over the biscuit, he would definitely add himself to the list of those cut off from food and water tomorrow morning. Rationality and fear ultimately overcame that minuscule sense of conscience. Zhou Kai retracted his hand. With the fastest speed of his life, he shoved the biscuit into his mouth. He chewed it a few times and forcibly swallowed it down. Standing up, he took 2 steps back, lowering his head. Brother Fan, I was just out of my mind back there. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, continuing to tend to the bonfire without replying. In the corner, Sonya's eyes had completely dimmed. She buried her head back into her knees, not making a sound again. Late at night. The temperature dropped sharply and the sea wind howled into the cave. Lin Fan stood up, brushing off the dust from his hands, preparing to head to the inner windbreak compartment to rest. Lily immediately stood up. Using the pretense of adjusting her clothes, she deliberately pulled down the collar, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. She swayed her hips and walked up to Lin Fan, wearing a flattering smile. Brother Fan, Lily's voice was it's quite chilly at night, isn't it time for a favor? If not just like last night, I could go in and warm your bed. Xiaolu, not wanting to be outdone, chimed in from behind. Brother Fan, I'm very good at massage, I could help relieve your tension. They knew that as long as they could stay in that compartment for half an hour, they would definitely earn a bite of food. On this island, their bodies were the only chips they had left to trade. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks and coldly glanced at them. No time. With that, he walked straight into the compartment, turning to pull down a tattered plastic sheet to block their view. leaving a group of women staring at each other by the bonfire gritting their teeth. The next morning, Lin Fan woke up and walked over to the bonfire casually kicking an empty water bottle on the ground. The harsh sound startled everyone awake. Lily Xiaoqin, you all grab that big woven bag. Lin Fan pointed towards the direction outside the cave, prepare to head out into the mountains for some game. Zhang Tao and Zhou Kai also got up at this moment. Upon hearing the words hunting for game, Zhang Tao's eyes lit up. The exquisite taste of the crabs from yesterday instantly clouded his mind. He felt that as long as Lin Fan dared to enter the mountains he must be 100% sure. Following Lin Fan means there will be meat to eat. Brother Fan. Zhang Tao raised his hand high, volunteering, I'll go too. I have great strength, I'll carry the bag. How can this kind of rough work be left to a few women? Zhang Tao. Are you out of your mind thinking about meat? Lily pointed at Zhang Tao's nose. You guys ate over 10 big crabs yesterday at noon. You were stuffed with food. We didn't even smell a single crab leg. Today it's finally Fan guest's turn to treat us and you still want to snatch the spot. Xiaoqin also jumped up and scolded, exactly. One should not be too greedy. You guys ate to your fill yesterday. Today just behave and stay in the cave, don't try to take any advantage. Although they were afraid of entering the mountains under the extreme hunger and their dependency on power, they were even more afraid that Zhang Tao would snatch away their chance to perform in front of Lin Fan and their share of meat. Zhang Tao shrank his neck under the scolding and turned to look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced at Lily's protective expression, a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Zhang Tao, Zhou Kai, Lin Fan spoke, you two stay behind to guard the home. Keep an eye on the fire and the supplies. Let me make it clear, if anyone steals food I will take their life this time. Zhang Tao peeked over the edge of the cliff and lowered his voice. Fan, go. What if as soon as you leave those guys below rush up to grab the supplies? For Zhang Tao the current cave was like paradise. It had fresh water and food. If it were to be snatched away he would be more anxious than anyone. Lin Fan glanced at him, his tone calm. They don't have the guts. The Komodo dragons from yesterday are enough to haunt them for half a year. Even if they had 10 times their courage they wouldn't dare to step onto the slope today. Zhang Tao swallowed, still a bit uneasy. But what if? What if Wang Chang and the others get desperate and really bring people up to fight? Lin Fan pointed to the pile of rocks at the edge of the platform. If anyone dares to show their head, just smash them down. If they die it counts as my doing. Hearing this, Zhang Tao felt reassured and immediately patted his chest loudly. Fan, go, you can rest assured. With Zhou Kai and me here, if anyone dares to come up I will definitely bash their head in. Lin Fan ignored him, turning to glance at the few people following behind. The 3 women each carried a large woven bag and held empty water bottles, though scared their eyes were full of uncontainable excitement. Yesterday Zhang Tao and Zhou Kai had meat and today's harvest in the mountains could only be better than yesterday. Let's go. Lin Fan dropped a word and strode towards the direction of the primitive jungle. Lily and the others hurriedly followed. As they passed the corner of the cave Lin Fan didn't even give a glance to Sonia, who was huddled in the shadows. Sonia raised her head, her cracked lips moved slightly watching Lin Fan's departing figure, her eyes dimmed completely. Below the cliff and the rock crevices. Everyone had already woken up but were extremely quiet, their hunger making them not want to utter a word. Just then someone broke the silence. Chen Gong. Look over there. Everyone was startled by this voice, almost thinking that stones were being thrown from above. What the hell? Wang Chang scolded irritably. It's not. Look over there. That Lin Fan kid, he took Lily and the others into the woods. Hearing this, Chen Jian sat up straight and immediately looked up. Although the distance was far he could vaguely see a few figures disappearing at the edge of the dense bushes. Wang Chang was taken aback for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. This kid must be tired of living. Didn't that several meter long giant lizard just stay in that forest yesterday along with the giant python? How dare he take people inside? Chen Jian pushed his broken glasses, his eyes cold. He still felt chills down his back thinking about yesterday's one-sided massacre. The scene of Ma Liang being torn apart at the thigh was vivid in his mind. Lin Fan actually dared to enter the mountains at this time. Lin Fan truly thinks that knowing a bit of wilderness survival makes him invincible. He will surely cry later. An employee swallowed nervously. Qinggong, there are only 3 people guarding up there now and there's also Sonia. How about we take the chance while Lin Fan is away and go again? FKU. Wang Chang cursed loudly. How many people died yesterday, didn't you count? What if those monsters haven't gone far? What if Lin Fan is deliberately setting a trap to lure us up? Chen Jian adjusted his glasses. Wang Chang is right. Lin Fan is very deep-minded. Every action has a purpose. The most important thing for us now is to conserve our strength and wait for rescue. He went into the forest. Whether he can come out alive is still uncertain. If he dies in there, the supplies at the cliff top will eventually be ours. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. No one wanted to set foot on that slope covered in blood and flesh again. On the other side, Lin Fan leading Lily and the others had already delved deeper into the primitive jungle. The trees all around blocked out the sun and sunlight could only filter through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled light spots. The air was filled with the smell of decaying leaves and wet mud, stiflingly hot. Lily and the three were closely following him, almost stepping in his footprints, not daring to fall behind even a step. A slight rustle in the wind could scare them into shivering. At that moment a string of golden characters appeared on Lin Fan's retina. Detected a change in terrain 50 meters ahead. There exists a wild banana grove. The banana fruits are ripe, rich in carbohydrates and moisture, can quickly replenish stamina. No signs of large carnivorous animals detected nearby. Lin Fan paused his steps. Fan Gu, what's wrong? Lily was so frightened that she grabbed Lin Fan's arm, her voice trembling. Is that snake coming? Lin Fan shook her hand off forcefully, making Lily take a step back. Go that way. Lin Fan pointed to the left front with a stick. The few of them pushed aside a patch of waist-high bushes and their vision suddenly opened up. A dozen sturdy wild banana trees stood in a clearing. Under the thick green leaves hung long clusters of yellow-green wild bananas. Each bunch was enormous, weighing down the branches. Oh my god! It's bananas! Xiao Lu exclaimed, his eyes shining and saliva instantly flowed down. It's a banana plant, you fool! Lin Fan stepped forward, drew his dagger and aimed it at a banana trunk laden with fruit, his hand striking down. With a crisp snap, dozens of ripe banana fruits fell heavily to the ground, landing amidst the fallen leaves. Lily lunged forward, paying no heed to the dirt beneath her trembling hands, peeling the skin of a banana fruit and stuffing the whole thing into her mouth. Wild banana fruits are not large, but their flesh is soft, glutinous and sweet. The long-lost feeling of fullness and sweetness surged into her brain. Delicious. So tasty. Xiao Qin peeled one and devoured it voraciously. For them, having been hungry for days and only managing a few bites of instant noodles, this was simply a culinary treasure. Bag them up. Lin Fan instructed. Without eating, men carry the banana trees and women pack the banana fruits. The water content in a banana tree is more abundant than what dozens of distillation devices managed by Chen Jian and the others could provide. Though they wouldn't eat any themselves, bringing some back for Zhang Tao and Zhou Kai seemed like a good choice. Several women immediately began shoving bananas into woven bags. They laughed as they stuffed the bags. Finding such a large supply of food made them feel that this trip was incredibly worthwhile. At the very least, they wouldn't be woken by hunger tonight. In just half an hour their woven bags were already half full. Brother Fan, you're amazing. I can't believe there are so many good things in this forest. Lily seized the opportunity to flatter him. Lin Fan ignored her, his gaze fixed ahead. 50 meters straight ahead, downwind. Detected a dead roe deer, death time 2 days. Cause of death, killed by a large island creature due to the presence of a giant python. The meat is unspoiled and safe to eat. Meat. Absolutely high-quality protein. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the wooden stick and quickened his pace. As he passed through a thicket of shrubs, a strong smell of blood hit him. In a dirt pit lay a mutated roe deer. Its neck was nearly severed, its fur matted with dried blood, yet the rest of its body remained intact. Damn! The three women following Lily gasped simultaneously. Immediately after, extreme joy washed over their faces. Meat! It's meat! Xiao Qin was so excited she nearly jumped up, her voice cracking. This must weigh over 100 pounds. It's outrageous. Xiao Lu covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes glinting with greed. Brother Fan. If this meat is grilled. Oh my. Lily swallowed hard, pressing herself against Lin Fan. Stop talking nonsense. Empty the woven bags, take the legs off and find a way to carry the remaining meat back, Lin Fan said, drawing out a military shovel and beginning to cut. Just as he raised the shovel, the originally pale golden text on his retina turned blood red. Extreme danger warning. 100 meters to the north, a large nest of high-risk creatures detected. Species mutated red fire ant swarm. Characteristics affected by the Bermuda Triangle's magnetic field, body size tripled, toxin underwent qualitative changes. Deadly threat, being bitten will trigger acute anaphylactic shock within 10 seconds, leading to respiratory failure and death within 3 minutes. Lin Fan slowly withdrew his gaze from the north. He turned to glance at Lily and Xiao Qin, who were squatting next to the deer, their hands covered in blood and mud. Xiao Lu was nearby, wiping her hands on a banana leaf, while 2 male employees had already begun discussing how many meals the deer would provide. 6 people. The 6 who had conspired together to pin Songya to the pillar of shame last night. Songya had helped them by bringing cookies to sustain them, and they turned around to push her out as a scapegoat. When Songya spoke well of them in front of her, their way of showing gratitude was to stab her in the back. Lin Fan didn't care about concepts of good and evil. Good and evil are notions of civilized society on this island. He only cared about one metric: whether things were controllable. Today they could sell Songya, and tomorrow they could sell him. Why keep a few snakes that couldn't be tamed? For the new year. As for Xiao Qin and Xiao Lu, they were even more so. Those who waver like grass by the wall lack even the spirit of grass. At least grass knows which way to lean, while these two couldn't even see the wind direction, simply following whoever shouted louder. Keeping such people around is no different from burying a ticking time bomb under your pillow. As for the 2 male employees, cannon fodder is just cannon fodder, unworthy even of having their names remembered. Don't rush to divide it yet. There's still good stuff ahead. Lin Fan casually pointed north with his wooden stick. I caught a glimpse when I passed earlier. There's a clearing over there strewn with a large number of red wild fruits larger than a fist, fully ripe, and no one has picked them. They're rotting on the ground. Really? Xiao Lu was the first to leap up, her eyes sparkling. Xiao Qin also excitedly rubbed her hands together. Where? Larger than bananas. Just go straight north about 100 meters. Lin Fan squatted down, slowly pulling out the military shovel to begin processing the deer's hind leg joints. You guys go pick as much as you can first. He'll take the meat off here once you finish packing. Well, return together. His movements were steady, his tone casual, his gaze entirely on the deer. Lily hesitated for half a second. She instinctively observed Lin Fan's expression, which did not seem deceptive. Moreover, the red wild fruits Lin Fan mentioned. If they were larger than a fist, and if she arrived first with her team picking all the fruits, would make her the hero, and afterwards. Greed instantly overwhelmed all her vigilance. Let's go. Lily called to the others, grabbing an empty woven bag from the ground and slinging it over her shoulder. We need to hurry over, and after picking we can come back early to help Brother Fan move the meat. Without even discussing it, several of them dove into the dense thicket to the north. The sound of their footsteps rustled, fading into the distance. Lin Fan did not look up. He squatted next to the roe deer, shovel raised and falling, the sharp blade precisely slicing into the joint of the hind leg, cleanly separating the femoral head from the acetabulum. 30 meters. The sound of footsteps grew faint. 50 meters. The sounds of branches being pushed aside became quieter. 70 meters. It was nearly inaudible. Lin Fan halted his actions. He slowly stood up, withdrew the shovel, and wiped the blood on the blade on the decaying leaves. Then he took 2 steps back, leaning against a sturdy tropical tree facing north. Waiting. Lily was at the front. She pushed aside waist-high branches, her feet stepping on an unusually soft layer of decaying leaves, going deeper and deeper. The humid air felt like a wet towel wrapped around her face, each breath sticky. Why haven't we seen anything yet? Xiao Qin, panting behind, stumbled over a low-hanging vine. Brother Fan said to go straight north for 100 meters. We've only gone halfway. Lily lowered the branches. Almost there, almost there. The ground beneath her feet had gradually changed without her noticing. The soft layer of decaying leaves became thinner, replaced by a fine granular sandy soil. Dry loose, its color 2 shades lighter than the surrounding brown soil. On the ground one could vaguely see some holes the size of rice grains. Dense and numerous. It was as if someone had used an extremely fine nail to poke thousands of tiny holes in the soil's surface. Lily did not notice. Her full attention was ahead. Look. Xiao Lu pointed at a gap in the bushes. There seems to be something red up ahead. Through the sparse gaps in the leaves one could indeed see a large expanse of red spreading across the ground ahead. Under the dappled light the patch of red gleamed with a flowing luster resembling a piece of red silk wrinkled by the wind. It's fruit. Fan Good didn't lie. Xiao Qin exclaimed with joy, quickening her pace to overtake Lily and lead the way. The soil beneath her feet became increasingly loose. She could feel the emptiness below the surface. But she had no time to consider anything else. One thought dominated her mind: seize it. First come first served. The more one picks, the greater the credit. She pushed through the last thicket and her vision opened up. A cleared area of at least 30 square meters appeared before her. Then she realized what that red truly was. It was not fruit. It was a living flowing carpet composed of millions of individual organisms, the mutated red fire ants. Each ant was 3 times the size of a regular ant, nearly as large as a plump soybean. The entire clearing resembled a giant anthill. The densely packed small holes in the ground were entrances to the underground ant nest. Xiao Qin, leading the way, had her right foot already resting on the loose soil at the edge of the anthill. The antenna of a scout ant brushed against her exposed ankle. Chemical signals were transmitted within 0.3 seconds. The next second. Ah! A scream so piercing it seemed beyond human capacity echoed out. It was not the cry of being struck by a stone. It was not the cry of being cut by a knife. It was a scream wrung from the bones, filled with despair and extreme agony. Thousands of mutated red fire ants surged out from the holes beneath her feet. Not just a few. A red wave poured out simultaneously from every hole beneath Xiao Qin's feet, visibly climbing up her foot, ankle and calf. At the moment each fire ant bit down, a tiny white spot appeared on the skin surface, which then swelled into a pus-filled blister the size of a soybean within seconds. It was not one. Dozens, even hundreds, appeared at once. Xiao Qin looked down at her leg, and the entire calf was unrecognizable from its original skin color. A dense layer of overlapping red bodies adhered to her skin. Each fire ant's jaws dug deeply into her flesh, biting madly and injecting venom. Xiao Qin's nervous system collapsed completely. Her legs felt as though all the bones had been pulled out from her knees and she knelt down in the center of the anthill. The moment she knelt, her hands pressed against the ground. And her palms happened to rest directly on another ant nest's exit. Ants surged out from between her fingers, climbing frantically up her arms. Ah! Ah! No! My hands! Su Qingxue screamed, hysterically flailing her arms, but the biting force of the fire ants far exceeded the limits of her skin and she couldn't shake them off or pull them away. In a frenzy she used her other hand to claw at them, but the nails of her 10 fingers broke under the intense scratching, blood mixing with ant liquid into a mess. But the ant swarm didn't care about blood. To them blood was a pheromone. More ants surged in from all directions. Su Qingxue's lips began to visibly swell within 5 seconds. Her once thin lips swelled to 3 times their normal thickness, taking on a sickly purplish-red hue. Her throat constricted rapidly. Each breath sounded as if it were leaking. Hiss, in the 20th second large patches of red hives appeared all over her skin. In the 30th second Su Qingxue's eyeballs suddenly rolled back and she fell backward, crashing directly onto the center of the anthill. In that moment of falling, the red wave surged from all directions, enveloping her entire body in a thick and constantly writhing living blanket in less than 2 seconds. She was not dead yet. She was still twitching. But she could no longer make any sound. Lily stood 3 meters away, witnessing the entire process of Su Qingxue collapsing from standing. The whole process took no more than half a minute. Her brain completely crashed within that time. Until a scout ant crawled onto her own instep. Hiss, a burning sensation spread from her instep. Lily glanced down to see 3 mutated red fire ants climbing up her foot. The foremost one had already bitten through the skin on her instep. A pinprick-sized wound was swelling rapidly and the surrounding skin bubbled as if scalded with boiling oil. No! Lily desperately lifted her leg and turned to run. But with each step she took on the loose soil, she crushed several ant nest exits beneath her feet. Fire ants surged out from the shattered openings faster than she could run. She had barely taken 5 steps when her right foot landed into a fist-sized main tunnel of the anthill. Her entire leg sank down to the knee. Ants surging from the underground nest began to climb up from her heel. The fire ants bit down as if they had found a... Lily's scream changed pitch. It transformed from a scream into a howl, then into a whimper. Every inch of her calf below the knee was covered with red bodies. They were not lying on the surface but embedding themselves into her flesh. Lily's pupils constricted sharply. Anaphylactic shock arrived right on cue in the 8th second. Her lips, eyelids and ears began to swell simultaneously. Her face twisted and deformed, her once meticulously maintained features turned into a horrific swollen mask that was almost unrecognizable. Her trachea completely closed off. Lily collapsed. Her hands remained in the position of tearing at her pants, her 10 fingers curled like chicken claws with bits of her own skin and flesh under her nails. Xiao Lu ran. She was the fastest among the 5. In the moment Lily and Su Qingxue fell, she didn't hesitate for a second, turning and frantically running back the way they came. She ran about 8 meters. 8 meters. In a civilized society this distance could be crossed in 2 steps. At the edge of this anthill 8 meters was the dividing line between life and death. But she did not make it. Her foot tripped over an air root hidden beneath decaying leaves and she fell directly to the ground. The position where she sprawled was right above another branch of the anthill. Fire ants burrowed into her collar cuffs and pant legs, finding their way between her clothing and skin. Then they crawled into her nostrils. They drilled into her ear canal. They crawled into her mouth, which was wide open from her screams. Ants clogged her mouth and throat. Her body arched violently on the ground, her limbs frantically clawing at the decaying leaves and loose soil. Her fingers dug into the mud, her joints twisted at unnatural angles. Then she froze. The 2 male employees collapsed almost simultaneously. They didn't even have Xiao Liu's 8 meters of escape distance. One of them stepped on a collapsed anthill while turning and sank directly into the loose soil. The other was overwhelmed by the surging tide of ants which began to attach themselves from his ankle upwards. He reached out to swat them, but the moment his palm pressed down, dozens of fire ants bit into his palm at once. At that moment he saw Lin Fan watching them like a spectator, and he realized Lin Fan had done it on purpose, deliberately leading them here. Lin Fan. I won't let you go even in death. Lin Fan merely smiled at him, deeming it unnecessary to heed the words of a dead man. Anaphylactic shock arrived punctually within 10 seconds. 2 bodies collapsed one after another at the edge of the ant hill. A red tide surged up, immediately engulfing them. On the open ground several fallen bodies beneath the ant swarm transformed into 5 slowly writhing red mounds. Some areas of clothing had already been bitten through by the ant swarm, revealing skin underneath that was corroded and covered in pus from toxins. 3 minutes. No more than 3 minutes. The screams transitioned from hysterical to hoarse and broken, eventually falling into a complete silence. Lin Fan continued to bend down, using his knife to process the hind leg of the roe. He cut off the entire tenderloin from the back, his technique steady. The meat was wrapped in banana leaves and stuffed into the largest woven bag left behind by Lily and the others. Lin Fan straightened up, brushing the dirt off his hands. He hoisted the woven bag filled with deer meat and lifted another bag filled with banana fruits in his right hand. He walked in the direction he had come from without looking back. The dense forest behind him resumed its original appearance. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the tree canopy, casting warm patches of light on the fallen leaves and ant hills. Time flowed peacefully. Aside from the massive ant hill covered by millions of mutated red fire ants, there were 5 organic supply stations being decomposed. At the bottom of the cliff in a rock crevice, Qingxue stared blankly at the thumb-sized shell of a hermit crab in his hand. The shell had been thoroughly cleaned by him, but his tongue continued to unconsciously lick the inner walls, attempting to extract the last remnants of protein. Wang Chang slumped on a rock a few meters away, his lips as pale as wax paper, constantly licking the corners of his cracked mouth that bled. The crowd was as silent as a beach graveyard. No one spoke. Speaking would waste saliva. At that moment, a sound came from the jungle. The scream of a human. It was not just one person. Several people. One after another, everyone froze in place. The oyster in Wang Chang's hand, which had yet to be pried open, fell with a thud onto the sandy ground. He was even unaware that his hand had loosened. Did you hear that? An employee stood up, pointing towards the jungle. It came from inside the woods. It came from the woods. Everyone's gaze simultaneously shifted towards the ancient forest that obscured the sky. The screaming continued for about 1 to 2 minutes, with a few moments of brief interruption. Then it escalated again. This time it was more piercing and desperate, as if something was slicing into a living body with a knife. Then it stopped abruptly. Not fading away. It was a sudden interruption. It was as if the mouth producing the sound had been blocked by something. Complete silence. Even the rhythm of the waves crashing against the rocks seemed to slow down in fright. On the beach everyone exchanged glances, too afraid to make a sound. Because that cry was too tragic. The silence lasted for nearly a minute. Wang Chang was the first to come back to life. He shuddered first. Then the muscles at the corners of his mouth began to spasm uncontrollably. The spasm was not a seizure. It was the immense relief after long-held fear and humiliation dissipated, twisting his facial nerves. Ha! A brief syllable burst from his throat. Then a second. Ha ha. A third. Ha 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 ha. Wang Chang laughed loudly, his body bending forward. Serves him right. Damn his ancestors. The heavens have their cycles of retribution. Karma. Wang Chang slapped his thigh, making a loud thud, sand flying into his face without him caring to wipe it off. Lin Fan. Aren't you capable? Aren't you omnipotent, able to traverse heaven and earth? Didn't you take people into the mountains to seek wild game? You must have been eaten by monsters now. Ha 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 ha. He laughed so hard he trembled all over, tears almost bursting out. What did I say? He pointed at everyone present, his finger shaking. What did I say? This kid was simply courting death. Did he not know what monsters were in that forest? Was that several meters long giant lizard just for show? He even took people in. Now look. Heaven has taken him. He laughed so hard he couldn't straighten up, bending over with his hands on his knees. His laughter echoed across the empty beach. Fear had been suppressed for too long. Humiliation had been suppressed for too long. From being kicked away by Lin Fan to vomiting half a mouthful of bile to being smashed and bloodied while stealing to being chased by the Komodo dragon until everyone wet their pants to now huddling on the beach gnawing on a hermit crab shell to survive. All the grievances, all the dignity trampled beneath feet found an outlet for release at this moment. Several other employees also revealed smiles akin to those who had survived a disaster. Some even collapsed directly onto the beach, lying on their backs, releasing a long relieved sigh. So, does that mean? An employee climbed up from the sand, swallowing hard, his eyes gleaming with an uncontrollable light. The supplies on the cliff top. This sentence acted like a fuse, igniting the eyes of everyone present. Yes. Lin Fan was dead. Above the cave there were now only 3 people left: Zhang Tao, Zhou Kai, and the utterly powerless Songya. 3 useless individuals without any means of defense. So many bottles of mineral water, so many self-heating hot pots, so many instant noodles and canned goods. Are we going or not? Another employee licked his cracked lips, his voice hoarse but unable to mask his excitement. The giant lizard came out from that side of the woods yesterday, and there has been no movement on this side today. Maybe the monster chased Lin Fan into the woods. It's empty up there. Let's go. What are we waiting for? Wang Chang stood up, his fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. His fear had been completely overshadowed by greed. Just thinking about the supplies piled like a small mountain on the cliff made his blood boil. Engineer Chen. Say something. Everyone's gaze focused on Chen Jian. A piercing scream echoed brutally, invading the cave atop the cliff. Zhang Tao was drawing circles on the ground with a branch when he heard the sound and instinctively let go. Zhou Kai stood up from the stone, exchanging a glance with Zhang Tao, their faces turning ashen simultaneously. Zhang Tao swallowed hard and reflexively dashed to the edge of the platform, leaning out to look down. Everyone on the beach below stood up, all pointing in unison towards the jungle. Zhang Tao quickly retracted his head, saying that's the direction of Lin Fan and the others. Zhou Kai bit down on his back teeth, remaining silent. The screams continued for about a minute or two, then suddenly ceased. This abrupt silence was even more chilling than the screams that had just echoed. It was as if the person making the sound had their neck bitten off by something. Lin Fan and the others were in trouble. Judging by the sound, it seemed someone was dead, and likely not just one or... No way. Impossible. Zhang Tao muttered nervously. Lin Fan is quite the character, how could anything happen to him? Yet his legs refused to obey, trembling so much that even his pant legs shook. If Lin Fan really was dead without him for protection, those relatives of the ones they had killed with stones would certainly tear them apart. They had no knives, no weapons, and the firewood here would only last a few days. They had to go down to gather firewood. Those people could just wait for them to come. Zhang Tao seemed to think of this as well. He leaned closer to Zhou Kai, saying, Zhou Kai, how about we hide some of the supplies first? What if Lin Fan really doesn't come back? If we take half the supplies and negotiate with those people below, we might be able to save our lives. Zhou Kai fell silent for 2 seconds before decisively shaking his head. Lin Fan told us to guard the home. His voice was heavy. Until he returns, we cannot touch a single thing here. If we move anything and he comes back, we'll be in deep trouble. Zhang Tao anxiously slapped his thigh. Are you being thick-headed? What if Lin Fan has been eaten by a monster? Who are you guarding for? Look at how long that firewood will last. But have you considered what if Lin Fan isn't dead? If he finds out we betrayed him, we might die even faster. Just as the two were arguing in hushed voices about survival, a faint sound suddenly emerged from the darkest corner of the cave. Zhang Tao and Zhou Kai simultaneously shut their mouths and turned to look. Songya had stood up. She had gone nearly 24 hours without a drop of water or a bite of food. Her lips were cracked, covered in thick white skin with several cracks seeping dark red blood. Her once rosy complexion was now waxy and pale with deep-set eyes. As she stood, her body swayed noticeably twice, and she pressed her right hand firmly against the nearby rock wall to steady herself. She picked up a bottle of water and drank it all in one go, then bent down to grab a thick stick that had been used to poke the embers from the fire, gripping it tightly before walking step by step toward the sunlit exit of the cave. Zhang Tao was stunned for a moment and only reacted when Songya reached him. Songya, where are you going? Songya did not answer, nor did she pause her steps. Zhou Kai stepped forward, blocking her path. Are you crazy? Didn't you hear those screams outside? That direction is full of monsters. Going out there is a death sentence. Moreover, the people below are watching us closely. We become traitors if you go down, they won't let you off. Songya stopped in her tracks. She looked up at Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai felt a pang in his heart under her gaze. Until yesterday, this woman's eyes held a certain clarity and naivety cultivated in a corporate office. But now that clarity had completely vanished. In its place was something indescribable. It wasn't the bravery of youthful passion, nor was it impulsive. It felt more like a resolve born from having transcended life and death. Something has happened to Lin Fan. I have to go see. You want to go see? Zhang Tao felt that the woman had completely lost her mind, pointing at the jungle outside and cursing. There are giant pythons that can swallow people whole and giant lizards that crush bones in there. You take a broken stick to go check. Lin Fan couldn't handle it. What can you do? I don't know what I can do. She sidestepped Zhou Kai and continued walking outward, her gaze fixed on the blinding sunlight outside. Even if I die, I want to die with him. As soon as these words left her mouth, both men were stunned. What act was Songya putting on? Had Lin Fan drugged her? However, since Songya wanted to go to her death, they had no reason to stop her. After all, with one less person, they could divide the supplies more. Less than 5 minutes after Songya left the cave, voices came from below the cliff. Not just one person. It was the sound of a group moving over the rubble. The afternoon sun shone directly on the cliff, reflecting a blinding light from the weathered gray-white rocks. On the slope, the deep brown blood left by the Komodo dragon yesterday had completely dried, and several green flies buzzed around the bloodstain. Chen Jian stood at the bottom of the slope. He looked up and shouted, Zhang Tao. Zhou Kai. I know you're up there. I am Chen Jian. President Su sent me to talk to you. Zhang Tao and Zhou Kai crouched at the edge of the platform, peering down. At the bottom of the slope, Chen Jian stood at the front. Behind him trailed 7 or 8 male employees. Wang Chang didn't dare to stand in front. He crouched behind a large rock at the back, peeking with half his head, wary of another rock falling from above to crush him. They weren't carrying weapons, or rather they appeared to have no threatening items. This was Chen Jian's suggestion after the negotiations. Occupying the cave would be too risky. Zhang Tao and Zhou Kai lacked a backbone. As long as he talked they would definitely surrender. Chen Jian raised both hands, palms up, making an extremely standard, I mean no harm gesture of surrender. We are not here to steal anything, I just want to say a few words. You heard those screams in the forest earlier, you must have heard them more clearly than we did, right? Zhang Tao's throat involuntarily bobbed up and down. He stared at Chen Jian, refusing to respond, while Chen Jian continued, Lin Fan is dead. Those 4 words sent shockwaves across their faces. Zhang Tao fell into deep contemplation while Zhou Kai shifted a boulder weighing several dozen jin closer to his own feet. Chen Jian observed their reactions from above, a faint, almost imperceptible curve tugging at the corner of his lips. He spoke again, deliberately pressing upon their crumbling psychological defenses. I know you're not like Lin Fan. Lin Fan is a madman, a beast who treats human life as worthless. But you're not. You're ordinary people, people who simply want to go home alive, isn't that right? Chen Jian pointed first to himself, then to Wang Chang and the others standing behind him. So are we. That's why I brought my people up, not to fight but to negotiate. Chen Jian adjusted the frame of his glasses. The terms are simple: hand over half the supplies stored inside the cave, freshwater included, split evenly. You remain in the large upper cavern, we'll settle on the beach below. We'll respect each other's territory and endure together until rescue arrives. Ms. Su has already pledged compensation for those killed by your stones. Families will never pursue you upon our return. What do you say? Above the cavern entrance, Zhang Tao turned inward, gazing into the depths of the cave, row upon row of mineral water crates, towering stacks of self-heating rice meals, instant noodles and canned sausages. That was the island's hard currency, the very capital sustaining survival here. His lips trembled violently, his hands twisted restlessly at his sides. Agree to Chen Jian's terms, surrender half the supplies, and peace would hold. Refuse, and with Lin Fan dead, just he and Zhou Kai stood against a pack of starving, desperate wolves below. Struggle flooded Zhang Tao's eyes as he looked to Zhou Kai, his voice hoarse and broken. Zhou Kai, what if we? You count the days, it's already the 6th. The rescue team must be near, surely they'll arrive soon. Surrendering half the supplies isn't a loss, it buys us safety time until the helicopters come. Everything resolves then. The more he spoke, the more convinced he grew, his pace quickening. Besides, who is Su Qingxue? A billionaire businesswoman. When she promises restitution, it is restitution. Her Shengtang group hires legal teams more readily than we hire moving companies. With her intervention, the families will certainly be pacified. This is our chance, Zhou Kai. We did kill someone with those stones, that's fact. Return without backing, and even the lightest sentence means 10 years behind bars. At worst, premeditated murder, execution itself wouldn't be beyond reach. Who else but Su Qingxue could shield us? Zhang Tao locked eyes with Zhou Kai, enunciating each word. Don't you want to go home? Do you want to live out your life as a savage on this wretched island? Zhou Kai did not answer immediately. Elbows resting on knees, his gaze drifted past the platform's edge toward the distant gray-blue expanse of sea. At the horizon where sea met sky, nothing stirred. No vessel, no aircraft, not even the silhouette of a seabird. Zhang Tao. Zhou Kai withdrew his gaze, voice low and grave. Have you ever considered one thing? What? This island is not normal. Zhang Tao froze. Zhou Kai gestured toward the distant jungle. Komodo dragons normally max out at 3 meters. Yesterday several burst from those woods, over 4 meters long, tail excluded. I saw clearly while fleeing, their scales were like iron plating, teeth thicker than my fingers. And that python, hundreds of jin, a monstrous serpent. Such creatures shouldn't exist here. Zhang Tao's mouth parted slightly, but no words emerged. Remember that aircraft vanished from radar, searched for 2 years, not a single fragment recovered. MH370. Yes. Zhou Kai rose, eyes fixed on Zhang Tao. What if this island lies outside all search and rescue signal coverage? What if helicopters and ships simply cannot detect this stretch of ocean? You won't see them on day 7 or day 17. By day 70 you won't even have strength left to wait. Zhang Tao's face slowly drained of color. Then whoever holds the supplies holds survival itself. Zhou Kai pointed into the cavern's depths toward the pile of cardboard boxes. These belong to Lin Fan. But if Lin Fan is truly dead, these are our lives. Hand half to those below. Do you understand what that means? It means your 30-day survival shrinks to 15. Are you willing to stake your life on a single promise from Su Qingxue? Zhang Tao's scalp prickled, his lips quivered. But, what if Lin Fan is gone? Just the 2 of us, we can't hold them off. Nor those beasts. If we can't hold them back, we fight. If we can't win, we die fighting. Zhou Kai glanced at the dry firewood beside the flames, then at the fist-sized stones scattered along the platform's rim. This terrain is defensible, one man can hold the pass. They can only ascend the slope, and between us will rain stones down. No one climbs through. Besides. Zhou Kai paused. Do you truly believe Su Qingxue keeps her word? Zhang Tao remained silent. Zhou Kai didn't wait for an answer. Su Qingxue is a capitalist. Promises made by capitalists must first be discounted and then halved again. She pledges now to settle matters with the families because she needs your supplies. Once those are secured, and once we return to civilization, her lawyers will sell you out before you finish counting the money she pays you. Zhang Tao fell into silence. Below the cliff, Chen Jian waited 5 full minutes, still no reply from above. Wang Chang standing behind him grew impatient. Chen Jian, why waste breath on these bottom-run laborers? That scream from the jungle earlier, Lin Fan was surely devoured alive by some monster. Just 2 men up there, we should storm straight up. Wang Chang's intent was clear, let others die first. Chen Jian turned his gaze cold and cutting. Wang Chang instantly clammed up, shrinking back. Days of observation had revealed Chen Jian, the so-called parasitic man, was filled not with weakness but venom. Chen Jian turned back, adjusting the cracked frames of his spectacles. He raised his head once more, voice louder, firmer. Zhang Tao. Zhou Kai. My patience, and my men's, is running thin. This is your sole chance to return to civilization with dignity. Lower the water and food, we'll draft a written agreement personally guaranteed by Ms. Su. Refuse, and when we breach your position the nature of this encounter changes entirely. Above, Zhang Tao listened to the commanding ultimatum and his final psychological barrier shattered. No, give them a few bottles first. He whirled around, sprinting toward the supply zone, reaching for a crate brimming with mineral water bottles. Just buy us time, we'll decide next. A thunderous thud. The moment Zhang Tao's hand brushed the crate, a crushing kick slammed into his abdomen. Zhou Kai kicked Zhang Tao to the ground. Zhou Kai. Have you gone mad? Zhang Tao cursed, his face contorted in pain. Zhou Kai didn't even glance at him. He turned and strode to the edge of the slope, lifting a heavy stone weighing over 10 pounds with both hands. Chen Jian was fixated on the top of the slope. The moment Chen Jian saw Zhou Kai's head appear while he was holding the giant stone, his calm facade shattered instantly. Zhou Kai. Don't do anything rash, we can talk. Chen Jian shouted sternly, instinctively stepping back. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhou Kai's eyes. His muscles bulged as he leveraged his waist to hurl the stone towards Chen Jian's direction. Chen Jian's pupils contracted as he made a desperate leap to the side, rolling twice on the rough sandy ground. Boom! The stone smashed down where Chen Jian had just been standing. The other male employees scattered in fear, completely abandoning their earlier aggressive momentum. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Zhou Kai looked down at Chen Jian and cursed loudly. To hell with civilized society. To hell with Su Qingxue. Chen Jian, you freeloading loser who relies on Wanlan, now you're trying to act tough in front of me. Zhou Kai spat disdainfully. A written agreement. What do you have to write it on? Your mouth that spews nonsense. Zhou Kai pointed back at the cave. The goods are right up there. If you have the guts, come and take it. 1 comes up, I'll smash 1. 2 come up, I'll smash a pair. He declared, until Lin Fan returns no one touches a drop of water here. Even if he truly died in the woods, this territory is mine to command today. Chen Jian got up from the ground, brushing off the dirt, and glanced up at the cliff-top platform. The terrain there is too treacherous. Without equipment or weapons, charging in is like being a living target. Chen, what do we do now? An employee swallowed hard, his voice trembling. We can't get up there, and there are monsters in the woods. If those monsters come out, we'll have no way to survive, just waiting to die. Wang Chang kicked the sand in frustration. Chen Jian, you usually act like Zhuge, but now you're just letting out farts. Chen Jian lowered his eyelids, concealing the chill in his gaze. If we can't get up and can't obtain supplies, all the resentment from this group on the beach will turn back on him. Wang Chang is a mindless fool, but a fool driven by hunger can do anything. He must find them an outlet for their frustrations. Chen Jian raised his head and looked towards the edge of the primitive jungle on the right. Do you remember when we were on the slope earlier, someone went down? Chen Jian's voice was surprisingly calm. Wang Chang paused. Are you talking about Sanya? Yes. Chen Jian pointed in the direction of the jungle. She didn't take any water, just a stick, and walked towards the woods. What is she doing there? Is she seeking death? That's not important. Chen Jian turned around, looking at Wang Chang and the remaining male employees, a nauseating smile curling on his lips. The important thing is she's alone right now. We can't get the supplies from up top. We can't go back empty-handed. Everyone has been exhausted and hungry these past few days. Isn't everyone else also feeling pent up? Chen Jian nodded towards the forest. Songya is a pure flower on this deserted island with no police and no surveillance. If she gets dragged away by a monster, who would know how she died? Wang Chang shuddered all over. He glanced at Chen Jian, then at the other men nearby. The hunger, fear and humiliation from these past few days were suddenly filled by a twisted evil. If we can't get food, using a woman to vent our frustrations is also a great compensation. Get a few people. Wang Chang swallowed hard, his eyes glinting with greed. She's just one woman, she can't move fast, bring her back. Four male employees immediately stood up, rubbing their hands together and eagerly heading towards the edge of the jungle. Chen Jian stood in place watching their retreating figures with a cold smile. Using a woman can stabilize the volatile emotions of this group of fools. It's a profitable deal. At the cliff top inside the cave, Chen Jian's men had completely retreated, leaving not even a shadow on the beach. Zhou Kai stood at the edge of the platform, breathing heavily. On this island, violence and ruthlessness are always more effective than reason. After a long while, he turned and strode back to the deepest part of the cave. He twisted open a bottle of mineral water and took 3 large gulps. The cool water rushed down his esophagus into his empty stomach, causing it to contract sharply, followed by a wave of comfort. He sat on a stone beside the fire, his gaze fixed on the piercingly white sky outside the cave, his mind swirling with only one question. Zhang Tao. That guy just wanted to hand over the supplies. Though Zhou Kai had kicked him down, someone like him would remember it. Even if he pretended to submit today, he would hold a grudge. One day when you're asleep, he might just dare to hit you from behind with a stone. Zhou Kai wasn't afraid of a heated confrontation. What he feared was that strike from behind. But to kill Zhang Tao, that wouldn't work either. With him alone guarding this cave, it was manageable during the day, just throw stones down from above. But what about at night? He had to sleep. Alone, he had to keep an eye on the hungry wolves below and guard against the beasts that might emerge from the jungle. 18 pairs of eyes wouldn't be enough. For the first time, Zhou Kai felt a profound sense of helplessness. It wasn't physical exhaustion. It was that kind of despair of knowing you've held the line but you know you can't hold it for long. He thought of Lin Fan. When that person was around, he didn't have to worry about anything. How to distribute supplies, how to set rules, how to maintain the fire, who should eat how much and do what work, all of it was decided by Lin Fan. He and Zhang Tao only needed to obey work and then eat their fill. How simple. But now, Lin Fan might be dead in the woods and Songya had followed him to her death. In this vast cave, it was just him and a useless person who could betray him at any moment. If only Lin Fan hadn't died. Then all these troubles would have nothing to do with Zhou Kai. He would just need to obediently carry crabs, throw stones and follow Lin Fan to eat some meat. Damn it. Zhou Kai tightened the water bottle and placed it back in its original position. He turned to glance at Zhang Tao, who was crouching by the pile of supplies. Both of his hands were moving at the same time. His left hand ripped open a package of ham sausage while his right hand had already pulled out a second one from the box. He stuffed the entire sausage into his mouth without chewing, his cheeks puffing out like a frog, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down as he forced it down. The second sausage followed immediately. Then the third. With grease and bits of meat hanging from the corners of his mouth, he ripped open a package of biscuits, shoving his entire hand inside to grab some. Zhou Kai frowned at his eating habits. Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao didn't stop chewing, mumbling indistinctly, Go easy, the supplies are limited. Zhang Tao glanced at him this time, his gaze subtle, neither fearful nor grateful, but simmering with the quiet resentment of someone chafing under restraint yet too wary to rebel. Zhou Kai, the supplies are all right here, and no one even knows if Lin Fan will ever return. What harm is there in my eating a little more? Zhang Tao's hands never paused. He poured biscuit crumbs into his mouth, then seized a bottle of mineral water and gulped down half of it. Zhou Kai said nothing more. He stared at Zhang Tao for 2 seconds before looking away. People like him only grow more defiant when controlled. Zhang Tao might well turn on you at any moment. Arguing with Zhang Tao was not the priority, survival was. Zhou Kai drew a deep breath. Zhang Tao, we're bound together now like 2 grasshoppers tied to the same string. Zhang Tao's movements slowed slightly. If you die, I can't hold this place alone. If I die, you won't last a day either, do you understand? Zhang Tao stared blankly, half a biscuit still crammed in his mouth. Stop stuffing your face, damn it. Zhou Kai rose, picked up a thick wooden pole and prodded the dying fire. Those people below could surge up again at any moment. I'll take the first watch tonight, you take the second. If either of us sleeps through it, we both perish. Zhang Tao mumbled an indistinct twice, whether he truly heard or cared remained unclear. Zhou Kai saw no point in pressing further. He took another sip from the mineral water bottle. Suddenly movement stirred on the slope below. Zhou Kai shot upright, his eyes sharpening instantly. So soon. He didn't even have time to rouse Zhang Tao, who was still gorging himself. Instead, he strode straight to the cliff's edge, gripped the heaviest boulder within reach and hoisted it high above his head. A single delayed second would let them creep up, and both men would be dead before nightfall. Zhou Kai's muscles locked, taut, his breath stilled. The moment anyone dared raise their head, that stone would shatter their skull. His gaze swept beyond the platform's rim, plunging downward. Midway up the incline, a lone figure ascended at a steady, unhurried pace, his left shoulder bearing a bulging jute sack, his right hand clutching a smaller one. Zhou Kai froze. The boulder hung suspended midair. Not Wang Chang. Not Chen Jian. It was Lin Fan. In that instant his coiled nerves snapped completely. An indescribable sense of relief flooded his chest. Just moments earlier he'd been tormented by Zhang Tao's potential betrayal, by the mob surging upward, by the dread of spending the night in terror and exhaustion. Now every fear dissolved into air. Lin Fan was alive. Lin Fan had returned. Zhou Kai exhaled deeply and lowered the stone beside his foot. Watching that figure draw nearer, a startlingly clear realization struck him: civilization relies on law to function. And this cannibalistic island demanded its own order, its own tyrant, absolute and unassailable, whose very presence enforced the rules. Without Lin Fan, this place was merely a blood-soaked arena where beasts tore each other apart, and Zhou Kai would be shredded. With Lin Fan, at least Zhou Kai knew how to survive until tomorrow. Zhou Kai hurried down the slope. Brother Fan. He halted halfway, extended his hand and took the jute sack from Lin Fan's right hand. It weighed heavily in his grip. Startled, he realized instantly, by sheer heft, that it was packed with food. Lin Fan cast him a glance, accepted the gesture without protest, and continued climbing. They ascended side by side onto the clifftop platform. Inside the cave, Zhang Tao squatted with his back to the entrance, hunched over the supply crate, his left hand clutching an open pack of snowcakes, his right gripping half a sausage. His cheeks puffed out as he chewed furiously, emitting coarse, vulgar smacking sounds, completely oblivious to the footsteps behind him. Lin Fan dropped the jute sack from his left shoulder onto the ground with a heavy, muffled thud. The sound finally pierced Zhang Tao's awareness. His body stiffened, mouth full of sausage, he turned slowly. When he recognized Lin Fan standing there, his pupils contracted violently. Gulp. Terrified, he swallowed the unchewed food whole, choking, eyes rolling. F Fan. Brother Fan. Zhang Tao stammered, instinctively hiding his hands behind his back. Lin Fan said nothing. He stopped half a meter before Zhang Tao. Lin Fan looked down, first at the rumpled cardboard box, then at the crumbs and grease smeared across Zhang Tao's mouth. Panic seized Zhang Tao, his legs buckled and he collapsed to his knees. Brother Fan. Hear me out. Lin Fan raised his foot, swift, precise, and drove it hard into Zhang Tao's chest. Thud. Zhang Tao slammed backward into the cavern wall. Clutching his sternum, Zhang Tao contorted in agony, writhing helplessly on the ground. Lin Fan stepped forward, seized Zhang Tao's collar and, fist drawn back, delivered a brutal blow to his terrified face. Ah! A shriek tore from Zhang Tao's throat as blood erupted from his nose. Then came the second strike, then the third. Brother Fan. Stop. You'll kill me. Zhang Tao flailed wildly, tears streaming as he cried out, I ate for a reason. Lin Fan ceased his assault and released Zhang Tao's collar. Zhang Tao's face was swollen and bruised, blood mingling with half-chewed remnants dripping from his chin. Speak, Lin Fan commanded coldly, just one word. Gasping, Zhang Tao pressed a hand to his nose. You vanished in the woods. Chen Jian and the others thought you'd been devoured by monsters and tried to storm up here for the supplies. Zhou Kai and I couldn't hold them off on empty stomachs. I figured, if they broke through, I'd need to fight for my life. Wiping tears as he spoke, Zhang Tao blurted, I ate extra, to build strength so I could protect your supplies, Brother Fan. Zhou Kai stood nearby listening, and let out a dry, cynical laugh. Who had just tried to win favor by handing out supplies. Yet he said nothing. He knew Lin Fan saw through the pretense. Lin Fan looked down at Zhang Tao sprawled on the floor. Crawl away, this debt is recorded. Next time you jump off this cliff yourself. Lin Fan calculated clearly, only Zhang Tao and Zhou Kai were fit to work. Crippling Zhang Tao would leave the cave short-handed, and his own standard of living would plummet. Zhang Tao scrambled away like a pardoned man, shrinking into the farthest corner of the cave, face cupped in trembling hands, breath held tight. Lin Fan approached the fire and picked up the mineral water bottle Zhou Kai had used moments earlier. He unscrewed the cap, poured a small amount into his palm and washed the blood from his hands. Zhou Kai stepped forward, eyeing the two jute sacks on the ground. Brother Fan, is this game meat? Lin Fan flicked droplets from his fingers. One sack holds banana fruit, the other roasted musk deer haunches. Zhou Kai sucked in a sharp breath. He'd known following Lin Fan meant sustenance, but never imagined such bounty. After the wave of elation ebbed, reason reasserted itself. Zhou Kai scanned the cave, then gazed outward, into the sun-drenched expanse beyond, and a question crystallized in his mind. Brother Fan, he murmured, voice low, so many went with you, why did only you reach? Zhang Tao in the corner also perked up his ears, eager to know the origin of those sounds. Lin Fan walked over and sat on a rock, pulling out a bottle of mineral water, tilting his head back to take a swig. Chen Lily and the others are dead. Zhou Kai was not surprised by this outcome, he was merely curious as he swallowed dead. Was that the scream we heard in the woods? Yes. Lin Fan casually tossed the water bottle onto the ground. They stepped onto a nest of mutated red fire ants. The toxins reacted, causing anaphylactic shock. They all died within 10 minutes. By now there might not be even a few bones left. Zhou Kai gasped in shock. Red fire ants. 10 minutes to a physical demise. He imagined the scene of countless ants gnawing and burrowing into flesh, sending chills down his spine and raising goosebumps all over, but he quickly realized an even more fatal question. Fan Gu, then how come you're unharmed? Zhou Kai couldn't help but voice his deepest doubt. They all went in together. Why did those few suffer such a terrible fate while Lin Fan could stand here completely unscathed, even returning with 2 large bags of supplies? Lin Fan lifted his eyelids and cast a cold glance at Zhou Kai. That gaze was extremely frigid, unfathomable. Because I was the one who pointed the way for them, and I knew from the very beginning that there was an ant nest there. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kai froze, his mind buzzing. Zhang Tao in the corner was so shocked that he became as still as a stone statue, even forgetting to breathe. Knew there was an ant nest. Knowing it was a dead end, yet deliberately pointed them in that direction, allowing Chen Lily and the others to go. It was pure opportunistic murder, and he had taken out 6 at once. In a civilized society, even a gang leader would not be so ruthless. Lin Fan looked at the ashen faces of the two, his expression showing no sign of emotion. Yesterday Chen Lily and her 5 accomplices teamed up to play a trick on me, thinking they could fool me with their pathetic acting skills. Sonya had to wait for my not even to take a sip of water. Does she dare to steal my cookies? After using Sonya, they wanted to make her a scapegoat. Lin Fan stood up, his tall shadow looming over them, an oppressive aura filling the space. These ungrateful wolves, for half a bite to eat, would stab their benefactor in the back. Tomorrow they would betray me for other benefits. It's better to use them as fertilizer for the forest. Lin Fan looked at Zhou Kai. I have said before, on this island I set the rules. Anyone who breaks the rules or recklessly tests my limits will pay the price. In this lawless place I don't even need to lift a finger. Just a few words from me can wipe out those who play tricks. Lin Fan's voice had turned completely cold. You too, do you understand? Zhou Kai bit down hard on his teeth, his Adam's apple rolling violently. Lin Fan had seen through Chen Lily and the others' schemes. To drive them away directly. That would be too lenient. To take action himself. Killing 5 by himself might be too much for a low-level intern. Let them go to their deaths without dirtying his own hands, and at the same time show the living a dramatic display to warn them. Understood. Zhou Kai's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with a deep respect. Zhang Tao was now regretting so much that his insides were twisted in knots. He had just felt wronged for being beaten up for stealing a few bites. In retrospect, Lin Fan's punches were simply a benevolent mercy from a living Buddha. If he weren't strong and slightly valuable for labor, he might have ended up like those foolish women, having his skull crushed by some unknown monster. Sonya. Lin Fan looked at the piece of venison. Come here and cut a few slices of hind leg meat to roast. However, there was no response. Lin Fan stopped his actions and turned to look at that shadowy corner, which was empty. Where is she? Zhou Kai swallowed, pointing outside the cave. Fan Gu. She went down just now, saying she was going to look for you in the woods. Looking for me? Lin Fan furrowed his brows slightly. Just now there were those screams from the woods. We all thought you. Zhou Kai didn't dare to say the word dead. Sonya heard the sounds, grabbed a fire poker and rushed down, saying she would die with you if necessary. Lin Fan's gaze flickered. He looked at the 2 bags of supplies on the ground, then at the glaring sunlight outside the cave. If they were on the same path, they would definitely cross paths, but he did not return the same way. He did not trust the 2 left in the cave at all. In this lawless, deserted island, food was the original sin. As long as he was gone long enough, Zhang Tao and Zhou Kai would surely waver. So on his way back he deliberately took a detour to an area of discarded waste on the east side of the cliff. This was a dead corner where garbage washed ashore after the cruise ship disintegrated. He rummaged through it for half an hour and found several thick medical tourniquets along with some sturdy metal pipes. These would be materials for making a hand crossbow. Stones could only defend, while he needed weapons capable of harvesting lives from a distance. How long has she been down? Lin Fan stood up, his hand already brushing against the hilt of his knife. It's been about 20 minutes. Zhou Kai glanced at Lin Fan's expression. Fan Gu, did you not run into her on the way? Lin Fan did not answer. He strode to the edge of the cliff. It would be troublesome if Wang Chang and the others caught him. He leaned halfway out to look down. Then the more he feared something, the more it came. On the beach more than a dozen people formed a semicircle, and in the center of the crowd Sonya was being held down by 2 male employees, her arms twisted behind her back on the sand. Wang Chang stood in front of Sonya, grinning lewdly. Run. You keep running, damn it. Wang Chang slapped Sonya across the face. What are you pretending to be a chaste woman for? Lin Fan is already dead in the woods. From now on you'll be our dog, understand? Sonya turned her head, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, but her gaze remained fixed on Wang Chang, not uttering a word of plea. Zhou Kai hurried to the cliff's edge, peering down, his face turning pale in an instant. It's Chen Jian's gang. Zhou Kai gritted his teeth. They couldn't rush up just now, didn't grab the supplies, and are taking their anger out on Sanya. Zhang Tao, peeking from behind, blurted out upon seeing this scene, "It's over, those starving wolves have been penned up for so many days with Sanya in their hands, she won't just come out unscathed." Lin Fan turned around, telling Zhou Kai to guard this place. Zhou Kai was taken aback, glancing at the more than a dozen people on the beach. "Fan Gu. Are you going down alone? They have more than a dozen people." Zhou Kai panicked, "And that Xinjian is very cunning, they must be lying in ambush below. If you go down now, you're a living target. Otherwise we should devise a meticulous plan." Lin Fan knew he couldn't wait. The longer he delayed, the more danger Sonya would be in. Wang Chang gazed at Sonya, bound to a driftwood and unable to move, the greed and wicked fire in his eyes completely uncontainable. "Brothers, let me have my fill first after I'm done." Ha. Wang Chang did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood the implication. Chen Jian glanced at Wang Lan. He had the heart of a thief but lacked the courage. With Sonya's look, she was simply too cheap for Wang Chang. Deep within the crevice the light was dim. The stench of fermented seawater mingled with the odor of sweat from the men, making one feel nauseated. Wang Chang yanked Sonya's hair, forcefully slamming her against the rough rock wall. Sonya let out a muffled groan from the impact, curling up in pain. "Sonya, do you still think of yourself as the pure little flower in the office?" Wang Chang squatted down, gripping Sonya's chin tightly. "How many times have I hinted at you in the company? You refused to go out for dinner, you turned down gifts, pretending to be a chaste woman." Sonya's eyes turned red, her hands bound behind her, tears streaming down her face. "Director Wang, I'm begging you. Please let me go, I will definitely repay you in the future." Wang Chang laughed lewdly. "You letting me have my way is already repaying me, haha. Sonya, aren't you curious why a mere intern who just passed her probation can accompany the executives on a luxury cruise?" He dug his fingers painfully into Sonya's flesh. "Lin Fan got on the ship to serve as a lackey, but you're someone I had to specially approve through HR. If I can't handle you in the company, I thought I'd indulge myself here on the sea." Wang Chang spat on the ground. "It's even better if the boat capsizes. This desolate island has no surveillance, no police. No matter how loud you scream today, it won't matter. Don't touch me. Someone help me." Sonya cried until her voice became hoarse, desperately looking outside. Chen Jian and the male colleagues she usually sees every day all averted their gazes in unison. In a place where even the grass would be eaten clean, who would care about your life or death? Cry all you want, the more you cry the more excited I get. Wang Chang yanked at Sonya's collar. Tearing sounds. The chiffon blouse was ripped open, exposing a large area of fair skin. "Ah, no. Please let me go." Sonya screamed in despair, desperately trying to kick with her knees. But under the absolute force, her feeble resistance seemed like child's play. Just as Wang Chang's hand was about to tug at her waistband, "Stop!" A cold reprimand suddenly rang out from behind the crowd. Wang Chang froze, turning to look at the source of the voice. Su Qingxue stood a few meters away. She looked extremely disheveled as well, her designer outfit tattered and covered in mud, her hair messily sticking to her cheeks. She hadn't planned to intervene, but upon hearing Sonya's scream and seeing Wang Chang's disgusting face, she couldn't suppress her remaining sense of decency. Not only was she the president of the Shangtang group, but she was also a woman. She couldn't bear to see Sonya being so mistreated. Wang Chang Su Qingxue coldly stared at him, let her go. Wang Chang's hand froze in midair. Although he was enraged, there remained a sliver of hope for civility in his mind. If the people on this island were truly rescued by a search team, a single word from Su Qingxue could land him in prison for life. President Su. Wang Chang chuckled dryly, slowly rising, but his feet didn't move. This girl is in cahoots with Lin Fan. Lin Fan killed several of our men with stones. She is an accomplice. Going back would mean a death sentence. I'm just giving her a lesson on behalf of everyone. Su Qingxue's tone grew heavier, leaving no room for doubt. Wang Chang's face shifted between shades of green and white. He ground his back teeth and in the end still released his grip on Sonya's hair. He couldn't take the gamble. What if the helicopter came tomorrow? Sonya sighed in relief, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Just then a burly man stepped out from the crowd. Director Wang, you're afraid of her, but I'm not. The man was Lu Gang, not an employee of the Shangtang group. His brother was a minor supervisor and he was brought onto the ship as a family member for this team-building event. Lu Gang strode up to Wang Chang and pushed him aside. You're the boss, right? Lu Gang pointed at Su Qingxue. You can control them, but you can't control me. Su Qingxue's face turned livid. If you touch her today, I will definitely make sure you rot in prison when we get back. Lu Gang smiled. President Su, and not someone who is easily intimidated. If you keep talking, I might just take you down too. Who knows if rescue will even find this place? Who knows if I will live to see the rescue? In my life I've never had $100 billion president before. Su Qingxue was left speechless by his imposing demeanor. Here on this deserted island she had no real power to intimidate. Seeing that Su Qingxue had enough sense to be silent, Lu Gang let out a cold laugh and directly pinned Songya against the rock wall, unhesitatingly reaching for her waistband. No. Let go of me. Get away. Songya kicked and struggled frantically, tears finally bursting forth uncontrollably. Su Qingxue bit her lip, turning her head away. She couldn't take the gamble. What if Lu Gang really came for her? She couldn't be sure how many would come to help her. Chen Jian still stood in place, a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. The conflict had shifted, the emotions had been vented. Perfect. Despair completely enveloped Songya. Just as Lu Gang's hand was about to rip off her clothes, let her go. A voice interrupted him once again. Lu Gang's actions halted. Wang Chang shivered, looking in disbelief at that direction. He found the voice somewhat familiar. Even Chen Jian, whose face had been calm all along, was stunned for a few seconds upon hearing that voice. Everyone turned their heads in unison towards the source of the voice. The one who spoke was Lin Fan. He was unscathed, without missing limbs or signs of being mauled by beasts, standing there completely intact. Lin Fan. Wang Chang pointed at Lin Fan. You. Didn't you die in the woods? They had clearly heard those piercing screams. It was a primitive jungle where mutated beasts roamed. How could he possibly have survived? Lin Fan ignored Wang Chang, his gaze directly crossing the crowd, landing on Songya, who was pinned against the rock wall by Lu Gang. Seeing Songya's torn blouse and the blood at the corner of her mouth, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. The moment Songya saw Lin Fan, tears surged uncontrollably. Half of her emotions were fear and dread, and half were relief at seeing him safe. Lin Fan. You're okay. Lu Gang reacted, and instead of loosening his grip, he tightened his hold on Songya's neck, blocking her in front of himself. Don't come over here, Lu Gang said defiantly. I know you have a knife. If you dare come closer, I will strangle her right now. Salt-laced sea winds swept across the beach. Lu Gang's fingers clamped rigidly around Songya's throat. Another fraction of pressure and her trachea would shatter. Lin Fan, is it? Lu Gang narrowed his eyes, sizing up the man standing a few paces away. The youth reeked of blood, mud caked his pant legs, and a cold gleaming dagger rested in his grip. Drop the knife, Lu Gang commanded. Songya's face had flushed deep crimson. She kicked feebly at the sand, tears blurring her vision. At Lu Gang's words she thrashed, desperately wrenching broken syllables from her constricted throat. Don't listen to him. Lin Fan, run. She knew exactly what kind of men they were. If Lin Fan laid down his weapon, he would be beaten to death without mercy. Starved for too many days, they had become monsters draped in human skin. Lin Fan stood motionless, the dagger steady in his hand. To discard it here, where no rules held sway, was no different than baring one's neck and inviting slaughter. His gaze flickered over Lu Gang, then lingered on Wang Chang, Chen Jian, and the others huddled silently behind him. I'll trade supplies for her. The moment those words left his lips, the eyes of the dozen figures on the beach ignited with hunger. Supplies. For days they had gnawed rock crabs and licked brine from rock crevices, their stomachs felt as though slashed by shards of glass. Hearing that word now was more intoxicating than any promise of salvation. Lu Gang's grip on Songya's neck paused mid-squeeze. He'd only meant to find a woman to vent his rage, never imagined she might fetch supplies. He scrutinized Lin Fan up and down. Lu Gang wasn't foolish. On this desolate island where even fresh water was scarce, supplies were worth more than life itself. And yet Lin Fan was willing to barter something more precious than life for a woman. What did that imply? That this woman weighed heavily upon his heart. And if she did, then the price must climb accordingly. Supplies for a person. Lu Gang sneered, tightening his hold just enough to make Songya wince in pain. Fine, Lin Fan, you've got remarkable luck. A prize like her. Anyone would hesitate to part with her. He raised his free hand, gesturing sharply. Half your water and food up there, and I'll let her go. Deal. Half the supplies. The figure alone made Wang Chang's breath hitch. If Lin Fan truly surrendered half, none of them need wait out their deaths on this barren shore. Chen Jian stood in the shadows, adjusting his glasses. Silently he calculated how much influence he might claim if the supplies ever changed hands. Su Qingxue watched from farther away, studying Lin Fan. She wanted to know whether this man, cold, ruthless, unyielding, would bend for Songya. At the demand for half the supplies, Lin Fan smiled, a light, effortless gesture. He wiped his dagger casually against his shirt, utterly devoid of tension or coercion. Lu Gang, isn't it? Lin Fan named him. Have you starved yourself into delusion? Lu Gang's expression darkened. Lin Fan's smile vanished, his gaze shifted between Songya and Lu Gang, sharp and appraising. Do you truly believe she matters so much to me? He pointed towards Songya. She is merely a woman. Do you assume I value her enough to barter supplies for her? Then you overestimate her, and vastly overestimate yourself. Lu Gang's grip tightened. Stop playing games, you bastard. If you don't care about her, why come down at all? Do you take me for a child? I came down, Lin Fan replied, calm and detached, because losing a convenient tool would be inconvenient. These past days she tended my fire, watched my water, whatever I asked she obeyed. No need to fear betrayal from behind. As for you, his gaze swept over Wang Chang and Chen Jian. Even if you were gifted to me, I wouldn't dare use you. He took a single step forward. Her greatest virtue is obedience, no scheming, no hidden agenda, easily controlled. On this island such a person serves perfectly as a laborer. I'm willing to spend something to keep her, not out of sentiment but because breaking in another obedient laborer would waste time. That is all. These words cut deep. In Songya's throat Lu Gang's fingers tightened, but in her eyes the light dimmed. Though she had long known her sole function in Lin Fan's world was submission, hearing it stripped bare before so many chilled her to the marrow. Yet strangely no resentment stirred, only a quiet dawning certainty. Only this detachment could shield Lin Fan from their leverage. Lu Gang's jowls twitched twice in silence. Enough talk. Lu Gang roared, impatient. Even as a servant you'll pay half your supplies today to redeem her. Half. Lin Fan shook his head and slid the dagger back into his waistband. Arms crossed he assumed a posture of complete disengagement, negotiation abandoned. You're dreaming. His gaze remained icy, fixed on Lu Gang. My supplies above will sustain me comfortably for months. And now you expect me to surrender half for a tool whose presence is neither essential nor irreplaceable. Am I addled or simply waterlogged? I'd intended to bring you freshly hunted roe deer meat and several bottles of mineral water, but since you disdain meat and covet my greater stores, this transaction ends here. Roe deer meat. A ripple of frenzy erupted through the crowd. Wang Chang's eyes widened. Meat. You actually hunted meat. Chen Jian's face paled. Everyone understood what meat meant. High-grade fat and protein, on this island rarer and more valuable than gold. Lin Fan ignored them, turned his back on Lu Gang and waved dismissively. Now I offer neither meat nor water. Play as you wish, take her if you like. I still have 2 others above. He strode toward the cliff's edge, without glancing back. This time it was Lu Gang who froze stunned. In his grasp Sonya had suddenly become a scalding, useless burden. To abandon hope once glimpsed was impossible. And could one woman fill their bellies? No. Stop. Lu Gang shouted, desperation cracking his voice. Lin Fan halted, but did not turn. What's wrong? Too bony for your taste. Changed your mind about taking her. You damn. Lu Gang exploded, cursing violently. After years navigating the underworld he'd never met a man so impervious, so ruthlessly unyielding. Whispers spread among the group. Wang Chang, fearing Lu Gang's fury would provoke reckless decisions, lowered his voice. Old Lu, we're starving to death. That's meat. Maybe, just trade for some meat. For Wan Chang women could wait, especially since Su Qingxue forbade him from touching Sonya. To him trading for supplies was the only rational choice, and the mere mention of roe deer meat had doused his lust, leaving only acidic hunger churning in his gut. Lu Gang was awakened by Wang Chang's words. Indeed, what use is a woman? At a critical moment when one is starving to death, even a celestial beauty must first fill her stomach to have the strength to act. Trading water for meat is a sure profit. No matter how harsh Lin Fan's words were, the fact remained that he had taken the initiative to come down the cliff and make a proposal. Lu Gang swallowed the saliva caused by his dry mouth, about to cleverly agree to the deal. Wait, Chen Jian interrupted him. He stepped past Wang Chang, standing beside Lu Gang, his gaze passing over Lu's arm and settling on Lin Fan's calm face. Chen Jian was all too familiar with this negotiation tactic. Lin Fan deliberately devalued the woman, speaking so harshly that people would think she was a worthless tool to be discarded at any time, thereby lowering the ransom price. Lin Fan. Chen Jian raised his voice, his throat slightly hoarse. Do you think everyone is stupid? Lin Fan stood still, unmoved. Chen Jian continued, if you think exchanging her is a losing deal and don't want her, if you consider her a troublesome tool, fine, no problem. He pointed to Sonya, whose neck was gripped by Lu Gang on the ground. If you don't value her, we do. With her physique she must weigh at least 80 or 100 jin. Removing bones and inedible parts, there's at least 30 to 40 jin of pure meat. The wind blew across the beach. Wang Chang froze on the spot and Lu Gang's hand paused midair. 40 or 50 jin of high protein. Chen Jian's tone held no hint of jest. Cut her open and roast her enough to sustain the 10 or so brothers down below for several days. None of us dare enter the forest to fight monsters, those things are deadly. But killing a woman is no harder than killing a chicken. His words made even the crashing waves sound harsh and grating. Cannibalism. Chen Jian did not explicitly say the 2 words, yet the bloodthirsty implication sent shivers through everyone present. Su Qingxue stood a few meters away, her stomach churning, a wave of nausea rising up her throat. Eating their own kind. These people had lost their minds. Even beasts starving to death refused to eat their own kind. Chen Jian, an engineer with higher education, was openly plotting how to divide the flesh of a living human under the broad daylight. She bent over to retch, turning her head away, unable to look at Chen Jian even once. It was utterly revolting. The male employees exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to speak. Desperation from hunger is one thing, but actually cutting flesh from a living person would unsettle anyone. Chen Jian glanced sharply at the men. Don't pretend to be civilized here. When you're so hungry you can't even stand after gnawing through all the grass roots on the island, then you'll understand how precious this flesh is. If you don't eat it, there are plenty who will. Lin Fan stood unmoved by Chen Jian's frenzied rant, not even changing his expression. Cannibalism. Lin Fan said coldly, do you even have the teeth for it? Everyone can talk tough. Hearing Lin Fan's indifferent mockery, Chen Jian's face twisted. Don't believe me. Think I'm bluffing? Chen Jian nodded and took a step forward. Sonya pressed into the sand, trembled all over, but her mind was unusually clear at this moment. She realized these people were not human at all, they were monsters crawled out from hell. If Lin Fan really exchanged supplies for her, these monsters who had tasted the sweetness would never stop. They would drain every bit of Lin Fan's survival resources like leeches. Lin Fan. Sonya screamed hoarsely, don't care about me. Just don't care. She twisted her body, struggling with all her might away from Chen Jian's direction. They are a bunch of inhuman beasts. Don't fall for their tricks. Even if you give them supplies, they won't release me. You should leave. You filthy bitch, this isn't your place to shout. Chen Jian's face turned ashen as he raised his right leg. His solid boot struck firmly against Sonya's flat abdomen. Bang! A sickening dull thud echoed. Sonya couldn't even scream, the sound was forcibly cut off in her throat. Her body instantly curled into an extreme arc. Her eyeballs bulged, mouth wide open, gasping heavily, saliva dripping from the corners of her mouth onto the sand. But it was far from over. Since Chen Jian had spoken, he would not merely put on a show. To force Lin Fan's compliance, he would strike a deadly blow. He took several steps forward, grabbed Sonya's disheveled hair with both hands, yanking her upper body upright, then delivered a brutal kick to her chest with his right foot. One strike. Sonya's body slammed heavily against the reef behind her. 2 strikes. 3 strikes. Pretending to be pure. Pretending to be virtuous. Chen Jian panted heavily, his eyes bloodshot, stomping repeatedly on Sonya. Do you really think I'm afraid to kill? Today I'll kill you right in front of him and see who dares say a word. Blood poured from Sonya's nose and mouth, staining the sand beneath her a dark brown. Sonya's vision blurred as Chen Jian's curse of Su Qingxue's retching and the crashing waves all merged into a buzzing cacophony. Through eyes smeared with sweat and blood, she fixed her gaze on the tall man in the distance. Tears mixed with blood flowed into the sand, yet her lips struggled to twitch faintly. It was not his fault. In such a lawless place, not saving her was the rational choice. As long as he could survive, that was enough. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. In Sonya's mind, the fading consciousness brought on by unbearable pain suddenly resurfaced with an old scene from over a decade ago. It was deep winter. Behind the dilapidated tube houses of the urban village lay an ice-covered dead-end alley. 15-year-old Sonya with 2 braids was cornered by a group of thugs. They tore at her school uniform and robbed the money from her pockets. She cried for help while an adult passing by glanced once, lowered his head and hurried away. No one cared, everyone thought it best to avoid trouble. At her moment of despair, a boy burst into the alley. He wore a faded single-layer shirt. Without a word, clutching a half-brick smeared with frozen mud, he charged directly at the 4 thugs. It was a reckless move that risked his life. The boy was pinned to the snowy ground and brutally kicked, his nose bleeding and eye corner bruised. Yet he never let go, seizing a moment to slam the brick onto the leader's nose. The snap of the broken nose bone mingled with the thug's shrieks terrified them into retreat. The boy rose from the snow, threw the recovered backpack at her feet, wiped the blood from his face with a ragged sleeve, said nothing more and turned away, leaving behind a straight-back silhouette. Years later, Sonya excelled in her studies but chose Shengtang precisely because the boy who saved her was working at this company. On her first day reporting to the company, she saw a young man busy in the lobby. Tall and broad-shouldered, he no longer looked like the boy she remembered. But when he lifted the box and turned, that silhouette perfectly overlapped with the figure who had saved her in the snowy winter of her youth. She never approached to acknowledge him. Even enduring Wang Chang's harassment and countless grievances, she did not resign. Life's debts had been incurred in that snowy field many years ago. Now dying here, she could repay the debt, leaving neither owed anything to the other. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Wang Lan subconsciously tightened the corner of her clothes. Her eyes widened and her breathing became somewhat erratic. She knew her husband best, dull, obedient, just a tool that followed orders. Normally he rarely even raised his voice in rebuttal at home, but today's outburst was completely beyond her control. The fierce determination to beat someone to a pulp was far from the Chen Jian who was dubbed a soft rice man at the company. Desperation could erase all of a person's boundaries and even change one's character. Wang Lan stared at Chen Jian's back, beginning to reassess the danger level of her husband. After delivering 3 kicks, Chen Jian's chest heaved violently. He gasped for breath, his eyes fixated on Lin Fan, who stood a dozen meters away. Lin Fan remained in place, his arms hanging by his sides, expressionless. He was neither impulsive nor furious, not even his stance had shifted in the slightest. This unnatural calm made Chen Jian's muscles twitch involuntarily in his eyelid. He thought that his kicks would force Lin Fan to reveal his limits, to witness the man in a state of panic or compromise. Yet he saw nothing. You really don't care. Chen Jian sneered, turning his head and scanning the surrounding rocks. He bent down, gripped a heavy rock weighing over 10 pounds and lifted it high above his head. Since you think it's a loss to switch her out, Chen Jian's forehead bulged with veins, then I'll finish her off right here so she doesn't have to suffer any longer. With his words trailing off, his arm muscles tightened, preparing to smash the boulder down forcefully onto Sonya's head. The few male employees standing nearby instinctively took half a step back, and Su Qingxue was so frightened that she closed her eyes and let out a short scream. Wang Chang swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the stone in Chen Jian's hand, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Sonya did not close her eyes. She was already in so much pain that she had no strength left to move her neck. With her last bit of vision, she looked at Lin Fan's figure, surprisingly feeling a sense of relief. At least she wasn't dragging him down. Wait a moment. Chen Jian's hands, which were raised with the stone, froze. He hovered in midair, turned his head and looked at the owner of the voice. A smug grin spread across his lips. He had won the bet. "I'll provide half of the supplies," Lin Fan said, looking at Chen Jian. These few short words instantly silenced the group of hungry wolves on the beach who had been ready to attack. Following that, there was a sound of heavy suppressed breathing. Lu Gang pushed Wang Chang, who was blocking the way, and stepped forward, placing a foot on Sonya's shoulder to prevent her from struggling. He grinned with cracked lips. "Kid, if you had been so decisive earlier, we could have finished this. Hurry up and go get the supplies down." "Lu Gang, are you out of your mind?" Chen Jian interrupted Lu Gang. "If he goes up to get them himself, what if he hides the good stuff deep in the cave? We won't see anything from down here." Chen Jian turned to face the hungry male employees, raising his voice. "Brothers, if we want to eat our fill, we need to go up and get it ourselves. All the men should go up and bring down our share." "Right. We'll go get it ourselves." Wang Chang immediately echoed Lin Fan. "You must come with us and tell Zhang Tao and the others not to throw stones." "Ha!" A mocking laugh interrupted the celebration of the group. "All the men should go up." Lin Fan looked up, fixing his gaze on Chen Jian. "Chen Jian, are you an idiot, or do you think I look like an idiot?" Chen Jian's expression darkened. "What do you mean? The cave up there is only a little big. If I stack the supplies inside, the area where you can stand is only about 20 square meters. You want me to send all 10 of you up there? Is that to trade supplies for lives, or do you want me to just hand the cave over to you?" Lin Fan took a couple of steps forward, pressing closer to the crowd. The strong smell of blood and the undisguised murderous intent emanating from him made Lu Gang and Wang Chang, who were standing at the front, instinctively take half a step back. "The reason I dare to stand here and talk nonsense with you is that I know what you are made of. You've been starving for 3 to 4 days, living on a little distilled water and raw hermit crabs. Your current strength is only slightly better than being paralyzed. If I really needed to run, you bunch of soft-footed shrimp wouldn't even be able to touch my heels." Lin Fan scanned the emaciated group of male employees. "But once we enter the cave, the situation changes. It's a dead end with only one way down the mountain. With a dozen big men blocking the entrance to the cave, even if they were a bunch of dying sickly men, a rush would be too much for me. I only have a knife and a shovel in my hand. I don't have the ability to wipe out a dozen or so people's necks in an instant. If I let you all in, it would be inviting wolves into the house, sacrificing my life for yours. As I said earlier, she is a handy tool, and I am willing to give up some things to protect her. But no matter how handy she is not worth my life." Chen Jian stared intensely at Lin Fan. Lin Fan's words indeed made sense. Although he didn't know why Lin Fan cared so much about Sonya, he was clear that no matter how much Lin Fan cared for her, he wouldn't stake his life as a gamble. Lin Fan issued an ultimatum: "If you want the supplies, you can only send 3 people with me. Apart from me, there are also Zhou Kai and Zhang Tao up there. You send 3 and the numbers will be about even. To show my sincerity, I'm willing to let you transport some supplies first, then you can return Sonya to me and go back up to fetch the rest of the supplies." Lin Fan glanced at Sonya, who was lying on the sand. "If you don't agree, then this deal is off. You can pick up the stone right now and smash her head in. If I say another word, I'll write my name backward." After saying this, Lin Fan turned around, exposing his back to the crowd. He stepped forward, heading toward the slope leading to the cliff top. Without a trace of hesitation, his steps were steady enough to instill despair. Chen Jian found himself at a loss for a moment. "Wait." Chen Jian watched Lin Fan closely. Was he truly indifferent or merely performing? Lu Gang grew frantic. He seized Chen Jian's arm and hissed in a low, urgent voice, "Chen Jian, don't dig in your heels at this critical moment. He's drawn the line so sharply, if pushed too far he'll walk away entirely and we'll all starve to death here." Wang Chang also panicked. "Exactly, Engineer Chen. That scoundrel Lin Fan said he'd let us haul 1 load of supplies first. Either way, we stand to lose nothing." Several male employees began murmuring among themselves. The tide of opinion shifted instantly. Before the raw unyielding specters of death and starvation, Chen Jian's authority was crumbling with alarming speed. Chen Jian clenched his teeth. If he insisted on sending everyone up the cliff, Lin Fan might indeed abandon the deal altogether. And if no rescue arrived in a few days, once rations ran out, the mob's fury would turn squarely upon him. These starving, desperate souls on the beach would tear him limb from limb. He strode forward and shouted after Lin Fan's retreating figure, "Lin Fan, fine. We'll do it your way." He turned sharply to Lu Gang and Wang Chang. "You two plus Xiao Hai go with him. Keep your eyes sharp. Not a single item is to be left behind. If he tries any tricks, fight him to the death. Just hold him for 3 minutes, we'll hear the commotion below and charge up en masse." Lu Gang tightened his fists, knuckles cracking like dry twigs, his face alight with bloodthirsty greed. "Don't worry, we're 3 against 3. They won't get away with anything." Wang Chang, though wary of Lin Fan's prior ruthlessness, stepped forward anyway, hunger overriding fear. Xiao Hai, the other employee, stared blankly, hollow-eyed, consumed entirely by visions of water and food, and followed without hesitation. 4 figures ascended the steep slope in a single file. Xiao Hai led the way, Wang Chang followed closely behind, Lu Gang came third. Lin Fan brought up the rear, deliberately maintaining a distance of 2 or 3 steps from the others. A tactical dagger hung at his waist, his right hand hung loosely at his side, poised always to draw in an instant. He remembered vividly a veteran's interview from the Vietnam War: "Never turn your back on an enemy." On this lawless island, those words were not mere rhetoric, they were ironclad survival doctrine. At the cliff's edge, Zhou Kai spotted heads emerging from the slope. His biceps bulged as he hoisted a stone weighing dozens of Jin, aiming it downward. Just as he prepared to hurl it, his gaze swept across the ascending figures and landed on Lin Fan at the rear. Zhou Kai exhaled in sudden relief and eased his grip, setting the stone beside his foot. Xiao Hai was the first to crest the platform, palms braced against the ground, gasping raggedly. Wang Chang followed, his legs trembling, knees slamming hard against jagged rocks in the final stretch, but pain meant nothing. He tumbled headlong into the cavern. Lu Gang climbed up last. The 3 rose to their feet, eyes sweeping past Zhou Kai and locking onto the cavern steps. In that instant they froze, petrified, pupils fixed. The cavern was modest in size, natural recesses and overhanging rock reduced its usable space to barely 40 square meters. Yet within that compact expanse, 20-odd unopened cases of mountain spring water stood neatly stacked in one corner. Beside them rose towers of self-heating hotpots, instant noodles, compressed biscuits and smoked sausages. Near the fire pit lay 2 swollen woven sacks, one untied, spilling clusters of golden yellow bananas, the other tightly bound, seeping faint traces of crimson blood, large cuts of muntjac meat veined with sinew. For men who had spent days gnawing shriveled hermit crabs and drinking distilled water tainted with plastic bitterness, the sight struck like a physical blow, shattering reason itself. They knew Lin Fan possessed supplies, but imagined only a few bottles of water, a handful of biscuits. None foresaw a miniature supermarket concealed above. Wang Chang's eyes bulged wide, his lips trembled uncontrollably, uttering a single guttural curse. "Fuck." Lin Fan vaulted onto the platform last, bypassed the 3 men and seated himself calmly on the smooth stone beside the fire. He pulled a bottle of water from a nearby cardboard box, twisted off the cap and drank deeply. The crisp, clear sound of water swallowing echoed sharply through the silent cavern. All 3 men's gazes snapped instantly to that bottle, breaths thickened, hunger blazing in their eyes like emerald fire. "Eat," Lin Fan said, placing the bottle down. "If you're hungry, eat. As much as you can." The words stunned them into silence. Lu Gang eyed Lin Fan warily, searching for the trap. Wang Chang stared incredulous. You're letting us eat?" "What?" Lin Fan leaned forward slightly. "Aren't you hungry?" That question shattered their last restraint. Of course they were, starving, ribs pressing against skin. Even poison would be preferable to slow starvation. For 2 breathless seconds silence hung, then Lu Gang moved first. He tore open the nearest case of crispy noodles, snatched 2 packets ripped through plastic wrappers with brute force, and shoved the brittle cakes straight into his mouth. Crunching echoed sharply, hard noodles snapping between molars, crumbs scattering across the floor. Desperate for water, he wrenched open another bottle, hands shaking so violently he couldn't grip the cap. Instead he bit it off and gulped wildly, water streaming down his chin into his grimy collar. Wang Chang scrambled forward on hands and knees, lunging toward the bread, left hand grabbing 2 sausages unwrapped, haphazardly stuffed whole into his mouth, and chewed frantically. Xiao Hai grabbed whatever he could reach and devoured it recklessly. The cavern filled with coarse, tearing, wet swallowing and choked retching gasps. Lu Gang even yanked 2 bananas from the sack, peeled them hastily and swallowed each in 3 bites. Zhang Tao crouched silently in the opposite corner of the cavern. Watching the 3 men gorge themselves, he stared in bewilderment. Had Lin Fan been possessed? Lin Fan leaned against the rock wall, observing their frenzy with utter impassivity. Zhou Kai waited nearly 3 minutes before approaching, brow furrowed, voice lowered. "Brother Fan, what's going on? At this rate they'll consume half the supplies in 10 minutes. Lin Fan recounted the entire sequence. Zhou Kai's eyes widened. "Half the supplies? Then what would they eat? Brother Fan, you really plan to trade half our stock for Songya?" The words slipped out before he could stop them. Lin Fan's hand stilled. He turned coldly, motionless eyes locking onto Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai's nape prickled, his heart lurched. He realized instantly he'd overstepped. In this cavern Lin Fan's decisions were beyond question. My apologies, Zhou Kai murmured, bowing his head and stepping back 2 paces to resume his post, vigilant and silent. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze. Though these gaunt, weakened men posed no real threat, reclaiming the supplies later remained highly probable. Yet he carried no firearm, only cold steel. Even if his knife dulled to a blunted edge and his shovel bent flat, he could not slaughter all 15 of them. Should hunger drive them into a reckless, mindless charge, he risked injury, and on this island even a minor wound could prove fatal. He saw no reason to sacrifice himself for a pack of worthless men. Killing required no blade, breaking the spirit was the highest art. In just 10 minutes the 3 of them consumed an entire bottle of mineral water and tore open more than 20 bags of various snacks. Wang Chang leaned against the rock wall, his stomach swollen and bulging, letting out an extremely loud belch as his fingers instinctively picked at the food remnants stuck between his teeth. Lu Gang sat on the ground, his chest heaving violently, his gaze somewhat dazed due to the extreme feeling of fullness. It had been a long time since he felt this comfortable. Lin Fan looked at them. Are you full now? Wang Chang and the others jolted, instantly waking from their satiated stupor. Seeing the littered packaging and empty water bottles, their expressions changed. According to their agreement, they were supposed to come up and transport supplies, but instead they had feasted first. If the people below found out, they would definitely use it to blackmail them into sharing less food. Now that you're full, let's prepare to move the supplies. Lin Fan did not pursue their wastefulness but pointed to the remaining supplies. Well, make one trip first, you all return Sonya, and then come back to move the rest. Lu Gang stood up, brushing the dirt off his pants. You're quite perceptive, kid. He turned to Wang Chang and Zhao Hai, winking at them. Move faster, clear out our share. Wang Chang and Zhao Hai naturally understood his hint, which meant to carry a bit more, and they nodded in agreement, walking over to lift a box of water. They moved slowly, their eyes continually drifting between the water boxes in their arms and the self-heating hot pots on the ground. When a person is hungry, all they can think about is food. But once they are full, they will want more. For example, which items are tasty and which have better quality? If you 3 take these items down to share with the dozens of mouths on the beach, how much can each person get? Lin Fan leaned against the rock wall, his tone casual as if chatting. Wang Chang paused in his movements, tightening his grip on the water box, and Lu Gang also stopped what he was doing. This is our matter on the beach, it's not your concern. Lu Gang snorted coldly. I'm not concerned indeed, Lin Fan smiled. I just find it amusing. You 3 are up here enjoying the good life, your belly stuffed to the brim. Once you take this half of the supplies down and hand them to Chen Jian, once he allocates them, do you think you will still be able to eat ham sausages? Will you still be able to drink water freely? Lin Fan looked at Wang Chang. Manager Wang at the company, everyone knows that Wang Jie's husband is living off her, not even worthy of carrying your shoes. How come on this broken island you've become his errand boy instead? Wang Chang's face turned crimson, the veins on his forehead throbbing as he recalled Chen Jian's domineering attitude on the beach over the past few days, which had already inflamed his anger. What do you know? Wang Chang gritted his teeth. He knows how to survive, he can start a fire and he can distill fresh water. Oh. Lin Fan pointed to his feet. Is starting a fire really that hard? Lin Fan stood up and slowly walked in front of the 3. You just ate the best food I had here. Those flavors, the group down there hasn't smelled them in a long time. You put in the effort, climbed the cliff and risked being killed by me, yet the benefits should be shared equally. Why should that be? Lu Gang's face darkened as he glanced at the supplies behind him and then at the slope below. No one is willing to regurgitate the juicy meat they've savored to a group of starving waste. I put in the effort, so naturally I get to decide what to do with the goods. You get to decide. Does Chen Jian agree? Do the male employees on the beach agree? The few of them paused for a moment and Lin Fan continued. Brother Chang, has Su Qingxue mentioned when the rescue will arrive? Wang Chang froze for a moment. Wasn't this little brat not planning to return from the bottom of his heart? Why ask this question? What do you mean, you little brat? Not only Wang Chang but Lu Gang and Zhao Hai also stopped their movements, staring at Lin Fan in unison. Literally. You don't really think that one day you will wake up and a rescue ship weighing several tons will appear out of thin air on the beach, safely taking you gentlemen back to civilized society? Wang Chang's Adam's apple bobbed violently. How could he not have thought about this question? Every day under the scorching sun, looking at the vast lifeless sea where not even a seagull could be seen, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. But Chen Jian and Su Qingxue kept feeding them the sedative of help will come soon, and they didn't dare to think of the worst possibility. Now this layer of shame was mercilessly torn away by Lin Fan. Since we can't go back in the short term, let's do some accounting. Lin Fan stood up, walking slowly to a box of unopened instant pickled beef noodles, and with a kick he sent the box crashing in front of the 3. This box contains 24 packets. He then pointed to another box of mineral water beside it. This box also has 24 bottles. According to what we just discussed, half will be given to you. You can see for yourselves how much that half of the supplies adds up to. Wang Chang, Lu Gang and Zhao Hai followed Lin Fan's finger with their gazes. The half of the supplies looked quite substantial, piled on the ground impressively. Now calculate how many mouths are on the beach. Lin Fan sneered. I've counted for you including Su Qingxue and those women. There are exactly 20 people. Zhao Hai swallowed hard, his gaze starting to go blank. 20 mouths that have been hungry for 4 or 5 days, their stomachs filled with bile when they see these things. Do you think they will politely eat just one bite a day? Half of the supplies taken down to be shared among 20 people for the first meal. Each person could get a box of self-heating rice, a bottle of water and a ham sausage. After this meal, what then? You should weigh this in your hearts. Is it enough for those 20 starving wolves to gorge themselves for 5 days? I think facing the fear of death, everyone will desperately stuff their mouths. Those usually high and mighty female managers and employees would claw your faces to shreds for half a bag of biscuits. In less than 3 days these supplies will be completely gone, not even leaving a plastic wrapper. What will you do then? Lin Fan directly asked, enunciating each word. Once the food is gone, if rescue still hasn't come, the oysters and crabs on the island will have long been wiped out by you. Will you come back to find me? The next time, what will you use to blackmail me? The air in the cave seemed to have solidified. Wang Chang looked down at his slightly protruding belly. Just 3 minutes ago he had experienced a sense of happiness he had never felt in recent days. The inferior meaty flavor of the ham sausage combined with the seasoning from technology and harsh labor was simply a delicacy at this moment. Now his stomach was filled. It is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, but hard to do the opposite. If he hadn't had this hearty meal, perhaps he could have continued to endure like a walking corpse on the beach with just distilled water. But now Lin Fan's few words were like lighting a fire in his mind, amplifying the future hunger 100-fold. Starving again in 3 days. Facing that kind of pain that twisted even the intestines again. After experiencing the feeling of being full, to let them return to such a hellish state would be more unbearable than being skinned alive. Lu Gang's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, with his excess flesh twitching uncontrollably. He kicked a piece of rubble away and spat. Damn it. I risked my life negotiating with this kid down there, climbed such a high cliff, and in the end the only thing I brought down can last just 3 days. Why should we share with those worthless people on the beach who don't even dare to fart? Zhao Hai was also panicking. He was originally a flip-flopper, and now that Lin Fan had laid everything out clearly, he instantly felt his life was in someone else's hands. How about we hide some of it first? Zhao Hai timidly suggested. Let's just say there aren't many supplies here. We did our best. Lin Fan shot a cold glance at Zhao Hai, mercilessly interrupting him. Do you think the people below are blind? No matter how much you take down, those dozens of eyes are watching from the beach. As long as you dare to hoard a bottle of water, Qingjian will immediately label you as disrupting unity, inciting everyone to tear you 3 apart. Mentioning Qingjian, a mocking curve appeared at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth as he slowly looked at Wang Chang. Manager Wang, you were at least an executive in the company managing a group of people. What is Qingjian? A good-for-nothing who relies on his wife for a living. It seems he's taken pleasure in riding high on your head now. Wang Chang's face shifted between green and white, his jaw clenched in silence, but his tightly clenched fists betrayed his anger. Lin Fan continued to stoke the fire. Have you ever thought about why Qingjian didn't come up himself today? Because he is smart. He knows there's a risk in coming up. I have a shovel and a knife. Even if a conflict arises, you definitely won't gain the upper hand. You 3 too are troublemakers. One is brainless. So in Qingjian's eyes you are the best cannon fodder for scouting. If I were to kill you, Qingjian would take the opportunity to eliminate the troublemakers and manage the team better. If you take the supplies back to the beach for Qingjian, that would mean he managed the operations well. He remains the boss and he continues to be the great benefactor providing food. In the end you 3 exhausted yourselves, risking your lives only to bring back resources. As a result, Qingjian only needs to stand high, and with the excuse of surviving fairly for everyone, he gives you half a bottle of water and a small piece of dry bread every day. Do you dare to resist? Do you dare to ask for more? Resisting and asking for more is selfish. Those 10 or so starving men below can drown you with a single spit each. In the end, the majority of supplies are held by Qingjian and Wang Lan, along with those in high positions like Su Qingxue and Lu Feifei enjoying preferential treatment. What are you? You are nothing but the cattle and horses serving them on this deserted island. When the supplies run out, you 3 will probably be the first batch to be bled dry. This statement was extremely harsh, but it pierced the lungs of the 3 like a sharp knife. Upon reflection, Lin Fan's logic was simply impeccable. If Qingjian wasn't looking for a scapegoat, why didn't he come up himself? He just wanted to enjoy the benefits while using Lin Fan's hands to eliminate the disobedient ones. After all, Sonya was still in his hands, he wouldn't lose anything. Lu Gang's anger grew as he thought, damn it. That bastard is treating me like a monkey. He abruptly turned to Wang Chang. Old Wang, this kid is right. We can't let those worthless people who only wait with their mouths open benefit. At this moment Wang Chang's reason had long been crushed by a few bags of instant noodles. He was extremely greedy and extremely selfish, a man who deceived above and concealed below in the company. Now the reality of the deserted island and Lin Fan's masterful PUA clearly told him Qingjian not only wanted to take advantage of them, but he also wanted their lives. Then, What should we do? If we don't take the supplies down we won't be able to explain ourselves. Wang Chang's voice trembled but his gaze was glued to the pile of supplies he couldn't tear himself away from. We can't just go back empty-handed. Of course we have to take the supplies. Lin Fan crossed his arms with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, but not to give them to others, it's for you to take for yourselves. You three calculate if this half of the supplies is not shared with 20 people but exclusively enjoyed by you three, how long can you last? Before they could answer, Lin Fan provided the answer directly. As long as you don't stuff yourselves like just now, conserve a bit and cooperate to catch some crabs by the sea. This batch of supplies is enough for you three to comfortably live on this island for a month and a half. Even if the rescue team takes 2 months to arrive you can still survive. As for those below, at most 10 days they will all turn into dry corpses on the beach. 1 month. Exclusively. The temptation was evident and the air instantly fell silent, leaving only the heavy breathing of the three. The enormous benefit directly tore away their last shred of false modesty, instantly activating the dark thoughts deep in their hearts. A cruel light flashed in Lu Gang's eyes. A month. That was to be divided among 3 people. What if? He found an opportunity to kill Wang Chang and Zhao Hai, those 2 useless ones. He could eat for nearly half a year. By then, not to mention Su Qingxue, even Lu Feifei the aloof star would have to obediently crawl over to beg for water. Wang Chang's peripheral vision was fixed on Lu Gang, his throat rolling violently. He knew Lu Gang too well, this brainless wolf. In this lawless place, if Lu Gang got the supplies he would definitely resort to foul play. He couldn't confront him hidden, he had to think of a sly way to guard against Lu Gang or borrow Lin Fan or Qingjian's hands to first castrate this wild boar Lu Gang. As for Zhao Hai, who was left standing at the back, he was so scared that his legs were almost giving way. When gods fight, mortals suffer. If it came to a monopoly, these 2 ruthless men would be the first to offer him as a sacrifice. He quickly calculated in his mind how to secretly stuff a few sausages in his pocket during the chaos and then find a deserted cave to hide. The 3 had different thoughts, glanced at each other and then tactfully avoided eye contact. But how do we monopolize it? Wang Chang had already been completely brainwashed, his mind full of thoughts of monopolizing resources. Even his address to Lin Fan unconsciously changed. Lin Fan, as long as we move the stuff out of this cave the people below will definitely see it. The slope is barren, there's no cover at all, we can't hide anything. Lu Gang eagerly joined in, scratching his head in agitation. Right. If we stop halfway or stash it away, that son of a bitch Qingjian will see it from below at a glance and he will definitely rush up to fight us. Watching these 3 who had already bitten the bait and were thinking of swallowing the hook as well, Lin Fan sat back down on the flat stone and observed the 3 dimwits. Why can't you all think straight? Lin Fan let out a light chuckle, stood up and drew the dagger from his waist. He walked over to the bag of blood-soaked venison and the blade glinted coldly. The sharp blade sliced through flesh and Lin Fan deftly cut off about 10 pounds of hind leg meat, lifting it and weighing it in his hand. Then he pulled out a sealed bottle of mineral water and took out a box of instant pickled beef noodles. Lin Fan patted the water container, saying, "Who told you to move everything down at once?" Lu Gang was taken aback, not moving it down. What will those people below do? Lin Fan waved them over. Wang Chang, Lu Gang and Zhao Hai approached as if possessed. Lin Fan lowered his voice and whispered a few words in their ears. At first Wang Chang frowned deeply. Yet just a few seconds later an uncontrollable joy appeared on his sweaty face. Lu Gang's eyes also lit up and he clenched his fists. Even the timid Zhao Hai swallowed hard, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Got it. Lin Fan took a step back, tossing the bloody venison at Lu Gang's feet. Take this 10 pounds of meat, a box of instant noodles and a bottle of water down with you. Lu Gang grabbed the meat bag, Wang Chang picked up the noodles and Zhao Hai hoisted the water container. The 3 turned and walked down the slope. On the beach the sun blazed fiercely, the sea breeze whipped up coarse sand stinging their faces. Qingjian stood in the shadow of the rocks, occasionally glancing up at the barren cliff. Sonia, pressed into the sand, had already fainted from the pain, with dried blood at the corner of her mouth turning a dark brown. Su Qingxue hugged her arms, her lips parched and cracked. Beside her Lu Feifei leaned weakly against a rock. Engineer Chen, they've been gone for so long. Will anything happen? A male employee asked, swallowing dryly. Chen Jian remained silent, feeling uncertain himself. If Lin Fan really got ruthless and killed those 3, how would he stabilize the morale of the people afterward? At that moment someone shouted hoarsely, "They're coming down! They're coming down!" A dozen people on the beach turned their heads in unison. In the middle of the slope the figures of Wang Chang and the others became gradually clearer. When everyone saw the sealed water container that Zhao Hai was carrying and the colorful instant noodle packaging in Wang Chang's arms, especially when they spotted the blood-dripping woven bag in Lu Gang's hand, the crowd went completely wild. Water. It's mineral water. There's food. And meat. Blood. That's fresh meat. The male employees rushed madly toward the slope. Even a few female employees who usually couldn't even lift a water cooler burst forth with astonishing speed, stumbling through the sand. Su Qingxue stood up straight, her previously aloof facade shattering at this moment, her eyes fixated on the box of water. Lu Gang walked in front, watching the former colleagues rushing down, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. For the first time he felt that Lin Fan's mind was genuinely sharp. The crowd surged forward, surrounding the three of them in the middle. Countless hands reached out, eager to grab the contents of the box. "Give me a bottle. Changgu, please just give me a bottle. What kind of meat is that?" The situation was about to spiral out of control. "Everyone back the hell off!" Lu Gang roared, kicking over the person at the front. "Want to snatch it? Think you can rob me? I'll kill you." His shout, coupled with his fierce expression, forced the frenzied crowd back a step. Chen Jian pushed through the crowd and stepped in. He looked at the water noodles and meat on the ground, his eyes gleaming with excitement. But he suppressed the urge to grab, adjusting his glasses and scanning Wang Chang and the others. "Is this all?" Chen Jian spoke heavily. "Lin Fan only gave you this little." Wang Chang slammed the box of noodles onto the ground, sneering. "Chen Jian, it's easy for you to stand there and talk, isn't it? Why don't you go try it yourself?" Wang Chang raised his voice, intentionally letting everyone around hear. "That bastard Lin Fan said this is his utmost sincerity. He told us to bring this down first. For the remaining supplies he has to see us release Songya and send her up before he agrees to the second trip." As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of disappointment swept through the crowd. "Why only this little? What about Songya? Hurry up and get her up to exchange for more supplies." Chen Jian squinted his eyes, staring intently at Wang Chang, feeling that something was off. The expressions on these three's faces, although frantic, hid an inexplicable confidence deep in their eyes. It was as if they had just enjoyed a grand feast. "No way," Chen Jian interrupted coldly. "If we let her go first and he changes his mind to throw stones down, we'll be in big trouble." Just then Zhao Hai stepped forward, according to Lin Fan's plan. "Engineer Chen, what good is talking about this now?" Zhao Hai licked his lips, feigning an extremely thirsty appearance. "Everyone has been baking in the sun for half a day. Our throats are almost on fire. Since Lin Fan has shown sincerity, can we have some water and food to fill our stomachs first?" His words struck a chord with everyone. At this moment even life was expendable. Who cared about long-term plans? "Right. Let's distribute the water first. Give out the food. I'm starving to death." The crowd stirred again. Su Qingxue also approached, looking at Chen Jian. Although she didn't shout, her eyes urged him insistently. Chen Jian knew that if he didn't distribute food now, he would certainly be torn to shreds by this group of starving people. "Okay," Chen Jian nodded, turning to maintain order. "Everyone back off. Form a line. I'll distribute." To assert his leadership, Chen Jian personally opened the box of mineral water. There were 24 bottles in the box and there were 20 people on the beach. The scene of distributing water was extremely brutal. Chen Jian gave each person a bottle. At the moment they received it, usually polite individuals tilted their heads and poured it down their throats. Gulp gulp. The sounds of swallowing echoed on the beach. Lu Feifei knelt in the sand, clutching the bottle tightly, drinking so quickly that tears streamed from her eyes. Wang Chang, Lu Gang and Zhao Hai each took a bottle of water. To maintain appearances they also opened the caps and drank half a bottle. But if one looked closely they would notice their swallowing motions were very slow. Their stomachs were already stuffed with the previous bread and sausages. Drinking this half bottle, Wang Chang nearly burped from fullness, forcing it back with a hard pinch to his thigh. After distributing the water, Chen Jian opened the instant noodles. There were 24 packets in the box. 1 packet per person, Chen Jian said as he distributed. The noodle cakes were brutally torn open. Everyone immediately crushed the noodle cakes into crumbs and poured in the salt and pepper seasoning packet. There was no hot water to soak, no cooking utensils, or they wouldn't wait for boiling water. Crunch crunch. The sounds of chewing filled the air. Su Qingxue squatted on the ground without any dignity, shoveling food into her mouth. The taste of the cheap oil exploded on her taste buds and she surprisingly felt it was the best thing she had ever eaten in her life. This was Lin Fan's sweet reward. On this island hunger was a beast. When the beast was on the brink of starvation it could only lie down. But if you threw it a piece of bloody flesh it wouldn't be satisfied, instead it would fully awaken its bloodthirsty instincts. A pack of dry noodles and a bottle of water went down. The people on the beach not only felt unsatisfied but their eyes turned redder, their gazes greedily fixated on the cliff above. As this little bit of carbohydrates entered their stomachs it was immediately digested by the frenzied gastric acid, and that rekindled hunger felt like countless little knives scratching inside their intestines. "Not enough. I want to eat more." A female employee clutched her stomach. Others also stood up with red eyes. "Engineer Chen. Is this all there is? Is this all there is? Engineer Chen, there's still meat here, why don't we eat it now?" Chen Jian finished his flatbread and felt his strength return slightly. He looked at a few kilograms of raw meat on the ground. This was high-quality protein. He had to find a reason to secretly stash it away and eat it slowly. After all, everyone believed in him now. Whatever he said was gospel. This meat is protein, let's save it for dinner. Right now we need to get other supplies first. Just then Lu Gang took a step forward. Chen Jian. Lu Gang said loudly, Lin Fan has made it clear that to get the remaining half of the supplies we must hand over Songya. There are boxes of ham, self-heating rice and several boxes of instant noodles on top. This statement directly ignited the crowd. Hand her over. What are we waiting for? Someone screamed. Songya was originally one of his people. It's only natural for her to exchange food. Right. Wake her up and take her up. In the face of extreme greed, people's minds instantly turned to zero. Chen Jian glanced at Songya, who lay unconscious in the distance. This woman was of no use left here unless absolutely necessary. No one wanted to eat their own kind. Using Songya to exchange for food was the best choice now. Okay. Chen Jian nodded, waving for a male employee. Go splash some seawater on that woman to wake her up and then the three of you take her up. Chen Jian's mind wasn't exactly sharp. He could get others to listen to him solely because of his wife. He was even less clever than others, so under the temptation of food he gave it no further thought. Wait a moment. A female voice suddenly interrupted Chen Jian's orders. The beach went silent instantly. Everyone turned to look. Wang Lan was wearing a wrinkled professional outfit, her hair tied up with a twig. Though she was also pale and thin, her eyes radiated a calmness that was incongruous with the frenzy on the beach. Wang Lan, Chen Jian's legal wife. After seeing Chen Jian's madness, she suddenly realized. Even if it meant offending Su Qingxue, she could not allow Chen Jian to take charge. If Chen Jian turned against her and did not listen to her, she might end up dead at his hands. Only by making everyone see his worth could she survive. Seeing Wang Lan step forward, Chen Jian instinctively stopped talking, his eyes filled with anger. Wang Lan did not look at Chen Jian but walked straight to the pile of supplies, glanced down and then raised her gaze to lock onto Wang Chang and Lu Gang. We absolutely cannot let Songya go first. Wang Lan, what are you messing up? Wang Chang, feeling guilty, immediately raised his voice. If we don't let Songya go, who will retrieve the remaining supplies? What can that bastard Lin Fan offer? Wang Lan sneered and took a step forward, her gaze sweeping over the three faces. Who is Lin Fan? He occupies a natural fortress above with enough supplies to crush a man. Would he give up half his fortune for a woman who only knows how to work? Wang Lan pointed at the empty boxes on the ground. Since he doesn't care about Songya, why would he offer this first act of good faith? Zhao Hai also spoke up. Everyone think carefully. If Lin Fan really wanted to exchange people, he could have easily let us take Songya to the slope, handing over the person and the goods together. Why does he insist on letting the three of them first retrieve a little? The crowd was stunned. The heated minds were doused with cold water by Wang Lan's words. Yes, why? The only explanation is. Wang Lan's eyes turned icy as she stared at Wang Chang's stomach. Lin Fan never intended to give a second round. What he offered is not sincerity but bait. Wang Lan closed in on Wang Chang. Supervisor Wang, while you were up there, did Lin Fan do anything other than have you move things? For example. Let you have a feast. You're talking nonsense. Wang Chang exploded instantly, his face flushing red. If we ate, could we still bring anything down to share with you? Lu Gang also got anxious, clenching his fists and ready to step forward. You nasty woman, if you keep talking I'll hit you too. Feeling guilty. Wang Lan did not back down. She knew too well this kind of guilty reaction. As the accountant, she could tell who was embezzling just by looking at the accounts. Seeing the current state of these three, she knew they were definitely up to no good. If you three ate secretly while Lin Fan sowed discord between you and the people on the beach. Bringing down this half-baked supply was to gain our trust and then take Songya up. And Lin Fan promised you that as long as you three brought Songya up, the remaining supplies would be yours. He also told you that 3 mouths would definitely consume supplies slower than 20 mouths. Don't let yourselves be fooled. As long as you take Songya up, Lin Fan has a knife. Resolving you will only take a few seconds. Wang Lan's analysis was extremely precise. In an instant, everyone's gazes turned uncertain. The crowd, which was originally eager to exchange Songya for food, also stopped their movements. If they really sent Songya up, they would lose their leverage. Not only would they face Lin Fan's blockade, but they would also confront the possibly treacherous trio. Chen Jian would immediately become the target of everyone's ire. Wang Lan is right. Chen Jian immediately changed his stance and said loudly, Lin Fan is scheming. Songya must not leave the beach even a step. Grab some ropes and tie her to a tree trunk. As long as she is still in our hands, Lin Fan won't dare act rashly. Wang Chang and Lu Gang exchanged glances. A fierce light flashed in Lu Gang's eyes. Lin Fan had accounted for the first step, the second step, but he probably hadn't accounted for the fact that Wang Lan had a brain. On the towering cave platform, the sea breeze whistled. Zhou Kai stood at the edge, cautiously peeking out, taking in everything happening on the beach below. He couldn't hear what they were arguing about below, but he could clearly see that Sonya had been retied and the crowd was beginning to fall into infighting, pointing fingers and shoving each other. Zhou Kai took a deep breath and turned to look at Lin Fan, who was sitting by the fire carving wood strips. Brother Fan. Zhou Kai swallowed, finally unable to suppress his question. What's going on down there? It seems like there's a commotion. And they tied Sonya back up. What exactly did you suggest to Wang Chang and the others just now? Lin Fan did not even lift his head, his tone extremely flat. A wolf that has tasted meat can never return to eating grass. Zhou Kai was stunned, not understanding. Lin Fan paused his actions and turned to glance at the crowd gathering on the beach below. The little water and flour those three brought down are not rations for survival but a death warrant. With over 20 people fighting over something that can't even fill a gap between teeth, those who can't get enough will feel it's unfairly distributed, while the three who have feasted will see that group as a burden. As for Sonya, if Wang Chang and Lu Gang can really withstand the pressure and rescue Sonya, then they have some skill, but if they can't, bring her up and get beaten. Lin Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. Tomorrow the others, starving and desperate, will be lining up to deliver Sonya to me in exchange for food. After hearing this, Zhou Kai's back instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He looked at the man before him, who was about the same age as himself. With just a box of water, a box of flour, and a few kilograms of raw meat, he turned the group below huddling together for warmth into a pack of mad dogs turning on each other. Fortunately, he had chosen to ally with Lin Fan in time. Meanwhile, on the beach, the atmosphere had dropped to freezing point. Wang Lan's previous incisive analysis had stripped Wang Chang and his companions bare. The male employees on the beach, who had just received a pack of crispy noodles and half a bottle of water, now had eyes that were burning with rage, once more having calmed slightly due to eating. Those eyes were filled with the gaze of traitors and thieves. Wang Chang was getting anxious. If Sonya did not go up, their perfect plan to monopolize the month's supplies would be ruined. He would have to go back to a hellish existence. What the hell are you talking about? Wang Chang pointed at Chen Jian and Wang Lan, cursing loudly. Sonya must go up to exchange for supplies. Lin Fan made it crystal clear, once we see her, all remaining supplies will be given to us. Exchange for what? Someone stepped forward, tightly clutching the empty noodle bag in their hand. Sonya is our only bargaining chip. If we give her to Lin Fan and he turns against us and starts throwing stones from above, what do we have to threaten him with? Lu Gang's anger surged. He was used to being domineering, and it was unthinkable that a lowly worker would talk back. He strode over and grabbed the man's collar. Do you dare not to listen to me? I risked my life to bring water and meat from the cliff, and now you refuse to acknowledge it. The man did not back down at all, reaching to pry Lu Gang's fingers off. You brought it down. Wang Jia made it clear. You three must have been hoarding it up there. You haven't even wiped the oil off the sausage at the corner of your mouth. What a big wolf you are pretending to be. You're asking for it. Lu Gang raised his hand to hit. Seeing this, Wang Chang immediately took on the demeanor he had in the office. He puffed out his chest and shouted at the man. Xiao Liang. Have you turned against the heavens? I am your supervisor. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe that when the rescue team arrives I will go straight to the HR department to get you fired? In a typical office setting, such words would make someone like Xiao Liang, a lowly worker, bow and scrape immediately. But here the air fell silent for 2 seconds. Pa! Xiao Liang spat a thick phlegm directly onto Wang Chang's face. Wang Chang froze incredulously, touching the saliva on his face. Go to hell, supervisor. Xiao Liang pointed at Wang Chang, cursing loudly. When you were up there enjoying lavish meals and filling your stomach, did you think about being a supervisor? Did you ever think about the brothers down here? On this broken island, who cares whether you get paid or not? What do you amount to? Xiao Liang's words ignited the powder keg completely. The resentment of being exploited combined with the anger from extreme hunger instantly turned the rationality of the male employees on the beach to Chen Jian, seeing this, quickly took 2 steps back. He coldly observed everything, knowing these three had incurred the wrath of the crowd and must be thoroughly punished. Only by crippling the former sharp-tongued ones can he establish authority as the current leader. Keep Sonya, someone in the crowd shouted. We can't give them to you. Lu Gang exploded completely, kicking Xiao Liang hard in the stomach. I will kill you today. Xiao Liang screamed and fell into the sand. However, this kick did not subdue the crowd. The 4 or 5 male employees nearby saw Lu Gang make a move and pounced on him like a pack of wolves. Hit! Kill those bastards who are hoarding food. The scene instantly spiraled out of control. Wang Chang still wanted to maintain his leadership authority and shouted to stop, but received a solid punch to the face. Bang! Blood immediately spurted from Wang Chang's nose. He screamed, covering his face and retreating, only to be kicked in the back of the knee by someone behind him, heavily kneeling on the sand. Relying on his robust physique, Lu Gang knocked down the first 2 men. But 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Within 3 minutes he was held by 3 people at the thighs and waist, forcefully thrown to the ground. Fists and feet mixed with sand rained down on them like a storm. Zhao Hai was the worst off. He was naturally timid, and when he sensed danger he tried to turn and run. But before he could take 2 steps, a worker caught him by the collar and dragged him back, pressing him hard into the ground. Stop hitting. Stop hitting. Brother Chang, save me. Zhao Hai cried out in desperation, covering his head. Su Qingxue stood to the side, tightly gripping her clothes, her face pale as she turned away. Are these employees of her Shangtang group? They were clearly a pack of mad dogs that would bite their own kind for half a biscuit. Civilization was utterly lost here. The fighting lasted a few minutes. Only when the 3 men on the ground had lost the strength to scream did the crowd of attackers catch their breath and disperse. Wang Chang lay on the sand like a corpse, his front teeth broken in half, his face a bloody mess mixed with sand. Lu Gang curled up, cradling his head covered in large footprints, his once domineering aura completely shattered. Chen Jian pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose and walked slowly to Wang Chang. He looked down at this former supervisor who had once called him a soft rice man.